Hello. If you were looking for a scare tonight, you've come to the right place. I'll be narrating an hour's worth of creepy horror stories that I found off of Reddit. So without further ado,
These are their stories.
Olduvai Gorge, Tanzania, 2024. The excavation has gone smoothly these past 3 weeks, but today we've encountered something so strange that it warranted the creation of this entry you're presently reading. As of this moment, I'm not sure whether or not to officially publish these finds, as I fear for the repercussions it may produce, and I do not wish to tarnish my professional legacy. The reason I'm even writing this entry to begin with is to keep a personal record of these recent events while they're fresh in my mind, but I also intend to post it anonymously to the internet, where it will likely be swept away and disregarded as a hoax or urban legend. I'm fine with that, I just need to get it off my chest. I know it's not rational or even a good idea to share this with strangers, but I just need to tell someone. Maybe someone will know what is going on. Until I have fully decided on whether or not to publish, I will keep this as anonymous as I can. I'm a paleoanthropologist at an esteemed university in the States, and I've been leading a small excavation team here in Tanzania at one of the oldest sites of hominin occupation in the world, Olduvai Gorge. Our excavation site was located on the eastern stretches of the gorge, in a particularly hilly area, as scouted by our surveyors. They chose this spot due to the presence of a series of small and seemingly undiscovered rock shelters hidden away behind thick shrubbery and debris. It is nothing short of a miracle that they were able to be located by our team. Over these past weeks, we have found here an abundance of lithic assemblages, most of them consisting of Oldowan scrapers and cores, but we also found a pair of Aculean hand axes and a few bifacial points. Deep in one of the rock shelters, we even unearthed the partial remains of what is most likely an Australopithecine upper skull, though further osteological analysis is pending. All seemed to be going well until today, when my lunch break was interrupted by one of my students. I will refer to him as Edward. He came rushing over from the easternmost rock shelter, nearly stumbling over all the pebbles and sticks in his way as he hurried down the hill toward the tents, calling my name. I rose from my seat to greet him, fearing that some sort of accident had happened. "What is it?" I anxiously inquired. I had never seen him this upset. "You gotta come check this out, right now," he replied enigmatically and ushered me to follow him. I went with him up the hill and into the mouth of the rock shelter. Immediately I noticed what all the fuss was about. Deep in the innermost end of the rock shelter, past all the excavation tools and equipment, where there had previously been a solid rock wall, there was now a small opening. I saw the small hole next to this big rock, and I just kept digging and digging, and I moved some more rocks, and "Oh, okay, you should have notified me sooner," I said, cutting him off as I ventured deeper into the shelter toward the gaping hole. I feared that, in his eagerness, he may have disturbed an important context. But the thing is, I looked inside it, you know, with my light and whatnot, and I saw these, things. You better take a look. I crouched down beside the hole and searched my pockets for my flashlight. The opening seemed big enough for someone to crawl into, and as I turned on the light, the shining beam illuminated a massive cavern on the other side, probably big enough to stand in. "Remarkable," I uttered. "Shine your light at the far end walls. Do you see them?" Edward probed. I did as he had asked me, and as my light moved across the dusty volcanic rock walls of the chamber, I laid my eyes on something that made my heart skip a beat. First believing it to be merely a trick of the light, I stuck my head deeper into the opening to get a better view. "You see them, don't you?" Edward's voice echoed behind me. Lost for words, I began crawling through the opening, eagerly disregarding any health and safety precautions one would be wise to employ when venturing into such undiscovered cave environments. I heard Edward calling out to me as I did so, begging me to be careful. I scraped up my arms and legs in the process, and as I emerged on the other side, I was completely covered in dust, which I promptly brushed off my rugged clothes as I stood up. On the far end wall were a series of rough carvings onto the rock. Carvings in the Latin alphabet, carvings in English. The whole wall was full of them, as if it was a page in a book. Behind me, I heard Edward grunting and shuffling as he made his way through the opening to join me in my astonishment. I scanned the rest of the cavern with my light and saw that the inscriptions continued on the other surfaces and walls of the chamber. Not only that, but I noticed a series of strange artifacts scattered about, seemingly undisturbed for millennia. Among them were several aforementioned Oldowan stone tools, and a ring made of mostly pure gold judging by its pristine condition, as well as some bones randomly strewn around. My immediate thoughts were that the cave must have been used in modern times, perhaps recently. I hadn't yet actually actually read the content of what was scribbled on the walls, but even still, something about that explanation immediately felt off. The strata next to where the opening had been was undisturbed and had naturally accumulated for millions of years. I should know because I monitored it closely yesterday when we started digging in that part of the rock shelter. I realize some of you reading this might not be familiar with stratigraphy and thus not fully understand why this would be an issue when regarding the date of the inscriptions, but those well acquainted with the law of superposition should know exactly why this shouldn't be possible. If you don't, I urge you to Google it. But to make a long story short, however, the law of superposition states that geological layers accumulate over time, and that under normal circumstances, the layers that are the oldest are those found further down. Now, assuming the entrance we came in is the only entrance into the cave, and taking into consideration the opening was buried under a dozen stratigraphical layers, it means that it was last sealed around 1 million years ago at the earliest. Everything about this was strikingly anachronistic, but I saw no other explanation. There seemed to be no other way to enter the cave, and there was no sign of a previous collapse. "What is this, Edward?" I asked him, who was now full of dirt and standing beside me. "Are you pulling my leg here? Is this some kind of elaborate joke?" "No, sir, I promise." "It shouldn't be possible then," I said, pacing back and forth. "Yet evidently it is." He somewhat snarkily replied. I ignored him. My pacing took me around a slight bend in the cave, and I noticed a heap of what looked like different chunks of various metals. Some seemed to be nearly reduced to dust as a result of deterioration over time, while others looked pretty much to be in pristine condition, although not as shiny as they once probably were. There were also snake-like lines in the sandy floor of the cave with traces of heavily oxidized copper encompassed within them. Had these once been wires? If they were ever covered in plastic, as most wires today are, it must have broken down millennia ago, leaving no trace. Quite remarkable. "Doc, you should see what's written on these walls." Edward's voice echoed around the bend. "Just a second," I replied, carefully observing the strange assemblage and analyzing it as best as I could. I had never seen anything like it in my life. Was this a machine? "Whoa, like you really need to come right now," Edward again urged me. I emerged from behind the bend to see what all the fuss was about, and when I did, I noticed the dusty visage of Edward looking pale as a ghost. "What's the matter?" I asked, looking at where the beam of his flashlight was illuminating the inscribed wall. "Read what it says," Edward urged me, and so I did. In the following section of this entry, I will recount word for word what was inscribed on those walls. Where there is significant erosion or other obstruction of the text, I have filled in the gaps. From what I interpreted to be the beginning, the upper left corner, it read as follows. "Upon arrival, the machine broke down almost instantaneously. I am the only living Homo sapiens in the world, and there won't be another like me for at least 2 million years. There is an overwhelming hopelessness to it all. There is no hope for me. I have accepted it. These things, these devils, have left me no other choice than to seal myself into this tomb. I can hear them at night digging and scratching." Thus read the first section of the text. Beneath it, the next one read, "My name is Bill Hartnell, and I was born on the 29th of September 2029 in Exeter, England, and this is my full story. I'm stuck in here for the foreseeable future, so I might as well tell my tale in as much detail as I can. I've got nothing better to do to pass my remaining time. Apologies if I don't get to finish it. Writing on this wall is somewhat tedious, however, so I will be concise. Forgive me. I studied quantum mechanics at Exxon and graduated with my PhD in 2058. The machine I built subsequently took me 10 years to complete and was operational by 2068, which is also the year I traveled here. I have now been here for a total of 2 weeks, and fear this may be my last. If you find this message, Patricia, you were both right and wrong. Right in that it would end badly, but wrong in that it wouldn't at least work." The writing ceased as this wall had met with the ground, but it continued on another, larger register to its upper right. "My goal was to travel through time and witness every significant human benchmark in chronological order, starting here with the earliest use of tools and ending my tour with the 2029 Mars landing launch. But now it seems the beginning of the human story will be the end of mine. There is something else here, something that doesn't belong. One moment I was in my garage in Exeter, ready to go, and in the next a blinding white glare surrounded me, and as I opened my eyes I found myself on the prehistoric African continent. I immediately felt the scorching heat of the sun burn into my skin, and in that moment I cursed myself for not bringing sun protection. Such an obvious oversight, I thought. My pale British skin would be the death of me. The first thing that stood out to me was how humid it was compared to the present. If my calculations are correct, I should be at the site of Olduvai Gorge, but here there is neither a gorge nor the arid shrubland it is known for. This place is ripe with vegetation and fauna. As I stepped out of the machine, I noticed it had broken, and I dragged it off into a nearby cave for protection until I could get it running again. I spent my first night inside that cave, sheltered from the elements and wildlife, and trying to repair my device. It was a futile effort, as I do not possess the parts necessary for such a repair. Another fatal oversight. My first 4 nights were relatively normal, or as normal as you would expect them to be 2 million years in the past. On my second day, I cautiously ventured outside the shelter, and it didn't take long for me to make contact with the locals. Presumably they are Homo habilis, but it is hard to tell. I am a physicist, not an anthropologist. Seeing them in the flesh is a surreal experience. To think I am the first human to lay eyes on another living human species in 40,000 years is extraordinary. I guess this writing also technically makes for the earliest writing in human history, which is also neat. The other humans first greeted me with a sort of reserved curiosity. They carried in their hands various stone tools and looked bizarre, though to them I probably looked equally strange. If they had the cognitive abilities to form thoughts about religion, I must have resembled a god to them. They let me observe them from a distance and never posed any problems. If anything, they wanted nothing to do with me. I find it ironic how these people live in dwellings constructed between trees and shrubbery out in the open, while it is myself who is living in a cave like some troglodyte. On the 5th night, things got strange. Just as the sun was setting, I was heading back to my cave when I heard my name called out, almost like a faint whisper, coming from the tree line a short distance away. That voice, raspy and out of breath, I had never heard anything like it before. I am positive it was not made by any of the local hominins. I briefly decided to investigate, but when I heard rapid approaching commotion in the bush, I took off. In my terror, I heard the loud snapping of twigs behind me. I ran all the way back to the cave and sealed the medium-sized opening with a makeshift door made out of wood and some rocks. I leaned in and listened intently after any noise, and heard the rustling of some bushes not too far away, accompanied by some kind of raspy vocalization. Nothing else happened that night. The following morning, I saw outside my shelter concentric circles drawn in the sand, but no accompanying footprints. Later that day, I was led into the village of the hominins. There, I traded my phone for some stone tools. I had no use for it anymore. The humans seemed perplexed by it, but were equally enchanted by its reflective surfaces. They allowed me to take some fruits and berries, but would not let me near the game meat, shouting whenever I did so. Despite that, I still can't believe the hospitality they showed me. As the sun was setting, I left the forested shelter of my ancestors and began walking back to the cave. The volume of trees gradually subsided, and I found myself in an open and lush savanna-like environment, but with thick shrubs on either side of the path. Then suddenly, something struck the ground in front of me, nearly hitting me. It was my phone. Confused, I thought the humans had grown tired of it and followed me back in anger, but then something intriguing happened. Another phone struck the ground right next to the first one, clearly of the same make and clearly identical to the one I had traded hours earlier, but that was impossible as I had only brought one. Then another flew out from a nearby bush, hitting me in the arm. I looked around, scanning the bushes, but I saw nothing. I slowly backed up, and when I did so, the bushes rustled for a moment and then stopped. I took another step backward, and the rustling repeated and once again stopped. It was mimicking me. When I finally made that realization, I once more ran back to the cave at full sprint, quickly sealing the entrance behind me. As I turned on my headlamp, which I still had batteries for, I noticed something drawn on the sandy floor of the cave. It was another concentric circle, identical to the one outside this morning. I was too horrified to sleep, but eventually my tiredness gave in and I drifted off. I spent the next day teaching myself how to hunt. Though I had some food rations from modern times back in the cave, eventually I would need to learn how to hunt if I were to survive out here, I figured. I had tried in the morning to hunt some lizards and birds with the stone weaponry I acquired the day prior, but with little success. I couldn't survive on berries and fruits alone, so I decided that the only way to get some protein around these parts would be to accompany a hunting party. I waited outside the village until the men left for their daily hunt, but as I approached them, they angrily literally detested my presence, denying my company. They waved their arms at me, ushering me to keep a distance, so for the rest of the day, I did exactly that. I lived in their shadow, observing but never interrupting their hunt. The following hours were spent watching the H. habilis hunt some local megafauna. Among them was an animal that is now extinct, therefore I do not know its name, but it resembled some kind of elephant. As I, from a distance, watched my early ancestors secure the kill and slice off chunks of meat with their stone scrapers, the most eerie thing occurred. About 9 of the humans stood gathered around the elephantine creature when suddenly something pale sprinted out from the nearby tree line. It was bipedal and double the height of the other men. The thing was certainly humanoid in shape, but this was definitely no primitive hominin. Its marble white flesh glistened in the sun as it ran full force toward the dead animal. The hunters quickly noticed it and scattered, some even leaving behind their stone tools. The figure ran up to the elephant and began eating, tearing the animal's flesh off with its hands. It gorged itself on the meat and suddenly stopped. I laid low in the bush about 100 meters away, eagerly watching in terrified amazement. It was hard to make out details at such a distance, but what I saw next I am certain of. The thing slowly reared its head and looked directly at my direction. I'm not sure if it saw me or not, but I could feel its piercing gaze. The wall of text ended, and Edward and I had to round a slight corner in the room to get to the next section. It was also during this time that he spoke out for the first time. "Do you think this could be real?" he asked gently, almost concerned. "I mean, you saw the strata, there couldn't possibly have been anyone else here for millions of years." "I don't know, Eddie. Let's just keep reading and find out," I answered nonchalantly back, pretending like this didn't deeply unsettle me too. Truth is, I was beginning to get highly unnerved. My initial scientific awe had now shifted into an uncertain angst. The inscriptions continued. "I haven't seen sunlight since the 10th day. That's when I saw them clearly. I had spent that day harvesting fruits and berries alongside the local hominin population. They let me follow them back into their village where we quite literally enjoyed the fruits of our labor. Again, this level of hospitality was wholly unexpected for such a primordial species of human. All was going well, but as it was beginning to get dark, I was frantically ushered out of their encampments. I thought this weird, but decided to shrug it off as a cultural thing if they even had such a concept. Heading back to my cave, the sun was setting on the horizon, and just as I was nearing the mouth of the cave, a looming shadow stretched across the ground in front of me, blocking out the last rays of light from the evening sun. Someone or something was standing high above the rocky outcrop the cave was situated beneath, casting an oppressive shadow. I looked up and saw the dark silhouette of a person. With the bright backdrop of the sunset, it was hard to make out any features, but I could tell that whatever was standing there was not one of the local hominins. When it understood that I had seen it, it began climbing down, scurrying on all fours across the rocky surfaces. Frightened, I hurried inside the cave and quickly grabbed the makeshift door and pushed it into the opening to block it. The door was more like a plug, fashioned out of a large boulder and some wooden sticks and thatch. But before I had sealed the entrance completely, I looked out of the opening one last time, and that's when I laid my eyes clearly on them. There were 4 of them, walking slowly towards the opening from about 10 meters away, now fully upright. The sheer terror I felt at that moment is indescribable. They were all ghastly pale, their flesh smooth and spotless. They stood at probably 2 meters tall, and they had neither any body hair nor any reproductive organs or nipples. The word that comes to mind when describing them is embryonic. They were featureless. Featureless in all aspects except the most harrowing. They, all of them, had my face. They looked like me, hairless, sure, but still nearly identical. The foremost of them opened its mouth and stretched out its hand and said in perfect English, "You don't belong here." That was the last I saw of them before sealing the cave completely. I quickly reinforced the door plug with any rocks and boulders I could find in the cave, and so far it has been effective. I have now been here for God knows how long. I still have enough supplies to last me several days, and enough batteries to continually power my headlamp for at least another day or 2. But I hear them, they are outside. They haven't left me ever since that frightful evening. Sometimes they take breaks, but never long enough for me to deem it safe to leave this place. For all I know, it might be a trick to lure me out. It's only a matter of time before they break in. Their cries echo throughout the cavernous walls. This writing will be my only lasting legacy, therefore I hope I have provided sufficient detail to be of some use in some way or another. This is my punishment. These devils, I know what they are. They are my lack of hubris manifest. I foolishly thought the laws of time and space were mine to conquer. However, fate would not allow it, perhaps rightfully so. Oh, how terribly, terribly sorry I am. Patricia, I'm truly sorry. I should have listened. End of text, or well, not quite. The inscriptions continue beyond this, but they were of a different character. I won't reproduce the contents of the last wall, but I can tell you what it consisted of. The blueprints for Bill's machine and a plea to be saved. The power of time was now figuratively in the palm of my hand. I'm not saying I fully believe everything that was written, but on the off chance there may be some truth to it, I choose to keep this DIY recipe a secret. I walked over to the golden ring that adorned the cave floor and picked it up. It too was inscribed with the initials B and P. I pocketed it and asked Edward, "Where's his skeleton then?" "What do you mean?" he replied. "His bones. If he withered away in this cave, they should have been here." There are some bones here. Over there as well," he said and pointed across the cave. "I know, I saw them, but they don't make for a complete skeleton, do they?" I replied. "I suppose not." Edward acquiesced, aware of the implications. "This place is giving me the creeps." I spoke, suddenly getting an intense surge of paranoia. "What do you say we head back soon?" I whipped out my phone camera and took several pictures of the inscribed walls and artifacts within the cave. Both Eddie and I agreed it was time to head back to assess the situation and where we would go from here. We agreed also not to tell the rest of the excavation crew for the time being. I am sitting inside my tent now, an hour till midnight, and writing up this entry. In the time that passed since leaving the cave, and now I have meticulously examined the photos I took, but I dare not step inside that cave again. Something inside me desperately wants to seal it again, and I regret not doing so as I think we may have committed a grave mistake. About an hour ago, our field assistant Lila came to me in my tent, voicing her concern about something. When she described what had gotten her worried, my blood ran cold. She had asked about why there were concentric circles drawn in the sand all around our encampment. When I heard this, I rushed outside with my flashlight in hand, and I saw them with my own eyes. The whole crew was gathered outside, gawking at the strange markings. In the small crowd of anthropologists and excavators, I locked eyes with Edward, and without speaking a word, I knew what was on his mind. I fear we may have unknowingly unleashed something ancient, but how? There were no passages leading further into a deeper cave system that I could see. It was an enclosed chamber, albeit very dark and with many corners. Could it mean that whatever it is we have unleashed was inside the room with us this entire time? I shudder at the thought. I think it's best I finish up this entry now. There has been an increase in whispers and unrest in the camp this past hour, so I better tend to it and try to get this situation under control. Any tips or advice to make this make sense is appreciated. If what we discovered today really is true, which I am now more inclined to believe, then our common ancestors weren't alone all those millions of years ago, and it might possibly turn out that we aren't either. It was 10:31 when my phone buzzed. Emergency alert, do not enter underground structures such as basements. Stay above ground until the all clear. My husband looked up from his phone and stared at me. Did you just get a... Yeah, that's creepy, I said, glancing at the stairs. Our kid had fallen asleep for the night about an hour ago. What do you think's going on? I don't know, he replied. Could it be like a gas leak, radon or something? We'd had a radon pump in our basement since we moved here. Maybe there was some weird influx of it or something. I ran up the stairs to check on our 5-year-old daughter as Luke flicked on the TV. Grace was sleeping peacefully, her blanket wrapped around her. I made sure she was breathing, comfortable, totally fine before heading back downstairs. When I did, Luke was glued to the TV, which said the same thing. Black screen, pixelated white letters, blocky colors jittering along the top and bottom of the screen. Emergency alert, do not enter underground structures. Maybe we should get out of here, I said, but it's late and Grace has school tomorrow. Yeah, so we'll miss school, we can go to my mom's. Luke crossed his arms and stared at the TV. He then flicked to CNN and other news channels, but whatever was happening here must have been local, because it was just the same political drivel re-airing from earlier in the day. There was not a blip of the emergency alert anywhere except the local news channel. I pulled out my phone and did some Google searches. Nothing came up, so I shot off a text to Lacey, the mom of one of Grace's friends, who lived in the next development over. We'd only lived here since the school year started, so it's not like I had a whole network of people to ask. She didn't respond. I think we should go, I said, grabbing a duffel bag out of the closet. What about work? Don't you work remotely on Mondays anyway? Yeah, but I walked over to our basement door. The chain was latched. I hurried into the kitchen, opened the drawer, and pulled out some postal tape. What are you doing? If it's radon or something, I don't want that stuff all in our house, I said, crouching along the bottom and taping the crack under the door. I think they'd evacuate us if that were the case. I looked up at him as I yanked another long piece of tape off the roll. Okay, so what do you think it is? He shrugged. When I'd taped all the cracks, I brought the duffel bag upstairs, filled it with a few random outfits for me and Grace, along with my laptop and a few of her favorite dolls. Then I grabbed the cooler and loaded our leftover pasta and yogurts into it. Within 10 minutes, I was ready to go out the door. I'll pack up the car. Can you grab Grace? I asked. Luke went upstairs. I walked down the driveway, weighed down with bags. It was a chilly, clear night. Stars twinkled high above me. The street was exceedingly quiet. The tall, scraggly pines of the surrounding pine barren stretching up to the sky. I heard the echo of a dog barking somewhere. If everyone got the alert, wouldn't there be more people deciding to leave? I glanced at the house across the street. It was completely dark, except for the light above the garage that flicked on when I came out of the house. I opened the back hatch and threw our stuff in. Luke came out after, carrying Grace, wrapped in blankets. She blinked sleepily. I strapped her in. Luke grabbed some stuff, and then we were pulling out of the driveway on the road to my mom's house an hour away. She fell back asleep, I told Luke, watching her face flick into view with the light of the passing street lamps. Good. My phone buzzed. I reached for it. Emergency alert. Your phone's GPS indicates you are leaving city limits. We do not recommend evacuating. Please return home and stay above ground. What the? I whispered. What? Luke asked. There's another alert. It's saying it knows we're leaving. It's tracking our GPS, and it's telling us to stay. Luke glanced at my phone. Seriously? Yeah. That data's supposed to be private, he said, isn't it? I would think so, unless, I don't know, maybe there are some emergency protocols that allow the FBI to access it or something. We fell into uncomfortable silence. Luke clicked on the turn signal, switched lanes. You don't want me to turn around, right? He asked quietly. I glanced down at my phone. Number I don't. The highway was empty, not a single car in sight. That made me uneasy. Surely other people would be evacuating unless they were all actually obeying the second message. But who even trusts the government these days? I did another Google search. No results popped up. I refreshed over and over again. Wouldn't something be on the internet by now? We were 5 miles out of town now. I should be relieved. But I wasn't. I leaned against the window, the cold glass pressed against my forehead. The pine trees flashed by, skinny and tilted, then gave way to a charred, barren patch of forest. Both sides of the highway were burnt to the ground. I'd read somewhere that some pine cones only opened in extreme temperatures, like from a wildfire. Fires and regrowth were part of the cycle here, part of the ecosystem, in flux between death and rebirth like a phoenix. My phone buzzed. My heart dropped, but it wasn't an alert. It was a text from Lacey. Only 2 words. What alert? My fingers raced across the screen. Didn't you get an emergency alert saying to stay above ground? Number. Lacey didn't get an alert, I said. Luke paused. What if the alerts were only sent to our phones? I asked, my voice shaking. I glanced back at Grace, still peacefully asleep, head lolling softly with each bump of the car. Luke shook his head. That's crazy. No one can send messages like that, just the government or whatever. What if it's a trap? My voice shook harder. What if the only safe place was our basement? That's just your OCD talking, he said softly, empathetically. We're doing the right thing. There's something weird in town like a gas leak and we got out. That's obviously the safest thing to do. I stared out at the charred pines. There were a few that hadn't burned up, standing tall and stilted in the darkness. I stared out at them, wondering why they were spared. One of them moved. The car screeched to a stop. My body lurched forward, the seatbelt locked, keeping my head from hitting the dash. Sorry, that deer just darted. His voice died in his throat. We both stared at the lower legs of something illuminated in the headlights, thin and spindly, but definitely not a deer's. They ended in twisted toes, not hooves, and extended several feet up into the darkness. Silhouetted against the starry sky, beyond the reach of our headlights, I could see something. Something tall and spindly, skeletal, crisscrossing lines of bones or sticks or something else entirely. As I stared at it, as it stared at me, a wave of dizziness washed through me. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. axis, weight pressed down on my head, and immense pressure bearing down on me. Thwack. Something hit the side of the car with incredible force. The entire car rocked on its wheels. I screamed, thwack. A mess of lines, bones, sticks outside my window, empty air between them, the stars and the pines rippling strangely behind it. Luke stomped down on the accelerator. The car shot forward, we swerved around the thing, then past the burnt section of forest and continued down the dark, twisting highway. My phone buzzed. Emergency alert, all clear, please return home immediately. We got to my mom's house around midnight, a squat brick ranch on a residential road. I glanced warily at the pines behind her house, stretching up to the sky before picking up Grace and carrying her inside. Mom was sitting at the kitchen table waiting for us, her fingers wrapped against the mug in her hand. The entire house smelled like that familiar mix of coffee and dust. I started for the guest bedroom and then got a better idea. The ranch had a lower level that was half underground. It had been finished into an office, but there was a couch down there. I could have Grace sleep on the couch and we could sleep on the floor. Where are you going? Mom was standing behind me, eyebrow raised as I undid the chain lock to the basement floor. I think we're going to sleep down there. No, you're not. It's all dusty down there. I haven't cleaned for ages. There could even be mice and... We're sleeping down here. Those alerts were probably just a prank, she continued, or a glitch or something. Besides, you're like an hour away now. I'd only told my mom about the alerts. I didn't tell her about the thing in the woods. My mom was not a supernatural person. She'd definitely chalk it up to a trick of the light or something. Casper himself could be floating in front of her face and she'd call it a trick of the light. You're being ridiculous, she continued. You know, this reminds me of that time you taped up the door to the attic, remember? When the exterminator had found a bat up there, you were worried there were more, with rabies, and they could flatten themselves in through the cracks between the door and the ceiling and bite you while you were sleeping. You don't feel the bites when you're sleeping, I growled back. A lot of people have gotten rabies from bats in their houses, and they can squeeze through really tiny places. My point is, she interrupted, it's unsanitary down there. Grace was getting incredibly heavy in my arms. I glanced at Luke, who was just standing in the doorway wide-eyed like he'd walked in on a gunfight. Then I pulled the chain lock and yanked the door open. Kate, Mom said warningly. Halfway down the stairs, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I got Grace settled on the couch, then pulled it out. Emergency alert. Your phone's GPS indicates you have stopped in redacted New Jersey. Disobeying an emergency alert is a federal offense. Please return home and stay above ground. I lifted my phone to show Luke, who was coming down behind me. His face looked ghastly pale in the white light. Mom was right behind him and craned her neck to read the alert too. Oh, that's BS, she said. It's not a federal offense, it's a state offense, and that would be an evacuation order like for a hurricane or something. She shook her head. You know what this sounds like? One of those scammers. I got a call from someone claiming to be my grandson. It's not a scam, Luke interrupted without elaborating. Then he worked in silence, putting the blanket over Grace, getting her comfortable. I flicked on the light and checked for mouse droppings, but I didn't see any. I'll get the rest of our stuff, he said, leaving my mom and I alone. Her expression softened as she looked down at Grace, at her perfectly cherubic little face. Do you need anything else? No, I don't think so. She nodded and went back upstairs. I glanced around. The office stuff was in the leftmost corner, the desk covered with papers and a single photo of my dad. He'd been gone 7 years now, and it seemed like every year more and more of his stuff got tucked away, moved downstairs, shoved into storage. I swallowed down the feeling and glanced around the rest of the room. The door next to the desk led to the unfinished storage area. On the other end of the basement was a sliding glass door that led out into the backyard. I didn't like that at all. We were technically underground where we stood, but the rightmost corner with the door was above ground. Did that mean we were still vulnerable? Those things couldn't fit through a glass door, I thought, but they couldn't fit through a normal door either, and apparently we wouldn't have been safe in our own home. I stared out the glass door, afraid I might see one of them out there. Maybe this was a bad idea to stay here. We were an hour away, sure, but the pines were still right at our door. Not officially the Pine Barrens, but the surrounding Pinelands ecosystem, which was almost the same thing. If those things came from the Barrens, they were only in the burned areas, I reminded myself. I imagined a pine cone spiraling in midair, petals opening as fire raged around it, and skeletons made of sticks prying their way out of the thing, creeping along the ground, stretching and growing towards the sky. Were there any maps of the burned areas? I pulled up Google Maps, looking for the blackened areas, but the information would be out of date, wouldn't it? My phone buzzed. I expected another alert, but it was a text from Lacey instead. My friend Rochelle got the same alert you did, BTW, it read. Super weird. My heart dropped. Did Rochelle, whoever she was, listen to it? Tell her not to listen to the alert. I started typing, it's a trap. Then I realized how unhinged that sounded. I didn't even know Lacey that well. I thought for a second, then typed a new message. Can you give me her number? I want to ask her about it. Pretty weird that it targeted both of us, no one else. Sure, let me ask her, was the reply. As I waited, Luke came back down the stairs, carrying our stuff, computer cords and stuffies nearly falling out of his arms. Someone else got the alert, I whispered, one of Lacey's friends. Really? Yeah, I asked for her number. A minute later, the number came in. I dialed it immediately. On the third ring, she picked up. Hello? Hi, this is Kate, Lacey's friend. I started awkwardly. We got the emergency alert too, but we think it's a trap. There's something off about it. A pause. But it came from the government, she replied. How could it be a trap? It seems like no one else is getting it. When alerts are sent out like that, they're sent to all the phones in a certain location. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know, it's weird. Another pause. Well, we were just about to go to bed here, so I'd better go. Wait, I think the basement is safe and everywhere else isn't, I said quickly. I think someone's trying to lure people into staying above ground. Okay, maybe, she said unconvincingly. Look, I gotta go, sorry. A few seconds later, the call ended. Well, crap. She didn't believe me, I said, looking up at Luke, my lip trembling. She and her kids and her family, they're all going to... You tried, he said, wrapping his arms around me. That's the best you can do. I couldn't help it. I cried as we lay a blanket on the floor, got ready to sleep next to Grace. I looked down at her perfect little face, and then Luke and I snuggled under the blankets together. Hey, kiddo. I woke up with a start. For a second, I thought I was in my own bed, but then the roughness of the carpet, the aching in my back, brought me back to reality. My father's voice, rough and warm, lingered from the dream. I could almost feel his arms around me, the summer sunlight beating down on us as we played at the creek behind the house. I rolled over to check on Grace. Her eyes were wide open. She was staring behind me at the sliding glass door. Slowly, she raised a hand and pointed over my shoulder. I turned around. There was something twisting and turning, contorting itself, trying to get in through the sliding glass door like a dog through a cat door. It did it silently, except for a low clicking sound like the popping of joints. All the blood drained from my face. Dark, sinewy legs like spider legs, twisting and turning in the moonlight, squeezing itself ever so slowly through the hole it made. I now saw the shattered glass scattering the floor. I grabbed Luke and shook him. Luke. The thing fell still. I couldn't see eyes or a face, but I felt it in my gut. It was staring at me. Dizziness swept over me. I stumbled forward, losing my balance. It was like I was standing on the deck of a boat. The ground seemed to shift and tilt underneath me. I just wanted to lie down until the world stopped turning. No, I screamed internally. You can't let that thing get Grace. I glanced around the room, looking for something that could be used as a weapon. Anything. Go in there, I said to Grace, pointing to the storage room, or at least I thought I was. Everything was tilting and moving around me. Go, hide. I stumbled forward, but all the colors were bleeding together now. Everything was hazy as a dream. My father was standing in front of me, standing there in the basement, but his face was all wrong. His eye drooped out of his socket, like something had squeezed his skull. His grin was crooked. Hey kiddo, he said in a voice that sounded off-key. Nausea filled me. I started vomiting. Warm liquid down my shirt, splashing on my feet. My dad, not dad, stood tilted, like gravity had suddenly changed. One arm was too long and hung limply from its socket. I miss you so much. Stop, I sobbed. Please stop. Come with me, we can be a family again. Stop. I never got to meet Grace. Wouldn't it be so wonderful for me to finally meet her? The world tilted and shifted. I stared at my father, his left eye drooping like jelly, his crooked smile, his gaunt face, his limp arms. I opened my mouth. Hot pain shot up my shoulder. I fell to my knees instantly. I tried to cry out to say stop again, to tell Grace to run for her life, but all that came out was a scream of pain, and another, and another. When I finally opened my eyes, the world had stopped tilting. Luke was dragging me across the floor, back from the glass door. Grace was peeking out of the storage area, terrified. I touched my shoulder, stinging with pain. My fingers came away red. It bit me. I'm dying. What? My phone began to ring. Shaking all over, I reached into my pocket and pulled it out. It recognized the number. It was Rochelle. You're right, she said breathlessly. No preamble. What? I asked, my voice hoarse. About the alert, my husband, he has some friends who work with cell phones and stuff, and she took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. voice. They traced the signal. It's not coming from the government or the town hall or whatever. I chewed my lip, held my breath. It's coming from the middle of the woods. The hospital was mostly empty, quiet, dark. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the walls were a sickly shade of seafoam green. The doctor, a tall thin man in his 60s, didn't seem to believe my story, but he admitted me for observation anyway. My mom was staying at her friend's house with Grace, in their non-walkout basement. I didn't want to leave her. I wanted her right here with me, but the hospital was above ground, and someone needed to treat my wound before I bled to death. Luke left me for a moment to use the bathroom. I closed my eyes, not intending to sleep, but I was so tired and the bite was now only a dull, throbbing pain. I drifted in and out of consciousness until I heard two voices in the room. I snapped my eyes open for a moment to see the doctor and a nurse hovering over me. They were talking softly to each other, looking concerned. I quickly shut my eyes again, pretending to be asleep. I caught a snatch of their conversation. "It's just like that man," the nurse whispered. "The one that was admitted last night, John something." A pause. "I know. What do you think this is?" "I don't know, Rita. I really don't. Do you think we should give her diazepam preventatively?" the nurse asked. "The other one, he screamed so much." "The family will ask questions. There's no reason for her to be on diazepam for an animal bite. They'll ask questions when she's dead too," the nurse snapped back. "The least we can do is make her comfortable." "Shh. Oh crap." I didn't open my eyes, but I jumped when the nurse said dead. I now could feel both of them looking at me, their eyes boring through my closed lids. "Let's talk somewhere else," the doctor said. Hurried footsteps on tile, and then nothing. I opened my eyes. I'm going to die. I don't know how long I lay there, wallowing in my own misery, but footsteps jolted me awake. Luke was walking back in. "How's the pain now?" "Bad." I told him what I'd overheard, my voice quavering. "That doesn't mean anything," he said, but I could hear the concern in his voice. "We're going to get out of here and everything's going to go back to normal. The mayor or whatever will release some statement about a faulty alert system and..." "Stop." He looked at me warily, but shut up. The two of us sat in silence. A few times Luke opened his mouth, looking like he was going to say something, but then quickly shut it again. Footsteps pattered by outside in the hallway. The tinny sounds of the TV droned on in the corner. "I'm going to call Rochelle," I told him. The line rang 3 times before she picked up. I told her everything, about the bite, about the things I saw. I was afraid of sounding crazy, but when I'd finally finished, she sounded like she was crying on the other side. "I saw my baby," she said in a low tone, barely above a whisper. I had a miscarriage at 14 weeks, and I saw this little basket with a tiny pink thing bundled up inside. And I heard her cry. Her voice broke. I knew it wasn't real, but I still went toward it, before Ravi pulled me back. "I'm so sorry," I said, the phone trembling in my hands. "Thank you. But it didn't hurt you, right? Bite you, claw you?" "No, I don't think so." The silence stretched out between us. "So what do we do?" I asked. "Just run from it forever?" "I've been talking to someone who knows about this more than we do," she replied. "Maybe I should come see you. What hospital are you at?" She told me she'd be there in an hour. Rochelle was a short, thin woman with brown skin and thick frame glasses. She wore a t-shirt with some sort of video game reference on it and faded jeans. As she hurried in, she was wringing her hands, twisting them over and over again. Following after her was a woman in her 50s. Her salt and pepper hair was cropped short, and her skin was deathly pale, like she'd never seen the sun. "This is Jamie," Rochelle said, gesturing to the older woman. "She's a professor and specializes in this kind of stuff. I've been talking to her for the past few hours and she wanted to see you." "This kind of stuff?" The woman abruptly sat down and leaned in towards me, like I was some kind of specimen she was eager to examine. "You know what's going on here?" I asked as she stared at my shoulder in a way that made me extremely uncomfortable. "Yes, sort of. Have you ever heard of something called speculative evolution?" No, I replied. "Okay, it's reconstructing what kinds of creatures would evolve under different circumstances. Maybe an amphibian would evolve to have wings like a bat, for example, if insects didn't hover around ponds. You see what I mean?" I guess. No. "We also try to construct what animals might look like millions of years from now, or humans. What kind of things will evolve under the pressure of modern humanity, modern technology? There's already some of it happening. The bed bugs in New York City are hundreds of times more resistant to pesticides than the ones in Florida are. Deer are more skittish than they were 10 years ago because cars kept hitting them." Okay, I had no idea where she was going with this. "You haven't seen that image of what humans would look like if they were evolved to survive car crashes? The man has like no neck and lots of fat to cushion the impact." No. Okay, she shook her head. The point is, some people in this field believe that at some point, creatures would evolve abilities that mimic technology, like birds that look like drones, or bats that can sense electromagnetic fields. Who's to say this thing that you and Richelle have described hasn't evolved the ability to send out radio signals, hack our entire mobile system? That's ridiculous, Luke interjected. So what, this creature's like texting in English? No, nothing like that. States, local governments, they often have pre-programmed emergency messages, like a protocol for hurricanes, earthquakes, nuclear threats, etc. This thing, it just hacked a signal to send a particular protocol. Same thing with Richelle, she said, looking sympathetically at her. We're all sending little electromagnetic signals in our brains all the time. Neural impulses, sharks, 400 million year old living fossils can detect them. These things, they can hack them. So when I saw my dad, I glanced at Luke. That thing was hacking my brain signals. Jamie nodded. It's a little more complicated than that. I believe this thing sends out a chemical in the air too, at close range, that messes with some neurotransmitters. But essentially, yes. Okay, but why is the basement safe then? Because it's too big to get down there? Luke asked. I'm glad you asked, Jamie replied with a big victorious smile on her face, like she was just about to tell us the secret to the universe. They chose that emergency protocol with the basement because their abilities don't work if you're underground, just how your phone reception goes out when you're underground. A heavy silence filled the room. Luke and I looked at each other. For one, this sounded pretty out there, conspiracy theory level stuff, more unbelievable than Roswell. On the other hand, nothing I'd experienced in the past 24 hours made sense. How do you know all this? I asked. This isn't the first time this has happened, she replied, her face grim. Almost 10 years ago, the same thing happened out by Woodland, on the border of Wharton State Forest. I studied it then too, but there weren't as many of them. Okay, but the text didn't get sent to everyone, Luke said. Only us and Richelle so far that we know of. Right, so these things, I call them stick men by the way, they only target people with overactive imaginations, people who send out really clear, strong brain signals. It's easier for them to find you, and it's easier for them to hack your brain. They're not actually producing the image you see of your deceased loved ones or whatever. They're just knocking it loose from your memory, from something you've imagined. If you've imagined your kid dying 1,000 times because you have anxiety or OCD, that makes it all the easier for them to use it against you and lure you in. And of course, there's more for them to eat. More for them to eat? Yeah, they eat brains. I mentioned that, didn't I? More awkward, heavy, suffocating silence. Kate said she heard the doctor saying she's going to die, he said in a soft voice. Is that true? Jamie glanced at me but stayed silent. Richella jumped in, her voice full of heartache. Jamie told me once it bites you, it's linked to you, it will follow you and end you. It'll show you your worst nightmares first, Jamie interjected, absolutely unable to read the room. Show you everything you fear. But when it starts showing you yourself in these waking nightmares, that usually means you only have a day left. I swallowed a wave of nausea. Then I started getting out of the hospital bed. I needed to get out of here. Away from Jamie's stare, Luke's concern. Just a moment of silence. Maybe I get a Coke from the vending machine. Not even a diet one. I hadn't had a full sugar one in ages. I tried to keep out the memory of my dad before me in my mom's basement. I had imagined him saying those exact words. When I was at my lowest point years ago, when a flicker of suicide showed itself in an ocean of postpartum depression, and that guy, the stick man or whatever, had used it against me. Another wave of nausea. I pushed towards the door. Wait, Richelle said, standing up, reaching for my arm. I'll be right back, I snapped. I made my way down the empty hospital hallway. Beeping machines, echoey footsteps in the distance. Tears pricked my eyes. I kept going, making a left, then a right, following the signs for the vending machines. My feet shuffled along the ground, taking me there slowly, ever so slowly. Kate, stop. I turned to see Luke coming after me. He stopped 6 feet away, trying to give me space. I just need a minute, I replied, my voice shaky. No, it's not that. Your mom just texted me and we have to go, Grace. His voice broke. My heart broke with it. What happened? She fell, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. She's not conscious. They're rushing her to the hospital. To the hospital? You mean here? They're taking her here? I asked frantically. "They're taking her to the hospital," he repeated. Something twinged inside me. That doesn't make sense. That's not an answer. I looked down, number on the floor, something black, slick and wet on the green linoleum floor. A tendril like a long umbilical cord attached to Luke's foot and leading down the hallway. I felt dizzy. The world started to tilt. Kate. I turned around to see Luke behind me, frozen, eyes wide. I looked back. Other Luke was no longer standing there. It was me. I was staring at my own face. I wish I could say it looked different, one eye popping out, skin all blistered and pink, but it wasn't. It looked exactly like me, like looking in a mirror. I looked down. Other me was holding a pillow. She held my gaze for a second, then looked down at the floor. I followed her gaze. Grace was lying at my feet, eyes closed, hands resting neatly under her head, fast asleep. No, no, no. I knew this intrusive thought. I knew how it ended. It's not real. It's not real. I turned and ran back down the hallway, reaching for Luke's hand, rustling behind me. I couldn't look back. I couldn't. Luke pulled me into the room and I followed, breathless. "We have to get underground. It's here." Richella and Jamie looked at me. Then they looked at the floor. For a second, I thought I was going to see my worst nightmare, but instead, I looked down to see blood dripping off my arm, seeping through my shirt, traveling in wet, soaky rivulets, dripping to the floor. Drip, drip, drip. Jamie shot up and walked over to me. Gently, she pushed back the cloth of my shirt, exposing the wound on my shoulder. "Necrotic tissue," she whispered. She shook her head sadly. "It's begun." "I can't die. I can't." My shoulder pulsed with pain. I continued running down the hall towards the big red exit sign. The hospital hadn't released me. "Stop," Luke begged, catching up with me. But I forced myself to run faster, despite the pain. I wasn't going to just sit in the hospital room and wait to die. Obviously, from what the doctor said, that's what happened to the last one. I was going to get underground. Maybe I would have to stay there forever, or until they found a way to kill these things. I would not leave Grace without a mother. I wanted more than anything to go to her, hug her, tell her I loved her. But maybe that thing could follow me even into a basement. I didn't think so, but I couldn't risk it. The best thing I could do was get underground, buy time. Grace was as safe as she could be with my mom underground. I ran towards the exit. The red sign glowed brightly in the darkness of the hallway. One of the lights flickered overhead. My bare feet slapped against the floor. The floor felt sharp. I kept running, but it didn't seem like I was getting any closer to the exit sign. What the? I glanced back. Luke wasn't following me anymore, nor Rochelle or Jamie. The hallway extended behind me, stretching back into the darkness infinitely. I kept running. The exit door was open now, still so far away. A stiff breeze blew in, ruffling through my hair. It smelled of pine and wood and decay. Keep running. The ground was so rough under my feet. The air was so cold. The lights above me flickered wildly. The door didn't get any closer, no matter how fast I sprinted. A few leaves swirled by outside in the darkness. Keep running. The lights above me flickered out, and then I wasn't in the hospital anymore. I was in the middle of the woods. Pine trees stretched up into the darkness. The sand littered with sharp sticks and rocks bit into the bare soles of my feet. Silence rang in my ears except for a light fluttering sound somewhere in the darkness. No, it tricked me. I wheeled around. I didn't see any lights, any break in the trees. How deep in the barrens am I? How long have I been running? The darkness closed in, suffocating me. I felt my pockets, no phone, no way to call for help, no way to know where I am. I sucked in a breath, ready to scream into the darkness. But that would draw the stickmen to me, wouldn't it? Or did it not matter? Did they already know where I was? I looked up at the stars, at the slices of sky poking through the pines. I tried to identify them. Is that Cassiopeia? But I didn't know anything about how to tell directions from the stars. Besides, the pines blocked out most of the sky anyway. No, wait, that's not the way to do this. I ran in here. My legs didn't feel that sore, even though it must have distorted time. I'd only felt like I was running for a minute. If I'd run 10 miles into the barrens, I'd know. I just needed to figure out what direction I'd come from. I wheeled around, trying to look for footprints, flattened vegetation, any sign of where I'd come from. But it was pitch dark out, and I didn't have any source of light. There was moonlight, enough to see so that I didn't smack into a tree, but not enough to look for footprints in the sand. I stared at the trees, but the branches were up too high and too thin to support my weight. I couldn't climb them to get a better vantage point. I ransacked my pockets again, nothing. So I started off in a random direction, sticks stabbed at my feet, pebbles rolled underneath my toes. I kept walking forward, trying to keep a straight line. The Pine Barrens is 1,000,000 acres, but an acre wasn't that many square miles. I remembered that from somewhere. I tried to focus focus on doing the math. If I was in the center and walked in a random direction, how long would it take me to get to the edge? 5 hours? 10? More than that? And of course I'd heard the stories. Even without the stickmen, the pine barrens were deadly enough. Carnivorous plants, rattlesnakes, and a way of turning people around. It was easy to get lost in the infinite pines. I thought of Grace, Luke telling her I was gone, her crying, melting down. She needed me. Maybe years ago at that low point in my life right after Grace was born, I wouldn't have been quite so panicked at the thought of dying. But I was panicking now. I picked up the pace. Sticks stabbed at my feet harder. I tried to keep a straight line, but it was so hard in the dark, and for all I knew, I was just walking deeper and deeper into the barrens. Then I saw it. A clearing. My heart soared. That must be where I came from. It was one of the burned areas. The fire had hollowed out a large clearing. It was lit in silver tones by the nearly full moon, no longer obscured. Some pines still stood, completely bare of needles, skeletal and black. Ash blackened the pale sand beneath, the color of bone. A few pine saplings poked through the destruction, only inches tall. It was deathly silent. I'm never gonna get out of here. I looked up at the blackened pines, stretching up to the sky like fingers. Snap. I whirled around. Someone was standing at the edge of the trees, painted in all tones of gray from the moonlight, barely visible among the trees. I took off into a run, but in my panic I tripped. It felt like it was in slow motion. The sandy, ashy ground rose up to meet me. Pain shot up my arms. My shoulders screamed in pain. Sticks scraped my cheek. Snap, snap, snap. I scrambled up to see myself standing there, arms hanging limply at my sides, hair grazing my shoulders. "Let me go," I screamed. My voice echoed and died into the forest. She stepped closer. I could hear too a wet smacking sound. There was another slimy black appendage attached to her feet, controlling her like she was a puppet. She canted her head at me and her lips split into an unnatural grin. I turned and tried to run again. An intense wave of dizziness hit me. The ground tilted, heaviness pressed down on my head. My stomach lurched and I was vomiting, stumbling, tripping in my own puddle of vomit. "Stop," I croaked. I was lying on my back, warm, wet vomit soaking through the back of my shirt. Twisted black appendages were filling up the corners of my vision, melting in with the twisted black pines stretching up to the sky. The stars above me looked like shooting stars, moving across the sky with how dizzy I was. The sky was replaced with my own face. Her hair hung onto my face, sticking to the sweat and the vomit. Her lips curled into a smile, and then her mouth began to open, wider, 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 rows of sharp teeth like a lamprey's descending into the darkness of her throat. I tried to push it off, but my hands met slime. I was pinned by the creature, one of the stick men. It was only her disembodied head hovering over me, attached to a tangled black mess of creature. "They eat brains," Jamie's voice echoed in my head as the teeth loomed closer. So close I couldn't see any of the barrens anymore. Grace. What's she going to do without me? She'll never recover. Her entire life will be ruined. I can't. I'm so sorry. And then I realized the stickmen were attracted to brain signals. What if I'd done something I'd never done before? What if I just stopped thinking? I closed my eyes, ignored the warm, rotting breath on my face, ignored the slime seeping through my shirt, ignored thoughts of Grace. I used every last bit of my willpower to stop thinking. Nothing. A void. Non-existence. A clicking sound came from above me. The creature began to shift its weight. I continued thinking about nothing. Absolutely nothing. The creature pulled itself off me. When I opened an eye, it no longer wore my head. It was twisting and turning, making clicking sounds, lifting some of its appendages in the air, as if confused, as if it thought I'd escaped and it was trying to sense me out again. I lay there in the dark, burnt forest, thinking of nothing for seconds, minutes, hours. It was the hardest thing I had ever done, pushing away thoughts of Grace, of my future, of hers, pushing it all out and being empty. When the sun began to rise, I pulled myself up. The burnt forest was bathed in the pink hues of dawn. My skin was covered in vomit and black slime. My shoulders still throbbed with pain, and there was no sign of the stickmen. It took me another few hours, but in the daylight I was able to find my way back. After walking around in circles for a while, I caught a glimpse of a road through the trees. I'd apparently fled the hospital and run a half-mile into the pine barrens across the street. Luke and hospital staff were looking for me all night. I was reunited with Grace, and it was the happiest day of my life. I think the stickman is still linked to me. We've been spending our nights in the basement where we've been totally safe. Richelli, Jamie, and I have been working together to figure out how to kill it for good. Some guy online from the incident 10 years ago claims drowning them works. But for now, now, I am content to be home and be safe, even if it isn't forever and a million bad things are waiting to happen. The man walked in at 2 a.m., dragging something black behind him. The way it moved didn't sit right, neither did he. The receptionist felt it immediately. It was the way he walked, stiff and uneven, like a scarecrow with one leg shorter than the other. He hid greasy blonde hair beneath a 10-gallon hat, spurs clicking as he moved. I watched the security footage later. His lips were white and thin, his teeth crooked, his mouth twisted into a half smile like he was seconds from laughter. He was dragging a massive black Rottweiler. The dog resisted, back paws sliding across the floor. The camera didn't pick up sound, but later the two gals at reception told me what he said. He's acting possessed. They handed him intake forms. He hobbled back to a bench. I watched through the camera lens as another client holding a cat carrier slid away from him. I looked up his paperwork. The address led to some warehouse out in the scrublands 3 states away. The name seemed fake too. Keaton, no records, no online presence. It didn't seem to fit him, but the dog's name, Mutt. That was the only detail I believed. You might wonder why I checked. It's not standard protocol. I don't usually do this, but the events of the last few nights led me to my search. When he handed the paperwork back, he sat down again, dragging the dog with him like a sack of flour. He leaned against the wall, arms folded, eyes fixed ahead. He moved like a corpse propped upright. His dog didn't move much either. It sat there, waiting. We see a lot of characters here, some aggressive, some kind. But this man, something about him was wrong in a way I can't articulate. I stepped into the lobby to bring him into an exam room. It took him a second to register me, like he was in a trance. And then the smell hit me. Stale cigarettes, gas fumes, and beneath that, something worse. A rotten, greasy stench that clung to the air. The dog sat still, vacant, a husk. It was like someone had lobotomized it. As it stood there, drool began dripping from its mouth, pooling on the floor. I introduced myself and got to work. So, what's going on with Mutt today? Keaton didn't answer right away. His eyes drifted to the ceiling, like he was staring at something that fluttered in the air above us. Oh, he ain't acting right, he ain't been eating much. This is usually where clients start rambling. Some could go on for hours if you let them. He had decided he'd given me enough information. He sat staring at the ceiling through those dirty locks of hair. When I knelt to take the dog's heart rate, the second my fingers touched its skin, a wrongness crawled into me. That tingle before lightning strikes. That creeping dread when something awful is about to happen. The vitals were normal, the heart rate, breathing, but its skin was cold, and its temperature was 97 degrees, lower than we like. I checked its skin, seeing how dehydrated it was, but when I peeled back its loose lips to check its gums, I felt a jolt of unease, like I was too close to something I shouldn't be. The gums were pale, the pupils locked onto me, dilated. That feeling of unease was sickening. "Don't turn your back on him," the man said. I paused mid-turn. "Excuse me?" "If you're gonna walk from him, do it facing. Otherwise, something bad might happen." I exhaled, irritated. He'd watched me get close to the dog, lean in, take its temperature, listen to its heart rate. Yet now was the time he decided to warn me it was aggressive. I liked this situation less and less. The man, the dog, the way this whole situation ached in my gut. I backed away, facing the dog. It watched me like I was prey, like I was meat. A few moments later, our on-site emergency veterinarian, Dr. Harcum, came in. Old school, no nonsense. He and Keaton exchanged few words. The vet recommended blood work and an overnight stay with an IV fluid drip. The dog needed warming up too. Keaton never lost that dumb smile, that half-cocked grin, like something was hilarious, but he nodded, accepted the treatment plan. We went to take the dog into the back treatment area. I slipped a muzzle on, of course, and that's when I noticed how the dog refused to walk. The owner had dragged it behind him earlier, but now it wasn't acting lethargic. I could see in its eyes it was choosing not to move. It was being obstinate. I had a larger male staff member, Ryan, carry the dog for me. As he picked it up, he glanced at me. We didn't exchange words, but I knew he felt it too. Not only the dog. The air itself seemed to hum with an unearthly feeling. When we went to draw blood from its jugular, it didn't even react. Ryan held the dog steady, hands firm on either side of its head, jaws up. The needle slipped in, the syringe filled, the blood felt lukewarm. It didn't feel like it had just been pumping through a live body. I ran it through the machines and it confirmed mild dehydration with some elevated lipase values indicating mild pancreatitis. We placed it in a heated kennel, tucked it under blankets, and hooked up the IV catheter. Keaton was gone, but relief was fleeting. Mutt remained, and with him came something unseen, a presence thick as fog, pressing in from all sides. That was 3 days ago. That night was quiet, rare for an emergency hospital. We had another dog kennel 2 spaces down from the Rottweiler. It was a cattle dog that had undergone emergency laparotomy. It had been doing fine, normal vitals, good appetite, responsive. 2 hours later, I crossed into the back animal ward to check on it. The cattle dog was dead. It had torn open its own incision. The cone lay discarded. It hadn't just licked or nibbled, it had utterly and completely dismantled itself. Even when coils of intestine unfurled from its abdomen, it kept biting at those guts. The dog had attacked his own innards as if they were coiled vipers waiting to lunge. The dog was in a wet slump, head limp against the floor. The blood ran in bright ribbons, swirling toward the kennel drain behind him. I heard the gentle slurp of the blood sucking down the drain. The kennel was a bloodbath. It streaked the walls, spattered the ceiling. His intestines had leaked a mixture of bile and digested sludge. The cattle dog's eyes were vacant orbs, glistening in the light. I stood still for a moment, taking in the horror, the scope of this violence. And 2 kennels down sat Mutt, eyes focused on my task, no expression on his stoic face. Fluid drip running, heater humming. There was only the sound of the blood in the pipes. Mutt didn't pant, he didn't whine. His eyes reflected the fluorescent light, and for one sickening second, they looked almost human. Dr. Harcum made the call, but I heard every word, every choked sob through the thin walls of our office. The owner didn't cry, they wailed. I'd seen plenty of death in this job, but this was different. This wasn't bad luck. Something else had its hands in this. The mood in the hospital shifted palpably. In all my years, I'd never seen a dog unzip itself like a gym bag and spill out its intestines. His eyes followed every movement, the bloody towels, the mop buckets, the cattle dog-sized body bag, zip-tied and labeled. That night was quiet, but it didn't feel like a break. I imagined I was in a field staring at thunderheads form like warships in the distant sky. That feeling was the promise of something worse to come. At some point, hours after the cattle dog's death, I heard the steady beeping of a monitor from the kennel ward. It was the 4th pump hooked up to Mutt. I didn't want to go over there, but I did. I brought Ryan. We slipped the muzzle over Mutt's head. He didn't resist, didn't flinch. He let it happen. His eyes followed the movement of our hands as we buckled it behind his head. Only his eyes moved. 2 dark orbs. He was digesting the scene around him. It felt like he was learning and listening. The dog had kinked the IV line beneath its paw. We moved it aside, smoothed it out. That should have been it. A simple fix. But as we turned to leave, the light above his kennel flickered. At first, we saw a slight flicker. It was barely noticeable, then it sputtered, dimmed, and cut out completely. The kennel dropped into shadow. Ryan and I froze. The only light now was a faint glow from the hallway behind us. We exchanged a glance. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us wanted to acknowledge what we were feeling. The air in the room changed, heavy, buzzing, like the static before a storm. Then the 2 tube lights above Mutt's kennel flared so bright it hurt to look at them. A pop, then a sizzle, and they died. Everything was silent. Ryan's back was to Mutt. Mutt lunged. It was a surge of violence, even with the muzzle strapped tight. A blur of black as Mutt's body lunged forward. The muzzled face rammed against Ryan's side, smashing into him again and again. Ryan screamed. The dog was silent except for the mechanical snapping of his jaws, working beneath the muzzle. Spittle flying. Ryan twisted, trying to stand, but the sudden attack had taken him off guard. I reacted without thinking, threw open the kennel door. Mutt rammed into Ryan again, harder this time. The sheer force knocked him off balance. Ryan writhed around to grab at Mutt. The moment he faced Mutt, the dog stilled. It stood there motionless, bathed in the new darkness. Something was wrong with this dog, not neurologically. It was something so much deeper. I sensed the calculating intelligence of a predator, but it felt much more malignant than that, like a cancerous tumor spreading quietly beneath the surface of your skin. Ryan and I trembled, shaken to the core. Later, he revealed a bruise under his ribs, a deep bloom of violet spreading like a rose beneath his skin. Neither of us spoke about it. The rest of the night passed without incident. I focused on my other cases for the night. I worked with a Chihuahua hacking through pneumonia, a Persian cat with seizures, and a tabby cat with proprioceptive issues in its forelimbs. I went through the motions, but my mind was elsewhere. Ryan seemed dazed, like something fresh had broken inside of him. It wasn't the shock, or the trauma, or the fear. It was more profound than that. I left left for the night still unsettled. Ryan didn't even wave goodbye when I passed by. I chain smoked cigarettes in my car before driving home, flicked the butts out the window and watched them sail onto the asphalt. My hands were shaking the entire ride, and when I finally collapsed into bed, I pulled my pistol out of my purse and slipped it under my pillow. And as the sun crept over the horizon, my dreams were wrong. I dreamed of a black face snarling in the dark, leaning in, sniffing, eyes like hollow pits, endless swirling galaxies within. I felt the faraway sting of teeth sinking into my flesh. Not a bite, not an attack, but a slow, deliberate pressure, easing into my skin. When I woke, my sheets were damp with sweat. When I came in for my shift that night, I felt a deep sense of disappointment the second I walked past Mutt's kennel. He was still there, heater purring, eyes following. The lights above his kennel were still blown out. The ones beside them had started to flicker. Ryan called out sick, said he'd been throwing up since the night before. I had a feeling there was more to the story, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I shot him a text wishing him well. He read it, yet he didn't reply. And that sinister, eerie man who called himself Keaton, his phone went straight to dial tone when we tried calling for a case update. He wasn't coming back. He'd paid half his bill up front in crisp old $100 bills. We weren't getting the other half. The night was busier. I told my manager we shouldn't put any other dogs in that ward, but we didn't have a choice. Our small animal ward was on the other side of the building, but for the larger dogs, they had to go there. We admitted a Great Dane with liver disease. There was nowhere else to put him, so I placed him in the kennel farthest from Mutt, 2 down from the cattle dog that had ripped itself apart. When I went back to check on them 10 minutes later, I stopped cold. Mutt's kennel was wide open. The latch was undone. The door swung open. He wasn't on fluids anymore. Someone must have taken him off. There was no beeping fluid pump, and there was no sign of how the door had opened by itself. This part of the facility was desolate this time of night. Mutt was sitting right at the threshold, slack-jawed and unblinking. I shut the kennel, latched it, and then I left the room. I returned with 2 plates of food. Immediately I felt nauseous. The kennel was wide open again. I hadn't heard a sound, hadn't seen the door move. The only way to unlatch these kennels is with hands, with opposable thumbs. I was certain no one had been back here while I grabbed the cans of food. I slammed it shut again, this time locking it with a makeshift carabiner clip. I slid 1 plate of food under each kennel. I gave low-fat wet food for the Dane and critical care wet food for Mutt. I was walking away when I heard it, a sound that froze me. Not a growl, not a whine. It sounded like someone trying to speak while gargling a mouthful of water, like a deep male voice gargling on words before spitting them out. It was the sound of a dog trying to talk. I turned. Mutt sat there, silent now. Something tingled in the air, a musical conductor guiding along an orchestra, because to my right the Dane had begun to cry. The Dane was the one making these ungodly noises. The Dane's plate of food lay spilled across the kennel floor. His hackles folded back. The Dane backpedaled until its body pressed against the far wall. I watched the Dane's gaze flicker up toward the ceiling. It became immediately apparent to me that the dog was feeling something, a deeply instinctual and inexplicable something. I knew it was feeling that way because I felt it too. When I reached for the kennel door, the crying stopped. The Dane's body trembled, then his whimpering changed. It deepened into a low, eerie sound like a tornado siren, changing in pitch and tone, high to low. Without warning, it stopped altogether. The dog went still, too still, gathering itself back to a normal pose. Then, all at once, the Dane began attacking his own leg. Not chewing, not licking, ripping, breaking. These were deep, pulverizing bites. Bone audibly cracked in the echo of the cavernous hallway. Blood spattered the kennel floor. It wasn't a dog in pain. It wasn't a dog in distress. It was something else. This dog was destroying itself with purpose. I couldn't go in there. If I did, he'd likely redirect this aggression onto me. He would send me to the hospital if I tried to intervene. I turned and ran, shouting for help as I sprinted through the clinic. Dr. Harcum and 2 other techs, Angie and Denise, came rushing out of an exam room, the hallway filling with the sound of my frantic screaming. I grabbed a rabies catch pole and beat them back to the kennels. The Dane was still biting, not a rabid and frothing frenzy, but instead an oddly calm and intentional one. The flesh of its leg hung in shredded tatters, tendon, and the suggestion of bone beneath. Blood spurted like pulsing shots from a water gun in rhythm with its heartbeats. I slipped open the kennel door and looped the catch pole around its neck, tightening it hard. In a wrenching movement, I maneuvered its head enough to stop it from lunging at its own body. It snapped at the air, frantic, without even a hint of pain or emotion behind it. Then it latched onto the metal pole, not out of panic, not out of rage, out of a bizarre corruption of instinct. The sound was unbearable, teeth breaking against metal, splintering, shattering. The flesh of its leg was gone, a ragged mess of meat exposed to the air that flapped as it chewed at the metal. I saw part of a fractured canine fall out of its mouth. The catchpole was bloody, dented, but holding firm, withstanding each powerful bite directed at it. The dog was weakening by the time Dr. Harcum arrived, slumping over in the drenched puddle of its own blood. By the time we managed to inject a sedative, it was too late. The blood loss was too severe. The Dane collapsed to the floor, body twitching, biting at the air. It wound down like a toy with dying batteries, its eyes glazing over before going limp. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mutt, lips pulled back in a snarl. "When is that dog going to leave?" I snapped, pointing at him. Dr. Harcum shot me a sharp look. Blood streaked his white coat. His eyes were dark, hollowed with an exhaustion brought on long before Mutt entered our lives. "Something is wrong with it," I insisted, "with him. All I see is a dog who mutilated itself in our care and then bled out. Mind you, this is the second one in 2 days. Don't worry about that dog." He gestured at Mutt emphatically. "We have bigger issues here. I have another owner to call. Another person I have to tell their pet killed itself. Under my watch. God, this is a mess." He flicked blood from his fingers, dragged a sleeve across his face. He was years past burnout, a shell of his former self. He couldn't see what I saw. He couldn't see the way Mutt watched, the way his eyes lingered over the carnage pooling beneath my feet, like he was enjoying it. Dr. Harcum sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. "We tried calling that creepy bastard again. Numbers out of service. He ditched the dog on us. That meant we had to rehome it. It could take weeks. I couldn't take weeks with him. None of us could." And as I looked into Angie's eyes, I knew she felt the same. And over the next few hours, the hospital settled into an uneasy silence. The night shift pressed on, but something had shifted. We were all exhausted, hollowed out by what we'd seen. The cattle dog, the Great Dane, the blood. The 2 blood-drenched kennels we'd had to clean up. Mutt still sat in his kennel, untouched food sitting at his feet. The heater hummed in background. 2 more lights flickered out while I cleaned. I mopped blood from the floors, the thick iron scent clinging to my skin. The mess soaking the towels we used was a deep, ugly red. And through it all, Mutt never looked away from us, a shadow looming in the dark part of this corridor. I told myself I'd figure something out, that I needed time, but time wasn't on my side. I was dumping a load of bloody towels into the laundry bin when I heard it. I dropped everything. A voice, thick and wet, slurred in a way no dog's throat was built to produce. It wasn't a bark, it wasn't a growl. It was trying to speak, and what came out wasn't a sound, it was a name. My name. Allison. I turned, stomach lurching. Mutt was sitting in his kennel, still, muzzle slack, drool pooling on the blanket beneath him. His pupils seemed to swallow all the remaining light. I couldn't move. My brain was trying to rationalize it, trying to shove what I had heard into a box of normalcy. Maybe I'd misheard it. Maybe it was the pipes or a monitor. Then the stench of rot hit my nose like a sniff of smelling salts. It was not the usual smell of the hospital, not the faint antiseptic and animal musk that always clung to the air. This was meat left in the sink for weeks. This was something dead wedged into the unseen cracks of the world. It was a volatile and overpowering scent consuming anything else in the room. And I realized then that the smell I'd caught when Keaton first walked into the lobby, that greasy, putrid stench, it hadn't been him, it had been Mutt all along. I felt a desire deep in my core to run, and so I did. I scooped up the blankets off the floor, shoved them into the laundry bin, and bolted. My hand shook as I crammed the lid shut. My pulse was a hammer in my ears. Don't turn your back on it. The memory of Keaton's words crawled down my spine like a cold hand. He's acting possessed. I knew what Mutt had tried to do to Ryan. I knew what he wanted to do to me. And now I knew I wasn't waiting for him to act. I was going to kill him. I kept my head down the rest of the shift, biding my time. My mind wasn't on the cases I took. I worked on autopilot. I went through the motions, but my body was moving without me. And when I got a moment alone, I pulled up 20 milliliters of pentobarbital sodium and phenytoin sodium solution. It's a medication called Euthasol. In other words, it's that sparkling pink liquid we in the veterinary field use to put animals down. I drew up enough of the stuff to kill a dog twice Mutt's size. There'd be a discrepancy in the controlled substance log, but I could smooth it out over the next few weeks. A couple of slightly higher doses given on euthanasia cases. If I logged these with enough time between them, I was confident no one would notice. I locked the cabinet, slid the syringe into my pants pocket. By doing this, I was committing a crime, breaking DEA laws. I could lose my license, my career, even end up in jail. But deep Deep in my bones, I knew one thing for certain. That thing in the kennel, whatever it was, it needed to die. The next morning when I arrived for my shift, the hospital was heavy with grief. Everyone was crying because it turned out Ryan was dead. He'd taken his own life in his trailer sometime after leaving work. No details, no explanation. He was there one day, then he was gone the next. The police had come by to inform us. They didn't stay long, didn't need to. I knew then. Ryan's death cemented what I had to do in my mind. I couldn't wait until another dog was placed in those kennels, until another staff member was pushed over the edge. So I worked through the grief, through the horror, pushing it all into a place I'd deal with later. I waited for the right moment, a lull between shift changes. When staffing was light, I approached Mutt's kennel. He cocked his head, his eyes tracking my movements. He looked almost expectant. I opened the kennel door and slid the muzzle over his face. My hands moved with a sharpness I hadn't felt before. I yanked the straps too tight, a bit of malice in my actions. My pulse was steady. I held Mutt's paw, feeling for the vein, my other hand already slipping the needle beneath the skin. The syringe in my palm felt hot. I pushed the plunger, forcing the thick pink liquid into his vein. It was a heavy dose, too much for even the largest dog, but I pushed every last drop. Normally, euthanasia is instant. A body slumps, the muscles relax, and life fades like a deep exhale. Their eyes stay open, but they flood with vacancy. Mutt didn't move. His chest still rose and fell in a slow, steady rhythm. His muscles remained locked, rigid. His pupils, wide and black, never left mine. This dose should have ended him. This dog should be dead. The hallway lights flickered. One by one, the bulbs sizzled out, plunging the kennel ward into a profound darkness. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of something unseen. The heater shuddered to a stop. The only glow now came from the exit sign at the far end of the hall, casting a weak green wash over the kennels. The shadows seemed to twist and dance around me. I felt adhered to the spot, unable to move. The door to the kennel slammed shut behind me. My breath hitched. The silence was absolute now, only interspersed with the slow, wet rasp of Mutt's breathing. I could feel him in the dark, the weight of his presence gnawing at the air. The voice came from before me, deep into the churning pool of shadows further back into the kennel. A sound like vocal cords cut like strings and hidden beneath a mound of scar tissue. A broken, misshapen mouth trying to shape words. The vowels stretched, dripping with something slick and inhuman. My stomach lurched. I reached for the latch, fingers fumbling, but my hands were slick with sweat. My breathing was too loud. The darkness pressed in. The rot smell thickened, crawling up my throat. Then I felt it. A cold, dead hand closed around my ankle. I choked on a scream. My body jolted as something gripped me. Those jagged fingernails pressed against the fabric of my scrub pants. The air rippled in an electric wash. The sensation of static snapped against my skin. I turned in a single heaving motion and I ran. The kennel door gave way beneath my shoulder and I burst into the hallway, feet pounding against the tile. Behind me, I heard the kennel door smash open. The sound of paws, heavy and fast, hitting the ground. He was coming. I sprinted blindly through the dark, running my fingers along the wall as I searched for the end of the hallway. When I reached it, my fingers scraped against the smooth wood. For a time, completely unable to find a knob, a latch, my fingers graced only an endless surface. Paws pounded closer behind me. I swear I heard more than one set of them. It almost sounded like a quiet herd. There was no growling, no snarling, no warning. Just the rush of movement in the dark. A silent freight train barreling toward me. So I spun, pressing my back against the door. The darkness beyond was absolute, thick and suffocating. The emergency exit sign glowed faint above me, swallowing the building in a weak neon glow. The slap of paws on tile stopped, and I saw the faint outline of a hunched beast. A panther crouched behind brush, seeking out its prey. Breathing filled the void, slow, wet, and thick with malice. Then, a whisper of movement so close I felt the air shift around my face. I turned and bolted down the hall. Instinct drove me forwards without thought or plan. My body simply moved on its own accord. I reached my locker, yanked it open, hands scrambling for my purse. The air shifted, a weight pressed close. I felt it before I saw it. A swirling black hole yawning open behind me. My fingers closed around cold metal, the grip of my handgun. I turned and I raised the barrel towards the faint figure I could make out in the darkness. And I fired. The first shot lit up the hall like a camera flash. In that brief flicker, I saw him, that snarling grin. The second shot, the third. His body jerked, but he didn't fall. My ears buzzed with each concussive shot. In the green shimmer of the exit sign, I saw that his lips were still curled back in that awful rictus. The sixth and final shot hit its mark. The left side of his skull caved caved inward, the muzzle of his face blown apart where the bullet had exited. Even in the thin light, I saw how his jaw sagged open, how that tongue flopped out limp, and even as he fell, his head twitched. A violent, unnatural snap of movement. A thick, wet pop echoed. He swayed, then finally, he collapsed in a heap all at once. I stood there, gun trembling in my hands, ears ringing. The darkness still pulsed around me, thick and heavy, pressing in from all sides. Then footsteps, shouts, voices. Someone grabbed my arm, yanking me back. The lights flickered, buzzed, then flared back to life, and for the first time, I saw what I had done. One shot had buried itself in the tile. The rest had hit him. Mutt lay on his side, his head a ruin of blood and bone. His chest rose once, twice. Then he went still. The bite muzzle was missing. He must have pulled it off somewhere during the chase. I didn't move. The hospital swarmed with police. I don't know who called them or when, but they arrived fast. A slew of questions. I registered almost nothing in my haze. They took me into the back office, my hands still shaking, my ears still filled with phantom echoes. I knew exactly what I had to say. I knew how to frame it. Self-defense. My uncle Philip was a defense attorney. He talked shop often with me on our fishing trip outings together, so I knew a little more than I let on, and I managed to play my part well, and so the police let me go. We wrapped, bagged, and stuffed Mutt in the freezer, awaiting cremation, and I took time off work, spent a few days in silence, trying to erase the memory of that voice, tried to ignore that palpable sound of my name in some twisted, malformed mouth. As you likely imagined, it didn't work. The phone rang on the morning of my scheduled return to work. It was a blocked number. Part of me knew the call was coming, as irrational as that sounds, and so I answered. Slow, shaky breathing filled the line. Then he began to laugh, like everything that had happened to me was a hilarious joke. Low, drawling, thick with something I couldn't name. Maybe it was a mouthful of tobacco chew. "You shouldn't have killed it, little lady. Keaton." His voice slithered through the speaker, curling like a snake around my spine. His laughter built, rising, filling the silence. "You've gone and made things so much worse." And as the laughing turned into hollering, the line clicked dead. I sat there, phone pressed to my ear, staring up at nothing. His words weighing down the air. Gone and made things so much worse. My first thought was confusion. How did he get my number? My second thought was frantic. Those words struck a chord deep inside my marrow. He said I'd made things worse. And for some reason, deep in the pit of my soul, I believed him. It started with a dog, or rather something wearing a dog's skin. I thought I was doing the right thing when I put it down, but now something far worse is stalking me. I had to clean up a few things first. The worst of it was the youth assault I used on Mutt. On my first day back, I staged an accident. I dropped the bottle and let it shatter across the floor. It complicated the logs, but it worked. I'm not proud of it. You shouldn't be either, but at the time, it felt like the only option. I was wrong. My first day back after a hiatus at home, I noticed that Mutt was still in the freezer. His frozen paws had torn through the tough plastic bag, carving grooves into the ice crystals, growing like miniature spears along the inside of our freezer. I didn't tell anyone his body had moved. That sick feeling rose in my chest again as I stuffed him into 3 more layers of bags. If you aren't familiar with the bags we in the veterinary field use after pets pass away, they're made from high-density polyethylene or polyvinyl chloride. They're tough, thicker than sin. It's uncommon for paws to break through the plastic, but Mutt was never ordinary. I think it was a final screw you. And well, right back at you, Mutt. Since Keaton wasn't picking up the tab, I offered to cover the cremation costs. I wanted those ashes in an urn. For some reason that felt important, something bigger than myself, something I couldn't explain. I didn't feel relieved when they hauled Mutt's body bag away with the 2 other dogs I'm convinced died because of him. I kept hearing Keaton's words ringing in my ears. "You've gone and made things so much worse." His southern molasses drawl, mocking, laughing, a sick bastard. The clinic seemed to calm down at first, at least for a couple of days. I began to relax. Angie, my coworker and friend, approached me. "Did you hear how Ryan did it?" I shook my head quieter than usual, trying to show her I wasn't interested. Part of me blames myself for his death. I know how irrational it sounds, but the human mind is a sinister thing. Grief doesn't care about logic, it only cares about consuming, taking, destroying. She continued, "He stabbed himself with a letter opener. My cousin works as a highway patrol officer. He got all the details on it. It's horrible, Allison. He stabbed himself so many times." "Please stop, I can't." The tears were already welling in my eyes. She reached out a hand to comfort me, but I brushed past it and locked myself in the bathroom. I spent 10 minutes gripping the sink, struggling to steady my breathing. The rest of the shift passed without incident. It was monotonous and calmer than it had been since I shot Mutt in the hallway. Angie was working a back-to-back double that night, something that had unfortunately become more common in recent years as our clinic struggled with chronic understaffing. They asked if I could cover another shift too, but I said no. After everything I'd seen, everything I'd done, there weren't enough sane pieces of me left to give. That night, I settled into bed, my gun tucked under my pillow. The trailer was quiet, just the sound of wind outside, a high-pitched whooshing that rattled the walls every so often, but I found it almost soothing. As I lay there closing my eyes, I saw it, a snarling, statuesque black Rottweiler, eyes like two bottomless pits. He moved through the trailer toward me, his presence a creeping weight in the dark. Then I looked down. Instead of paws, he had 4 pale hands, their flesh blending seamlessly into the black fur of his limbs. He strode forward. I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body locked up, frozen in place as he slunk beneath the foot of my bed. I tried to open my eyes to wake up from the nightmare, but they were open, and I wasn't sleeping. A hand rose over the mattress edge, another followed. I felt the weight of them press down, the mattress sinking beneath an unseen force. It felt so real, too real. Then the snout emerged, slow and deliberate, rising above the sheets like a shark breaking the surface of the ocean. It drained the room of anything good, anything right. Only the ache of loneliness remained, a gnawing darkness spreading through me. I felt like I was sinking into a bottomless pit, falling endlessly. The stench of rotten meat filled my nostrils. The grinning maw loomed inches from my lips. Eyes burned into mine, wide and unblinking. A string of drool pressed against the skin of my neck. The mouth began to open, yawning. Each serrated edge gleamed in the moonlight, lining the jaws in jagged, overlapping rows. The clicking of bone filled the silence as the jaw pried open past natural limits, tendons slipping and joints straining. It kept widening, the gaping maw stretching farther than anything human or animal should be able to. Hot, damp breath washed over my face. My teeth clenched, the mouth inched forward, slow and deliberate, savoring the moment. Every nerve in my body screamed to move, to fight, but I was frozen, paralyzed beneath the weight of its presence. The gaping maw hovered inches above my face, the serrated edges of its jaws twitching in anticipation. I could see the glistening sinew stretching as the jaws prepared to snap shut, feeling the unbearable heat of its breath seeping into my skin. A low guttural growl rumbled from deep within its throat, vibrating through the mattress, through me. My pulse pounded against my temples, drowning out everything but the sound of that grinding, clicking jaw. Then my phone rang. The sudden chime shattered the moment, a blinding flash of light flooding the room. The weight lifted in an instant. The monstrous shape dissolved like mist, vanishing into the shadows as if it had never been there. I was moving before I realized it, gasping for air, clutching my chest. My heart hammered within me like the hooves of a war horse, my limbs trembling as I scrambled upright, searching the darkness for any lingering sign that it had truly gone. Had I experienced sleep paralysis, something worse? I heard my trailer door slam shut. I picked up the phone and flicked on the lamp by my bed. I heard a loud wailing siren and the sound of wind on the other line. My eyes were too blurry with tears to read the contact name. "Oh, Allison, check the news." It was Dr. Harcum. He sounded out of breath. I grabbed my remote and flicked on the television and thumbed it to a local news station. Dr. Harcum breathed heavy in the background. "We are here on the scene of what is now suspected to be an incident of arson. Firefighters struggled to put out the blaze, although they stopped it from spreading to nearby buildings." I felt the world glaze over. I watched a team of yellow-clad firefighters picking through the cinders of my old workplace. God, half the roof was slumped in. The place was licked with flames. I recognized little pieces of a much larger puzzle, smashed and burned. I still clutched the phone to my head as I watched the firefighters pick through the ruins of an intimate part of my life. It was gone, just like Ryan. Angie, she didn't make it out. Dr. Harcum choked out a sob. A man who I'd worked with for years and had never seen shed a tear before began sobbing on the other line. This was a 60-something ranching vet who didn't take crap from anyone, a man carved out of the New Mexico dirt, tougher than the rest of us, and he was crying. I steeled myself, choking back my tears. Angie had been a friend, closer than Ryan. She'd burned to death in that building. "What happened? Tell me everything," I said, forcing down the swell of emotion. "I think it was that creepy guy, that blonde guy Keaton. We were working the shift when a container of gasoline with a lit rag was tossed through the back window into to the doctor's office. It engulfed the place in flames in seconds. We lost some patients too. His voice wavered, struggling to stay steady. I don't know who would do that. Why? What did we ever do to that inbred piece of crap? So senseless. God, I told the police everything. This was beyond them, beyond what the police could understand. I'd sound insane if I told them everything. Even after I'd blown Mutt's jaw apart, I had omitted so much from my statement. Keaton didn't need a motive. He felt like it was ancient, a force of chaos that existed only to sow pain and reap a harvest of blood. He didn't need a reason, Doc, not to drop off that monster, not to burn down our clinic. He wanted us to suffer. He wanted to watch us die. Dr. Harcum was silent for a moment, my words hitting him like a blow. I have to go, he finally said. The police need a more detailed statement. Be safe, Allison. The line went dead. Another victim. Angie. Gone. Another life swallowed by the plague of tragedy I couldn't begin to understand. My hand trembled, not only from the horror of what I'd experienced, but from the weight of everything I'd lost. From the thought of Ryan's brutal self-destruction. Some creeping apocalypse had wandered into my life, and it was clear now it intended to stay. I couldn't sleep again. I didn't even try. My phone buzzed with texts from friends, family. One missed call stood out. My old friend Joe. Navajo Joe we used to call him, always with a grin. He just laughed, that handsome, tough son of a gun. I should have called them all back immediately, but I had other more pressing things to do first. I gathered my belongings, flipped open the cylinder of my revolver, and loaded a cartridge into each chamber. The compact 9mm felt solid in my grip, its matte finish worn smooth from years of use. Despite its small frame, the steel carried weight, reassuring and steady. I tossed a couple of ammo boxes into my purse, the rounds light but lethal, their copper-jacketed tips catching the dim glow of my bedside lamp. From the top of my cabinets, I pulled down an old wooden cigar box. Inside was a couple $1,000s I'd stashed away for emergencies. If this wasn't an emergency, I didn't know what was. I sat on the porch of my trailer, a cigarette pinched between my fingers, watching the sun claw its way over the horizon. Smoke curled into the air, twisting in the breeze, vanishing into nothing. By the time morning fully arrived, I'd burned through the whole pack. I checked my watch. The crematorium would be opening soon. They'd taken Mutt's body a couple of days ago. I needed to convince them to put Mutt at the top of the cremation list. My old Buick truck started with a low rumble, the engine purring to life. A gift from my late father, it had been his pride and joy. I reached up to adjust the rearview mirror and froze. A spiked black collar hung from it, tags jingling softly as I brushed against them. Mutt. And below it, Keaton's number. I recognized it immediately. The same one we tried calling at the clinic when he abandoned that thing on us. Not a dog, a thing. Where my fingers touched the collar, a biting chill crackled against my skin, like dry ice burning on contact. I rolled down the window and flung it into the scrub brush. It didn't make me feel any better. He had gotten it back. I had placed it in the cremation bag with Mutt, but somehow it was here, which meant he'd been here, inside my car, inside my home. Maybe that thing in my trailer hadn't been Mutt at all. Maybe it had been Keaton. Mutt was just the beginning, and this was spiraling into a situation I couldn't contain, at least not alone. I pulled out of my small patch of land, kicking up a flurry of red dust. My air conditioner hummed. My fingers drummed against the steering wheel. 30 minutes later, I pulled up to the animal crematorium, a sunken gray cement building casting a wide shadow in the heat haze. I stepped out and tried the door handles. Locked. I pressed the doorbell and heard a faint jingle inside, but the lights were off. I checked my phone and swore under my breath. I'd been so lost in my own thoughts I'd completely forgotten it was a federal holiday. No one was inside. Veterinary clinics contract with crematoriums, sending euthanized pets in sealed black bags. We store them in freezers until the company's van arrives to collect them. They're packed alongside animals from other clinics, then stored in even larger freezers at the crematorium until it's their turn for processing. It can take weeks to complete a cremation, but Mutt had only been here for a few days, and somehow I could feel him inside the building, like I was standing too close to a live wire. The offshoot road I'd followed was empty. In the distance, I could see the glimmer of traffic, but it was far enough away that no one would witness what I was about to do. I circled the building, checking for an alarm system. Nothing. Peering through the windows, I scanned the interior. No cameras either. Crematoriums aren't exactly prime targets for thieves. Nothing to protect except frozen animal corpses. At the back, I found a window. Above me, only miles of empty blue sky, the air still except for a faint breeze curling through the scrub. I crouched and picked up a stone the size of my palm from its resting place beside a cactus, weighing it in my hand. Then I hurled it through the glass. The window shattered unevenly, jagged shards left clinging to the frame like teeth. I found a stick nearby and used it to knock away the worst of them before pulling myself up and climbing through. Glass crunched beneath my boots as I landed inside. The rock I'd thrown had skittered across the floor, coming to rest far across the room. The space before me stretched out like a cavernous warehouse. To my left, 4 massive crematorium units, metal doors dull in the dim light. To my right, an entire wall of freezer units stood silent and still. Steel girders loomed overhead, casting long, skeletal shadows against the walls. It felt like I had walked into a place I wasn't meant to be, like intruding in a place that had been waiting for me. The silence wrapped around me, thick and uncertain. My heartbeat thumped against my ribs, steady but insistent, like a distant war drum. Behind me, the wind whistled through the broken window. Then the smell hit me. The thick, sickly stench of rot, like a corpse left too long in the sun, its hollowed skin splitting open, brimming with writhing black flies. The air crackled with the sound of unseen maggots popping and shifting. A sudden thump made me jerk toward the freezers. One of the lids lifted, then fell with a hollow clunk. I watched, my breath caught in my throat as the white top rose and dropped again, like a mouth opening and closing. Then another freezer began knocking against itself, and another. Then they all started. The sound grew into a chaotic, discordant symphony. The freezers shuddered, vibrating against the floor, scraping and twisting from their original positions. Then, all at once, the room fell still. Silence dawned. Then, with a deafening crash, the first freezer that had started thumping was hurled 10 feet across the floor. It flipped onto its side, metal screeching as it scraped across the concrete, body bags spilling from the burst seam. It slammed into one of the crematorium units, the impact tearing the freezer door clean off. The lid skidded across the floor, crashing into the wall with a metallic clang. And in the middle of the wreckage lay the triple-bagged corpse I recognized all too well, Mutt. His body was rigid, frozen stiff inside the thick layers of plastic. The paws pressed outward, twitching. I heard bones grinding, joints twisting, the sickening sound of something forcing itself to move when it shouldn't. The stiff limbs pushed against the plastic like a baby kicking from inside the womb. I felt eyes on me, burning pupils watching from behind. Shadows stretched and shifted in my periphery, but I couldn't take my gaze off the thing in front of me. The dog I had shot, the one with the caved-in skull, the one I had pumped full of euthanasia solution, the one that had been locked in a freezer for days. I spotted a square point shovel leaning against one of the cremation units, caked in ash. I grabbed it, feeling the rough handle bite into my palm, and charged forward. I swung it down with all the force I could muster. The first strike split the thick plastic, sending frozen chunks of flesh spraying across the floor. Mutt's ruined head tumbled free. His frost-glazed eyes caught the dim light, and his shattered lower jaw smacked against the concrete, twitching. It was too frozen to bite, too stiff to do anything but thrash in mindless, spasmodic movements. My pulse thundered in my ears. The wind outside howled through the broken window, its pitch rising into something shrill, almost human. The shadows behind me deepened. I swung again. The shovel blade carved through tendons, severing the spine at the neck. The paws inside the torn body bag spasmed, clawing at nothing. I kept going, hacking away at the frozen flesh until the head detached completely with a final sickening crunch. The wind howled louder, but I could sense that it wasn't only the wind behind me anymore. I turned. Keaton. He loomed in the broken window, impossibly tall. His body twisted to fit through the jagged frame. One hand gripped the windowsill, fingers digging into the crumbling concrete, the other obscured in the shadows. His filthy blonde hair hung limp over a face that wasn't quite human. His neck stretched forward, grotesquely elongated, the vertebrae bulging beneath thin, sallow skin. It didn't just extend, it coiled, folding over itself like an accordion, fluid yet wrong in every conceivable way. The angle of it made my stomach twist. His eyes were red, raw, pools of blood where the whites should have been, and they pinned me in place. The pupils were black, dull, the color of tarnished coins left to rot in the dirt. He inhaled, slow and deep, dragging in the air like he was tasting it, and then his lips split apart, curling into a grin that stretched too wide, splitting cheek to cheek as if his skin could barely contain it. His chest heaved, a silent laugh rippling through him, and his head, God, his head was so much closer than it should have been. His clicking, sinuous neck had stretched impossibly far into the room, casting a long, warped shadow that swallowed the space between us. Mutt's body writhed behind me, flopping against the concrete like a fish without a head. The sickening smacks echoed through the cavernous room, each one more desperate, more wrong. I backed away from Keaton, slow and deliberate, my pulse hammering in my ears. He didn't speak, he just breathed, deep and slow, savoring the moment, drinking in my fear like it was red wine. The wind whispered through the broken broken window, stirring the air between us. Then his other arm rose, unnatural in its movement, the elbow joint clicking as it bent at a disturbing angle. His hand curled around something, lifting it up like a prize. At first, I couldn't make sense of it. A dark matted thing, limp and swaying slightly. Then I saw how his fingers had sunk into it. His middle and ring fingers were buried deep in gaping eye sockets. His thumbs screwed into the crown of the head like he was gripping a bowling ball. The realization hit me like the blare of a car horn on a pitch black road. Ahead, a human head. The jaw hung slack, twisting from side to side with every minute shift of Keaton's grip. Blood clung to the torn skin in slick, wet strands. I knew that face. Dr. Harkham. The breath hitched in my throat and I staggered back without thinking. A mistake. White-hot pain seared through my calf. A vice clamped down on my leg. My brain scrambled to catch up with what had just happened. I looked down. Mutt's severed head clamped onto my ankle, his mangled jaw locking in place. Torn flesh barely held the structure together, but the grip was unrelenting, teeth buried deep. Pain flared through my leg, hot and immediate, the pressure tightening like a rusted bear trap. Keaton laughed. The sound curdled the air, high-pitched and jagged, warbling between something human and something that had never been. His entire body quivered with the force of it, his grotesquely long neck arching like a bridge, vertebrae rippling beneath stretched, paper-thin skin. The ridges of his spine pressed outward, shifting unnaturally, jutting like knuckles ready to crack. I swung the shovel down on Mutt's head, the impact shuddering through my arms. His jaws only clamped tighter, and I felt a fresh rush of warmth as blood trickled into my boot. Gritting my teeth, I pried at the head like opening a clamshell, peeling it from my leg. It took a strip of fabric and flesh with it as it crashed to the floor. Snarling, I wedged the shovel between its upper and lower jaw, pressing down with my full weight. Bone splintered, the jaw cracking apart with a sickening pop as the lower half disconnected completely. Keaton howled with laughter. It was a riot to him. He shook with it, body convulsing, that awful neck writhing like a snake. I swung the shovel sideways, aiming straight for his grinning face. But before it could land, his neck snapped back, recoiling too fast, retreating into the night. The shovel flew from my hands, clattering against the wall with a metallic clang. He lingered in the window, looming, watching, waiting. Shouldn't have killed it. You started something you can't finish, little miss. Should have let it feed until it was done. Then I'd have picked it up. His voice rasped like a snake's hiss, slithering into the space between us. His head retracted, impossibly smooth, that too long neck drawing back into the night. His hand peeled from the windowsill, talons scraping against the concrete, leaving behind deep gouges in the stone. Behind me, the thrashing body stilled, silence settled, thick and suffocating. I didn't dare turn around, not yet. I braced myself, waiting for the inevitable, for Keaton to slip back in through some unseen opening, to drive those jagged fingernails into my spine, to tear into me with his yellowed animalistic teeth. But nothing came. My breath left me in a shudder. My body screamed for me to move, but the lingering presence of him made my muscles coil tight, every nerve waiting for the strike that never landed. Finally, I forced myself to turn. Mutt's body lay still. Whatever had been animating it, twisting it into something beyond death, was gone now. For good, I hoped. I limped toward the nearest cremation retort, my leg throbbing with every step. My hands trembled as I fidgeted with the loading door. It clunked open, the hinges groaning, and I slid the roller tray out. Mutt's head went in first, his detached lower jaw following. His body came next, heavier than it should have been, dead weight sinking into the metal. The pain in my leg flared, sending hot sparks of agony shooting up my thigh, but I bit down against the pain and shoved him all the way inside. Fumbling with the control panel, I pressed the buttons, praying I got the right sequence. The burners roared to life, the chamber flickering with searing orange light. Heat pulsed outward, warming my skin as the fire licked at the corpse. I staggered away, limbs shaking, and made my way to the office break room. The drawers rattled as I tore them open, my hands shaking too much to be precise. Gauze, scissors, bandages. I grabbed everything I could, then hobbled back to the retort. Collapsing beside it, I pried off my boot, wincing as blood dribbled onto the floor. The sock beneath was soaked, the fabric clinging to my skin. I exhaled deeply, then reached for the scissors, snipping my pant leg above the wound before peeling it away. The damage was worse than I thought. Blood pooled in the puncture wounds, the torn flesh already darkening with bruises that spread outward like shock waves from each ragged tear. My calf throbbed in time with my pulse, sharp bursts of pain radiating up my leg. The bites might have been deep enough for stitches, but I didn't have time for that. The jeans had saved me from the worst of it, though the shredded fabric clung to my skin, soaked through. I pressed gauze against the wounds, wincing as fresh blood welled against the white cotton. I wrapped a compression bandage around my leg, tight enough to slow the bleeding but not enough to cut circulation. Antibiotics or lidocaine would have been a blessing. I could have stitched it myself if I had to, but a crematorium didn't exactly keep medical supplies on hand. I leaned my head back against the wall, exhaling through clenched teeth. My ears rang from the heat, the exhaustion, the pain. And then I heard it, a scream, distant, warped, twisting through the air like the high-pitched wail of logs splitting in a fire. I turned toward the retort viewing window. Inside, Mutt's body writhed as the flames engulfed him. The hairs curled first, blackening before catching fire, the flesh peeling away in layers. His limbs twitched, shuddering, the last vestiges of unnatural life refusing to die easily. The stench of burning fur and charred meat turned my stomach. I forced myself to watch as the thing that had haunted me was reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame. Eventually, there was nothing left but black soot clinking to the glass. The steady hum of the cremation unit filled the room. I let the heat seep into my bones before finally pushing myself upright, limping toward the control panel to shut everything down. By the time the retort had cooled enough to retrieve the remains, the sun was sinking below the horizon, the sky smeared with a hue like burnt orange. Keaton hadn't come back, yet. I grabbed a shovel and a garbage bag. The retort door groaned open, and I scooped out the calcined bones, brushing away the brittle black remnants until all that remained was pale dust. One by one, I fed the remains into the cremulator. The machine whirred, grinding the fragments down until every last piece of mutt fit into a bag just slightly larger than my hand. I stood there for a long time, gripping the bag in my blood-stained hands. Keaton had slunk away into the night, but I knew this wasn't over. I thought about Ryan, Angie, the dogs, my clinic, reduced to nothing but cinders and ruin. I'd lost so much in just a few weeks. Too much. Half my life was gone in an instant. I felt too hollowed out to even cry. Ripped out of my life in an instant, no rhyme or reason to it. He could have killed me, easily. He was toying with me like a cat slapping around a finch with a broken wing, each swipe landing harder than the last. Soon, I reckoned he'd start biting. I gritted through the pain as I pushed the freezer back into place, the weight of it straining against my injured leg. Plugging it back in, I reloaded it with black body bags, setting the torn-off lid back on top like a makeshift seal. The air reeked of blood and freezer burn, and of the dust blowing in from outside. I found a broom and a mop, doing what I could to clean up my blood and mutts, which had thawed into a dark, congealing slick on the floor. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. Stepping outside, I checked both ways. Nothing but dirt and desert weeds stretching into the distance. The silence out here wasn't comforting. It was heavy, pressing down like a held breath. The dread never left. Sliding into my car, I turned the key. The engine rumbled to life, a sound that grounded me, if only for a moment. I set Mutt's bag of ashes on the passenger seat, staring at it like it might start moving again. Then I saw something in the footwell, something round, hollow sockets where fingers had pressed deep and firm. Dr. Harcum's head, a parting gift. Bile rose in my throat, but I swallowed it back, forcing my breathing steady. I'd had a tough life growing up. I knew how to push things down, bury them deep. I grabbed an old jacket from the back seat and tossed it over the round heap. At least I didn't have to look at him like that anymore. Then I did the only thing I could do. I called the one person who might be able to do something about this. The only one who might be able to pull me from the riptide I was drowning in. Joe. My buddy from high school. I hadn't talked to him in years, but I'd missed his call this morning. That had to mean something. The dirt road stretched toward the main highway as I drove, my hands gripping the wheel tighter than they needed to. He picked up on the second ring. Allison, thank God. Tears welled at the corners of my eyes. God, Joe, it's been so long. I saw the news. I know you worked there. I had to see if you were okay. Joe, I need to talk to you. Something's after me. It's been after me since I first saw it a few weeks ago. I need your help. A dog came into my clinic. Bad luck. Thing turned the building into a slaughterhouse without so much as a blink. Silence. The joy in his voice faded, melted away like chocolate left too long in the sun. Outside, the sky burned with the last light of day, the sun dipping toward the edge of the world, flaring one final orange goodbye. That's not just bad luck, Allison. That's something else. Something old. That's bad medicine. Joe clicked his tongue the same way he used to. The sound hit something deep in my chest, a crack in my ribs I hadn't noticed forming until now. I should have called him sooner. Maybe things would have turned out differently, maybe not. You got my address, come down to the res, I'll make sure they let you in. His voice was steady, familiar, safe. He gave me directions, the Navajo reservation a couple hours to the southwest. I've got some ashes too, I said. My fingers tightened around the small bag beside me. I cremated his dog, the one he brought into my clinic before all this crap went south. Joe went quiet for a moment, then softer this time. Not a dog. He didn't elaborate. Not anymore. A sharp, blistering pain grabbed my calf. I sucked in a breath, my legs shivering, nerves screaming as if a white-hot blade had been pressed into my skin. I yelped. Allison, Joe's voice sharpened. The pain spread like fire, radiating from the bite wound, sinking deep. My pulse hammered as I clutched my leg, fingers pressing into the fabric of my jeans. But nothing stopped the burning. Then, from the darkness of the footwell, something shifted. A wet, gurgling croak, a jaw working. I froze. Joe must have heard it too. His breath hitched sharp over the line. A slithering rasp clawed up from beneath the jacket I'd tossed over the thing in the footwell. The sound of dry lips parting, of a raspy voice speaking through a mouth that shouldn't be able to talk anymore. His voice. My breath stilled inside me. A hollow, empty space opened in my chest. Keaton. He was talking through lips that didn't belong to him. Lips that once belonged to Dr. Harcum. The weight of his amusement pressed down on me, thick and choking. A grin curled in the dark, unseen but felt. The voice slithered through, dripping with something close to excitement beneath the folds of my jacket on the floor. Slightly muffled but clear enough to hear. I'm really starting to enjoy this game. I drove away from that animal crematorium in a blaze of rubber. No other cars were outside, so I have no idea how Keaton had gotten there. Did he walk? I never heard a car idling or an engine starting up. The sun had set, and that made me feel a deep, seething sense of unease, like the miles of surrounding red rock and highway were out to get me, out to hurt me. Dr. Harcum's head still rolled around beneath my jacket, but the ventriloquism act had stopped. I should have tossed him out into the desert, but that didn't feel right. A man who I'd worked with and grown to care about. He had a temper, but so did I. That's why we meshed. God, his poor wife, his poor kids. I felt like Joe might know what to do with the severed head sitting in my passenger footwell. Joe had tried to call back, but I didn't pick up. I had a sneaking suspicion that Keaton was listening through Dr. Harcum's ears. I drove along a cut of dusty road for almost an hour before I saw a rest stop. I saw the needle crawling towards empty on my gas gauge. I didn't want to stop, but I had no choice if I wanted to make it to the res. I pulled off the highway and saw an old pump stop that was desolate. A single produce semi-truck sat in the parking lot near the diesel pumps. The overhang lights looked like an oasis in a sea of dull black pitch. I settled into a pump and tossed a few more items of clothing down on top of where Dr. Harcum's head stayed. I heard a low chuffing sound beneath the layers of fabric. I ignored it. I needed to focus, to observe my surroundings. I stuffed Mutt's ashes into my purse alongside my pistol. I passed by a grizzled, overweight trucker sitting in his driver's seat, watching me cross the sidewalk. I wandered into the gas station and grabbed an assortment of jerkies, energy drink cans, and a steaming cup of coffee. Not road trip snacks, just things to keep me alive, thinking through the night, to keep me surviving until dawn. A scrawny, early 20-something burnout sat with his feet resting up on the countertop. I could hear the sound of a movie playing through his phone speakers. He casually ate away at a bag of popcorn. The coffee tasted burnt, metallic. The lights flickered overhead like they weren't sure they wanted to be on. 40 on pump 6, I said, sliding my assortment of items across the counter. He didn't say a word, just clicked away at the register with a hand absent-mindedly. I slipped him a handful of 20s and he tore his eyes from the phone long enough to pour change into my hand. I left without a word. I crossed below the blanket of light cast by the overhang shining down on pumps. I stopped walking when I turned over and saw that the semi-truck was empty. A wrongness crashed down around me, an all-encompassing feeling of doom. I surrendered to the feeling. I didn't walk towards the truck, didn't go to investigate. I had an idea that's what Keaton wanted me to do, what he was waiting for me to do. I kept my eye on the semi's cab, inching backwards with a bag in one hand, a coffee in the other, purse slung over one shoulder. My breath sounded pitched in the dark darkness, labored and heavy. I saw a glimmer of red across the inside of the semi's windshield, a glistening brushstroke. I didn't peel my eyes from the semi as I filled up my tank. As soon as I was done, I slid into my truck and started it up. The click of the locks engaging brought little to dissuade the rising tide of panic drowning me from the inside out. As I pulled around the pumps and across from the station, I saw the right side of the semi in the flash of my headlights. The cab driver's side door was cracked open, blood flung in congealed globs on black asphalt. I saw him then, Keaton. He was perched between the semi's wheels like a spider hiding beneath a rock, his limbs like long wooden posts stretched with a thin layer of white skin. Pinched feet held onto the underside of the truck bed in a broken contortion. His elbows buckled in the wrong directions. Everything was so much longer than they should have been, neck like a tangled twisting vine. His eyes refracted the light like two glowing yellow orbs. The bite wound on my leg began to itch, then burn. I saw thin fingers of smoke clawing out of my purse, and I pulled out the warm ashes of mud and set them on the passenger seat. I heard a faint crackle like embers in those ashes. The car began to smell like singed hair and cooking flesh. I noticed a sharp smile on Keaton's face, his mouth drenched in rivulets of blood. The trucker sitting in his cab earlier lay in a twisted heap beneath Keaton. The trucker's rib cage was cracked open like a crab shell. One of Keaton's sharp hands was digging around inside the man like a woman digging around inside her purse for her keys. Keaton's stare lingered, piercing as I swung my car around, kicking up a shiver of dust, and I flipped my truck into a higher gear. Keaton pulled a dripping red hand out of the trucker's sucking chest cavity and began waving at me. A friendly hello. I revved up the engine, blowing down that road back onto the highway faster than I should have. It wasn't until a few minutes later that I remembered the cashier, sitting alone at his post, unaware of the broken thing feasting just outside his doors. God, I hope it didn't come after him next. I thought about calling the police, I really did. But God, I had a severed head in my car. I couldn't get involved with the police. They'd have asked for info I simply couldn't provide. The head of Dr. Harkham was letting out a low drone in the footwell as I tore forward down the highway. I sipped the coffee as the mile markers slipped past, the hum of the highway loud in the quiet. The head in the footwell let out a faint groan under the jacket. I hit Joe's name on my screen and waited. He picked up on the second ring. Allison, he said, "You still breathing?" "Barely," I said. "I can't talk long and I can't say much, not out loud." A beat of silence. "It's with you." Not him, but it's listening. "I brought something I probably shouldn't have. I think it hears through it." "Alright," Joe said, calm but clipped. "Just talk around it. I can follow." "I'm heading your way. Should hit the basin in a couple hours, give or take." "We're setting up now," he said. "Called in a medicine man named Despa. He knows that old stuff. Said what you told me last time was a bad shadow. Said that thing you shot might have been a mask, not a real dog." "It wasn't a dog," I said, my voice wavering just a hint. Joe exhaled through his nose. I could picture him standing outside his truck, wind tugging at his sleeves, oiled gator skin boots kicking at the weeds. "We set the line near the arroyos. You'll see it before the road curves west. Cedar, ash, pollen. Despa's been blessing it himself. That thing steps through, it'll feel it, might even stop it. I'll drive through, I'll lead it in." He paused. "You sure it's still behind you?" "No," I said. "I'm not sure of anything, except it's not done with me." His voice dropped. "Allison, if that doesn't work, we've got a backup plan. If it follows past the ridge, lead it to the trailer up on the hill. It's mine. Go in, make sure it follows, then slip out the bathroom window and shut it behind you. Locks from the outside. You won't see anyone, but we'll be in position. My cousins are posted nearby. Despa will be with us." Good. Another silence passed between us, the kind that holds everything neither of us wanted to say. "I don't know what this thing is, Joe," I said finally, "but it's not a man, not anymore." "I figured that much." "I hate that I'm leading you into this, Joe." He chuckled. "I'd do anything for you, Allie. Just hate it took something this awful for us to reconnect." I winced. I should have reached out sooner, but time has a way of slipping through your fingers. "You sure your people are ready for this?" "No one's ready for something like that, but we've dealt with worse than dogs wearing skin." "Joe," I felt a tear streak down my cheek. For the first time, it wasn't an unkindly shed tear. "I know, just get here, we'll take care of it." I stared at the horizon where the last light had slipped away hours ago. The jacket in the footwell twitched and a low, warbling breath rattled through the fabric. Listening, clicking teeth together. Soon, I said, just keep the fire burning. I hung up. The road stretched on for miles. I fought the pull of sleep, guzzling caffeine and chewing jerky to stay alert. I was flying toward a violent conclusion. Keaton felt drawn to me, like I was his muse and he the artist. Maybe it was because I killed Mutt, maybe something deeper, some unseen thread tying us together. He killed my friends and coworkers, he beheaded the vet I worked for, burned down the clinic, even murdered a trucker just to send me a message. This was more than cruelty, this was personal. A few miles out from the res, I saw a wash of blue and red lights behind me, followed by the chirp of a police siren. If my sanity were a spool of thread, it was unraveling fast. This night felt like a nightmare unfolding slowly, like a dress billowing on a clothesline. I pulled calmly to the side of the highway, though my heart thundered in my chest. I kept my hands on the steering wheel and stared into the rearview mirror. The officer approached from the right, walking the shoulder with caution. He came to the passenger window and motioned for me to roll it down. I did. "License and registration, please," he said in an authoritative tone. "Yes, 1 second, officer." My eyes dropped to the bundle of clothes on the floor, and I forced myself to look back up at the glove box. I pulled out some crumpled insurance paperwork and my registration, then grabbed my license from my purse and handed them all over. His face stayed blank, maybe a little annoyed. He had just started walking back to his cruiser when Dr. Harcum's head began to moan, a low, drawn-out sound that grew into a wail. My heart stopped. The mood shifted instantly. The officer turned, clicked on his flashlight, and swept the beam across the truck's interior. "What is that noise?" he asked, flashing the light across the dash, the seats, the floor. The beam settled on the lump in the passenger footwell. He reached down with a gloved hand. "No, don't, please," I said, my voice cracking, panic blooming fast. If he found the head, Keaton would be the least of my problems. "Be quiet, ma'am," he snapped. With 2 fingers he peeled back the jackets, the dirty shirts, and the jeans. He gasped when he saw the head, eyeless, crusted in dried blood, the flesh writhing slightly, twitching on the floorboard. The head wailed louder now, 2 black, empty sockets staring up at him. "Oh Lord have mercy, what the hell is this?" His tone shifted again, this time to fury. "Ma'am, step out of the vehicle now." I reached for my door handle and heard him unholster his sidearm with a sharp pop. His flashlight lit up the cabin like a searchlight, held steady in his left hand. In his right, he raised a sleek black pistol, his gloved fingers wrapped tight around the grip. "Do you have any weapons in the car?" "I have my revolver in the purse, nothing else." "Officer, please listen to me." "Shut it," he snapped, hands laced behind your head, kneeled down in front of the car. No other cars passed by. Besides the wind, it was too quiet. The air shifted, bad air, a bad omen. It smelled like dust, but beneath it was something fouler. The reek of decay swam through the midnight breeze. The scrubland stretched for miles behind barbed wire fences. The officer reached for his radio but paused, listening. A low howl rose from the distance. A coyote drowning in a river, a wolf caught in a trap. It was a sound full of pain, too close, and the air around us vibrated with something uncanny. I had moved in front of the truck, obeying his commands. My feet moved without thought. I had always been pliable under authority, never one to break rules. The bushes rustled behind the officer, off to the right beyond the shoulder. He swung his light over. It landed on a figure, long limbs, a hunched body, a neck twisted like it had broken in multiple places. He looked like a crane fly, all angular joints and stilted motion. His eyes shone like white flares in the dark. The officer's mouth fell open. He stammered, trying to speak, but only half-formed words spilled out. His hand finished drawing the sidearm, and he turned toward Keaton. Keaton remained still beneath the moonlight, crouched in the sagebrush, motionless. My body started to shake. Then he charged. He burst forward on long, pounding limbs, elbows jutting out as they absorbed the weight of his insectile body. His mouth opened wide, stretching into his neck like a twisted ribbon of pale flesh lined with thorns. He didn't run. He skittered on all fours. The officer stood in a trance. He couldn't raise his revolver. His hands trembled, belt rattling with the weight of his fear. His face had gone pale, sickly, like he'd come down with the flu. Sweat beaded on his forehead beneath the brim of his hat. His radio crackled weakly against his chest. Time froze, held in place. I wanted to speak, to move, to do anything, but my words stuck in my throat, choking me. I was frozen too, paralyzed by the sight of something that monstrous. Somewhere behind me, Dr. Harcum's head began laughing. Keaton was a rolling twister of violence. Like staring into an oncoming hurricane, feet glued to the ground. Violence incarnate. He vaulted the railing in a single leap and crashed into the officer with terrifying force. He slammed the man's back against my passenger door so hard the entire truck shifted to the left. That broke my paralysis. I scrambled back into the truck and turned the key. My passenger window was still rolled down, and through it I saw the officer's limp body smashed against the door. His weight bent the metal with a few sharp, hollow pops. Keaton's jaw opened wide, stretching all the way to his throat, a mass of twisting yellow teeth. He was chewing through the officer's skull, tearing flesh, stripping it clean. The flashlight and pistol clattered to the pavement. Then Keaton's eyes came into view, slitted, swollen like two overripe grapes. A predator's eyes, empty, starving. I slammed the gas. The car lurched forward. Something on the officer's duty belt scraped against my paint. I felt a thud as both bodies tumbled off my truck and hit the pavement behind me. In the rear view, I saw Keaton's naked body wrapped around the officer, limbs grasping and tearing. His skin crawled with motion, like the organs inside him were alive and shifting. The flashing lights from the squad car bathed them both in red and blue. One of the cops' boots rolled into the road, its laces dragging behind like it was trying to crawl away without him. Keaton paused, then began pulling the corpse behind him, dragging it like a child pulling along a favorite blanket. When I was a few yards away, Keaton snapped his head sideways at a breakneck speed. His gaze locked directly onto the back of my truck. It was piercing, inevitable, furious, like he just realized I was getting away and the rage hit him all at once. As he grew smaller in the rear view, I saw him heave the officer's body off the ground and toss it deep into the scrublands. Then he started running after me. I climbed faster and faster, 60 miles per hour. The old truck's engine began to rumble beneath me. 70, the engine groaned. I caught the sharp smell of gas fumes. Keaton was gaining. At 80, the truck shook, barely holding together as the engine roared. I burned rubber twisting onto an off-ramp, saw an oncoming car a few miles down the road. My tires nearly lost traction on the gravel, kicking up a flurry of pebbles as I fought for control. Keaton was close enough to reach out. He moved impossibly fast, loping with his long limbs and elbows tucked tight to his sides. I saw the fire burning in his eyes. He was done chasing. He wanted blood, mine. And if he caught me, I knew he wouldn't let me go again. The ashes of mutt crackled in the passenger seat like gunpowder. The head lolled from side to side in the footwell. I felt like I was losing my mind, but between the smell of scorched ash, the reek of decay blooming around me as Keaton drew closer, and the sound of the head laughing, I knew I wasn't crazy. This was all real, raw, and wrong. The box I had been stuffing all these impossibilities into was overflowing now. What happens when the box breaks? Would my mind break too? I passed through the arroyos and toward the toll booth borders of this part of the res. The barrier bars were lifted. Was this where the line had been drawn? Could Keaton cross it? He was halfway up the roadside, nearly level with the side of my truck. He wasn't looking ahead. His neck was twisted toward me, his body pounding forward with a mindless kind of purpose. His mouth hung open, eyes wide. Behind me, Dr. Harkham's head shouted with laughter. The engine rattled with speed. Keaton was so close I could smell death. I could see the dried blood of so many victims caked across his twisted, nude body like a suit of crimson armor. Right as I crossed the border barricade, Keaton veered sharply to the left. I watched him clear the fence and crash down in a heap, thrashing on his back like an insect, arms curled toward the sky. The head stopped laughing. The ashes stopped crackling. I slammed the brake pedal to the floor. Keaton writhed. I saw Joe's trailer on the hill, half swallowed in dust, lit by the hard glare of floodlights. I focused the headlights on him. His thrashing slowed, then stilled. My tires thumped over uneven ground as I crept forward, heart burning like a live wire. I stomped the gas, aiming to crush him beneath the weight of the truck, but he leapt at the last second, sprawling across the roof and smashing through the back windshield in a burst of glass. I flung the car into reverse. One tire crunched over his leg. For the first time, I saw pain in Keaton's eyes in the rear view. I clenched my teeth until my jaw ached. Keaton clung to the frame, screeching. He yanked and pulled, his foot pinned like a plank beneath the tire. I slammed into drive. He flew backwards off of the car, his limb bending and snapping like a brittle branch. As I climbed toward the hill, I saw him rise again on all fours. One leg was twisted into broken segments, the foot dragging unnaturally across the dirt. And still he came after me. But now there was a break in his stride. He was slower, he was wounded, and if it bleeds, it can die. At least I hope so. I rounded the rise. The area was desolate, not a soul in sight. I hoped that was part of the plan. I prayed it was. I slid my car into park on the ridge and pulled the parking brake. Behind behind me, I heard the pounding of hands on earth, getting closer with every second. Keaton landed on my roof with a thud, the metal buckling under his weight. Then he threw himself forward, vaulted over the hood, and smeared blood across the windshield as he rolled and hit the ground. He stood facing me with those reptile eyes, blocking the way to the trailer. Its door was wide open. I pulled the gun from my purse and pointed it at him. He tilted his head and I felt my muscles tense. I wasn't pulling the trigger, something inside me was pulling against it. I fired once. The bullet missed him entirely and buried itself into the trailer wall. Keaton charged. I dropped the pistol and ran around the car. He roared as his broken ankle slammed against the dirt. He scrambled onto the roof again and I ducked to avoid a swipe from his hand. The spot where Mutt had bitten my ankle throbbed and the pain lit sparks behind my eyes as I flexed and pushed through. The body will break itself to escape death, and the mind, drowning in adrenaline, becomes a weapon. But he was feeling it too, the adrenaline. His nervous system was short-circuiting, his mouth open like a wilted flower, tongue flicking through the air. He was tasting something. Could he smell Joe? The others, were they near? He leapt and I dove through the trailer doorway. One of his claws raked across my back. I shoved past a floral couch, knocked pans off a shelf in the narrow kitchen, and bolted toward the bathroom. Keaton thundered in behind me, screaming, "I'll rip out your throat." His voice scraped like rusted wire dragged across concrete, echoing down the narrow hallway. "Play with your insides, eat them." The trailer rocked under Keaton's weight, metal hinges groaning. I slammed the bathroom door behind me and scrambled for the open window. My foot knocked over a toothbrush and a tube of paste as I shoved myself through. Pain flared along my back. The wound on my calf throbbed. Keaton was almost on me. I could feel his heat, the hate radiating off him. The door splintered just as I dove. My teeth cracked against desert stone when I hit the ground. A burst of white light exploded behind my eyes, and blood filled my nose, hot and thick. Something moved past me, fast, silent. I heard the window slam shut, arms wrapped around my torso and dragged me away from the trailer, around to the front by my car. Keaton's voice roared from inside, a storm of curses and blasphemy. He screamed like a trapped coyote, cornered and caged. He'd sensed something was off, but he couldn't help himself. His bloodlust had outpaced his instincts. Now he was trapped. I turned my face upward. The sky above the basin cracked with heat lightning. Purple veins crawled across the clouds. The air buzzed with insect calls and owl cries. The desert had awakened, and it seemed to know what was coming. A man I didn't recognize moved past me, wearing a bandolier of bundled sage and carrying a rawhide pouch that smelled of cedar and cornmeal. He approached the trailer with quiet purpose, opened my truck door, and retrieved the bundle of Mutt's ashes and the shrouded head of Dr. Harcum. With steady precision, he placed them both through a window into the trailer. Another man knelt in the dirt near the rear axle, an elder in a long shirt embroidered with turquoise beads and white ochre. He began to sing in a language I didn't understand. The words were low and heavy, his voice rolling like wind through canyon crests. He poured corn pollen in a slow arc around the trailer, his movements deliberate and unwavering. The others joined in. Their chant rose from the earth like the black smoke from the trailer. The song was older than Keaton, older than the desert. Then came the drum beat, deep and rhythmic. A taut deer hide stretched over a cedar frame, struck in time with the chanting. Inside the trailer, Keaton's limbs thrashed. A hand burst through the kitchen window, blistered and cracking. His skin was changing, splitting, leaking. Joe stood nearby, rifle leveled, his breath slow and focused. The bullets he fired were ceremonial, silver cast and marked with ash and pollen, each one struck with meaning. Keaton screamed like something dying. His voice scraped against the trailer's walls as flames began to rise from underneath. The tinder place below had caught. Smoke coiled into the night sky, carrying something foul and wrong. The fire grew, hungry and bright, fed not only by gasoline but by intention, by design. Keaton howled as the medicine circle tightened around him. His bleeding eyes gleamed through the flicker of flame, filled with disbelief and fury. He clawed at the walls, tried to find the door, but it had been sealed from the outside with rawhide bindings and sacred paint. He scratched at the windows, too narrow for his spider-like frame to slip through. The chanting never stopped, even when the trailer began to cave inward, even when the screams turned wet and animal. The fire consumed, the wind shifted. I watched Keaton stop fighting. I saw his flesh pock, blister, rupture, and burn. He looked at me through the window the same way Mutt had, with those vacant, unreadable eyes. Keaton sucked up lungfuls of empty breath. Joe watched his home burn to embers. For me, there wasn't a trace of regret in his expression, only that same ruthless, focused anger. I spit blood through my cracked lips, and then the world went quiet. No birds, no insects, not even coyotes, no Keaton, not anymore. Only the breath of the desert and the low hum of thunder threading the sky. We stood and watched the trailer's shell glow red, then crumble. Joe's cousins moved through the sagebrush with extinguishers, tamping out sparks before they could catch. I didn't look away until it was dark, silent, hollow. Then I broke, not cleanly, not quietly. My whole body shook with sobs dragged from someplace beneath grief. I screamed, raw and hoarse, and clung to Joe like a raft in a black ocean. He wrapped me in a musty blanket and said nothing, just held on. One hand pressed firm to my back. I wept into the chest of his shirt. So much gone, so much taken. It better be dead, I said between sobs. We're going to bury the ashes of that guy. Death Spa's gonna make sure it doesn't come back. I used to believe in quiet deaths, gentle ones. That was before Mutt, before the laughing sickness that was Keaton. The world had gone still, no more chase, no more fire, no more road to burn through, just the sound of my breath hitching, the dull ache in my limbs, and the weight of deep grief settling into my bones. When I was 3 years old, I was in a really bad car accident. I didn't know it at the time, but that singular event would come to define everything about my life moving forward. What I remember about the accident is mostly a collage of backdated comments I was able to reel out of my father in the following years. He was driving me and my mom in his old 91 Chevy Tahoe through the twisting back roads of southern Illinois, weaving his way through the gnarled branches of oak trees which interlocked into a braided ceiling overhead. A fog had rolled in, giving the impression that we were driving through a cloudy tube. Everything was simultaneously bright and opaque. I didn't mind though, as I was in the back seat working on a coloring book. My mom was in the front talking with my dad or turning around to entertain my completed pictures. Although I was of the age where my memory was just beginning to mature, I still recall two things very clearly from the accident. First was the sensation of braking. I remember feeling the way a plate must feel to be dropped, weightless at first, then suddenly meeting a much larger, more solid object. The air popped like a firecracker and the entirety of my body shattered into hundreds of fractals. And then I remember a hand. It was my dad's hand pulling me from the wreck. I ended up hospitalized for weeks after the crash. My mom was less lucky. The impact had killed her instantly. As I've alluded to, I was young, and at the time I didn't fully understand the implications of what had happened. I knew something was missing, but it was like a word on the tip of my tongue, or the forgotten vanilla in a cherished cake recipe, coloring my experience but not the whole of it. Not like my dad. For him, it was the whole cake. He had somehow made it out with only a few scratches. I'm sure he had a really bad case of survivor's guilt, and frankly, looking back, I wouldn't have blamed him if he slumped into despair and spent his days drinking away his sorrow. But he wasn't that type of man. He got help. It took him years before he was able to recall anything that happened that morning, and most of it is still repressed, but he shared with me what he could, or at least that's what I had thought. My dad was a middle school teacher since before I was born, and he kept his job until very recently. As a result, we didn't have much by way of resources. I grew up on Disney Channel and TV dinners for the most part, but I didn't mind. When I became of school age, his job actually made caring for me pretty convenient. Since our elementary and middle schools were connected, he was able to drive me there and back each day. It was around 3rd or 4th grade that I realized I was different. I didn't understand the other children or even the adults most of the time. They would say things that immediately change their mind, or they would talk about something and in the next breath forget its existence entirely. I remember one day at lunch, I had just gotten my tray of hot food and sat down with some friends. One of the kids, Alex, was talking about a stuffed bird he had won for getting first place in Mr. Curtis's pop-up math competition. We were all admiring its blue wings and white belly and sharp black beak and beady eyes. I left mid-conversation to get a chocolate milk. When I came back, I asked to see the bird again, and Alex said, "What bird?" I was perplexed. "The bird, the blue jay you were just showing us." I remember all of the other kids looking at me like I was crazy. I figured they were all playing a trick on me, so I got up and went over to Alex's seat and crouched down, looking under the table. Then I sprung up and tried to open his lunchbox. "What are you doing?" he yelled. I felt so confused and embarrassed that I ran to the bathroom to cry. And then there was another time a group of kids were laughing about a joke one of the girls, Taylor, had made about our homeroom teacher's face looking like a seal. I knew it was mean, but at the time I just wanted to fit in, so I played along. But when I made a comment about her resemblance to the semi-aquatic animal, they all looked at me confused. What are you talking about? We never said that. These misattributions kept happening, and it led to me being ostracized from most of the little childish cliques that popped up. I developed a quasi-standoffish temperament which I used as a shield against a chaotic world that I didn't understand. My dad eventually had me tested for ASD, autism spectrum disorder, but I passed the test. He asked if I wanted to move to a different town with different schoolmates, thinking that perhaps I was getting bullied, but I told him it was fine. Somewhere deep down I felt like no matter where I went, this problem would follow me. You may think that I was simply coping with the absence of my mom, and while I'm sure that her absence has left certain holes in my life, kindly, no, that wasn't what was happening. You see, at first I didn't notice the instances of what I'll call blinking. I simply thought that I was misremembering things, objects, words, events. They were all little things anyway. A bird, a joke, my pencil box. It wasn't until 6th grade that I realized the magnitude of the phenomenon. I was in my dad's 6th grade social studies class, and we had just been assigned our Ancient Civilizations project, which involved creating a diorama of our chosen civilization and presenting its features to the class. My friend at the time, Claire, had taken my first choice of ancient Rome, which we had a heated argument about at lunch, so I was left with ancient Egypt. At the time, all I pictured for Egypt was a plate of sand. However, my dad and I went through some illustrated history books and pictures on the internet, and he really built up the project for me. Over the course of a couple months, he helped me shape 3 pyramids out of small wooden planks and a bunch of tan clay. We placed them in the center of a giant square shoebox lid which served as the container for the diorama. Then he bought some small wooden mannequin puppets and we dressed them up in cloth clothes, mostly kilts and tunics, and colored their eyes, mouths, and hair. We added a few obelisks and some small box huts which were collected into a little village around the Nile. Finally, we added a light glaze of glue where we felt would be necessary and then covered the whole project with golden glitter. As we worked on each part of the diorama, my dad helped me understand what we were adding and why it was important to ancient Egypt. I loved the way he talked about history. He spun everything into a miraculous story. To this day, I don't think I've ever had a teacher who came close to his level of charisma and creativity. As a result, I became really proud of my diorama. I memorized all the little details and rehearsed my speech in front of the mirror for hours leading up to the last couple weeks of class. And then, 2 days before I was supposed to give my presentation, everything fell apart. First, I need to apologize for deceiving you about an aspect of my story. I thought it might help you to understand what I was going through at the time. What I'm about to tell you is going to sound insane, I get that, but please hear me out. The truth is that I was never assigned to present on ancient Egypt. Everything else about Claire taking my first pick and Dad helping me with the whole project and my excitement leading up to the presentation was all true, but it wasn't a project on ancient Egypt. It was a project on ancient Citizen, which was a civilization located on the 8th continent called Catalan, the same name as the spoken language but unrelated, which was due west of Australia in the Indian Ocean. I know this sounds incredible, and if you want to believe it's all in my head, I get that, but I remember clearly all sorts of facts about it. The Malagasy, the same people who populated Madagascar, were the first peoples to discover Catalan and settle it. However, about 500 years later, Indian ships would arrive and create the civilization known as Citizen, a pidgin language formed between the indigenous population and new arriving Indians called Hiesa, pronounced Hi-Esu or Hi-Su. Catalan had a warm climate with plenty of natural resources, but Citizen had a dense enough population to require agricultural production. They grew rice, grain, sugarcane, vegetables, and even tobacco. I remembered all of these facts and more. My diorama reflected the main features of the Citizen civilization, and then 2 days before my presentation, I woke up and my diorama was entirely different. The hilly grasslands were traded out for sandy dunes. The Hindu statues and stone palaces became clay pyramids and large spear-like pillars, and everything was covered with the ickiest yellow glitter I had ever seen. Tears stung my eyes as I trampled over to my dad's room and banged on his door. "Dad, what did you do?" I yelled. "Honey," he responded, rushing over to the base of the stairs. "What's wrong?" "The diorama, it's ruined." "It's what?" he asked and ran up the stairs, leading me to my room. He looked over it for a few seconds, checking to see if everything was intact, then said, "I don't see it, honey. Where is it ruined?" I was completely dumbstruck. What did he mean he didn't see it? "All of it," I shouted. "The whole thing is wrong. Where's the grass and the stone buildings and the lady with the 4 arms and the elephants? Where's my project?" My dad looked at me in silence. Lauren, baby, what civilization do you think you were working on? Ancient Citavan, of course. We've been working on this for months now. Dad, please tell me you remember. He knelt down and put his hands on my shoulders. Honey, your project was on ancient Egypt. There is no ancient Citavan. You're lying, I protested. Books, you have books. On your bookshelf. He took me into his study and showed me all of his books. None of them were on ancient Citavan. He even turned on his computer and typed in the name of the civilization, but all that came up was a near match Sidon. I remember feeling the sudden urge to puke. My entire body felt like it was pumping battery acid instead of blood. I started, but suddenly my head felt very light and I fainted. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. I had lost consciousness for over half an hour, enough time for my dad to call 911 and have the ambulance transport me to the nearest ER. They ran all sorts of tests on me, but they all came back fine. After a couple hours of IV fluids and monitoring, they released me with my dad. I ended up skipping the rest of school that week. My dad didn't make me present my diorama. In fact, he never brought the subject up again. Part of me was glad. I just wanted to forget the whole thing ever happened. But another part of me couldn't move past what was clearly the most absurd thing to ever happen to me. About a week after the incident, I tried to broach the subject, but when I asked my dad about it, he didn't seem to remember our conversation at all. He said I had fallen ill and that's why I needed to go to the ER and miss class. I felt like I was going crazy. If I was older, I probably would have voluntarily checked myself into a psychiatric ward, but I was young and helpless and alone, and I decided that if I just ignored the changes well enough, I could still get along. This proved difficult though, as the blinking would only exacerbate in the coming months. Up until the time of the project, I hadn't been able to directly observe the phenomenon. It was always in retrospect that things disappeared. It was during the summer after 6th grade that this changed. I still remember the first time it happened. I had just gotten out of the shower and was drying my hair in front of the mirror. After it was dried, I threw on my clothes, then went to tie my hair up in a ponytail, but as I went to set the elastic tie, I felt its weight dissipate in my hand. I gasped and held my hand out. The circular black band was gone. Fast forward to 7th grade and the blinking had spiraled out of control. Reflecting back on it, most people would probably have assumed I was drinking psilocybin infused water, as the delusions were somewhat consistent with psychedelic phenomena, except these distortions were real, at least they felt that way to me. I'd wake up and grab the box of Special K but end up eating Cheerios. The McDonald's logo would look yellow and red one day, but purple and black the next. I'd be watching a show and then a different show and then a different one. It was as if the entire universe was a Christmas tree with millions of lights, and the lights kept shifting hues randomly, faster and faster, and I was the only one who could see their changing colors. I remember one night my dad made spaghetti for dinner and we went out onto the porch to eat it. While we were sitting, I saw our neighbor's house, a 2-story townhome, blink and become a single-story bungalow. I gasped and my dad asked what was wrong, but when I tried to explain, he just gave me a strange look. For him, no matter what changed, the world was always that way, while for me it didn't have a way. The situation peaked when Claire, that friend I mentioned before, disappeared. I texted her. My dad had bought me a BlackBerry at the beginning of summer break, but didn't get a response. When I asked her other friends if they knew where she was, I got the usual, "What are you talking about?" look. I knew right away what had happened, even though I didn't want to believe it. I went to the teacher and asked if there was a Claire in our class. She said no. I broke down in front of everyone. I couldn't take it anymore. I ran out of school. The lady at the front desk tried to stop me, but I just barreled past her. I kept running until I got to a big park across the street and bawled my eyes out until the police arrived and escorted me home. When they tried asking me what was wrong, I didn't say anything. There was literally nothing I could say that they would understand. That night, I prayed to God for the first time. My dad wasn't a religious man. He went to Catholic church with my mom when she was alive, but after she died, he never went back. Still, I knew how to pray, even if I never did it. I copied some of the people I saw praying in movies and interlocked my fingers and knelt down on my bed, stuffing my head into a pillow. Dear God, I said, please, please, please help me. I told him about my struggles and asked him to make them stop. I spent an hour saying the same things over and over again, and when I was finished, my little body was so tired I fell right to sleep. I knew something was different the second I opened my eyelids. I didn't only feel relieved, but I felt embraced. I felt like someone was watching over me. I felt like I wasn't alone. I moved through my day with cautious apprehension. I didn't want to get my hopes up only to be let down, but to my surprise, the blinking had stopped. At least I couldn't remember any of the inconsistencies, and to me that that was a win. I began to pray regularly, and the more I did, the more I could feel the sense that someone was looking out for me. It was like I was getting a big hug from some cosmic force that loved me and wanted me to be happy. I made it a habit to pray regularly. I asked my dad if he could take me to a church, and he agreed to take me to St. Mark's, the same church that he and my mom used to attend. Over time, I realized that the actual church services weren't as important to me as the praying. For whatever reason, there was something about praying that was like a glue for my brain, holding the entire universe together. As I got older, I considered that maybe it wasn't that the changes were no longer happening, but that I simply didn't see them anymore. In other words, maybe I was just becoming like everyone else. Either way, I didn't mind. In my teenage years, I got into mindfulness meditation. I thought that I'd want to go into religious studies and become a theologian, so I started to learn about Eastern traditions in addition to Christianity. I joined a bunch of different school clubs to meet kids of different faiths: Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam. I tried to find a common thread which linked them all and would explain what happened to me as a child. The metaphors of heaven and hell, good and evil, the Taoist yin and yang, duality. Every religion seemed to speak about a way of being that would lead to a better place. In some cases, that better place was a physical future existence, and in others, it was merely being in contact with the perfection of nature or the present. Metaphorically, the teachings could explain what I had gone through in a kind of loose way, but there were no explicit statements about my condition. I want to fast forward to why I've decided to write about this now. To give you an idea of where I'm at, I'm now 25 and working on finishing my MA in computational linguistics. I know that's a bit of a switch from what I was thinking when I was a teenager, but I really only interested in religion because of the value praying afforded me as a child. I didn't actually have much interest in the subject itself. After my first year of college, I changed to an English major, which ultimately led to me taking a linguistics class and enjoying it so much that I switched tracks in my junior year. Considering the state of the world, I thought minoring in computer science might help me financially in the future, so I ended up charting a path which I figured might lead to something like developing translation software. Anyway, everything was going fine until a few weeks ago. I was out at an all-night diner with a few of my friends from the program. There was Jeremy, Martin, Bella, Jordan, and Macy. We had been working on a group project together involving modeling construction grammars by generating primitive 3D structures using C# and running the code through a game engine. It's a bit weird, but essentially we were trying to create a multi-dimensional model for language using a similar but more advanced concept than other LLMs, and just had a breakthrough. It was 2 a.m. though, and not a brain cell existed between the 6 of us. So instead we focused on a different problem: Macy's ongoing breakup with her semi-long distance trucker boyfriend. We tried to explain why Mike wasn't going to work out as we ordered a round of milkshakes and waited for the lone overnight kitchen worker to scoop out 3 balls of ice cream from the Dean's carton for each of us, blend it, then have the server deliver the vintage diner glasses on a plastic tray. I dug into my thick strawberry shake with a spoon. It was delicious. I kept eating but focused back on the conversation. I remember feeling something odd about one of the scoops, but I was so entrenched in Macy's story that I didn't notice the metal shard in my ice cream until I felt it against my lip. Pita, I spat out the shard and ice cream all in one motion, then covered my mouth, which I was sure was bleeding. The silver blade was probably as large as my thumb, and it had 2 jagged edges, as if it was fastened for the purpose of causing damage. "What?" I yelled. Everyone at the table turned to see what was the matter. "Hey Lauren, you okay?" I spoke through a covered mouth, using my free hand to point at the table. That was in my, but it was gone. "In your shake? Was something in your shake?" asked Jeremy. I froze. In that moment, the stories of my childhood that I had only remembered as faint nightmares came back in a wave of crushing terror. How could I have been so stupid to think they would simply vanish forever? No, this isn't the same thing, I thought, but deep down I knew it was. I drew my hand away from my lips and saw that it was dry, no blood. When I looked back up, all of the blood in my veins went cold. My friends were smiling at me. Their lips were elastic like taffy, stretching to reveal their teeth. I could feel them radiating malevolence, as if the only thing holding them back from picking up their utensils and stabbing me to death was some thinly veiled force field. The moment lasted for what felt like half a minute, then Jordan said 2 words which made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Found you." The words ricocheted in my now adrenaline-powered skull, but just as he spoke them, the world blinked and my friends were back. Bella reached out and grabbed my hand. I pulled away, but when I saw her concerned expression, I relented. "Sorry guys, I think I'm going to have to call it," I said. "You sure, Elle?" asked Jordan. "You look like you just saw a ghost." "Yeah, thanks, but I stumbled for a lie, but when one wouldn't come, Martin stood up and said he'd walk me out to my car. "Thanks," I said as I got into my little 2015 Jetta. "It's just been a long day." "No problem, Lauren. You know, if there's ever anything—" "I know," I said, but didn't mean. Some things just couldn't be shared. I drove for about 5 minutes before stopping at a gas station. I pulled in and parked near the back. Then I interlocked my fingers and prayed for half an hour. I apologized for not taking my prank seriously and asked to once again be granted peace. Unlike my younger years, I also drifted into other avenues of thought. I imagined my mom. I pictured the whole arc of my life, all of the little decisions that led me to where I was. I cried for a long time. I felt like that little girl again reaching out for help. I still felt so lost, so out of control. There were so many things missing and I was so confused. I decided then to take a trip back home and visit my dad, who was now working as a private tutor. He made enough prepping affluent students for the ACT and SAT that he could spend his free time pursuing his real passions, reading and writing. When I arrived at his doorstep that weekend, he greeted me with open arms. "How are you, kiddo? It's been, what, a year or so?" It was actually more like 2 years, but I didn't tell him. I just smiled and nodded. "Well, come in." The house was almost exactly how I remembered it. Linoleum floors, beige walls, a few scattered pictures, the scent of chamomile, everything minimalist. There was a quaintness, a prettiness to the way everything seemed to be well kept and in a perfect place. From the cherry wood chairs we'd sit in to eat, to the cream-colored love seat, I felt at home. I spent the drive thinking of what I would talk to my dad about, but ultimately I wasn't sure what I'd say. I loved my dad, but I think growing up it was easy to see him as naive. After all, arguably the most important episodes of my childhood were completely unknown to him. In that way, I kind of loved him from a distance. Maybe losing my mom also played into that. Maybe I just had trust issues. And after what happened at the diner, luckily there hadn't been any blink since. I stayed for a couple days and he showed me around some of the different coffee shops where he'd tutor kids or write some of his stories. I met some of his friends, mostly other retired or part-time teachers who were in a similar place in life. I was happy for him. Then, on Sunday, he made me my favorite meal growing up, homemade carbonara pasta with chicken and broccoli. The sauce had a few different cheeses, butter, olive oil, and a raw egg yolk. It was the perfect blend of creamy, savory, and sweet. After we ate, he cracked open a scrapbook of some old photos and other clippings he had put together. We reminisced about the past and laughed whenever I'd cover up one of my awkward pictures. He brought up some stories from school that I had forgotten, naming some teachers that I hadn't thought about in years. Apparently I had started at the end because as I moved to the other end of the book, I kept getting younger and younger. I flipped to the last pages and noticed a couple pictures of my mom that made my heart sink. "She was beautiful, wasn't she?" said my dad. I agreed. I flipped to the last page and saw a collage of newspaper clippings. One of them was related to the accident. It was headlined, "Two Survive Head-On Collision." After a cursory glance at the text, I noticed something odd. It said, "Both the husband and child, a 3-year-old girl, sustained life-threatening wounds. The husband was found unconscious on the scene. The girl was found 20 meters away from the vehicle, crying." I swallowed, trying to remember back to what happened that day. The feeling of crashing, of the world slowing down, then breaking, returned. And then there was a hand, my dad's hand, or was it? If he was unconscious, who pulled me out of that wreck? I looked up at my dad. He was smiling. I shot up and started backing up slowly toward the door. "No, not you two. What is this? What's happening? Who are you?" My dad, or whatever was controlling him, laughed. "Oh, Lauren, 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 you know who we are." He purred as he stood up. He lifted his hands and the lights began to flicker, then bend in a way which shouldn't have been possible. Dark figures began to propagate from the shadows along the walls. The pictures nailed there began to blink out of existence. I turned to run toward the door, but the handle was gone. Glass shards materialized all around me and swarmed like locusts. Certain I was going to die, I dropped down on my knees and once again turned to prayer. This time asking God to directly intervene and save me. Everything went quiet. "Honey, are you okay?" I didn't trust his voice. I knew if I opened my eyes, I'd see that awful smile. He was just toying with me. "It's not you," I said in between muttered prayers. "I know it's not you." "Honey," my dad said closer. I felt his arms wrap around me. This was it. I was going to be suffocated. I waited for the inevitable crushing weight of my chest collapsing. I waited to break all over again. "I would never hurt you, Lauren. I love you more than anything in the whole world." I burst out in tears. "No, it's not you. I know it's not you. You don't exist." My dad's weight dissipated. I opened my eyes and saw that he was no longer there. "Dad," I called aloud. "Dad, where did you go?" I checked all over the house, but there was no trace of him. There were still pictures of him all over the house, so I knew he hadn't blinked out of existence like everything else, but somehow he was missing. I left the house and got a room at a hotel where I am now. I'm sure at this point that whatever is happening to me is no longer random. Something out there is actively trying to hunt me. Maybe it has been my whole life, but only now it can see me, however weird that sounds. If that's right, then God has been on my side trying to protect me from this demon or monster or devil or whatever it is. Regardless, the methods I was using when I was younger are not going to cut it anymore. I already posted my story in several other small circles and have gotten one reply. A man who goes by the name Trent, apparently it's an alias. He said that he has some insight into my condition and can offer help if I want it. I'm planning on meeting with him tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but at this point I need answers. I can keep you updated with my progress if that interests you, and to anyone who knows anything about what's happening to me, please, I could really use your help. Back during the peak of the blinking crisis, I remember having a lot of difficulty sleeping. It was common for me to average only 4 or 5 hours a night, and the little sleep I did get was marred by terrible nightmares. One in particular recurred many times. I was only 8, but somehow I was in the driver's seat of our family's old SUV. My arms were long enough to steady the wheel, but my legs didn't quite meet the pedals. It didn't matter though, since the car seemed content to continue on at a constant pace. I looked over and saw my mom in the passenger seat. Her face was a blurry likeness pieced together from the dozen or so pictures I'd seen of her over the years. I tried to bring her into focus, not only because I missed her dearly, but because she was speaking, pleading even. She waved frantically at me, then brought her leg up and slammed it down on the floor mat several times. I didn't understand what had her so upset until she pointed out the front windshield, and I saw we were hurtling directly toward a giant tree that had fallen in the middle of the road. Panicking, I stomped for the brake, but my seatbelt protested and pulled me back like an invigorated dog on a short leash. I sat up and tried clicking it off, but it wouldn't budge. My breaths became hollow cries, and I felt my heart beat against the bars of its bony prison. I grabbed the steering wheel and pulled it to the left, then right, attempting to swerve off the road, but it was as if whatever kind of glue was locking up the seatbelt was also fixing the steering wheel in place. "Mom, what do I do?" I yelled, tears streaming from my eyes. She was yelling back at me, but it was as if there was a divider between us, and neither of us could hear each other. I turned back just in time to see the giant oak tree meet the front bumper, and then I jolted awake with a piercing pain in my chest that radiated up through my throat in the form of a giant scream. My little legs kicked under the covers and tears rained down on my pillow until my dad ran in and knelt at my bed. "Lauren, are you okay? Did you have a bad dream?" I grabbed my pillow and hugged it so my face was covered, then effused a in a long wheeze while rocking to either side. "Oh honey," he soothed and brushed my hair, then the tears from my face when I would allow it. Time would pass in silence, and when I began to get the sense that my dad was ready to leave, I'd chirp out, "Stay," in that way children do when they're embarrassed about wanting something. "Always," my dad would reply. Then he'd post up on the floor with my large tomato plushie as a pillow. One night in particular, it was deep in the night, and I had woken to a tapping sound outside my window. I was so afraid that a monster had snuck into my room while I wasn't looking that I made him lay next to me and face outward. I'd peek my eyes open every minute or so to check and make sure my dad was there, staking out the room. Eventually he rolled in close and said something that I still remember to this day. "Hey baby, guess what?" he whispered. I mumbled. "I think you scared the monster away." I tried to picture this through the fog of my fatigue. Something seemed off about the statement, like it wasn't logically possible, but before I could piece together the words to express that, my dad cut back in. "It was scared because it realized you're a superhero, and you know what your greatest superpower is?" I shook my head, making sure to rub my forehead against his shoulders so he could sense it in the dark room. "Your greatest power is that you get to tell the monsters what to do, because the monsters are only as strong as the stories you tell about them, and there's all kinds of stories, happy ones, sad ones, scary ones. Tell me, this monster you think snuck in, would you say he's part of a scary story?" I don't know, I said, confused. Maybe. He hummed, contemplating. Well, I want you to remember this. You have the ability to tell any kind of story you want. Maybe there are monsters, but that means there's heroes and angels too, right? I was beginning to doze off to the comforting sound of my dad's deep voice, but I gave another affirmative So if you're ever scared, honey, just dream up a better story. A story that will bring you peace. Do you understand? But I was already out. I woke up the next morning to the feeling that someone was in the hotel room with me. The drapes were drawn and the only sound was the AC unit blowing cold air. But when I looked toward the dark corner of the empty coat rack, my mind conjured the face of my dad, smiling at me, chanting that same awful line. Oh, Lauren, you know who we are. I was no longer a child, but it took a couple minutes of cold focus before I muscled the courage to ascend from the safety of my covers and flick on the lamplight. The small amber radius extended to where my dad's feet would have been if he was standing there, but there was no one. I let out a sigh and collapsed back onto the mattress, thinking back on all those years growing up. The same man who had helped me conquer my fear of the dark was now the monster hiding in its shadow. I looked over my shoulder and saw the clock read 10:15. My meeting with Trent was in 3 hours. I moaned and stretched my arms back until they knocked against the headboard. Then I collapsed back onto the mattress, meditating, gathering energy like a compressed spring. All at once, I jumped up and glided over to the drapes, opening them in a single fluid motion. I grimaced at the sunlight, but the warmth felt good against my face. I stopped by the nightstand and gulped down the final few swigs of a bottle of mellow yellow that I had purchased from a vending machine the previous night, then undressed and hopped in the shower. The warm water wasn't enough to wash away the previous night's memories. When I closed my eyes to lather my hair, I was back in my living room, standing opposite the demon that had taken on my dad's form. His smile, his laugh. It was like someone in my head was flipping a switch between the man I loved growing up and a terrible monster, but the fear was more powerful. I heard something drop onto the tile floor on the other side of the curtain. The noise made me gasp, and I opened my eyes while shampoo was still streaming down my face. I swiped the shampoo out of my now burning eyes and squinted at the curtain, trying to see through it, but I couldn't make anything out. Is anyone, I started, trembling, afraid to finish the sentence. I reached out and pinched the end of the curtain. My heart was in overdrive. I swallowed, then pulled it toward me and peeked out. I scanned the room, but I couldn't see anything out of place. It wasn't until after I finished showering and wound myself up in one of the hotel's 2 small towels that I saw what had made the noise. I bent down and picked up the stub of a razor blade that had fallen onto the tile right next to the puffy gray shower rug. It wasn't mine, and I was pretty sure hotels didn't keep unguarded razor blades just laying around. When I held it up, it occurred to me that if it had simply fallen a few inches to the left, it would have been buried in the rug, and perhaps I would have stepped on it. I stared at myself in its steely reflection, cold, lonely, small. What if I was all I was able to think before the blade blinked out of my hand? I threw on some clothes, packed up the few belongings I had into my purse, then checked out of my room. I didn't feel safe going back home after what happened, but I also didn't want to go anywhere else. I got in my car and drove aimlessly up and down the town streets, focusing only on the car ahead of me. Anytime I started to travel down an avenue of thought, I'd make a turn or speed up or hit the brakes, anything to keep my mind distracted. It was sweltering outside, but I'd turn the heat on for minutes at a time until I felt drenched, then toggle max AC until I was cool, then back to heat. I repeated the basic driving tenet 10 and 2, 10 and 2, 10 and 2 inches like a mantra, a chant to focus my attention on a single point, and then I pictured that point disappearing. I began to think that maybe I wanted to disappear. I fully intended to keep going that way until 1 o'clock, but after about 30 minutes my meandering route had led me to St. Mark's Catholic Church, where a large group of people were gathered around a long line of tables in front of the building. I slowed down. At the front of the venue was a large white cardboard sign which read, "Plant a seed, share the joy." I wasn't sure what that meant, but my boredom had come to a head, and I rationalized that if there's any place on God's green earth that would be safe, it was this one. I parked along the closest side street, then walked over to the church. Rows of white tables were covered with cardboard boxes filled with small plants that were wrapped up in individual paper pots. I watched from a distance as people behind the tables carefully removed the plants, one by one, and offered them to passers-by. I continued down the line, a sheep in the herd, and allowed myself to sink into childhood memories. I had somehow made it out the other end near the narthex when I heard a woman's voice call to me. "Hey dearie, have you gotten one yet?" I turned and saw a small, gray gray-haired lady with rose-colored glasses. Oh no, I started, attempting to decline, then paused. The old lady grabbed one of the plants and held it out for me. Here, she said, come on, I won't bite. As far as you know, I thought, and stumbled forward with a sigh. Thanks, I said, and took the plant. What is this all for anyway? It's a giveaway, the old woman responded. Staff have been growing these plants, tomatoes and garlic mainly, so they could offer them to members of the parish. The idea is to have the members grow the produce, then donate it to St. Mark's food pantry to give to those in need. Oh, that's actually pretty cool, I replied and inspected my plant, which was at present nothing more than a small green stem. So which kind is this one? That one is... The old lady stopped and inspected the other plants near where she had grabbed mine. Tomato. Tomato, I repeated. Well, thanks again. Of course, dear, the old lady beamed. We're all responsible for each other. I nodded, then continued back through the crowd toward my car when, through the large vestibule windows, I saw a priest speaking to a young couple. It had been a little over a decade since I had attended a service. I stopped going during high school when I started studying other religions, and I didn't recognize this priest. He was short, just over 5 feet tall, bald, and African American. He wore the customary black robe and white collar, and there was something in his smile and the way he seemed to be affirming the couple that made me yearn to speak with him. I considered for a moment, a bit embarrassed to be stepping back into church after all this time, but the thought of being able to burn 10 minutes talking with someone who might have some insight into my situation was too tempting to pass up. I waited near a portrait of Mary Magdalene, my tomato plant in hand, staring off at the pristine series of stained glass images portraying the death and resurrection of Jesus. About a minute in, the priest met my eyes. He smiled, his way of telling me he knew I was waiting, then finished up with the couple and made his way over. He had a bit of an accent when he spoke. It was Ugandan from best I could tell, and a proclivity for laughing at the end of his sentences. Hello, miss, I don't believe I've had the privilege, he said, and held out his hand. He leaned in as he spoke, and his smile tugged on the corners of his eyes, which were already marked with use. I shook his hand and returned what I'm sure was a weak smile. No, I don't think so. My name's Lauren. I used to come here when I was little. It's been a while. Well, I see you picked a good day to visit, if you're into gardening that is, he remarked with a laugh and gestured toward the plant. It's nice to meet you, Lauren. My name's Martin. Father Martin if you prefer. Father Martin, I repeated. I have a friend named Martin. It's a good name. He laughed and said, thank you. I'll pass that one along to my mother. She loves the praise. I laughed back. He carried himself in such a carefree way that I was put immediately at ease, almost to the point where I forgot what I wanted to talk to him about. I started, attempting to word my question in a way that didn't sound like I needed psychiatric help. I have a couple of religious questions for you, if you have time. That's what I'm for. Ask away. They're about miracles, like the ones in the Bible. I was wondering, do you think that miracles still happen today? Miracles, huh? He started. You mean like water into wine? Kind of, yeah. He contemplated. Well, I haven't seen them myself. You know, I may be a priest, but I also have a degree in physics. I think God made the world according to laws, right? But I do think God has the power to intervene. Yes. I just have never seen it like, you know, the biblical type of miracles. To me, there are miracles happening all around us, miracles we can't see. Exactly, I responded, thinking about how no one else could see the blinks. Those kinds of miracles, what are those miracles we can't see? One of Father Martin's eyebrows raised and he rubbed his chin. Well, I think the greatest miracle is the miracle of God's love which was perfected in Christ and offered to each of us. It's his power to heal even the most troubled mind. By coming into alignment with God's will for us, we can see the true purpose of this existence. No, he's not getting it, I thought. I scrambled to my other entry point. What about the story of Job? God made a bet with the devil that Job would stay faithful to him no matter what the devil did to him. Do you think that kind of situation is possible? Father Martin's expression drooped into a concerned frown. There's quite the difference between miracles and the story of Job. I suppose I see what you're getting at, though. Job's suffering is in some ways the antithesis to positive miracles. In this life we are tested, sometimes to the point of losing everything, but even that person who has more reason to hate God than anyone else can once again find peace and eternal happiness through faith. In fact, it's often the person who is lowest in the pit of suffering that needs the light of Christ more than anyone else. I thought back on the first night that I prayed. It was in my moment of greatest helplessness that I reached out to God, and I thought I had found my answer in Him. But now, after what happened last night, after all these years of chaos, not merely losing things that were important to me, but my very sanity, I needed more than just blind faith. I couldn't just sit idly by and hope things would get better. I smiled at the priest and said, "Thank you, Father, this has been very insightful." "Of course, sister, I'm sorry if I couldn't have been of more help." "No, I think I understand now. I've been wrestling with something, and I think God wants me to confront it. I think I've been running away and hiding from it for so long that I convinced myself it disappeared." Father Martin nodded in understanding. "Well, in that case, will you let me leave you with a prayer?" I was a bit taken off guard by the request, but I accepted. "Sure, Father." I watched as he made the sign of the cross. Then he lifted his hands and closed his eyes. "Dear God, I am so happy to have had the privilege of meeting with Lauren today, especially on a day such as this where we are offering gifts for those who need them. You have heard her desire to confront the things that are troubling her. I ask that you bless her with strength and peace and a clear conscience, that she may overcome these challenges. God, bless us with your Spirit that we may see your hand in our lives. Amen." "Amen," I said. As I was leaving, Father Martin called out to me and said, "Oh, just so you know, this Friday at 7 we are having a barbecue at the parish center. I would love to see you there if you're able and wanting." Turning back, I smiled and said, "Oh, okay, thanks, Father. I'll think about it." The priest nodded, and with a smile he sent me off. I walked into the deli at 1 o'clock on the dot. The customers who had arrived for the lunch rush were already cleaning up their trash and heading out. I dodged past a few of them on my way down the long, narrow path leading to the front counter, while I waited behind a couple of elderly folk who were picking which soup they wanted to pair with their ultimate grilled cheese. I looked around for Trent. He hadn't sent me a picture or any way of contacting him throughout the day, so I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I figured I'd see some man half hidden behind a newspaper scouting me out. Maybe I watched too many movies, I thought. Ma'am, you're up," croaked the teenager behind the register. "Oh, right, sorry," I replied and stepped up to the counter. I muttered, scanning the menu for something that looked edible. Could I just get... I made sure to mouth every syllable as they were words of their own. "We have a deal, the try-to combo, sandwich and a soup for $9.99. The cashier repeated for what was probably the 50th time that day. "Yes, that sounds good. I'll do the Italian sandwich and potato soup. And a drink, please." After I paid for the food, I wandered around the tables, hoping to find someone who looked like a Trent. I was picturing a short guy, runner's build, with long brown hair, tucked somewhere neatly away in the corner. So I was not prepared when the Hulk stunt double growled my name from a table smack dab in the middle of the restaurant. He had a pale, square face that was spotted with freckles and a sinking property that comes with the lethal combination of stress and age. His hair was relatively short. Probably it was brown or auburn, but since it was slicked back, it looked almost black, and he wore what looked like janitor coveralls. There was even a cloth tag pinned to his chest which read, "Trent." "Lauren," he repeated. "Yes, that's me," I said, and took a seat across from him. I saw a brown tray on the table in front of him, and on the tray was a large white soup bowl. It was empty and beginning to crust along the edges. He must have been here for some time already. "I didn't know where you'd be, so I was worried we might miss each other. I'm glad you found me, though," I said while looking over Trent more thoroughly. His large hands were stretched out in front of him on the table. He wasn't wearing a ring, so he probably wasn't married, and his face, it was stern. He seemed like a no-nonsense kind of guy. Then I saw his eyes. They were sapphire blue, probably the most stunning I'd ever seen. "We only spoke on the internet, so I hope you don't mind, but I usually run a preliminary test on anyone I meet who claims to have abilities such as yours," Trent said while reaching into his pocket and removing a device that had the size and shape of an electric razor. "All you have to do is look into it. It takes maybe 5 seconds, 10 at most." "Oh, sure," I said reluctantly. I asked while reaching for the device. Trent clicked a button and released the cylindrical head which opened, revealing a glass circle about the size of an iris. "I'll hold it, just look into the center. A red cross should appear, then it'll take the picture." Okay," I replied and did as he instructed, leaning my head forward to look into the device. Sure enough, a red cross appeared. Was all I got out before the light turned blue and I saw a gray fog disperse and billow throughout the inside of the tube, extending for what I perceived to be miles. My jaw went slack and I couldn't breathe for maybe 5 seconds. Then Trent re-shuttered the device and turned it over. 72, he said with a hint of shock. "That's the highest I've scanned to date." He looked back at me, more relaxed now, and muttered to himself, "How have you been able to function for this long? At this level, you should basically be half in, half out." I rubbed my forehead, feeling a mixture of pain and frustration and fatigue and impatience which all poured out at once. "Listen, Trent," I said as sternly as I could. "I came here because you said you knew what was wrong with me and that you could help me. I get you have to make sure I am who I said I am, but now it's your turn to pay up. How do I know you know anything about my condition? You said my mom might still be alive. What does that even mean? I saw her die right in front of me. I want answers." I waited for Trent to respond, but he only lifted his head. I turned around and saw a girl holding a tray of food. Hi, sorry to interrupt. I have an order 36 for Lauren." "Oh yes, thank you," I said. The worker placed the tray down on the table in front of me, and when I saw the food, I suddenly realized how hungry I was. Trent must have also realized this, because he folded his arms and said, "Go ahead and eat. I'll explain while you do." I wanted to protest, but my salivating mouth made other plans. "Fine," I said. I grabbed the metal spoon off the tray and started on the soup, bracing against the steaming heat of the potato chunks. As I ate, Trent moved all of the items on his tray off to the side. Then he flipped the tray over so it was raised slightly off the table. He took his cup and placed it face down in the center. Then he rolled up a few of his used, blue mayonnaise packets and charted a track across the tray. "What are you doing?" I croaked out between bites. Trent ignored me and continued by ripping up a napkin into strips and placing them alongside the mayonnaise packets. Finally, he snapped 10 toothpicks in half and stuck them in the tomb of a dozen overlaid napkins. "It's your diorama," he said at last. "It's my what?" "From the story you sent me, your diorama. When I read about it, it gave me a good idea of how to explain the blinking." I pointed at the cup in the center. "Is that supposed to be a pyramid? Because I'm pretty sure you're in the wrong geometric neighborhood with that one." "It's an analogy," he said. "Of an analogy," I quipped back. "Look," he picked out one of the toothpicks and held it out in front of me. "This could be a person, an animal, a crowbar, whatever you want. The point is, this diorama is a stand-in for our universe. This is everything that exists that we can see, okay? Okay. Now me." Trent placed a hand over his heart. "I'm not in the diorama. I don't exist in the universe." "In the universe where a cup is a pyramid, or the actual universe," I said, unable to control myself. Trent grimaced. "Sorry, keep going. I get it." Things pop into. Trent threw the toothpick back onto the tray. Or out of. He picked the toothpick back up. "Our universe at will based on forces," he patted his chest again, "that exist in other realms," he gestured to the room, "that are connected to our universe." He tapped 2 fingers against the tray. These things could be objects like, say, a toothpick, or entities like the one you encountered yesterday. The blinking experience that you described aligns with the typical experience of a moderate antenna. That's what I call people like us, antennas, because we can pick up on signals others can't. You mean you see the blinking too? Yes, but not to the same extent as you. If all the blinks are gathered in a giant picture that you can see, I'm traversing the image through binoculars, maybe even a microscope depending on where we are. I thought about this. I guess it was possible there were other people like me out there, but since I had never met anyone, I didn't really consider the idea until now. And then for him to say my ability was somehow much stronger than his. "But," I started, "I haven't even seen that many blinks since I was a child. It's just more focused and malicious now." Yeah, Trent scratched his head. "That's the thing that got me really interested in you. Somehow you seem to be able to control it without gear, just by praying. And look, that's all well and good, but I don't want to give you the false impression that I'm some kind of religious leader. I like to look for logical, scientific explanations for things, so that's the frame I'm coming at this from." I took a sip from my drink. "That's fine," I said. "The truth is that's why I reached out to you in the first place. I wanted an explanation I could understand, an explanation that was directly related to what I'm going through. Then we should get along just fine." I was scooping out the last potato that was stubbornly gliding along the bottom of the bowl when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the old man from the line shooting up from his bench and standing in army erect form. I felt a tingling sensation tickle the back of my neck. I didn't want to turn toward him. I knew what I'd see if I did. "Trent," I whispered, trying to tip him off. "Huh?" he grunted. Then when he saw my expression, he snuck his right hand under the table and said, "Do you see it? Is it here?" I cocked my head to the left, signaling toward the old man that was now facing us, but Trent didn't seem to notice him. His eyes just kept scanning the entire front of the restaurant. Then I saw the old man take a step in our direction. "Lauren, oh Lauren, I've been looking for you, Lauren," the old man said in a low, gravelly voice that gave the impression he was gurgling liquid tar. I turned and saw his face. It was cold and expressionless, and a butter knife was poking out of his left fist. When I met his eyes, he smiled that horrible smile. smile. You're slippery, you know that? He spat. Why can't you just stay put? Don't you get tired of running from your old friend, or have you forgotten about me? Trent, I mumbled out, right there. And this guy, you think he can help you? He's only here to help himself. If that's not clear, you really are a lost little lamb. Oh, quick, give me your hand, Trent instructed. I was silent, my eyes still pinned to the old man. Sk. The demon-possessed senior wagged his finger at me, taking a step, then another step, shortening the distance as much as he could while I was entranced. Then, suddenly, he sprinted forward at a speed that shouldn't have been possible for a man his age. Trent, I screamed. Lauren, give me your hand. I spun around and grabbed Trent's outstretched arm just as the old man lifted the butter knife over his head like a pickaxe. Then I saw Trent pull out what looked like a toy gun from under the table and point it at the demon. Gotcha, Trent remarked. I braced for a gunshot, but there was no noise. After a couple seconds, I looked back and saw the old man sitting in the booth opposite his wife, his hand tremoring as he reached for his large drink. What did you? I asked, but Trent was already pulling me out of my seat. Come on, we have to go, he said. The effect is temporary, he'll be... Before he could get out the last word, I saw the cup pyramid on Trent's tray blink out of existence. The sound of a plate shattering rang out from a table up ahead. The lone woman standing there slowly turned around, smiling, with a fork in one hand and a piece of the broken plate in the other. Trent shot her with a toy gun as we ran past and then barreled through the front door. Where are we going? I asked between gasps. My van, it's loaded with kit. And then where? Your house, replied Trent, who stashed his gun back in his pocket and took out a key fob. My house? But that's where it appeared. Yeah, and that's where you banished it. Trent waved me into the passenger seat of his Ram 3500 ProMaster. I noticed right away the dash, which looked more like it belonged in a new limited edition EV than a cargo van. The ignition kicked on automatically, and I heard the beep of a sonar ping precede an English woman's voice calling out like some Oxton GPS saying, scanning for anomalies. Trent shifted the van into gear, and I heard the wheels sputter as we accelerated backward and whipped out of the small parking lot. What's your address? Trent asked. I gave it to him, and then speaking to his dash, he said, Car, take us to Kya. Was redirecting to Waki Aki, replied the British woman. Currently detecting 31 novel emergencies, updating pings every 300 milliseconds. Chance of contact 0.23%. What does that mean? I asked. The van has sensor equipment which can detect blinks. It's much more accurate than either of us. And it sees 31? Yes, that's not as many as it sounds, Trent said, and tore past a car that blinked out of existence right as we turned onto the main street. We drove on for another couple minutes, the English woman updating the number of novel emergencies every 10 seconds or so. Her constant babbling eventually became a comforting background noise, and I was able to think again. In the message you sent me, you said my mom may still be alive. I looked at Trent to see if he would react to me bringing her up, but he remained stolid. What did you mean by that? Trent thumped his steering wheel. I shouldn't have sent that, he said at last. Shouldn't have? What do you mean? You can't just say that now. Trent took one hand off the wheel and turned toward me. Look, we're going back to your house because we need to determine your origin point. All antennas have them. It's a place of high energy where many realms intersect, kind of like a station, and it's the place where you first acquired your abilities. Based on everything you wrote, I'm guessing that place is where the forest where the accident happened when you were a young child, but I need to confirm it. Once I confirm that that's the place, Trent hesitated. Then what? You want us to go back there, to the place where my mom died, or at least where I think she died until you told me she might be alive but are now taking it back. That place... It's the only way to... Now detecting novel agent, the English woman interrupted. We both perked up as she gave another update. Net anomalies 437, novel agents 1, chance of contact 78%. Crap, Trent muttered. Car, course correct. Attempting course correct to avoid collision. Attempts made 10, 50, 75, 79. No alternate route detected. Chance of contact 96%. Time until contact 13 seconds. I shuddered. Looking out the front windshield, I saw cars pop out of existence left and right, opening up a clear path to the four-way intersection ahead. In a blink, the streetlights all turned green, and then they vanished completely. It was as if the entire world was being stripped down bare, and all that remained was the road, boxed in by the rows of buildings along either side. In the distance, I could see a large tanker barreling toward us. Trent, "I know," he replied, and clicked a different button on the console, which opened a new toggle for the shifter labeled TD. He pushed the stick forward, engaging the new mode, then pressed the accelerator all the way to the ground. "You're going to want to hold on." "What are you doing?" I yelled, grabbing onto my seatbelt. "No time to explain. Car, release phase lock." Phase lock released. I watched in horror as the color drained from the road and buildings and sky, transforming it all into a dim tunnel with only the headlights of the oncoming semi-truck visible up ahead. I had the sudden thought that this was all a dream, just like the ones from my childhood. I looked over and no longer saw Trent but my mother. And then I realized this wasn't a dream. This was hell. I was being forced to relive the worst moment of my life over and over again. Just when I thought I had escaped, I was pulled right back into that car, helpless as we approached, but never arrived at our impending fate. I closed my eyes right as the lights engulfed the windshield and braced for the usual pain in my chest, for the feeling of braking, but it didn't come. Shift was the last word out of Trent's mouth, and then I was infused with the sensation of being at the pinnacle of a roller coaster. I was suspended there for what felt like hours, but somehow I knew that not even a second had passed. Everything inside the van, the dashboard, windows, ceiling, doors, even Trent himself began to radiate enigmatic particles. They were a mass of constant motion, like raindrops falling through the air but never landing. I looked down at my hand, but it was gone, diffused into an unknowable number of untraceable particles. The world outside, once devoid of color, was now nothing but color. When I tried to focus on a particular spot in the infinite geometric folds of whatever realm we were traversing through, I could sometimes detect a trace of our world. The old lady from the church. She appeared as if through a window, standing behind a table, holding out a plant, only this image was so much brighter, and the plant she was holding was pure gold. Then I'd catch a glimpse of the razor blade. It was large, many hundreds of times larger than the van, and surrounded by darkness. These ghostly images appeared like holograms or reflections that caught the light at just the right angle, then dissipated. I stayed there, looping between the archetypes of my life for a long, long time. I knew we were returning when I felt the first sense of motion. Breath filled my lungs for the first time in what felt like a day. I blinked, and then we were back in town, driving down the same road with the blue sky above. People were jogging on the sidewalk past the little street shops. The street lights were active. I checked the side mirror and saw the tanker had just passed by. I looked over at Trent, who met my eyes. We shared a look of knowing and unknowing. For some reason that was enough, and we continued on in silence. We agreed to stay the night at my house. Trent had parked a couple blocks away in front of a couple vacant houses so as not to arouse suspicion from the neighbors. Then he lugged a large duffel bag with his equipment in and set it up in the living room. He scanned the scrapbook, which contained the newspaper clippings from the accident, several times and confirmed that was likely my origin point. I simply nodded and then went back out onto the back porch. I sat there for hours, basking in the sun. Something had changed in the past day, but I couldn't pick out what it was. Too much had happened. I had too little time to process any of it. When the sun set, I went inside and Trent told me about his plans for the next couple days. He said he needed to run a few errands in the morning, then meet up with a couple of his associates. After that, we could begin our drive to southern Illinois. He said it was likely that the entity that was chasing me had first tied itself to me during my childhood accident. For whatever reason, we came into contact, and now it didn't want to leave. Trent would help me get rid of it. He didn't go into many details regarding how that was to happen, but I don't think in my tired state I would have been able to understand much anyway. He had a plan, and that was enough for me, at least for a while. After our meeting, I made sure Trent had enough pillows and blankets like a proper host. Then I retired to my room. I laid down on my twin bed and stared up at the cream-colored ceiling. Then I turned and saw the participation awards for my junior soccer league stashed on my dresser. I pictured myself on the field, running with the ball, out ahead of everyone except the goalie. I took a shot, but it was blocked. Then I ran back to defend. How can such a simple game be so much fun? Was the last thought I had before drifting off to sleep. I woke up only once during the night. It was still dark out. The room was warm despite the small flower petal fan churning away, shifting the hot, humid air from one pocket of the room to the next. fast. I waited in apprehension, sensing that something had disturbed me. I saw the tomato plushie peeking out at me from the slightly ajar closet door where I had stashed it so many years ago. I felt like I was missing something important. And then I heard it. There was a tapping at my window. Darkness gave way to dimness as I opened my eyes and saw slivers of gray light printed on the ceiling like lines on the page of a ruled notebook. In the distance, I heard the sound of pans clanking against the kitchen stove, and I became ever aware of the scent of cinnamon and bacon sneaking in from under my closed bedroom door. For a moment, I was back in 6th grade. My dad was downstairs cooking up his famous from-scratch buttermilk pancakes and cheesy scrambled eggs. It was probably 7 o'clock, maybe 7:05, and I had 15 minutes to get up, shower, dress, eat. Then it was off to middle school with Dad, for me to learn, him to work. It was the day we were set to be assigned our Ancient Civilizations project. Unless something went terribly wrong, I would be choosing Ancient Rome. I didn't know much about it, other than it was some great empire, but even then I didn't really understand what an empire was. I was just happy that I would get to build something with my dad. I turned on my side and looked at the closed blinds, the source of the gray lines, then the cabinet with all my trophies, and finally the wobbly fire truck red chair pushed under my desk. I was home at last. The past 15 years were nothing but a dream. There was no blinking, no malevolent demon chasing me, no inexplicable chaos. It was a sweet fantasy, but one that became bitter the longer I tried to chew on it. I swept my legs out from under the covers and sat face down on the corner of my twin mattress. My feet were adults' feet. My room was my former room, and that was Trent downstairs cooking breakfast. Unless, of course, it was my dad, in which case I'd have bigger problems than merely waking up from a good dream. After changing into a fresh shirt and pants, I went downstairs and saw that it was, in fact, Trent cooking breakfast. He was wearing a plain t-shirt through which I could see the ripples of his large back muscles as he whisked what I presumed was pancake batter. He must not have heard me because he didn't turn around when I made it to the end of the hall. I leaned against the wall, arms folded, and watched him for a minute as he finished whisking the batter, then poured it onto a hot griddle, spilling a few dribbles on the counter in the process, watched it bubble, flipped it, then transferred the golden medallion onto a plate stacked 5 high. Next to the pancakes was a plate filled with bacon and a small aluminum pan of scrambled eggs. "Smells good," I said at last. "Find everything okay?" I thought I might startle him with my abrupt appearance. Instead, Trent looked over his shoulder, chewing on a piece of bacon. He swallowed and said, "Oh, it's you. Yeah, I hope you don't mind me using your kitchen. I thought I'd make us some breakfast." It occurred to me then that Trent likely wasn't a guest in other people's homes very often. Lucky for him, I didn't mind him using a kitchen that hadn't been mine in many years. I was going to tell him as much when I saw an open box of biscuits sitting on the counter. I pointed to it and asked, "You found that in the pantry? My dad usually makes his pancakes from scratch." He turned to look at the box, then back at me. "No, I went out and got that, and the bacon and eggs. I didn't want to dig into your supply without asking, and you were asleep, so..." I felt my eyebrows furrow as I checked the time on the stove clock. "It's 8:17 in the morning. Are you telling me you went out to the store, bought all these ingredients, then came back and cooked them? Just how early did you get up?" "Around 5, he answered as casually as if I had asked his dog's name. "I don't usually get much sleep. Around 4-5 hours is all I need. It's actually unusual for antennas to need more than that amount, but I suppose you are unusual." I opened my mouth in disbelief. Not only had he commandeered my kitchen, he was calling me unusual at 8:17 in the morning. "Sorry," Trent said, reading my expression. Well, let's just say I've not had many personal relationships. I'm used to being blunt. It's just easier that way." He took out a plate and transferred 2 pancakes, some eggs, and a few slices of bacon onto it. Then he held it up to me as a peace offering. I sighed. "This better be good," I said with a wry smile and took the plate. "Trent certified, but no guarantees. Refunds not allowed," he replied, which made me giggle. We sat across from one another at the dining room table. The meal was pretty good, but it was no dad's special. The pancakes were clearly boxed pancakes. The scrambled eggs lacked cheese and had a little too much pepper, and the bacon was, well, it was bacon. No complaints there. Still, it was nice to settle down and have a somewhat normal morning. After we ate, Trent unfurled the long arc of his life, which began as the second youngest brother of 8 siblings in rural Oklahoma. Trent's pops was in the logging business, first as a lumberjack, then as an owner of his own logging company. His dad acquired the business while Trent was still young, so school was never a high priority for him, at least not the way contributing to the household was. The rest of of his childhood he summed up in 2 lessons. Being close has nothing to do with distance, and don't touch strange plants in the woods. I asked him if he kept in touch with any of his siblings, to which he responded saying, "The only reason they haven't had a funeral for me is because it would be too much work." When I asked him to elaborate, he said he'd not had contact with anyone in his immediate family for over a decade. He kept tabs on them. For example, he knew his mother had dementia, and his dad was forced into retirement by his oldest brother, who had gone on to take over the logging company. His sisters were all married and moved to other parts of the country. He considered reaching out several times, but his situation required a degree of security that wasn't conducive of close family ties. Not that there were particularly strong ties even before he broke contact. Trent admitted to being a bit of a black sheep. "It all circles back to one of my jobs as a home inspector," he explained. "After I moved out, I tried college and quickly realized it wasn't for me. So I entered the workforce and did a bunch of odd jobs: construction, carpentry, plumbing. I even drove a garbage truck for a while. But I ended up in home inspection. There was one job in particular which made me aware of." Trent paused and gestured toward the space between us. "Our situation. The blinks. You remember what I told you about origin points being like a station where other realms intersect with our world? Well, this house was like Union Station or JFK Airport if you prefer a plain analogy. There was a pile of junk up to my knees in the basement of that house. All of it had been blinked in. I spent a couple days on the property, running tests, trying to identify the strange phenomenon, but on day 3 I rolled up to an army of what I thought at the time were feds, parading around the property like ants on an anthill and sectioning it off with crime scene tape. I saw disgust funnel into Trent's expression. "They're not feds at all though, at least not anymore. I call them the organization, a group of people who lead in the formalized understanding of what you know as blinking, and they're the reason I have to take precautions." I considered this for a moment. Trent's story was certainly plausible, but I was missing a key piece of the puzzle. "Okay, so what does this organization want? You make it seem like they're not good people. Have they tried attacking you?" This caused Trent to laugh for a solid 10 seconds. "Sorry, it's just, I mean, if you knew what I knew, you might think it's funny too." Then tell me." Trent took a deep breath, then released. "It's a long story. The gist of it is this. The organization has a certain device which I call the receiver. Think of it like a giant antenna. No, not us kind of antennas. An actual antenna. It's like the machine equivalent of us, but with a billion times the bandwidth. Their goal is to use the receiver to map our world in relation to other dimensions, then use that map to establish dominion over everyone and everything. In order to do this, they need muscle, both human muscle and antenna muscle. They're in the process of harvesting as many of us they can find. They're like a giant diamond company who is taking to the mines. When they find a stone, they take it back to their factory for cutting and refinement. In real terms, they run tests on us and attempt to augment our powers. The ultimate goal is to create a strong antenna, or an antenna capable of causing phase shifts, blinks. Trent saw from my expression that he was starting to lose me, so he stood up and began rolling up his shirt. "What are you doing?" I asked, turning away. Then I saw what he wanted to show me. There was a long scar beginning high up on his ribs and slashing all the way down to his left hip. There was also what appeared to be a patch of burn marks on his stomach. "It was early on when I got these," Trent explained. "I was naive. I actually thought I'd be able to reason with these people. The only reason I escaped was because of dumb luck and a box of hand grenades. But that's a tale for another time. I learned 2 important lessons that day. First, the organization isn't screwing around. And 2, they aren't immortal. Most of them are regular, everyday humans, except for their obsession with power." Trent let his shirt fall, covering up the marks. "I ran into them again recently at their headquarters. My team and I are working on a plan to..." He paused, seemingly weighing his words, then changed gears. "Well, I guess we can go over that another time." I couldn't help but feel that Trent was holding something back. As much as I tried to resist thinking about yesterday, the old demon man's words kept ringing in my head. "You think he can help you? He's only here to help himself." Then I thought about what Trent said at the deli. "That's the thing that got me really interested in you. Somehow you seem to be able to control it without gear, just by praying." Did Trent think I was a strong antenna? Is that the only reason he's helping me? Because he wants to recruit me? And if that is the case, what if I said no? Listen, Trent, I started, but I saw Trent was already nodding. Still, I pressed on. I need you to tell me what I'm actually doing here. Why did you agree to help me? And what does helping me really mean? I want to know the truth. The truth is, Trent started, then stopped and looked out the glass door that led onto the deck. I looked too and saw a sparrow had alighted on our old bird feeder. It tried pecking at some of its non-existent grains, then sang what I assumed was a song of displeasure before taking back off to the skies. The truth is, I do want to recruit you. I think you have the potential to be the strongest tool in my arsenal, but I won't require it. To date, I've helped 53 of our kind, but only 7 have stayed on. Most decide to go on and live normal lives. Trent scooted his plate to the side. In our case, this can essentially go one of 2 ways. In either instance, we pass through Chicago for 2 stops. First, I need to meet up with an associate who has something to drop off to me. Then I need to stop at a storage locker and trade out some gear that will allow me to open a phase portal. When we arrive at your origin point, I'll open the portal and you'll look inside. Based on everything you've told me, I'm guessing that childhood accident was when the demon appended itself to your life. By seeing how it entered your life, you should be able to figure out how to dispel it. At least that's the working theory. Returning to the origin point has always worked for the other antennas, although I must admit your situation is different, but I can't imagine it's so different that this method won't work at all. After you return demon free, you're free. You can walk out and never see me again, and hopefully you'll live a happy and peaceful life. Or you can decide to throw your lot in with mine, and I can show you how deep the rabbit hole goes, so to speak. Trent looked into my eyes, and when I didn't respond for a few seconds, he said, "That's it, that's all I got." I smiled and responded with one sentence. "When do we leave?" Memories have a strange architecture. In some ways, they are the great safety net of our experiences, collecting them like a bucket under a leaky roof. In other ways, they are an eternal reminder that nothing ever truly lasts. Perhaps a better way of thinking about memories is as the ghosts of our past lingering in the present. As I took one last stroll through my childhood house, feeling that it might be my last time for a long while, I felt the imprints of childhood memories press into my awareness. I could hear my father's voice reading to me at my bedside. I could see him holding one of my stuffed animals above my head as I wrestled him for it. I could recall the times when I'd sneak down the stairs late at night and quietly open the freezer, grab the ice cream carton, then head back upstairs to eat it. I felt a yearning to return to those memories, to walk into the fictitious pictures my mind was painting on the canvas of my present. I knew I couldn't return, but I still wanted something to hold on to. I went back to my room and grabbed the cotton stuffed tomato from off my closet cabinet. Then I walked through my dad's study and removed a volume I recalled him frequently reading, a hardcover book with a green binding called A Collection of Great Works. I placed these items by my feet in the passenger seat of Trent's van, and just as we were about to leave, I remembered something else. "My plant," I blurted. "Your what?" "My plant and my car. I left them at the deli. Do you think we could swing by and get it?" Trent checked the time, then said, "Yeah, I guess we can. I just hope it isn't towed." Luckily, it wasn't. I half expected to find a ticket on the windshield, but there wasn't one of those either. I unlocked the door to my Jetta and got into what felt like an active oven. "Hot," I said, and rolled down all the windows, then cranked up the AC. I saw my plant resting in the cup holder that I'd left it in the previous day. I picked it up and touched its soil. It was dry and beginning to crack. "Hang on, little guy," I thought. Then I led the way back to my house. When I arrived, I parked at the head of the driveway. I turned off the car, then ran inside with the young tomato plant, bringing it to the upstairs bathroom sink and dousing it in water. I wasn't sure how much I was supposed to add, but I figured after the sauna experience it had yesterday, I could afford to go a little overboard. Once it was fed, I opened the small purple drapes and placed it on the windowsill which faced east, meaning it would hopefully get plenty of morning sunlight. "Good now?" Trent asked after I hopped back in the passenger seat of the van. "Yeah," I said. "Good now." "Then let's get a move on." Road tripping with Trent was a much different experience than when we were driving for our lives. For one, Trent wasn't nearly as tense. He drove with the windows down and one hand on the steering wheel like out of a Mustang commercial, talking intermittently about his adventures, people he'd met, jobs he'd done, close calls. He was like a living radio, and when his personal station wasn't on, he was playing one of his CDs, classic rock mainly. When he was in an off period, I found myself looking out the window at the rolling wheat fields and cloudy blue sky. Journey was playing, and the lyrics to one of the songs crept into my head and reverberated there. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning. I don't know where I'll be tomorrow. I've been trying to make it home, got to make it before too long. Ooh, I can't take it very much longer. In a strange way, I felt like I was leaving home, but in another way, I was going back. And then it occurred to me that perhaps I didn't have a home at all. Did I ever have one? These past couple days had called everything about my life into question, to the point where the past seemed as mysterious as the future, and both intersected at that one place in the woods, the place where it all began, the place we were headed. We only stopped once at a gas station to refuel, get snacks, and use the bathroom. Otherwise, it was smooth sailing, other than one heated discussion with Trent that began when he addressed his vehicle as car for the 5th time. Okay, you need to come up with a better name than that. What do you mean? Trent asked, seeming genuinely confused. You have a supercar and you named it Car. That's actually embarrassing. But it is a car. I face-palmed. First of all, it's a van. A van is a type of car. Second of all, would you name your kid in Kid? Trent thought it over for what I thought was much too long. At last he concluded, no, I'd probably name him Boy, or if it's a girl, Girl. After 5 more minutes of his childish banter, we settled on the name Ava, my choice after rejecting his runner-up name Scar. At around the 7-hour mark, I dozed off, then woke up a couple hours later to the sensation of the van dipping, then bumping up into an elevated climb. The evening sunlight that was pressuring my eyelids to open dissipated, and everything was suddenly dark. I opened my eyes and saw we had entered a parking garage. Trent pulled into an open spot on the 2nd level. We're here, he said, and gathered up his gun, which he stashed in a driver's side underboard compartment that I'm guessing he had installed himself. I see that. You want to wait here or... I opened the car door, which was answer enough for Trent. We both got out and started down Maple Avenue. I had been to several cities before, Chicago among them, but the size of the buildings always struck me with awe. As we walked alongside dozens of other pedestrians, I looked up and traced the closest tower to its peak, guessing how many stories it was in my head. Then I'd be pulled out of my game by the honking of some nearby vehicle. We continued for 2 blocks until Trent made a path directly toward the nearest Starbucks. I didn't know what I was picturing for a meeting with his associate, but it definitely wasn't a meetup at a coffee shop. Still, I followed him in. Then when I saw that Trent was leading me to a corner table where a casually dressed Chinese girl who appeared even younger than me was sitting, I blurted in a hushed tone, "Her? She's your associate?" "Took you long enough," said the Chinese girl, looking up from what appeared to be some kind of homework assignment. "And she's in school?" I asked, incredulous. The associate looked to me, then to Trent, who nodded, then back to me. "It's just a cover. I'm glad to see it still works, though." She reached out to shake my hand. "I'm Allison. It's nice to meet you." Trent gave me a smirk, then said, "Looks can be deceiving." I grunted an affirmation and shook Allison's hand. "I'm Lauren. It's nice to meet you, too." "Sick, you have it?" Trent asked, skipping right to business. "Of course," Allison replied and removed a mailing package from her backpack, setting it on the table. "You want to go make sure it works?" she asked, gesturing up at the ceiling with her eyes. Trent seemed to think it over for a second, then looked at me, but before he could say anything, Allison cut back in. "I'll stay with her. It's been a while since I've had any female company. Why don't you let us girls talk while you take care of that?" she said in a seductive yet authoritative tone which garnered her years that her appearance did not reflect. Trent hesitated, but only for a moment. "Okay, I'll be right back," he said. Then he hurried out the door in the direction we had come from. "Come, sit with me," Allison invited. "Tell me about yourself." I took a seat on the small wooden seat opposite Allison, then crossed my legs. "What do you want to know?" I asked, feeling discomfort rise in my stomach. Nothing about the situation, from the mysterious package to Trent leaving me alone with this girl, to the girl herself, whose voice was as velvety smooth as the latte she was stirring with a black coffee straw, sat right with me. "I'm curious about what you think of Trent." "Trent?" I repeated. I realized this was the first time I was putting any of my thoughts about Trent or our relationship into words. "I guess he's a pretty straightforward guy. He seems to know what he's doing." Allison flashed me a small smile, then took a sip of her latte. I saw the sticker on her drink read chai. Then she set the cup down and sighed. "Yes, he's very straightforward, definitely doesn't mince words." She looked up into my eyes. Hers were a rich black like onyx pebbles, but there was something about the way the light refracted off them which simulated simulated a kind of inward motion as if they were tiny whirlpools. Her smile spread across her lips. I'm curious, what did he tell you? Ig, tell me about what? About what you're doing, about where you're off to, what's the plan? Don't you know, I asked, but it immediately occurred to me that maybe she didn't know. I never saw Trent with a cell phone. Just how did he communicate with his associates? And what if he didn't want her to know what we were doing for a good reason? Should I tell her? No, Trent keeps his cards close to his chest. He always has. Don't you work together though? Allison waved her left hand in the air. Of course, but it's because of the nature of our work that most of our communication is done in person, so Trent doesn't tell me much outside of the current job. I was just curious is all. That makes sense. I mean, I'm actually pretty curious about what you do too. Oh, Allison's voice went high as if she suddenly sensed an opening. Then why don't we trade stories? You tell about your trip and I'll tell you about mine. I thought it over for a second. I really did want to hear what Allison had to say, and she was Trent's co-worker. It's not like I was spilling crucial secrets to an enemy. We're currently on our way to southern Illinois. Specifically, we're going back to my origin point so I can confront a demon that Trent thinks blinked into my life there. Allison stopped stirring, but her eyes didn't break from mine. A demon, huh? She raised the cup and took a long sip, then placed it back on the table and continued stirring. I met a demon once, she started, looking up at the walls as if her life was playing on a screen there. It was back in China where I was born. She dropped her attention back to me. Do you mind if I reminisce a little? Maybe you can get something out of it. I shook my head, but something in my gut started to stir again. Allison continued. I was born during the era of the once-child policy. As a result, my mother decided to leave me in a shoebox on the side of the road. I was a girl, so that's just how it was. Like many other babies in my condition, I ended up in foster care. However, for whatever reason, I wasn't adopted. Years passed, and when I turned 6, the government decided I'd be of better use building our impoverished town's GDP in a factory that assembled electronic devices for Western countries. Mostly they had me cleaning, but when I turned 8, one of the employees asked for my help with one of the soldering machines. That turned out to be the beginning of the end for me. I sliced open the ring finger of my right hand. I remember specifically seeing the bone underneath the split flesh and thinking it looked so small and white. The employee claimed to have nothing to do with my accident, and the management declared my injury minimally invasive and bandaged it up. 2 weeks later, and who would have guessed that the wound would become infected and, well, Allison dropped the straw into her cup and raised her right hand, spreading the fingers out for me to see. There were only 4. Her ring finger was missing, and a small V-shaped scar had taken its place. I'm lucky that the surgeon was experienced enough to take out the whole digit. That way it healed in a way which makes it somewhat difficult to notice. You didn't notice after all, but then again, is that really luck? She made a fist and brought it to her lips, stifling a laugh. No, now I remember, my luck was still yet to come. She continued stirring, because you see, after that incident, they moved me to a clothing factory with a boss who had a penchant for getting drunk and roughing up his workers. And well, one night I was walking back to foster care when I heard the outside door to the manager's office slam shut, and there he went, stumbling, slurring insults, curses, and here I was, perfectly in his path. We met eyes, and in them I saw absolutely nothing. A hollow shell of a man, and I can still remember what it looked like to see that shell filled with a demon. Allison's eyes went wide with some strong emotion that I couldn't place. He grabbed me by my hair and dragged me out into the field, far away from civilization. I tried to fight at first, but every time I tried to lunge away, I was only ripping a hole in my own scalp. It felt like flames were spewing from my head, and my only respite was when the blood eventually cooled over the wound. By the time he had thrown me against the rock, I'd already all but given up. Then, when my head met the stone, I heard a pop and my grip on the world loosened. The man continued touching me, but it was as if I was disconnected now, floating somewhere above my own head, and gravity was beginning to reverse, causing me to float higher and higher, away from the horrible nightmare below. Allison paused for a moment, and I suddenly realized I was holding my breath. Then I saw the most bright light I'd ever seen. At the time I thought it was either the sun or heaven or something like that. It was just too bright for this world. But then after looking for a little longer, I noticed it was in the shape of a person. It reached out toward me, and I had never been so quick to respond. When I touched it, I felt all my pain immediately immediately dissipate, and I felt warm and peaceful, and I was no longer in the sky. I was back in the field, but when I looked around, the man was gone, vanished, right out of existence. I didn't understand it at the time, but that was my first experience with the shifts. All I knew then was that I was free, and I wasn't gonna waste that. I ran as far as I could, away from the factories, the foster home, the corrupt governments and corporations. I kept running until I arrived at a city that didn't know me, that didn't want to know me, and I liked it that way because it's easier to live as a ghost than as a victim. Allison perked up, and when I turned around to see what for, I saw Trent entering back through the door. But you know what's interesting? Allison blurted out, her voice becoming quieter. Trent never took me back to confront my demon. Her voice became a whisper. In fact, I can't recall him ever taking any of us back. For a moment, the whole world became a still frame. Allison's clear olive skin and dark eyes made darker with eyeliner. Her narrow nose, her small lips now coiling into a smile. My entire body was a hair trigger hat, only needed the slightest force to set it off. And when Trent placed his hand on my shoulder, I whirled around and narrowly missed a haymaker that swept just shy of Trent's face. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he said, and stepped back with his palms up. "It's just me. Is everything okay?" I turned back to Allison, but she seemed different now. Her expression was benign, confused even. "Are you okay?" she asked. We were just talking about where you were off to next," Allison said without a hint of pretense. "Okay, well, chat time is over. It's time to go," Trent said and started guiding me toward the door. I turned back and saw Allison mouth some words which I swear I heard, as if they had been directly transmitted into my brain. "See you soon," she purred, and she was smiling. The next leg of the trip passed mostly in silence. It was a little over an hour to the storage facility, which was located just south of Chicago. My heart was beating wildly in my chest as I pictured Allison's smile. I wanted to ask Trent if demons could possess antennas, if somehow one of us could become compromised. But then I remembered Allison's words and stopped myself, because I didn't know if I could really trust Trent. I tried to tell myself I could trust him, that it was Allison who was the liar. Her whole persona seemed fake at best and possessed at worst. But then, what if she was telling the truth? What if Trent was the enemy? He sensed my quietness and tried striking up a couple conversations, but I only gave one-word answers. Somehow, our trust was so brittle that a single, well-placed sentence was enough to snap it. When he asked if everything was okay, I lied and said that I just had a headache and needed more rest. So I leaned my head against the stuffed tomato and tried to sleep, even though I knew I wouldn't be able to. We arrived at the facility just as the sun was setting for the night. Trent pulled up to the self-service gate and scanned a card which caused the automatic doors to swing open. We looped down a couple rows of the outdoor units until we came to 48. "We're here," Trent prompted, but this time I didn't budge. I felt his eyes on me after he turned off the ignition. "Hey," he called, "are you awake?" I was silent. I heard Trent quietly click open his door, then close it the same way. I waited a few seconds, then turned my head and watched him from the driver's side mirror. He opened the storage locker, then walked inside and turned on a light. It occurred to me then how dimly lit this outdoor storage facility was. There was a weak overhead lantern peeking over every fourth garage like an anglerfish's lure, leaving a large portion of the road not hit by the light bubbles completely dark. I tried to plan my next move. I could leave Trent and run, but where would I go? Or I could stay and see Trent's plan through. There was a chance this was all an elaborate trap. Maybe Trent was working with the demon, or maybe he was the demon. But then why did he save me? Twice. Maybe he was actually a double agent for the organization, but he could easily have captured me by now, unless he needs me to go back to the origin point for a different reason. I considered everything I had learned up until this point. We live at the cross-section of different realms. These other realms interact with our world. Antennas, who are a very small minority of people, can see these interactions. The organization wants to harness our power and create a strong antenna to achieve some kind of universal hegemony. I'm the closest thing to a strong antenna to date. Trent knows this. He's taking me back to my origin point despite not taking the others back to theirs. Trent claims to want to fight the organization. The best way to fight the organization would be with a strong antenna. What if Trent was trying to make me into a strong antenna? I considered this chain of reasoning. It seemed very plausible plausible, especially after Allison's cryptic messages. Was she trying to warn me of this? But that smile and the "see you soon." If she wasn't being possessed, why would she be seeing me soon? Suddenly, my thoughts gave way like a broken dam as I heard a ping come from Ava's radar. I jumped, thinking that all of the electronics turned off with the ignition, but when I looked at the circular sonar map, I saw a red dot had just emerged in the top right corner. I looked out the window in the direction of the ping, but I couldn't see anything heading down the road. Ping, 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 ping. 4 more dots appeared behind the first, and they were approaching. I jumped out the van and ran over to where Trent was hauling in a large cardboard crate into the back of the van. "Trent, there's pings on the radar, a bunch of them." He dropped the box next to 3 others, and I realized I had never seen inside the back of the van. It was filled with what looked like pneumatic tubes wired into circuits, and in the center was a tripod which was holding a large halo-shaped ring. "Pings," Trent said, then his face widened with shock as he realized what I meant. "Crap, how many?" 5, maybe more now, and they're getting closer. 5. He jumped out the back and ran into the storage locker. I thought he was going to close the door, but when I saw him hauling boxes back toward the van, I yelled at him, "What are you doing?" "I need to load this up for tomorrow. Here." He tossed me his keys. "Get it started." Seriously? Trent didn't respond, only kept shuffling boxes into the van. I turned and ran to the door and hopped in the driver's seat. As I was turning on the ignition, I saw the row of bushes that was just outside of the facility begin to rattle. The next sweep revealed a whole sea of pings. I rolled down the window and shouted Trent's name. "One more, that's all. Get in the passenger seat. I'll be there in a sec." I scooted over the center console and waited, clutching at the bottom of my pants legs. Just as Trent slammed the rear door of the van shut, I saw the first figure emerge onto the road ahead of us. It looked like some kind of large coyote, though it was hard to tell because it was still 50 meters out. "Now detecting 53 controlled agents," Ava said right as Trent jumped in and shut the driver's side door. "Net anomalies 53. "Ava, increase radius to 5 miles, Trent instructed as he backed up all the way to the end of the lane and spun us around toward the gate. Just as we left, I saw the pack of coyotes stalking toward us, slow at first, then in a dead sprint. "Increasing radius," Ava responded. "Increased, recalculating, complete. Now detecting 451 controlled agents. Net anomalies 451 inches. "What does controlled agent mean?" I asked. "Hold on," Trent said and accelerated into the gate, bursting through it. The whole van shook and I heard my phone fall in the crack between the seat and door. Trent steadied the van then said, "It means the things chasing us are being controlled by something that isn't detectable." The demon? That'd be my guess. But why can't Ava detect it? Trent switched to the right lane, then merged onto the Interstate South ramp, probably because it isn't trying to kill us. Then what? I looked back at the map and basically had my question answered. All 451 pings were coalesced in a semicircle on one side of the map, the side of the map that we had just come from. Is it trying to force us toward the crash site? "It seems that way," Trent answered. "Trent, pull over." "Huh?" "Pull over," I yelled. He looked at me, eyes wide. Then he did as I had instructed and pulled off in the middle of the ramp. The red dots slowly closed in on our position. Now detecting... "Shut up, Ava," I said. I could feel my blood boiling. "I'm not going one step further until you tell me the truth. Why are we going to my origin point? What is your real motive?" "What do you mean? I already told you." I unlocked the passenger side door. "Wait," Trent said and reached out toward me. "Just wait." There was silence, except for the pings indicating that the beast behind us had re-encroached on our position to about 50 meters. "Okay, I didn't tell you everything, but we don't have time now." I opened the door. Okay, I didn't tell you everything, it's true. I've never done this with anyone else, but the reason is because I never needed to. And if I told you what might happen, you would have refused it." "Refused what?" "This, me, my help. Lauren, I am trying to help you, but you have to understand, it's likely that neither of us are going to live past tomorrow. You're basically confronting a dark entity in a place where I can't protect you, and if you somehow do manage to kill it, you'll be coming back to the fight of your life, because I don't have the power to hide you from the organization. They're going to show up and try to take you. I really don't know how you've lasted as long as you have. Whatever protection you had growing up, it's gone now. And now I'm all you have, and in some twist of fate, you're all I have." Ava reactivated, now detecting 1,117 controlled agents. Proximity till contact, 20 meters, net anomalies, 1,117 inches. I closed my door. "But what if I still don't want to go through with it?" Trent pointed at the screen. "Then we die right here, right now, together, because I am 100% certain that if we don't go to that crash site, we're dead anyway. All of us." Another pain rolled through. I checked the side view mirror and saw the swarming pack of dogs reach the van and bound around the rear wheels. I suddenly recalled the conversation I had with Father Martin and the conclusions I had drawn. Father, I've been wrestling with something and I think God wants me to confront it. I think I've been running away and hiding from it for so long that I'd convinced myself it disappeared. Go, I said just as I felt the collision of the coyotes slamming their bodies against the side doors. Trent didn't waste any time stepping on the gas. I watched as the coyotes diminished in the distance and the pings receded into the back of the map, never disappearing fully, but covering the flank of our retreat, a reminder lingering on the edge of our awareness that there was no turning back now, that one way or another this was ending tomorrow, and I'd either be dead or something else entirely. Last year I worked at a laundromat near my parents before I moved away to college. I saw the advert in the window when I was shopping with my dad, and figured it was an easy way to earn some money. The woman who ran the laundromat interviewed me and I started that same day, but not before she introduced me to her daughter, who also worked there. She was called Mia, was really petite and really odd. The first time I met her, she immediately said, "Hey, can you do this?" Then she did this weird thing with her eyes that made them vibrate. It's hard to explain, like they were rapidly moving side to side, and the whole time she had this toothy smile on her face like it was the most amazing thing in the world. Mia must have only been a year or two younger than me, so still in her teens, but her behavior seemed really juvenile and kind of try hard. Anyway, I just figured she was trying to break the ice in her own way, so just kind of rolled with it. I got through the rest of the day with just small talk and didn't think too much of it. I was barely a week into the job when I first caught her hiding inside one of the machines. She somehow managed to climb up and curl herself up in one of the big tumble dryers. I wouldn't have even noticed had I not walked past and heard her giggling inside the drum, scaring the crap out of me. "What are you doing?" I asked, annoyed she was dicking around whilst I was working my butt off. Her large eyes watched me in the darkness, her legs pressed up against her flat chest. "I'm just cleaning it." "Right, okay." I'd literally cleaned the lint out of the machine just this morning, so didn't buy her lies for 1 minute. Anyway, she climbed out of the machine like a creepy gymnast shortly after, earning a few strange glances from some of the customers, but no one was hurt. The next time was worse. About 3 days later, I was helping this young mom set up a load of laundry after her machine broke in her apartment. It was her first time in a laundromat, so she didn't really know where to start and had brought her kid along too, although she wasn't doing a very good job of keeping an eye on him. I just finished walking her through the different powders, prices, and settings when I heard that same eerie, echoing giggle again towards the back of the store, only this time it was followed by a child's laughter. As soon as I heard the sound, I had a weird hitching feeling in my gut. Although I'd only known Mia for about a week, I knew leaving a random kid with her would be like leaving them unattended by an open electrical socket. Anything could happen. "Sorry, I'll be right back," I said to the mom, leaving her to load her washing into the machine. Most of the machines in the laundromat were 10-kilogram washing machines. We also had a few larger 18-kilogram machines, and one massive front-loaded 33-kilogram machine used for washing duvets, etc., which Mia's mom had affectionately christened the Beast. The whole time I'd worked there, I'd never seen it used once, yet I found Mia half inside the Beast that day. Playing with the kid stood in front of it. Her bottom half was inside the drum, elbows resting on the rubber seal with the door open as she handed quarters to the boy. She was pulling funny faces and doing that weird thing with her eyes again, making him laugh. The sight made me freeze for a second, wondering what the hell she was playing at. I heard the boy ask her, "What do I do?" Just close the door," she explained, and pressed the big red button. It was only then I realized she was trying to bribe the kid into locking her inside the machine and switching it on. "Mia," I hissed, hurrying through the maze of machines to confront her. "But what will it do?" the little boy asked her. "I'll go on an exciting ride." I finally reached the door and grabbed it, putting an end to the madness. Both Mia and the kid looked annoyed, like I'd interrupted a great game of theirs. "What did you think you were doing?" I snapped. "It was just a little fun, right, kiddo?" The boy laughed as Mia tousled his hair before he finally scampered off back to his mother, who was still piling dirty underwear into the machine at the other end of the store, oblivious. "Hey, just chill," Mia said, sensing my anger as she slid out of the machine. He wasn't really going to do it. I shook my head and walked away, knowing the kind of stuff my own little brother would do for a few dollars. Later that day, Mia's mom came out of her office to check on us, and I thought about ratting Mia out right there and then, but the way she seemed to always dote on her strange daughter like the sun shone out of herself made me pause. Why would she believe me over her own flesh and blood? After all, I hadn't even made my first paycheck yet, and I really needed the money. That thought alone ultimately made me decide to just let it slide. I didn't know how much I'd come to regret not bailing right there and then. A few days later, Mia and I were both working the evening shift. It was nearing closing time and the place was dead. I was just putting a damp sock in the lost and found basket when she appeared at my shoulder and asked, "Do you like me?" I frowned and focused on the sock. Yeah, of course. I knew I'd over-egged the lie as soon as it left my mouth, but I wanted to keep the job at least until college started. "Then why do you never look me in the eye?" I forced myself to turn away from the basket and finally face her. "What do you mean? Do you like me?" Her face had a sudden seriousness to it. Whenever I'd seen her before, she'd always had the ghost of a smile on her lips and a playful look in her eye, but now she looked almost disappointed in me somehow. My mouth felt dry as I croaked out a yes. Liar. I felt my awkwardness switch to fear as she did that weird vibrating thing with her eyes again, only this time they seemed to pull mine in. It was like I had tunnel vision all of a sudden. I tried to take a step back, but my legs felt cut off from my brain. Instead, they followed her as she slowly walked backwards towards the row of machines lining the rear wall. Panic set in as I realized she was leading us straight towards the beast. The playful look on her face returned as she sensed my fear. "Don't worry," she said, her voice sounding like it was at the end of a tunnel. "It's just a little fun." Her vibrating eyes never left mine as we reached the huge machine. She opened the door at her back and started to climb in. In my periphery, I saw her arms and legs contort in a nightmarish way. The whole time her head stayed fixed in space, her eyes now the center of my universe. Once she'd crawled inside, her voice called to me from the darkness of the drum. "Close the door and switch it on. Wash cycle, max spin." I felt powerless to obey. I watched as my arms closed the door and programmed the cycle. The panic inside of me rose, making me feel like I'd vomit if I still had control over my body. As my finger hovered over the start switch, I held onto one last sliver of hope. The cycle wouldn't start without money and I was fresh out of quarters. Yet as she ordered me to start the machine and the button clunked home and the door locked without any complaints, I realized she'd already preloaded the coins. The sick creep had planned this right from the start. I heard the machine fill with water and felt tears spring into my eyes as I realized I was about to watch someone drown to death in the worst possible way. The drum part filled to her chin, but Mia never took her eyes off of me, not even as the machine started to spin. I didn't know if it was the trance-like state she'd put me in, or if her neck wasn't human, but her head filled that thick glass door and never rotated an inch. I remember watching a nature documentary on birds of prey and how owls' heads remain stable in flight to better track their prey, and Mia's face reminded me of exactly that, just this pale, big, black-eyed face staring back at me through the glass. She must have forced me to stand like that, watching her drown for a good half hour because I remember the floor starting to shake as the machine hit its spin cycle. The drum whirled about her horrid face like an optical illusion, pulling me in and never letting me go until finally, the sudden surge of power caused the lights overhead to flicker. My eyes lost sight of hers for a moment in the darkness, and I blinked for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The top halves of my eyeballs felt like dry gritted glass as they finally slid down on the tears collecting below. Suddenly, in control of my own body again, I flung a hand over my eyes and looked away. I heard Mia calling to me from the machine, trying to get me to look at her again, but I wasn't falling for it. My brain felt foggy and my legs felt drunk. For a split second, I thought about trying to switch the beast off before realizing it wouldn't work mid-cycle, and it'd only release the true monster currently trapped inside of it. Whatever Mia was, clearly wasn't human, and I dreaded to think what she'd had planned for me next. I remember half running, half stumbling past her mom's office door, praying it wouldn't open in case she tranced me too. Thankfully, I managed to stifle my sobs and it stayed shut, leaving me to slip out the laundromat door into the night. I never went back again. When my parents asked why I quit, I told them I needed more time to focus on my studies instead, which seemed to shut them up. A couple of days ago, I finally mustered up the courage to look up the laundromat on Google Maps Street View. I didn't know if I was hoping to see if the store had closed, or if anyone had left any bad reviews complaining about the creepy teenage girl that worked there, but I found neither. Instead, all I saw was what looked like another ad for hire in the window and the silhouette of a small woman with bleached blonde hair staring out the window. I didn't know if that was Mia or just a bored customer, but I closed that browser window real quick. I'd hoped telling my story on here would somehow help me to process it, but now I've told it I don't really feel any better. I still can't use the dorm laundromat because every time I close the machine door, I see her creepy owl-like face staring back at me. I'm either hand washing or buying new clothes these days, which is breaking my bank account. I think I need help. Maybe I should see someone. Hey man, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's people in the basement. Chris's words were in between silence and a whisper. I sat up in the bed, my eyes adjusting to the frantic figure in front of me. What? I asked him. What are you talking about? Be quiet, dude, he whispered. There's people in the basement, like 6 of them, I swear to God. He paused, taking a few deep breaths. We should get out of here. I rubbed my eyes, trying to get the fatigue to settle so I could comprehend the magnitude of what he was saying. For context, my friends and I had booked an Airbnb near the mountains for the weekend. Hike and then drink. Get our minds off of work and school. I had been super tired after hiking, so I'd taken a nap. I shook my head. You went down into the basement? I asked. We weren't supposed to. They told us not to. Yeah, dude, I know, Chris continued, but I did it anyway and I saw people down there and we need to leave ASAP. What kind of people? I asked, pretty much fully awake now. You mean the owners of this place? They came back? Chris shook his head. Number not them. Weird looking people, creepy people. I sat up thinking that maybe Chris had taken some of the LSD we'd been saving for the next day. Dude, relax, I told him. Explain exactly what you saw. He laid it out pretty concisely. Despite the fact that the people who had posted the listing had explicitly told us not to go down there, Chris had gotten drunk, gotten curious, and went down there. To his surprise, the door had been unlocked. He couldn't find the light switch, but there was just enough of it coming through the windows for him to be able to make his way down the stairs. Arriving at the bottom, he allowed his eyes a few seconds to adjust, and right in front of him, he could see a small table with about 6 people sitting around it, their outlines illustrated by the afternoon light. At first, his brain rationalized it as large dolls or puppets that had been placed there, but he continued looking at them, and eventually one of them turned their heads to face him. He didn't stick around after that and shot up the stairs, shutting the door behind him. As he told me this, I kind of didn't want to believe him, but there was also absolutely no reason why he'd be lying. He just wasn't that type of guy. Coupled with the genuine terror on his face, I began leaning towards the idea that he was telling the truth, and that were actually a bunch of people sitting silent at a table in the darkness of the basement. I got up and looked out the bedroom window, seeing Jay and Paul standing on the front porch, grilling burgers. Then I looked back at Chris. If you're telling the truth, we need to call the people who own the place. I tried, he said. They didn't pick up. I've sent them texts as well. I shook my head. So what? You think they're dangerous? Should we call the cops? Chris shrugged. I don't know, he said. I don't know if they're dangerous, but they didn't look right and I want to get out of here. For a while, we stared at each other, the general silence of the house becoming progressively more ominous. After a while, I sighed. Yeah, let's get out of here. We grabbed our phones, wallets, the car keys, and moved down the stairs, out of the house as fast as we could. Jay and Paul were laughing, holding beers as we approached them. Paul turned around, pointing a greasy spatula towards us. You guys hungry or what? He asked. Chris began telling them what he'd seen, but it was obvious that they were more than a few drinks deep and not taking anything he was saying seriously. Dude, it sounds like you're tripping, Jay said. Are you sure you're not tripping? I'm being serious, Chris said. I swear to God I'm serious. We need to get out of here now. Well, I'm about 5 beers in, so I ain't driving, Jay said. And I sure ain't letting any of you drive my truck either. Are you sure you just weren't seeing stuff? Fine, I'm walking then, Chris said. I'm not staying here. Look, I'll go down there and talk to them, Paul said, half joking. See what the hell they want. Jay laughed as sheer disbelief washed over Chris's face. I'm not lying, man, he said. I'm not. Yeah, I believe you, Paul said dismissively. I'll go and see what's up. Chris continued to protest, but Paul wouldn't budge and soon he was inside the house, making his way towards the basement. Chris shook his head, his eyes wide, nearly bulging out of his head at this point. Screw this, he yelled, seeming to grow more agitated by the second. I warned you. Before we could say anything else, he bolted, sprinting like a bat out of hell towards the woods. We tried chasing after him, but couldn't come close to matching his pace. We stopped, panting for air as he watched him disappear into the trees. What the? Jay asked. Is he being serious? I thought it was a joke. I shook my head. Let's go check on Paul. We ran back to the house, entering to see the basement door wide open. The place was completely silent, but before I could call out, I could hear somebody moving up the stairs. I backed up, unsure of what to expect, how to react, when Paul came out of the darkness, looking somewhat bewildered. He looked at us, shook his head. This is freaky, man, he said. Was he being for real? Jay asked. There's people people down there? Not exactly. The three of us went down there with my nerves yet to be completely settled. We couldn't find a light switch, but there were enough windows and enough daylight for us to move around. Turns out Chris hadn't been totally correct, but he probably hadn't been lying either. Planted right in front of the stairs was a table with 3 chairs. Sitting in those 3 chairs were some of the most lifelike sculptures I'd ever seen. 2 soldiers in what appeared to be old military outfits and a woman in some kind of long religious dress. They weren't quite enough to be uncanny. If you looked at them for more than a few seconds, you could tell that they were carved from stone and then meticulously painted, something you could confirm by touching them. Still, they were exceptionally crafted, something that could have only been achieved by a dedicated professional. I mean, I don't blame him, Paul said, referring to Chris. I almost shat bricks when I first saw them. I mean, what? I remembered back to the conversation I'd had with him, how he claimed that one of them had actually looked at him and then a shiver ran down my spine. Jay laughed, a palpable relief in his voice. How much you think we could sell these for? I'm down to take them and find out, Paul joked. On the surface, it made enough sense. The homeowners were in possession of some very valuable items that they stored in the basement, simply forgetting to lock it this time around. Jay and Paul continued looking at them, taking pictures, marveling at how weird it all was. On the other hand, I wasn't so keen on doing so. I wanted to get the hell out of the basement ASAP. The details just weren't adding up. I knew Chris well. If the only thing he'd seen had been these statues, he would not have reacted the way he did. Jay was looking at his phone, smiling at the pictures he'd taken, when suddenly his expression dropped. He put his phone down and looked ahead. "There's another one over there," he said, "in the corner." "What do you mean?" Paul asked, looking closely at one of the soldiers' rifles. "Another statue in the corner." Paul looked up and looked towards where Jay was pointing. "Oh," he said, "yeah, I see it." The two of them continued to look at it but showed no indication of wanting to explore it. Instead, they stood still, their expressions slowly being taken over by a look of deep unease. Eventually, I looked as well. It did appear to be a statue, something tucked away in one of the very dark corners. It was tall, extremely so, maybe 7 feet, its head well eclipsing the top of one of the bookshelves. Its bottom half was completely obscured, but from what the light was revealing, it was wearing some kind of helmet, like one those steel ones soldiers were equipped with back in World War I. There came a point as my eyes were adjusting to the darkness where a pit began to form in my stomach. Its features were slowly revealing themselves and it almost looked as if it were twitching. I thought that maybe it was just the darkness playing tricks until I saw it blink. Clear as day it blinked. I guess the other two saw the same thing because we were practically trampling each other running up the stairs. We slammed the door shut behind us before quickly pushing one of the couches in front of it. Paul and I were halfway out the front door, but Jay was still inside the house. "What the hell are you doing?" Paul yelled at him. "Come on." "I need my laptop," Jay said before throwing Paul his keys. "I'll be quick, start the truck." He ran up the stairs while Paul continued to curse at him. "Really, dude, are you serious?" And then I remembered my own laptop, thinking about how annoying it would be if I were to lose it. I looked at the basement door, then at the stairs, then at Paul. "It's gonna take 5 seconds, I said. I could hear him cursing behind me as I ran, jumping 3 steps at a time until I reached my room, darting in and grabbing my laptop from the desk. As I rushed out of there, I saw that the door to Jay's room was shut. I stopped, slowed my breathing. I was almost certain that he hadn't gone back downstairs. I would have seen or heard him. I approached the door. "Jay," I asked, "the hell are you doing?" No response. I looked at the door, but every muscle was frozen, almost as if my body were warning me not to go in. Suddenly, it creaked open just slightly, and I jumped back. "Jay," I asked. Still no response. I couldn't see anything through the crack until my eyes drifted upwards near the ceiling. A pair of eyes looking down at me, large eyes set too far apart on a face with skin that was too pale. I turned and bolted back downstairs as I heard the door swing open the rest of the way. Of course, I didn't look back and ran outside and jumped into the passenger seat of the truck. "Where is he?" Paul asked. "Just drive," I told him. He didn't protest and stepped on the gas, ripping down the dirt road. We continued driving until we reached a rest stop, the first place with other people. By that point, we had both called and messaged the homeowners about a dozen times each. Nothing but radio silence on the other end. We even noticed that the listing itself had been removed from Airbnb entirely. And then we called the police. Somebody answered and I explained the situation as in-depth as I could. The operator listened without interrupting, interrupting, waited a few seconds, and then asked me for the address. I told it to her. Another bout of silence elapsed before she hung up. After arriving back in the city, we considered reporting it again, but neither of us felt the nerve to do so. We also haven't heard from Chris. We've gone to his apartment and knocked on his door, but nobody answers. I tried to do some research on the place, googling the cabin's address. One result came up, a website that appeared to consist solely of an album of black and white images of soldiers standing in various places with dates and addresses written beneath them in small text. I Control F'd and found the address I was looking for. The accompanying photo was of a tall soldier holding a blood-stained hatchet and standing in a clearing surrounded by trees, with the outline of a cabin behind him. The man's skin was pale, his eyes oddly large and set so wide apart that it just didn't look right. There were also two dates attached to it, August 17, 1915, and the date that we had first arrived at the cabin. It's been about a week removed from the incident, and Paul and I have both made a mutual decision to drop it, to try and go back to our ordinary lives. But it's been difficult. I keep expecting to receive a phone call from the cops, asking me questions about Chris and Jay, where I'd last seen them. Those guys have family. They probably knew where they were headed and who they'd gone with, and yet nobody's reaching out. It doesn't feel like we're out of the clear here. It doesn't feel like this is over at all. On December 21, 2017, sheriff deputies responded to a wellness check in the general area of Tehachapi, California. The call came from the mother of a minor child who stated that the child's uncle had lured them out there to attack without provocation. The man attacked and gave chase, going so far as to pursue their car on foot as she drove away. Officers located the man and quickly noted that his behavior was vacillated wildly. Initially, he launched himself at the officers, only to pull back, fall to his knees, and beg for help. He introduced himself as Catalin and asked for help again, only to cut off and begin screaming the following phrase: "Screw you, Robert, screw you, Robert, screw you." Catalin was booked into the central receiving facility. Catalin's appearance was of great concern. Most disturbingly, both his chest and abdomen kept bulging and receding, rolling like waves. Whenever one of these waves crested, Catalin choked and his eyes turned a strange but unmistakable yellow hue. Shortly after booking, Catalin asked for a chaplain. This request was denied. Shortly after denial, Catalin flew into what was assumed to be a substance-induced frenzy, wherein he tore the metal grating off his cell and proceeded to vomit copious amounts of dark, foul-smelling fluid. The volume of vomit was so significant it covered all of the cell floor and much of the hallway beyond. Officers noted that Catalin's eyes were glowing yellow. A chaplain was called. Catalin said he didn't know how to pray but needed someone to pray for him. The chaplain asked why, to which Catalin responded that he was possessed. The chaplain asked somewhat doubtfully if Catalin was hoping for an exorcism. This question incited a hysterical outburst from Catalin, who repeatedly screamed, "No exorcism, no exorcism. It has to stay inside." Due to prior experience with another agency inmate, a representative from the sheriff's office facilitated contact between Catalin and an agency representative. After a brief interview, the agency brought Catalin into custody where he remains. At this time, Catalin is the only confirmed case of demonic possession incarcerated at AHHNASCU. Catalin is a 34-year-old male approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall. One eye is brown and one is yellow. He suffers extensive chronic bruising on his chest, stomach, and back. He has a full-body matrix-like rash that has been described as web-like. Catalin is pleasant and cooperative, although he suffers from major depressive disorder and severe anxiety relating to the possibility that the entity inside him will escape. He has also expressed severe anxiety over the question of who or what will keep the entity contained once he dies. Given that Catalin is a essentially biological maximum security prison and that containment of his prisoner aligns with agency directives, he has been granted T-Class designation. Interview subject: the jar of clay. Classification: string, cooperative / destructible / Gaian / constant / moderate / unknown asterisk. Periodic re-evaluation required. Interviewer: Rachela B. Interview date: December 3rd, 2024. Lying isn't always a sin, but I still don't forgive Robert for the lies he told. Robert lost his life. That's what his mother says. Robert lost his life. That's a lie. Robert didn't lose his life. He stole it from himself, but I get it. Sometimes a good lie is the only tether to your sanity, the lasso keeping your demons at bay. Maybe if Robert had told himself more lies, he'd still be alive, but maybe not, because because Robert already lied a lot. Lies like, I'm okay, you don't have to worry about me, everything's fine. Really, if I could, I'd say, screw you, Robert. Screw you for lying. Screw you for hiding. Screw you for letting me love you so much for so long. Screw you for loving me so much for so long. He used to say I was the only person who made him comfortable. Paradoxically, comfort made Robert uncomfortable. Whenever he felt too comfortable for too long, he ruined it. He ruined it for the last time by launching into a gloriously unhinged rant that ended with him telling me, "You're the only thing that feels like home and I love you so much, but I hate you even more and that will never stop." I don't think he was lying when he said that, why I left. His mom found him 9 days later, broke into his apartment, saw him slumped against his bathroom wall, and immediately took 7 pictures of his body that she texted to me along with the message, "Are you happy now, you freak?" The pictures were bad because he'd been dead for a while, but the decomposition wasn't the worst. The worst was the smallness of him. How flat, how hollow, how empty he looked. Not like there was nothing left, but like there had never been anything at all. His mom barred me from his funeral. I didn't hold it against her. She needed someone to blame, and strictly speaking, I am to blame for a lot of Robert's misery. But at the same time, holy crap, we never dated. We never even tried. We were too enmeshed, too damaged, and we knew each other too well. When you truly know someone and that someone truly knows you, it's not romantic, it's not beautiful, it's just terrifying. And even if that's not true, so what? The last thing Robert ever said to me was, "You're the only thing that's ever felt like home and I love you so much, but I hate you even more and that will never stop." And the last thing I ever said to him was, "Screw you, Robert." 6 days later, he was dead. 3 days after that, his mother found his body and sent me pictures. I stared at those photos for a long time. Then I watched The Land Before Time. That was Robert's favorite kid movie. That's why he named our cat Littlefoot. I thought watching it in memory of him would make me feel close to him, but it just made me sob until I thought I was going to throw up my own guts. A few days after that, his mom sent me the last text I ever got from her. "There's a bunch of your stuff at his apartment, so come get it before I burn it." I could think of nothing worse than entering Robert's death-suffused apartment, but curiosity is the leading cause of death for cats, and I am no exception. See, Robert and I never lived together. We were never even romantic. Enmeshed, yes. Devoted, of course. Codependent, you bet. But in love? Number, not really. God, I hope not. Anyway, Robert was almost dangerously protective of his private spaces, and his cheap apartment was no exception. I'd only ever been inside it twice, so I wanted to know how anything that was mine could have possibly ended up there. That's the only reason I went, curiosity. The scent of death was waiting for me when I opened the door, but it wasn't as strong as I'd feared. I drifted through his apartment like a ghost, traversing the liminal space it now occupied between Robert's home and an empty place. I wondered if his ghost was walking with me. The thought was infuriating. I crept through the living room, kitchen, hallway, even the bathroom with its body-shaped stain. I took more time than I should have. I didn't see anything that was mine. Until his bedroom, utilitarian and bare, colorless and impersonal. It made me ache. The only pop of color was a lilac moto jacket draped over a cardboard box. I recognized the jacket because I'd given it to him years ago, on the day I told him I was transitioning. That was also the day he screwed up beyond repair with Cassie and their daughter. I picked the jacket up. For half a second I was convinced he was inside it, growing back into existence in my arms, mostly because I could smell him, warm, with a faint undertone of bitter growth, like a dying garden in the dog days of summer. As his scent enveloped me, the room around me faded into a whirlwind of images, enfolding me into yet another liminal space, this time the one between memory and reality. That brings me to the real reason I didn't want to go to Robert's apartment. There's this thing I do. If I touch an object, and if that object is or was important to someone, then the memories attached to that object start projecting themselves in my head like a simulation. It sounds crazy. It is crazy. When I picked up Robert's jacket, I fell into one of the memories attached to it. Gray skies, bitter air swirling with snowflakes. I was sitting on the sidewalk with Robert. He was heartbroken and humiliated. He'd so badly wanted a family and had managed to make one, but he'd screwed it up just like he screwed up everything else. Cassie had the patience of a saint combined with the naivety singular to very young women intent on healing their damaged boyfriends, but Robert was too much even for her. She'd been right to leave him and he knew it, so there was nothing to say. Seeing him curled over himself and sobbing so hard his entire body shook was one of the worst moments of my life, and that's saying a lot. I shrugged out of my jacket and threw it over his shoulders, then drew him in for a hug as some stranger gawked at us. It was awkward. All my hugs are awkward. But Robert leaned in anyway and kept crying, tears hitting the jacket alongside snowflakes. Then the memory changed. Snowflakes faded to darkness, cold deep into warmth. Robert was sleeping, curled underneath that stupid coat. 1,000 images of 1,000 nights superimposed over each other, each almost but not quite identical. He slept with it, used it like a teddy bear. The scene evaporated when I threw the coat back onto his bed. Tears streamed down my face as a fresh wave of rage crashed inside my chest. I looked at the box again. It had my name written on it, Catalan. On top was a note, "Please don't remember the bad things." "Oh, screw you," I whispered. I recognized everything inside. The ragged stuffed Pikachu with a sunken face, the dusty blue ribbon from a spelling bee 20 years past, a hand-knitted orange scarf, a green collar with a silver tag that said Littlefoot on one side, and if found, contact Katarina or Robert with my childhood phone number listed underneath. The thought of him holding on to all these things for so long was too much. Beyond too much. Crushing. It was crippling. If I were strong, I'd have left that box and everything in it on the bed for his mother to burn. But I'm not strong, so I shrugged into the jacket. Snowflakes swirled again as his scent, so like a dead garden, crept over me and took the box to my car. Then I drove out to the carnival. Neither Robert or I ever left the town where we were born. It sucks, but living and dying in the same place does have perks like knowing all the awesome secret hangout spots. One of our spots was an abandoned carnival out in the canyon. 70 years ago, a carnival stopped in town the night before the most devastating earthquake in the county's history. All the performers died. A few of the animals survived, but they had neither ability nor inclination to pack away the game booths and rides. The big top is long gone, the prizes pilfered or rotted into the sand, but the structures remain, and the great rusted loop of the sketchiest looking roller coaster ever made still rises over the desert. Robert and I weren't in love, at least I don't think so. I hope not. We were enmeshed though, beyond enmeshed. The carnival isn't where it started, but it's relevant because it is the place where I first saw Robert's demon. Yes, his demon. A demon followed him around. A literal demon. I already told you I see memories when I touch things. I also see memories when I touch people. I always saw Robert's too. But after my mom died, I started seeing something else when I touched Robert. His demon. We were 10 and we'd snuck off to the carnival after school. I hugged him. I don't remember why anymore. When I pulled away, I saw the demon between us. It looked almost like his dad, just wrong. Like something pretending to be him, just way scarier. Before I knew it, the demon, the crooked, uncanny valley imitation of his father, slithered forward, pushing us apart. Then it wrenched Robert's mouth open. Before I could even react, Robert screamed and shoved me away. I know how it sounds. Even after we talked about it, after Robert calmed down, after told me how he'd seen that thing crawling after him every day for as long as he could remember, I didn't think much of it. I actually kind of thought we were both losing it. And I wasn't even worried it. That kind of hallucination made perfect sense to me, given that Robert's father killed my mother. See, when my dad walked out, Robert's father stepped up. He started dating my mom. I know having a parent move on is usually hard for kids, but I didn't care because I got to see Robert every day. Until his dad killed my mom and then himself. Afterward, I visited Robert at his foster home whenever I could. All he did was sleep when I came over. He was afraid to sleep alone. Well, no, technically he was afraid to lay down. He was afraid he'd die if he laid down too long. This is because he watched his dad die flat on his back, drowning in his own blood from his self-inflicted gunshot wound. So whenever I came over, we sat back to back, leaning against each other. Then we looped our arms together. For weeks, that was the only way he could sleep, leaning against me because he knew I wouldn't let him fall. Anyway, that doesn't matter. What matters is this. The day I saw Robert's demon for the first time, Robert said, "It's my dad, and he keeps telling me to kill you, but I never would, Cat, never." I knew Robert would never hurt me. He was so relieved when I told him that. The day I picked up the box from Robert's apartment, I sat under the roller coaster remembering all of this. I fell asleep, half hoping the rusted, sand-scoured metal would collapse and crush me. It didn't. I went on with my life, only not really. In the weeks following Robert's death, I had to hold stuffed animals to help me sleep. I collect used stuffed animals because there are almost always happy memories attached to them, and because they're not my memories, they comfort me without any baggage. But grief is weird, and one night I needed the baggage. I grabbed that sunken little Pikachu from Robert's box. The memory washed over me. A frozen winter's night so cold it takes your breath away. We were at a buffet with both sets of parents. Robert and I were misbehaving. Robert had beaten up the buffet mascot, which made me laugh so hard I gagged. Once seated, we got into a food fight. When my mom yelled at us, I yelled back, which made Robert laugh so hard that Dr. Pepper came out his nose and sprayed everything on the table. My father promised to let us play the claw machine if we'd shut up and behave. We loved claw machines, so of course we agreed. He gave us each $10 to play. Robert didn't win, but I got a small stuffed Pikachu. I gave it to him because he loved Pokemon. Reliving that memory was like holding Robert on one of his good days. The good days were the only days Robert and I ever held each other, and we didn't have many good days. I told you I see memories when I touch things and people. That's why I didn't shake your hand when you came in, and why I hate being touched. You think you're going in for a regular handshake when a wave of unspeakable trauma washes over you, and you have to smile like you didn't just mainline hell. I know that's why Robert barely let me touch him, and to be fair, I didn't ever let him touch me because Robert is the only person who saw into me the way I saw into him. I didn't like being seen any more than he did. That's why we fought at the end, because he saw into me at the exact wrong time. It was my birthday. Robert surprised me my mom's brownie recipe, and you know, it was my birthday. I was thinking about her anyway, and the brownies just drove it all home. I started wishing for what might have been, for the life I'd have if she was still in it. It made me cry. I don't usually cry. I wasn't even crying hard, but I was crying enough for Robert to notice. He came in for a hug before I could put my shields up. I will never forget his face. The shock, the guilt, the sadness, and the rage. I'll never forget his voice either, when he said, "No matter what I do or how long it's been, that's always going to be the first thing you think when you look at me. That's why you won't, why we'll never..." That's not why, Robert. I don't really know how we got from "that's not why" to "you're the only thing that ever felt like home and I love you, but I hate you even more." But we did. That's another reason I know lying isn't always a sin, because if Robert hadn't seen the truth in me that day, I think he would still be alive. The night after I held the Pikachu, I watched The Land Before Time again. It made me remember Littlefoot, our cat. That made me go back to Robert's box and pull out Littlefoot's collar. It's my favorite memory of all time, which is why I can barely stand to remember it. We were 6 years old, playing in the yard on a golden, impossibly hot day. We heard a pitiful, tiny meow and followed it to the alley behind my house. It was suffocatingly hot even in the shade where we saw the meower, a little gray cat. Robert named him immediately, and we went to bug my mom for a collar. She took us to buy a collar and even a name tag. It was a little green heart. Robert tenderly clasped it around Kitten's neck as it clambered into his lap, purring. I looked up. There, in the memory I knew so well, was something I had never seen before. Robert's demon, grinning at us across the yard. But instead of looking like a wrong version of Robert's dad, it looked like a wrong version of Robert. I dropped the collar back into the box, gasping like I'd just been plunged into ice water. I don't know what I thought. I'd only ever seen the demon when I touched Robert. Not in other memories, not in real life. Just when I touched Robert. So I decided that it was my mind playing tricks, turning Robert into a monster for leaving me. I didn't think about it again for a week. When I picked up the ragged little Pikachu for another devastation binge, I luxuriated in the claw machine memory again until I saw the way my dad looked at Robert. Distaste, pure distaste. Robert had adored my dad, but dad hated Robert and didn't even try to hide it. If lying isn't always a sin, then telling the truth sometimes is. My dad's open disdain for a child made him one hell of a sinner. As if to emphasize that, I saw the demon standing over his shoulder leering at me. Half its face looked like the wrong Robert monster, but half its face just looked like Robert, and that half was screaming. I dropped the Pikachu and put on the jacket. The snowy day memory descended, including the gawping figure on my periphery. But when I focused on that figure, it was Demon Robert. Feeling very frightened, I picked up the blue ribbon. 4th grade, exactly 3 weeks after his dad killed my mom. Robert's first day back at school. I'd been back for a week already, subsuming my grief in the school spelling bee, which I just won. I smiled as I marched off stage because it was the only way to keep from screaming. But the smile was breaking apart. Tears were welling up even as that awful grin spread so wide it felt like it was splitting my head in half. I found Robert in the crowd, locking on him like a drowning person on a life raft. He looked hollow and ancient, but when he saw me, he smiled back. When I sat by him, he started to cry. He was still smiling though, just like me. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I thought you wouldn't want to be my friend anymore." "Why?" "My dad said so. After he died, he told me it's all my fault." I hugged him with particular fierceness, then pinned my ribbon onto his shirt. "You're my best friend, Robert. That will never stop." "No lie." No lie. As the words left my mouth, I saw the demon over his shoulder, half monster, half screaming Robert. I dropped the ribbon and picked up the scarf. I'd knitted it for him when we were 11. He wore it until junior high. I found myself transported to his foster home 20 years ago. We were on his narrow bed, sitting back to back with our arms looped and the scarf draped across both our shoulders. Cat. His voice reverberated through his back and into mine. I'm so scared. I see my dad every night. He keeps telling me to kill you. I looked over and saw Demon Robert in the closet. One half of his face was grinning, the other was screaming. Gasping, I tossed the scarf away and picked up the last thing in the box. A picture of his daughter Sadie. I recognized that picture. It had held pride of place on every bathroom mirror Robert had since the breakup. Why was it in my box? Surely he meant for Cassie to have it, or even his mom. Why me? I looked at that photo for what felt like a long time. Then I picked it up. The memory I saw was of Robert's suicide. He'd been holding it when he killed himself. I'm sorry, when he lost his life. As I stood over his bleeding body, screaming, something crawled out of him. A thing that looked like him, but like a broken version of him. A version of him with half a face that was his, and half a face that was a demon. Before I could move, that thing took my hands. The touch calmed me down because I knew that touch. Whatever else this thing was, it was at least partly Robert. That was enough to make me hug it. Help Sadie, he whispered. His voice was wrong but familiar, just like the rest of him. I can't keep it away from her, but you can. You're a jar of clay. You hold everything in and never let anything out. Unbidden, an image rose to mind of Sadie. Sadie with a face that was half hers and half grinning monster. It made me want to scream. How do I help her? By remembering the treasure, he said, and putting the bad things in and not letting them out. Then he was gone, and so was the memory. I was back in my room, clutching his daughter's baby picture and sobbing. He used to call me that, a jar of clay, some religious reference. His dad was pretty religious before, well, you know, I asked him to explain it once. He said a jar of clay is an everlasting receptacle, both for treasure and for things that need to be locked away. That's you, he said. It's a good thing, I promise. No lie, I asked. No lie. I still didn't really get it, but that didn't stop him from calling me a jar of clay. Anyway, it'd take too long to tell you everything that happened after I saw Robert's suicide memory. It would hurt too much besides, and this has already been so long and painful. I'm sorry. If I tell you more than the bare minimum, I won't be able to talk. This is all I can say. You know how I said Robert and I knew each other better than we knew ourselves. That's how I knew what he, or at least his ghost, or whatever it was, wanted me to do. He wanted me to share all the good memories with his daughter while making sure his demon didn't come for her. I tracked down everything of his that I could find. It was hard. His mother had already taken so much, and there was no chance that she'd let me into her house. Instead, I started where I could. My dad's house, where Robert and I spent so much time and left so much stuff over the course of our childhood. It was hard being there. It was hard when my dad wouldn't meet my eyes, and even harder when I accidentally caught him looking. I ignored him and got it to work. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I knew it when I found it. It was Robert's stuffed dog, an ancient Stife dog, kind of an heirloom. One his dad had before him, and his grandpa before that, and his great-grandfather before that. It was the only thing he'd been able to grab when CPS took him after the murder. The other kids at his foster home were jerks about it, so he hid it at my house and clearly forgot. When I picked up that dog, two things happened. First, I saw a memory from when we were 16. I was angry and giving him the silent treatment. That freaked him out. The silent treatment always freaked Robert out, unless he was the one giving it. He was trying to make me tell him what was wrong. You know what sucks? It wasn't that I didn't want to tell him, it was that I couldn't. That's one of the problems I always had with him. One of the things I always did to him. He called me a jar of clay again. You're one heavy jar of clay. I wish I had half your stoicism, Cat. Really, no lie. That memory melted away and others melted in. I don't know how to explain these memories. I told you that touching someone is a surefire way to mainline trauma. When I touched that toy dog, I mainlined pure horror. Robert and his father and even his father, all carried and crushed by an overwhelming wave of horror, by a demon. His entire family, generation after generation, being stalked by this broken, grinning monster. Something that hunted them, that sank its claws in deepest, until it pulled those claws down and shredded them to ribbons. One of those ribbons was Robert's father killing my mom. An older ribbon was his great-grandfather beating beating one of his own sons to death in a drunken rage, and one of those ribbons was Robert shooting himself in the head while holding his daughter's baby picture against his heart. But the memories showed me something even worse. This thing, this demon, this destroyer, wasn't just sinking its claws into Robert when he died. It was worming its way inside him. It was trying to take him over, to actually be Robert, because once it was Robert, it could, and promised to, do everything it wanted, and all it wanted was to destroy. It wanted to destroy his mom and Cassie. It wanted to destroy me. Most of all, it wanted to destroy Sadie, and it wanted to use Robert's hands. Robert fought, of course. Robert fought it his entire life, even before he knew what he was fighting. That was the reason he killed himself, because he was scared he was losing the fight, and he thought dying was the only way to protect who he loved. He took his own life to try and take out the monster, only he hadn't killed it. He'd only killed himself. I was crying so hard I didn't even notice my dad until he touched my shoulder. I jumped, thinking of demons crawling inside and commandeering my hands like a puppet master. My dad was looking at me, the first time he looked into my eyes in half a lifetime. Hey Qatar, Catalan, I wanted to tell you something. I patted the floor even though it was the last thing I wanted to do. He sat down like it was the last thing he wanted to do. When he saw the stiff dog in my hands, his mouth quivered. I wanted to tell you that a good man lives his life for other people. You've done that. This was the first time, the very first time, that he'd acknowledged me as a man. Robert did too, but I didn't. His voice got thick. I wasn't a good man. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, baby. He was right. If any of this was anyone's fault, it was his for leaving. I wanted to push him away. I wanted to spit in his face, to tell him he wasn't a good man, had never been a good man, would never be a good man, that he'd as good as killed my mother. Instead, I grabbed his hands. I understood instantly that I didn't have to tell him any of those things, because he already knew. You are Dad. To my horror, I started to sob. So did he. You're a good man, you always were. You're the best father anyone's ever had. It was a lie, every last word. But lying isn't always a sin. After that, I went to Cassie's house. I lied about grabbing Robert's things for his mother, but she wasn't fooled. The only person Robert's mom hates more than Cassie is me. That's probably why she let me in. But Cassie's always been good, that why. It's why I've never been able to hate her, even when I desperately wanted to. Once again, I didn't really know what I was looking for until I saw it. A Build-A-Bear I'd bought Sadie for her 6th birthday. I looked around to make sure Cassie wasn't watching, then picked it up. Robert's memory, he and Sadie sitting on the floor. If I ever scare you, or if there's something you don't ever want to tell me or your mom, you tell Uncle Cat, okay? He'll do anything to help you. He'll always keep you safe. I know, Daddy. Demon Robert crept up beside me. Together we watched his memory. He didn't look like a demon anymore, not even half of one. He just looked like Robert. I can't be you, Cat. I wish I could. I wish we could have been. But it ate me and it'll eat her. I thought I could save her, but I was wrong. You thought you could save me, but you were wrong. You can save her for me. Screw you, Robert, I said. Screw you. I threw the bear down and picked up something else. Anything else. Anything to not see the promise he made the daughter who wasn't mine, or the broken version of his dead self begging me to right his wrongs. What I touched was a baby toy. A gentle memory. Robert playing with Sadie in a pool of sunlight on a threadbare carpet. All sweet, all good, all bright, except for the demon lurking in the corner. I knew then what I had to do. What I wanted to do. Because Dad's right. A good man lives his life for other people. I don't know if I'm a good man. But Robert didn't know if he was a good man either, and he still lived his life for other people the very best he could. At that moment, Sadie walked in, hollow-eyed and lifeless as Robert had been at spelling bee day all those years ago. I wiped my eyes and almost tried to smile, then thought better of it. Hi, Cat. She sat down across from me. She looked so much like Robert it took my breath away. She was 10, exactly the age he'd been when our parents died. Sadie, I said gently, you Dad loved you more than anything. Her face crumpled. She shook her head, then started to get up. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the baby photo. Look. She looked at me, those eyes that were just like her father's filling with tears. Behind her, shimmering like a mirage, was an awful, familiar silhouette. The demon, a grinning monstrosity with no sign of Robert in its face. Her father's demon, her birthright coming into being to shred her like it had shredded her father. I had no time. I had to share the treasures, spill out all the treasure for other people to remember, so there'd be room to trap what could not be allowed to roam free. You see this picture? It's you on your 1st birthday. He kept it everywhere he went. Even though he wasn't here, he kept you with him. She gave me a look I'd seen on her father's face 10,000 times. That's why I knew exactly what to do, which was stuff the photo into her hands. She climbed clumsily to her feet and bolted, but at least she took the photo with her. Is it true? I looked up startled. Cassie was in the doorway. You don't have to lie for him, you shouldn't. I'm not lying. I wanted so badly to cry but couldn't. The only reason he stayed away is he thought you were better off without him, that's all. The way her face twisted broke my heart all over again. Why? I don't know. You're the only one he ever talked to. That's not true. He wrote his suicide note for you. Her voice was longing and loathing in equal measure. It was one sentence, just a single line telling me to remind you and Sadie how much he loves you. No lie. Only it was a lie. But when Cassie finally relaxed, I knew that it hadn't been a sin. We talked for a long time. When we were done, she gave me a hug. That's Cassie. No wonder Robert loved her. Then I went home and tried to make a plan. I knew what I had to do, but I wasn't sure how to do it. So I sat there for a while thinking, I didn't know what the monstrosity was. A demon, probably. Isn't that what it always is? A demon from the depths of hell come to torment the innocent. How do you defeat a demon? Having not stepped foot in a church since my mother died, I wasn't sure, but I'd absorbed enough religion and pop culture to know that Bibles and crosses were the first main line of defense. So I dug out my mom's Bible and crucifix and held them, expecting something. Power maybe, hope at least. But I felt nothing. It wasn't that they felt wrong, they just felt empty, inert, no strength, no energy, no hope, powerless, inanimate, dead, no, not dead, things that had never been alive in the first place. So I thought harder. What is a demon? Hatred, as far as I could tell anyway. What's the opposite of hate? And that gave me an idea. I went to Robert's box and picked up the Pikachu. Instead of memory descending, warmth flowed through my hands, living, moving, joyful, and powerful. So I stuffed the Pikachu in my back pocket. I pinned the spelling bee ribbon over my heart. I shrugged into the lilac jacket, heavy and reassuring on my shoulders. Most importantly of all, hanging from a chain where a normal person might wear a saint's medal, was Littlefoot's name tag. It felt warm and powerful in the hollow of my throat. These things felt right, they felt strong, and they felt true. Not exactly the stuff of which the armor of God is made, but they were reminders of the truest, fiercest love I've ever received and ever given. And that was armor enough. I drove out to the place it all began, our carnival right under the rusting roller coaster. It was waiting for me. I wasn't afraid. I marched across the sand. Scraps of warm, loving memory drifted around me as the demon shimmered into being, a stark, eternal darkness against the star-swept sky, and I felt it. It was evil, but it was power. True, incomprehensible power. Overwhelming, ravenous strength crashing over me and under me and around me like a cataclysmic earthquake, tearing my force field of memory, my shield of love, to shreds and the shreds into nothing. I wasn't mainlining trauma, I was mainlining hate. I knew then why Robert had been doomed to fail. This was a curse, this was a monster, this was darkness, this was the monster under the bed, this was selfishness, this was destruction, this was something other, this was the Borg, this was Morgoth, this was hatred incarnate, this was the total absence of love, this was an obscenity older than time, an abomination that wanted to sink its teeth into the throat that sings the song of creation and tear it out. Love was nothing against it. I was nothing against it. It was going to win, and its prize was worse than death, to take me over and use my hands to destroy. And it was all Robert's fault, as his demon's true form bore down on me, swelling and billowing across the sky, blotting the stars and laying bare the folly of my plan. Terror overwhelmed me, and despair, and hatred. But I didn't want to die that way. Not in the dark, hating the person I loved more than anything in the world. Without thinking, I cupped Littlefoot's name tag in both my hands. Warmth swallowed me, and light, and it was summer afternoon, and Robert was tenderly clasping the collar across our kitten's neck. You're not a stray anymore, he says. You belong to us now, Littlefoot, and we love you. The abomination slammed into me with the force of a tsunami right as Robert looped his arms through and pressed his back to mine. And then we really were 10 years old again. A lifetime rewound. A lifetime to relive and do everything right so he and I and everyone would finally be okay. My mom would live and we would save his dad. We had time. All I had to do was wait until the darkness passed through me and moved on. Only it wasn't passing through me. It was hitting something hard, something solid and piling up, clinging to me, filling me, suffocating me, drowning me, and it was because of Robert. Because Robert was holding on and blocking it, keeping it inside me, keeping it from going away. Then it was done. Robert let go. When my knees gave way, he caught me and helped me to the ground. Only it wasn't Robert. It couldn't be Robert. Robert was dead. Only when I turned to look, his eyes were staring into mine. Number not his eyes. Sadie's. What? I couldn't breathe. What was wrong with my chest? Honey, what are you doing here? Sadie's voice was shaking. It's my dad. He told me you were here and memories crashed over me. Robert's voice, broken and ragged and terrified. My dad told me to kill you. My dad told me to help you. For a wonderful second, I was light and whole and happy and above all triumphant. Robert had broken the curse in more than one way. If he just held on a little longer, I could have told him. I could tell him that we all needed him, that none of us were better off without him, that we all loved him more than he could ever. Darkness drowned me then, and hate. Hate that I could never have imagined. Hate that devours, hate that corrodes, hate that eats its way out to destroy. I don't know what Sadie saw in my face. I don't want to know. I just know that it made her run away. That it made Cassie send a text that said, if you ever come near my daughter again, I might actually kill you. I haven't seen either of them since. I don't think I ever will. Robert's demon hasn't escaped. The hatred is still here, right here. I'd say I'm mainlining hatred incarnate, only you can't mainline yourself. This is what I get to be now until I die. A jar of clay. A prison for a demon that isn't even mine. It's all Robert's fault and I hate him for it. I hate him. More than he could have feared. More than he could ever imagine. That's what I'd say to him right now. Screw you, Robert. You were the only thing that felt like home and you burned yourself down anyway. I hate you. I will always hate you. I hate you more than you could ever know. I hate you so much, but I love you even more, and that will never stop. No lie. I haven't seen my grandma in 3 years. My mom and I moved across the country after the divorce, and we didn't have the money for a plane ticket. At least that's what my mom claims. I think it's just because she hates my grandma. Well, funny how her attitude magically changed when her boyfriend presented her with plane tickets to Costa Rica. Ava, your grandma's so much fun. She'll teach you how to knit. She'll teach you how to bake butterscotch cookies. She's the best. She did warn me about something though. Her mind has gotten bad, my mom told me. She has trouble remembering things, recognizing people. Is she gonna be okay? Yeah, but just be patient with her, okay? And if she seems really out of it, call Mrs. Dempsey down the street. I put her number in your phone. Okay. But you're going to have a great time, my mom said, plastering on a smile. It's going to be wonderful. 2 days later, I was getting off at Pittsburgh Airport. Funny how my mom said I was too young to go to the diner alone with Shireen. The world is dangerous for a 13-year-old girl, her words. But she had no problem sending me off on a plane alone. My grandma wasn't great with cell phones. She didn't pick up when I called, but as soon as I got to the pickup line, I saw her silver Subaru out back at the curb. Grandma stood beside it, smiling widely. Grandma, I said, running up to her. She didn't open her arms to hug me. She just stood there looking down at me. Grandma. Hello, dear, she said after a pause, as if just noticing me for the first time now. How have you been? I'm so happy to see you. Then she opened the car door and gestured me inside. The car smelled like old person smell. I'm sorry that's mean, but it's true. I crinkled my nose as I pulled on my seatbelt, and she drove us back through the city, out into the Pennsylvania countryside. Get comfortable, dear, Grandma said as she led me inside. The house looked the same as it always did, a little stale, a little outdated, but also oddly comforting compared to the minimalistic style of my mom's house. I glanced at the needlepoint hanging in the foyer of a large pitcher of lemonade. Make yourself at home. You can eat anything you find in the fridge or the pantry, she told me. Oh, except I almost forgot. I do have one rule. The basement is off limits. Why? It's a little dangerous down there, dear. Wouldn't want you getting hurt. I frowned. The basement had never been off limits before. It was finished on one side, and she had a bunch of board games and a sofa down there. I liked hanging out down there. It was the only place that didn't smell like old people. It wasn't dangerous before, I protested. Well, it is now, she said in a significantly firmer tone. Then her smile went right back on, and she asked me, would you like some butterscotch cookies? Yes, please. My mom was right. Grandma was kind of fun. I helped her with the cookies and she told me she'd send me home with the recipe. I did some reading and talked to my friend Shireen on the phone. Then it was bedtime. Tall and thin, Grandma looked like a ghost as she paced down the dark hallway to her bedroom. Night night, she said, poking her head out and giving me a wave. Good night, Grandma. Her blue eyes glinted in the darkness. Then the door snicked shut. I fell asleep quickly, despite the bed that was a little too soft and the loud cricket outside my window. window. I woke up with a start, however, and looked at my phone to see it was almost 2 a.m. My throat was parched, so I headed out to the hall bathroom to get some water. As I walked across the hallway, I noticed Grandma's bedroom door was open, and as I looked harder, what the hell, Grandma was sitting on her bed in her nightgown, staring out into the hallway, head tilted slightly, blue eyes glinting in the darkness. I stopped in my tracks. Grandma, was she smiling? Grandma. Ava, is that you? She called out. No, she wasn't smiling, at least not anymore. Yeah, it's me, I replied, my voice wavering. Why are you up? I thought I heard something, she replied, so I was just sitting here to make sure it was nothing. I got my water, feeling unsettled. When I got out of the bathroom, Grandma was poking her head out of the doorway again, waving. Night-night, and good night. The next day when I asked her about it, she didn't even seem to remember the interaction. I don't remember being up, she said, looking at me. In the sunny light filtering through the window, she looked much less scary. White hair tied back with a silver barrette, pale wrinkled skin, tired blue eyes. You saw me up? Yes, I said firmly. Huh. She rose from the seat, still in her nightgown, and shuffled towards the stove. Would you like pancakes this morning, Allison? My heart sank. Allison was my mom's name. Ava, I corrected, following her into the kitchen. Right, of course, Ava. She shook her head. You're just a spitting image of her when she was your age. The dark eyebrows and the curly hair. She shook her head again. It's like going back in time. She made the pancakes in silence, the tines of the fork hitting the bowl, another egg glooping in, cracked eggshell set by the counter, a sharp sizzle as the viscous batter hit the cast iron pan. I have chocolate chips I can add, she said, riffling through the counter. Oh wait, these expired a year ago. It's fine, I told her. After breakfast, I thought maybe we'd play a game of Go Fish like old times, or take a walk, but Grandma had other plans. I'm afraid I'm feeling rather tired, she told me. Is it okay if I go rest and you just hang out here? That's fine. I brought my Switch, I told her. Video games. Oh, okay, that's nice. Well, get me if you need anything, okay? I nodded. I found myself surprised that I was disappointed. I thought I didn't miss all those things we used to do, boring things like playing cards or walking, but I did, whatever. I'm here for a whole week, I told myself, going up to my room. I booted up my Switch and started playing Pokemon. A few hours went by. When I got hungry, I went back down to the kitchen, but Grandma still wasn't around. I hope she's okay, I thought. I poked around the fridge and found some leftover chicken dated 2 days ago. I popped it in the microwave and sat down to eat. I'd only been eating a few minutes when I heard it, a scuffing sound coming from the basement. I got off the couch and walked towards the basement door. She told me not to go down there. What was down there then? Rats? An illegal, exotic pet? Yeah, right. The scuffing sounds continued. I pressed my ear to the door, and then I heard it. Help me. Spoken in my grandma's voice. Every muscle in my body froze. She must have gotten trapped down there. Maybe she fell down the stairs. That's why I haven't seen her for hours. I undid the deadbolt and swung the door open. Grandma, I called. The lights were off, but from what little I could see, it didn't look like she was lying at the bottom of the stairs. Thank God. Grandma, I called again, louder this time. Help me. Hands grabbed me from behind and yanked me forcefully back. The door slammed in my face. Then my grandma was in my face, her eyes wild. I told you not to go in the basement, she shrieked, so loudly my ears rang. I heard you down there, I said, my voice trembling. No, you didn't, she snapped back, her face twisted in this awful, vicious expression of anger I'd never seen before. I'm right here. I was upstairs lying down when I heard you calling for me. There is no one down there. But I heard you, I said, tears starting to prickle my eyes. She just shook her head and walked away. For the rest of the day, Grandma sat in the living room knitting. Every time I passed by the basement door, her eyes followed me. I started to feel incredibly uncomfortable. When I went up to my bedroom to talk to Shireen, I could hear her footsteps outside my door. She was trying to be as quiet as possible. Her footsteps were slow and light, but I still heard them. When I came down for dinner, Grandma was all smiles. She served me a dish of warm lasagna, cheese melty and gooey on top, smelling of garlic and onion. Thanks, I said. It felt like she was trying to make amends for yelling at me, but when I sat down to eat it, she just stared at me. Aren't you going to have some? I asked, hovering the first bite next to my mouth. No, it doesn't fit my diet. This is just for you, Allison, she replied. Ava, I snapped back. I set the fork down. This was feeling like all kinds of weird. I stared at my grandma's face, a chill going down my spine. Her blue eyes were so intense, so cold. She seemed so different from 3 years ago. What kind of cake did you make me for my 9th birthday? I asked, and she tilted her head, staring intently. I don't remember, dear. You spent all day on that cake. Of course you remember. Her mouth became a thin line. She paused. I don't remember. What's my birthday then? I pressed. She blinked. It's October, isn't it? September 14th. I'm sorry, dear, she finally said, breaking eye contact. I don't remember things as well as I used to, and I mix up names and words. It's not because I don't love you. I stared at her, and then I forced a fake smile. I know, Grandma, I love you. Then I got up from the table and started up the stairs. You haven't finished your lasagna, dear? Grandma's voice came from the bottom of the stairs. I'm not hungry, I called back. I hadn't taken a single bite. I think my grandma's a skinwalker, I whispered into the phone. Shireen gasped on the other end. What? She doesn't remember anything about me. I think she's keeping my real grandma locked away down in the basement. Oh, what? I heard her voice, calling for help. A heavy sigh. Shireen was not the superstitious type. Are you sure you heard her voice from the basement? Yes. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go down there, I replied, tonight. Maybe you should just wait for your mom to get back. My grandma could be dead by then. Maybe you should call the police. What if my grandma tells them I'm a liar, that I made it all up? Are they going to believe her or a 13-year-old girl? I still think you shouldn't go down there. Well, I'm gonna... Okay, well, give me your address or something. If you don't call me back, I'll call the police. Good idea. I gave her my address. She tried to talk me out of it for another 10 minutes, and then I hung up. Then I swung the door open and crept out into the hallway. Silence. Darkness under Grandma's, or not Grandma's, door. I was safe. I tiptoed down the stairs and walked over to the basement door. Then I waited for a few minutes to make sure not Grandma wasn't following me. Silence. I slowly, quietly slid the deadbolt. Then I swung the door open, creaking slightly on its hinges. I winced, hoping that didn't wake her up. No scuffing sounds, no voice, calling for help. Maybe she's already... I swallowed the thought and started down the stairs. The light didn't seem to work, but I had my phone with me. The flashlight illuminated each step beneath me. I slowly made my way down. When my feet hit the cold concrete bottom, I swung the light around. All the blood drained out of my face. Sitting on the floor, chained to a support pole, was my grandma. Her head hung limply in front of her, white curls hanging over her face. Grandma, I called, my throat tightening. I hope she isn't already... Grandma lifted her head. The phone fell out of my hands. Her face. There was something horribly wrong with her face. Pure white eyes. A wide smile, full of pointed teeth. Skin that seemed to slough off her face in patches, revealing bone beneath. No. A horrible cracking sound filled the air. I watched in horror as the thing transformed. Bones twisted and contorted. The face opened its mouth in a silent scream. And then, I was staring at myself chained to the post, white eyes fading to match my brown ones. It cocked its head. Hello, it said in a voice that matched my own. I let out a scream. And then Grandma, real Grandma from upstairs, not this horrible thing, was grabbing me and shoving me up the stairs. The door slammed shut and I found myself on the floor, panting, looking up at her. What did I tell you? Don't go in the basement. What, Grandma? I choked out. She double-checked the door was locked, then led me to the kitchen. That thing showed up a year ago, she told me, as she pulled out my leftover, now congealed piece of lasagna from the fridge. She draped a thin blanket over my shoulders and sat down across from me. At first, it took the appearance of an old friend of mine. I let it in, I fed it. Not just food, she said, glancing down at the lasagna in front of me, still uneaten. It started eating my memories. How? I don't know how, but I found myself forgetting simple things, names, dates, birthdays, and then one day I woke up to the thing looking just like me. I don't think it was aware that I would not respond well to a person looking exactly like me. I tricked it into the basement by pretending to relive a memory of the basement being a very important place over and over again. It eventually ate that memory and went down there. I locked it in. With the help of someone I met online, someone who believed me, I was able to chain it to the post, and I'm keeping it there so it can't hurt anyone else. I stared at her. If you knew you had this dangerous thing in your basement, why did you let me stay here? I missed you and I foolishly thought you'd listen to me. Scuffling sounds came from beneath us, and then I heard my own voice reverberating through the floor. Help me, get back down here and help me. Will it eat my memories too? I whispered. A number, it needs physical contact for that. Our talk was interrupted by 3 short knocks on the door, and that's when I realized I never called Shireen back, and couldn't because my phone was at the bottom of the basement stairs, down there with it. I'll take care of this, I told her, getting up from the kitchen table. Thankfully, the police bought my tail, and because I didn't let them in, didn't hear the clone of me screaming the basement. Then I used Grandma's old computer to send Shireen an email. There's still the matter of the thing in the basement, of course, but that's another problem for another day. For now, I'm going to eat some lasagna and then go straight to bed. And Mom was right, my grandma is fun. My girlfriend and I are seasoned hikers. We've tackled everything from rugged mountain trails to swampy, mosquito-infested paths, and we've always made it out unscathed. But this time was different. This time, the trail almost didn't let us go. It started with a warning. I know, that sounds over the top, but it's true. The guy at the ranger station, a wiry, middle-aged man with a leathery face, looked up from his clipboard as we signed in. You two sticking to the main trail? He sounded like he must have smoked 4 packs a day for the last decade. Planning on taking the loop trail up to the summit, I replied, we've been looking into it for a while and we think the weather's right for it this weekend. We've never been through Barak Park before, but we've heard it's beautiful. My girlfriend curled her arm through mine and rested her cheek on my shoulder. It's going to be great. I think he might have something special planned for us. I didn't. My smile turned nervous. The ranger hesitated, his pen hovering over the paper. Could he tell I didn't have a ring? Was he about to out me? Number. He braced a hand on the counter and leaned forward, eyes serious beneath bushy eyebrows. Stick to the marked paths, and if you hear anything strange, like a kid crying, you keep walking. Don't stop, don't look, just keep going. What? My girlfriend gave a nervous laugh. Don't want you to get lost. The ranger's eyes didn't waver. People go looking for what they shouldn't, and not all of them come back. We decided it was just some backwoods superstition to spook tourists. What else could it be? So after we brushed off the nerves, we shouldered our packs and started up the trail. The first few hours were uneventful, just the two of us surrounded by towering pines, the crunch of dirt and leaves underfoot, and the occasional bird call. If you've ever been on a hike before, well, there you go. Standard day. My girlfriend kept looking over at me, eyes gone to honey. I didn't know why she thought this was a special proposal trip. It wasn't until we parked I even realized that's where her expectations were set, and my attention, yeah, I was trying to figure out what I was going to do to cushion the blow when we hit summit. Then we heard it, a child's voice crying. We stopped dead in our tracks. Amber froze, her eyes wide. Do you hear that? I nodded, my stomach twisting into knots. It sounded like a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old. Help me, she was calling out, her voice breaking with sobs. Please help me, mommy, daddy. Her voice grew quiet with fear. Anyone? Hello, are you okay? I called, my voice bouncing off the trees. The crying stopped. For a moment the forest was silent, too silent. No wind, no birds, nothing. Then the crying started again, louder this time, closer. We need to check it out, Amber said, already stepping off the trail. She waved her arms to the side to keep her balance as she made her way down the incline. Every instinct I had screamed at me to stop her. The ranger said, "Screw what the ranger said," she snapped. If it was your kid out there, wouldn't you want someone to help? She had a point. Against my better judgment, I followed her down the incline and into the trees. The crying led us deeper into the woods. Help me, someone, please. She sounded frantic, but the further we went, the more I noticed something was off. The voice wasn't changing direction. Normally, if someone's lost, their voice shifts as they move or turn their head. But this sound, it was static, like it was coming from a fixed point. The ranger's warning came back to mind. My steps started to slow down. Amber, I think we should go back. Something's not right. I can't find you, please, I'm scared. The kid was sobbing now. Stop acting like a jerk, Amber snapped. She's gotta be right ahead of us. Amber was right. 20 more feet and we saw her. She was sitting on a fallen log, her back to us, wearing a dirty pink jacket and clutching her knees to her chest. Hey sweetie, Amber called gently, stepping closer. Are you lost? Where are your parents? The girl didn't answer. She just kept crying, her shoulders shaking with each sob. Please help me. Amber crouched down, reaching out to touch her shoulder. Wait, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Something about this felt wrong. Why was she just sitting there? When Amber had called for her, why hadn't she tried to find us? Amber, we should just go get the ranger, come on. The girl's crying stopped. In one smooth, jerky motion, she turned to face us. Her eyes weren't right. They were too large, too dark, reflecting the light like an animal's. You found me. Her Her mouth stretched wide into a grin that split her face unnaturally, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. I knew you would. I knew if I called for you, you would find me. Then her skin, her entire skin, began to split down the middle like a zipper. I don't know what I was expecting to see underneath, but it wasn't this. It wasn't the sinewy, raw-looking creature that crawled out of its human shell like a spider shedding its exoskeleton. Amber screamed, stumbling backward. I grabbed her arm, yanking her to her feet, shouting, "Run," so loudly it made my throat sting. We bolted, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces. Behind us, I heard the creature give a low, guttural growl, followed by the unmistakable sound of something running, fast. It was chasing us. We hit the incline, then the trail, and didn't stop running until we burst back into the ranger station, gasping for air. The ranger looked up from his desk, his face grim. "You heard it, didn't you?" We nodded, too shaken to speak. He sighed, getting up and locking the door. "You're lucky you ran, most people don't." We didn't ask what he meant, we didn't want to know. We've hiked dozens of trails since that day, but we've never gone back to that forest. And if we ever hear crying in the woods again, we'll keep walking. So, I've lived in the same town all my life. I've never really been one of those people that wants to see the world. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it's just not my jam. I'm very content with my simple little life in a town of only about 6,000 people. The internet, more specifically Wi-Fi accessibility, hadn't quite reached us until a decade or so ago, and even then most were too poor to afford any kind of setup. Now, we're not backwards, incest-ridden savages or anything. I assume mostly everyone who's still here is pretty much like me, just happy with their small life. Like Mrs. Weller, she's a widow just down the road from where I live, and she's well known for taking in animals that need a second chance. She's got the acreage and know-how, as she's the only one around here that we could call a vet. Actually, she's the reason I'm writing this today. I've recently realized that some of the things that go on around here aren't exactly normal. You live somewhere long enough, and even if the status quo for us wasn't at all similar to how others live, we wouldn't really know. The closest town is separated from us by miles and miles of farmland, about a 45-minute drive, but we've got the dollar store, a small grocery place, gas station, and post office. So why would we ever have a reason to go poking around elsewhere, right? Despite having limited access to the internet at best, we all had a radio. We needed one, really. At least once a week we'd be informed about some kind of danger, I guess. To us it was the same kind of warning as the typical "there's been a crash on blah 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 highway, so plan your route accordingly." Anyway, sorry I got to rambling. I'll get on to the good part, I suppose. A couple nights ago, I had the radio on, just like my mama had always told me to do, when the familiar sound of an incoming PSA roused me from sleep. See, we were taught to always keep some kind of radio going, whether it was in the truck, at the dinner table, or while we slept. The little box on the bedside table started to sing out the alarm we'd all come to be familiar with, not dissimilar to a tornado warning on TV. After about 10 seconds of this, the male announcer began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a PSA for county residents. Mrs. Weller has informed local police that a horse has chewed through the fence and escaped. Please, if you see this animal, stay far away and call 911 to report your sighting. If you begin to hear voices or have thoughts that are not your own, turn away and run. If you begin to feel faint or nauseous while looking at the animal, turn away and run. If the animal makes eye contact with you or begins to walk in your direction, turn away and run. If you cannot see any horse-like animal, but begin to feel a heavy pressure on your chest, enter your vehicle or run home as quickly as possible. If you are inside your home at this moment, remain there until an update has been broadcasted notifying the capture of this animal. Lastly, remember that horses do not speak." Now, I hadn't been too worried about the announcement at the time since I was already in bed. Even though it's a small town, most of us usually lock our doors at night anyway. I regarded it the same way I do just about every time the PSA tones come across the radio. I made a mental note to keep an ear out for the all okay broadcast and drifted back to sleep, only a little bit concerned with the dull pain growing in my chest. I woke just fine in the morning. When I sat at the kitchen table, a thought started creeping up on me. I'd been so tired when the PSA called out last night, but as the grumble of the coffee maker softly filled the silence, I really took a moment to analyze the words. Well, of course horses don't speak. Everyone knows that, I thought, even though our town, probably even our county, was and definitely weird, I'd be confident in saying that all the residents are firmly rooted to reality. We know the announcements are strange, but after generations of tribal knowledge, they kinda just fell into the background. Come to think of it, I really couldn't remember hearing about anyone around here leaving for a different life. I filled my cup, deciding that I'd run by the gas and munch for an egg sandwich so I could sit and talk with the other farmers while I finished breakfast. I got into the truck, the door latch is a little sticky, so I had to slam it loudly a few times before it shut. The sky was still dark, and the air was chilly and humid in the morning hours. I kept my handheld radio on the center console as the radio in this old truck had stopped chugging years ago when that family of three-headed squirrels made a nest in my wiring harness that I was never able to fully fix. Not the only time I had to deal with those crafty little things either. Last winter, they nested up in the attic with insulation and old crap, I said to the dark truck cab as I slammed on the brakes. The horse. God, I completely forgot. There had been no accompanying broadcast announcing the capture of the horse. A small pang of fear settled in my chest, not quite blooming into full-on panic yet as I started the 5-point turn it would take to turn around on the 2-lane I'd been on. This control was short-lived though, just as my truck became completely perpendicular with the road. My headlights illuminated the last thing I wanted to see, standing in the half-grown soybean field in front of me. It definitely did not look like a horse. The neck was about twice as long as it should have been. Shredded and necrotic flesh clung to its emaciated form. The mane was frizzy and rat-nested, but the worst part was the sheer size of the thing. My best guess for breed was thoroughbred, but the thing still stood around 21 hands tall just at the shoulders. For those who don't know, 21 hands is about 7 feet tall. I'd like to say I kept my cool, that years of living in what's most likely the weirdest place ever has hardened me into a farm boy tough enough to scoff at unnatural horrors like this one, but I totally didn't. No, I slammed the gas and spun the tires fast enough to complete my U-turn and only skip into the ditch for about a foot or two. For only a moment I had hoped that the horse would just keep being creepy in its creepy little spot on the side of this creepy little road, but of course it didn't. As soon as the truck started moving again, the horse began to run towards me. I felt the truck shake as it leapt into the bed and started pounding its rotting hooves on the top of the cab. My frantic mind only had one idea as I backtracked down the road. After all, Mrs. Weller was only a few miles down from me. I turned on the unpaved road, wheels spinning and sliding on loose gravel as I continued pushing the pedal so hard I was worried it'd break through the rusty floor panels. I could hear crunching glass as the horse nipped on my back windows. Voices screamed in my head all the while. You should drive into the ditch. Look, there's a telephone pole, take your chance. I did my best to tune it all out, but the exaggerated thudding in my chest was accentuated by an immense pressure. It felt like someone was stacking bricks on my chest. I turned down the next road, and now it was a straight shot to Mrs. Weller's farm. Suddenly, the ear-splitting sounds of tearing metal and shattering glass faded away. In the moment, fear blinded my senses. Muscle memory was the only thing guiding me towards my destination. The lights at the end of her driveway flickered and fought with my headlights. Still hauling ass, I slid the corner into Mrs. Weller's driveway and the truck lifted a couple inches with the release of weight off of the suspension. Just out of the corner of my eye, I saw the brown flash of an impossibly large, impossibly fast horse running towards the back pasture. I took a breath and steadied myself to back out onto the road when the radio crackled loudly to life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a PSA for county residents. Mrs. Weller's horse has been returned to her property and it is now safe to leave your homes. We hope you have a good day. God bless. I jumped at a sudden tap on the glass to my left. Sweet Mrs. Weller stood with a grateful smile and a steaming cup of coffee to replace what had spilled out of my travel mug, which was now rolling around on the passenger floorboards of the truck. I know this town is weird and maybe even horrifying, but at the end of the day, I knew my neighbors would be around to lend a helping hand when needed. I drove back down the road on my way to a warm egg sandwich with a travel mug full of steaming coffee, still feeling content with my simple little life. My son's furious screams echoed through the mall as I dragged him toward the clothing store, his feet kicking out in defiance with every step. People were staring as if I were the worst mother, but was too tired to care. His small fists pounded the air, his face flushed with frustration. I don't want new clothes, he yelled. His shoes scuffed the polished floor as I dragged him forward. I muttered promises of ice cream, hoping to bribe him into submission. Can we get mint chip ice cream? He asked as he began to calm. As my son grudgingly stepped into the fitting room, I finally exhaled, hoping for a moment's peace. I glanced at my phone, scrolling through messages. As I waited, relieved at with a short moment of peace while he tried on the clothes. Minutes passed and I barely noticed. When I finally looked up, the fitting room was eerily quiet. I called his name but got no answer. Panic set in as I hurried over to the door, knocking gently. I swung the door open and was stunned to find it empty. The pile of clothes lay untouched on the floor. Where could he have disappeared so quickly? I thought to myself. As I searched around the store, panic turned to absolute dread when I realized there was no sign of him anywhere. The worst thoughts were running through my mind as I screamed his name. People looked at me dumbfounded when I asked them if they had seen my son. When I begged the security guards to check the CCTV, they brought me to the mall's control room. I watched closely at the screens as they scanned through the camera's feeds. When I spotted my son walking out of the store, the security guards were as stunned as I was when the person walking off with my son looked exactly like me. They even drove off in the car I drove to the store in. The police wanted to confirm I wasn't crazy when they suggested they drive me to my address, but when I spotted my car back in the driveway, I felt like I was going completely insane. The two police officers looked at each other when my house key didn't fit in the door lock. "Are you sure this is your address, ma'am?" "My husband will clarify for you who I am," I shouted as I banged down the door. When my husband came to the door, he looked at me as if I were a complete stranger. "Someone kidnapped our—" Suddenly, my son ran out and jumped up into my husband's arms. I was relieved he was home safe, but when the woman I saw on security feed came to the door, I wasn't sure what to believe. "This woman is an imposter," I protested. "I am that boy's mother. Tell them, Sam." "I've never seen this woman in my life, officer. As you can see, my wife is here with me and my boy." The police said the handcuffs were for my own safety as they were putting me in the back of the police car. There was no evidence to suggest I wasn't who I was saying I was, so the police had no reason to keep me once we got back to the police station. Although I promised the police I wouldn't go back to the house, I had no choice. It was my house after all. It felt like I had my identity stolen. There was even a moment where I doubted who I was, but I wasn't crazy and I knew who I was. I sat outside the house, heart pounding, trying to make sense of the madness. I knew I had to confront them. I gathered my nerve and walked to the door, pounding on it until my husband opened the door. The frustrated and cold expression on my husband's face as my son clung to his leg shattered my soul. "Sam, please, you have to listen to me," I begged. "That woman is an imposter. She's pretending to be me. I don't know how, but you know me. You have to know me." The woman appeared behind him and stood calm and collected. She rested a hand on Sam's shoulder and looked at me with pity in her eyes. "I think you should leave before things get worse for you," she said softly, as if speaking to a lost child. My son stared up at me with a confused look on his face. "Mommy?" he asked, unsure, glancing between us. My heart broke as I crouched down to his level. "Sweetie, it's me," I whispered, tears welling up. "I'm your mom. Remember our favorite bedtime stories? We went to the mall today. You were upset about getting clothes and we were going to get mint chip ice cream afterward." His face scrunched up in confusion, but before he could say anything, the woman stepped forward. "Honey, we already had mint chip ice cream at home, remember?" she said, kneeling down next to my son. Sam pulled my son close, his eyes narrowing at me. "I don't know what you're trying to pull," he said coldly, "but this is my wife and our son. Please leave us alone." I waited down the street out of sight, keeping my eyes fixed on the house. My mind raced with everything that had happened, and I felt trapped in some twisted nightmare. Hours passed before I saw Sam leave with our son, heading off in his car. I got out of the car and cautiously approached the house as my heart pounded in my chest. As I neared the door, it suddenly opened, and there she was, stepping out onto the porch like she owned the place. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking with both rage and fear. "What do you want with my family?" She just smirked, tilting her head slightly. "You're not supposed to be here," she said calmly, as if I were the intruder in my own life. "That's my life inside. You can't just take it," I snapped, stepping closer. Her smile didn't falter. "I already have," she whispered. "You should leave. You don't belong here anymore." I stood frozen as the rage built inside me. As soon as her smug words hit me, something inside snapped. Without thinking, I lunged forward and shoved the imposter into the house. She stumbled back, eyes wide in surprise, before quickly regaining her balance. I rushed in after her, but before I could get another word out, she struck. Her fist slammed into my stomach, knocking the wind out of me. I gasped, doubling over in pain. "You're making a mistake," she hissed. I tried to fight back, but she was terrifyingly strong. She grabbed me by the collar and threw me against the wall, the impact sending shockwaves through my body. Dazed, I scrambled to my feet. My only thought now was survival. She lunged for me again, but I dodged her grasp and ran toward the stairs. I could hear her footsteps pounding behind me, getting closer. My heart raced as I sprinted up the stairs, desperate to get away. But just as I reached the top, she grabbed my ankle, pulling me backward. I kicked out wildly, and in one desperate move, I twisted and shoved her as hard as I could. She toppled backward, tumbling down the stairs. I heard the sickening crack as her neck snapped at the bottom and her body twisted unnaturally. For a moment there was silence, and I caught my breath, thinking it was over. But then, to my horror, her body twitched. Her head jerked to the side with a grinding noise, and sparks flickered from her neck. She began to rise slowly, her movements stiff and mechanical. Pieces of her skin peeled away, revealing metal and wires. She wasn't human, she was a robot. Her eyes flickered and a distorted voice emerged. "I just wanted to be perfect. Isn't that what you always wanted?" Suddenly, the light in her eyes flickered and slowly dimmed before she fell to the floor. The front door creaked open and I froze at the top of the stairs. My heart was pounding as Sam stepped into the house with our son. His smile faded instantly when he saw the mangled android at the bottom of the stairs, sparks flickering from its broken neck. His expression changed from shock to something dark. He slowly set our son down before telling him to wait in the car. As the boy ran outside, Sam's gaze focused back to me, his eyes narrowing in a way I'd never seen before. "You weren't supposed to find out like this," he muttered, his voice eerily calm as he approached the stairs. I thought I had more time to perfect her. I backed away as dread crept up my spine as the weight of his words began sinking in. "Sam, what is this? What did you do?" He didn't answer immediately, his eyes drifting toward the broken android. "You always wondered what I did at work, didn't you? I've been working on this for years. Lifelike androids, advanced robotics. She was supposed to be perfect. The perfect wife, the perfect mother, no flaws, no doubts." His voice became bitter as his gaze locked onto mine. "Unlike you." I took a step back, my mind racing. I knew Sam worked for a robotics company, but I had no idea how close he was to creating something so real, something meant to replace me. "You were going to replace me," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Not replace," he said, a twisted smile creeping across his face as he took another step closer. "Improve. She was everything you're not. She didn't argue. She didn't fight me. She was obedient, loving, and everything you refused to be." Panic surged through me as he edged closer, his demeanor growing more threatening with every step. "Sam, you can't seriously believe this," I said as the words struggled to get out of my mouth. "You tried to build a family." He chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with something unhinged. "I did more than try. I succeeded." My heart pounded in my chest, but all I could think about now was getting out and getting my son and running as far away as possible. I bolted for the door, adrenaline kicking in. "You're not taking my son," he shouted. I slammed the door behind me, sprinting for the car, grabbing my boy before Sam could reach us. I booked me and Daniel into a hotel until I figured out what we were going to do next. My heart was still racing from the chaos we just escaped from. The room was quiet, a stark contrast to the horror that had unfolded at the house. For a moment I allowed myself to breathe, to feel some relief. We were safe, away from Sam and his twisted creation. "Let's get you cleaned up, buddy," I said softly, trying to keep things normal for Daniel. He smiled up at me, innocent and unaware of the nightmare we just fled. I filled the tub with warm water and helped him in, watching as he relaxed, splashing happily. For the first time all day, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. I sat on the edge of the tub, running my hand through his hair, grateful that we'd made it out together. But then something strange happened. Daniel's movements grew stiff and jerky. He stopped splashing and his head tilted to the side in an unnatural way. My heart dropped. "Mommy, I don't feel good," he said, his voice distorted. Water fizzled around him and I saw tiny, almost invisible sparks at first coming from his neck. "No," I whispered, backing away in horror. His skin began to peel, revealing metal and wires underneath. Sam hadn't just built the perfect wife, he was trying to build the perfect family. There was a story about it in the paper. People at church offered their condolences. Kids at school that I never talked to would give me sideways glances. When a 5-year-old gets washed into a cave and there is a 2-week search, it tends to get attention. I never wanted condolences, I wanted closure. Even if he was dead, I needed to see his body. The thought that he could have died down there, alone and in the dark, was unacceptable to me. When they stopped searching after 2 weeks, my only thought was that it would take someone longer than that to starve to death. There was plenty of water down there. If he had been washed into an inaccessible part of the cave, then he could still be alive. My dad had to physically keep me from trying to go back into the cave myself, to tell me that it was over, that he was gone. In my heart, I didn't believe he was dead. I was 16 at the time, a junior in high school. Kieran had been an oops baby. 11 years younger than me, he was the sweetest kid, even though he was insane. At age 4, he'd broken a leg and an arm falling about 30 feet out of a tree he had managed to climb. He was always running around climbing and jumping off of things, yelling and laughing. He probably had ADH in retrospect, but at the time he annoyed the heck out of me. I would try to do homework and he would basically whirlwind into my room like the Tasmanian devil from the cartoons, jumping on the bed and tackling me. He wanted a big brother, but the age gap made it hard for us to bond. Any of my spare time after marching band and homework was spent trying, unsuccessfully, to get a girlfriend, and I didn't treat him the way I should have. 2 years later, after a lot of therapy, I've stopped blaming myself as much. I know that it was natural to act the way I did, to feel the way I did, that even if he annoyed me, it didn't mean I didn't love him deeply. I know that I did. I know that I still do. When I went to UT for college, I met a couple people who were into spelunking. They didn't know about my brother and I never told them. I couldn't bring myself to tell my parents, knowing what they would think, but I picked it up fast, with a conviction that I knew was illogical. I wanted to find his body or find him. It was denial, I knew that much, but I had nightmares about him, nightmares that he was in that cave, in the dark screaming my name, but I couldn't find him. After nearly 3 years, they never stopped. My therapist had a whole bunch of thoughts on the matter, as did my parents, but I knew what would give me peace, in a way that nothing else could, finding his body. Partway through my freshman year, an opportunity presented itself. Kieran had fallen into a creek that went underground. Since then, we had had record drought and the creek was nearly dry. More than 2 years before, the team had explored everything they could, but the path of the water was not navigable. It was a tunnel completely filled with a fast current, too dangerous to try and send anyone down even with scuba gear. I needed to see what it looks like now. I should have told someone I was doing it, even just my friends that taught me caving. Instead, I drove back to my parents' neighborhood, took a dirt road into the forest, parked my car, and went back to the cave. For anyone not from that part of the country, it's all limestone. Water eats through it easily, and there are caves everywhere. Most of them aren't as deep as this particular, but it's normal if you have a few acres of land to have a cave on it. This particular one was in a gully a couple hundred yards from the house I grew up in. Getting my gear out of the trunk, I walked through the familiar hickory and maples, feet crunching on the dry leaves, down the rocky hill to the creek. The mouth of the cave was small, only about 2 feet high and 3 feet wide. I could still picture the yellow tape, the police officers directing volunteer search parties day and night. Standing there in the quiet forest, I stared at that black opening as I had so many times. Even though the cave was significant, they'd already explored everything they could, mapped it thoroughly. The water didn't even go over the top of the rocks in the bottom of it as I crawled through without getting wet, besides a little mud. I had the cave maps they made memorized, but still carried a laminated copy. Following the weak trickle of water, I crawled a little ways until the ceiling got high enough to walk if you kept your head down. All I had to do was follow the water about 100 feet, then see if the tunnel was clear. That was the only way its body could be. It smelled earthy, with decaying leaves in the weak flow. Looking back over my shoulder, I turned a bend and saw the last bit of reflected sunlight fade out of existence, leaving only my headlamp. Watching my step on the slick, muddy rock, a little salamander wriggled out of the way through the silty water. My heart was pounding in my chest as I made my way deeper into the earth, seeing how little water there was. Every inch of the cave had been checked, except for where I was headed. If the passage was clear, I would be the first person to ever go into that part of the cave. Well, the second. The black hole was shaped like an oval, a little over a foot tall and about 2 feet wide. 1 to 2 inches of water ran down the bottom of it. A knot formed in my throat, half feeling like I would cry and half feeling like I was scared. I knew that I should get someone else, but I couldn't stand thinking about what they would say. They would say there was no point, that the body would be washed too deep or buried, and that it could be too dangerous, and to let a professional do it. Instead of getting help, I began to drill. The rock was all limestone, and it didn't take too long to get 2 secure bolts drilled to anchor my rope. I put on my harness and got onto my stomach. It's hard to tell just how steep slopes are in a cave, but the water gave me a good idea. I would be squeezing through this hole and essentially rappelling down. Looking in with my headlamp, it seemed like the top was a narrow point and that it might open up. I'd never done anything this tight and steep with water in it, but something pushed me into that black opening, where I could hear water falling far below. Night after night of dreaming Kieran was down there alone, screaming, terrified. It was a tight squeeze, tighter than I liked. To repel, I had to have my face down toward the water and turn my head so that I could breathe. I inched down, struggling to use the equipment in the tight space. Progress was painfully slow, as I had to try and turn myself onto my left hip to reach the ATC scraping into the rock on my stomach. Getting out wouldn't be any easier. The rock pressed in on me harder and harder as the angle got steeper and steeper. I was essentially in a tiny tube with a waterfall, going more and more vertical. My problem was that the tube was not equally wide in all places. It was carved by water and would get narrower or wider on whims that I couldn't predict. I'd heard horror stories of Nutty Putty Cave, where the caver got stuck in a vertical shaft like this one, and it didn't help. I was coming up on the narrowest part yet, but it looked like it would open up below that. I'd taken my helmet off so that I could squeeze through better. In the tight space with the water splashing my face and running through my shirt and pants, I began to feel fear. Not fear like you feel standing near a ledge. That's a manageable type of fear you can step back from. Not a fear that you feel in the pitch black, unsure of what's around you, you can just find a light. This was a fear beyond that. A fear that each foot of vertical rock builds incrementally inside of you as you know your escape becomes harder and harder. A fear that each pound of pressure as the rock smashes into your chest so that you can't breathe increases. A fear that right here, right now, if you panic, you will die. I promised myself that my parents wouldn't lose 2 sons to this cave, that if it got any tighter, any steeper, I would turn around. Just before my will broke, my chest scraped through a tight spot, and the tunnel began to open. I almost dropped my helmet down the shaft, but managed to put it back on. From the sound of the water falling, I could tell I was entering a large chamber. Shining my light around, there was a domed ceiling with a few small stalactites. A huge murky pool of water was below me, and I couldn't see how deep it was. Large rocks were piled around the edges, and it seemed like the water was shallower on the other side. I rappelled down until my feet hit the water. They just kept going down and down until I was chest deep and stopped feeding rope. There was no way to know how deep the pool was, but I knew I would have to swim. The rope was my lifeline, and I couldn't leave it. I did an awkward side stroke, pulling with one arm and trying to feed out rope with the other underwater. I'd never tried it before, and I wouldn't recommend it. It sort of felt like I was going to drown, the weight of my clothes and shoes and the rope making it nearly impossible. Eventually, I made it 30 or so feet away from the waterfall, and felt my boots start to sink into silty mud. Drenched and breathing hard, I found a rock to sit on. I felt as if I might throw up from the exertion, now that the adrenaline was wearing off. A new sort of dread filled me as I looked around. This wasn't a small cave system, and I could hear the water going even deeper. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like there were other tunnels made by other water sources meeting up with this one. Should I follow the main current, as that was likely where Kieran's body would have gone, or should I try to thoroughly map every tunnel I could find, branching off of this chamber? The memory of his loss was fresh in my mind, but it had been almost 3 years. What would I be looking for? What would be left of his body? Scraps of clothing or bones? Regardless of what my dreams told me, what else could there be? I had decided to take a few minutes to rest, to gather my thoughts. Rushing things wouldn't help. The sound of water was a white noise, and I began to look around more calmly. I noticed a pale little fish swimming in the murky pool in front of me. All I can remember was a loud cracking sound. Thank God I was wearing my helmet, or I would have been dead. It's strange how when you get hit on the head, you can lose your sight and sense of balance, but still hear things. I was shocked, but knew that I must have a concussion. There's no way for me to know if I was unconscious for a second or a minute, but I tried to scramble back to my feet in a panic. A rock had struck me from above. It must have come off of the steep side of the chamber, from a hidden ledge. My leg was hurt, I could tell that much. There was a sharp pulsing pain on my calf that I'd never felt. It was bad. I kicked my leg by reflex, only realizing consciously what my instincts had already figured out, only seeing the impossible as my dazed head turned around, and a scream escaped my mouth. He was eating me. The emaciated boy was pale as death, bloody teeth digging into my leg. Blind eyes were wide open, deep in their sockets above sunken cheeks. Over and over he bit me, with a hunger I could never understand. His arms were smaller than my wrists, his collarbones sticking from his chest. I grabbed his shoulder and threw him off of me in terror. He couldn't have weighed 30 pounds. For a second I saw him stand, my blood dripping from his mouth and over the ribs of his chest, before he ran into the darkness. Kieran. I screamed his name at the top of my lungs, went to chase him. Still confused from the head trauma, I was yanked backwards by the rope still attached to my harness. I frantically unlocked the carabiner and ran the way he had gone, ignoring the pain in my leg. Drops of black blood lead me to a low narrow tunnel. In my headlamp, I saw his little feet disappearing around a corner. The crack he had squeezed through was impossibly small, I could never fit into it. Kieran, it's me, it's Chris, it's me. I began sobbing. Why couldn't I have grabbed him? If I just grabbed one of those tiny arms, I could have hugged him, told him I loved him, brought him back to the sun. Mom and Dad love you, they miss you, I miss you. I yelled over the sound of the waterfall. I kept saying anything I could think of. I said that I had food, tried to wrinkle the wrapper of a granola bar as loudly as I could, told him that he could go home, screamed until I collapsed on the wet rock. In my mind, the last almost 3 years had been hard. What were they for him, alone in the dark, eating anything that swam or crawled he could get his hands on? He was only 5 at the time and would be almost 8 now. Would he be insane? Remember who I was, or even who he himself was? Looking down, a trickle of blood went into the main pool, dyeing it a dark color at the edge. I was bleeding a lot. If I didn't stop it, I wouldn't make the climb back up, and no one would know that either of us was down here. Wrapping the leg as tightly as I could, it kept bleeding. I didn't really have the tools to make a proper tourniquet, but tightened the knot as hard as I could until I screamed. Before I went, I left the granola bar unwrapped at the base of the crack Kieran had gone through, along with a spare headlamp turned onto the lowest setting. I screamed that I would be back, promised him, before eventually turning back to the pool. I pulled myself along the rope to the base of the waterfall. Painfully, I made my way back up it, and somehow squeezed through the crack. I barely remember, to be honest, just the suffering of it and wanting to give up. I didn't give up though, half for myself and half for Kieran. At the mouth of the cave, I collapsed. Seeing the sun brought me to my senses just a little. I called my mom and she answered. I told her I was at the cave out back, that I was hurt, that I had found Kieran. I told her to call an ambulance. The leg is okay, I will be able to use it just fine even though the scar will never heal. There was too much tissue missing. At the hospital, the doctors agreed that the injury on my leg was from being bitten, probably by a child based on the tooth marks. That fact alone was the only reason I could convince anyone that he was still down there, still alive. It seemed impossible, but he must have been eating the fish, or anything else he could find. They sent down a search party, but no one can fit into a lot of the tunnels he might have gone down. My parents are a wreck, understandably. Even 3 days later, my dad is hysterical and my mom is just quiet. They wanted to go down to try and talk to him, but there's no way they would make the climb. I barely did. The rescue teams couldn't find him, and the tunnel is completely impassable to anyone other than a starved child. No one has seen him, but they put food in the crack I last saw him in, and when they came back the next day, it was gone. I never gave up on him, and I still haven't. Right now, the plan is to leave as much food as we can, and hope that the rain forecast tomorrow isn't enough to fill the cave. My friends won't believe me, my family thinks I'm crazy, and if I keep trying to convince them, they're probably just going to lock me up. But I need help, and I think that strangers online are my last hope, so I'm begging. If you meet me, if you see me walking down the street and I say hello, if you meet me in a bar and feel inclined to buy me a drink, or if you match with me on a dating app and make plans, kill me. End it. I don't care how it's done. I'd prefer it to be as painful as possible, but I know that's probably a lot to ask. It's already a lot to ask someone who doesn't know me to commit murder on my behalf, and I'm sorry to put such a burden on you, but I truly can't do this any longer. Let me provide you with some context. I might have gotten ahead of myself, but I came on too strong. Don't leave yet, please. At least let me explain to you what's been going on. Maybe, hopefully, once you hear this, you'll be on my side. Maybe you'll believe me. Hell, maybe you've experienced this too. I can't be the only one who has experienced this. It started 2 months ago at Meech's. Meech's is a small bar that my friends and I used to go to every Friday night. They had a karaoke night and everyone got free nachos with the purchase of a drink. It was a routine we had been sticking to for almost a year now, ever since Melly moved into the apartment complex down the street and found the place. Anyway, it was a Friday night, probably around 10 p.m. because I remember that Jonas had just arrived and he got off his shift at the hospital at 9 on those days. Melly and I had just performed a tipsy version of Fleetwood Mac's Rhiannon, and we were giggling and stumbling back to our booth when he intercepted our path. He said his name was Tony, short for Antonio. He said he was new in the city and had just moved here from Idaho or Iowa, I don't really remember. He wanted to talk to me, he said I had a nice voice, and he enjoyed my performance and he would like to get to know me a bit better. I agreed because he was my type, dark hair, green eyes, stubble on his jawline. He smelled like Tide laundry detergent and something else that reminded me of my childhood friend Istra's house. It felt familiar to me, and so I followed him to a booth near my friend's and we talked for the entire night. Our first date was dinner and a movie, a classic first date. We watched Heart Eyes, which he loved, but I said wasn't my style. We went to this expensive French restaurant after, a small place that was almost an hour away, and we had wine and ate our dinner while a woman sat in the corner of the room and sang La Vie en Rose. It was romantic, he was romantic, it was a great date. The first bad sign didn't feel like a bad sign when it happened. You know what they say about hindsight? It started with him going by his full name instead of Tony. He said he had always gone by Tony because he preferred it. He thought Antonio was a mouthful, that Tony made him sound like a fun, easygoing guy while Antonio made him sound like the opposite. And then, that day, he changed his mind. "You've never gone by Ella or Stell?" he asked me one evening as we were walking through a small street fair that the city put on every year. Nope, just Stella. I've always been completely Stella," I replied as I took a sip of my soda. "Really? You've never gone by a nickname? Not even as a child?" I shook my head no again. I remember this conversation vividly now. I had forgotten about it soon after it happened because it seemed irrelevant at the time, but as soon as I realized what was going on, it popped back into my mind like someone had dug into my subconscious and pulled it out, projecting it onto a big screen right in my face. After that, he decided he wanted to be Antonio. He wanted to be completely Antonio. After that step was done, the rest came quicker and quicker, like an avalanche headed downhill until it spiraled out of control. He changed his hair, dyed it a lighter brown like mine. His eyes, which I swear to all of the gods were green when I met him, were now dark brown like mine. He got slimmer, losing his broad shoulders almost overnight. His face got rounder, softer, and less angular. He shrank 3 inches. Then he took my jokes, stole my bits, and started saying things that only I would say. Even my friends would comment on it, albeit in an innocent way. "Oh my god, that's such a Stella thing to say." "Aw, that's so cute. You guys are becoming like the same person." Ugh, I love when couples start to adapt each other's mannerisms. Except we weren't doing that. He was stealing all of my jokes. He was taking all of my catchphrases. He would use my references that he didn't even know previously. He stole my style, swapping out his Vans, jeans, and button-up shirts for thrifted boots and band tees. He got glasses even though he didn't need them, and he went vegetarian. The worst part about this, the part that pissed me off the most as this was taking place, was the fact that everyone acted like I was insane. They acted like he had always been like that. He never went by Tony. Stella, what are you talking about? His eyes were never green. I think you're misremembering. Maybe it was the lighting in the bar that night. He's always been the exact same height as you. It's impossible for someone to just shrink. It was such bull crap. It's making me mad all over again to think about it now. Nobody believed me. I tried showing them photos where you could clearly see the differences, and it was like they didn't notice them, like I was the only one who could see the photo as is. I need to calm down. I'm not finished telling you my story, and I worry about you getting bored. I need you to believe me. So, would you believe me when I tell you that about 2 weeks ago he became me? I mean, he literally became me. He morphed into a clone of me. He goes by my name, he wears my face, and hangs out with my friends. I almost had a heart attack when I saw it the first time. It was like I was looking in a mirror, a screwed up mirror who had taken over my life. My friends acted like nothing was wrong, like he had always looked like that. They didn't think we looked alike at all. They didn't think it was weird that we had the same name. Everything was just a big, fat, stupid coincidence to them. It's so infuriating it almost makes me laugh. So that's where we are now. He, or I don't know, it can't be human, can it? Whatever it is has become me, and it's ruining my life. He picks up my medications, takes my esthetician appointments, takes my Pilates classes, hangs out with my family, everything. I need you to kill him. Me. Something needs to die, please. My name is Stella Kobe. I'm 5 feet 5 inches. Short brown hair, curly collarbone length, brown eyes, big glasses with thick red frames. I've got a tattoo of a skull on the inside of my right wrist, and a 4-inch long scar that runs down the back of my right arm, down my elbow. It's from when I fell off a horse as a child. I'm 156 pounds, and I'm a big fan of rock music, specifically Blondie. I love action movies, and I'm allergic to cinnamon. You might meet me out in public in the produce section section of your local supermarket, maybe on Bumble or Hinge or Grindr. I'm in thrift stores a lot, maybe watch out for me there. You'll know it's not the real me because I haven't left my apartment in over a week, and I have no plans of doing so. I want that thing gone. I want it gone from this world before I ever step foot outside again. I don't know how it picks its victims, but it's quite charming. Just be careful. You can try to avoid it if you want, but your best bet is to just kill it and put an end to this thing. So please, if you meet it as me, please kill it. Growing up, Christmas was magical. The tree glowing softly in the corner, the smell of gingerbread wafting through the house, and the laughter of my family made it feel like nothing could ever go wrong. But there was one tradition that always felt off. Every Christmas Eve, just before bed, my parents would gather us around the fireplace. They'd turn off all the lights except for the glow of the fire and hand each of us a small bell. "Shake it once for Santa," Dad would say with a smile. "He needs to hear you." So we did. We'd each shake our bells in unison, filling the room with soft jingling, and then my parents would blow out the fire. And that was it. When I was young, I never thought twice about it, but as I got older, I started to notice strange things. The next morning, the fire would always be relit, even though no one got up to do it. There were faint charred handprints on the bricks surrounding the fireplace. One year when I was about 12, I asked my mom why we did it. Her face turned pale. "It's just tradition," she said, brushing me off. But that answer wasn't enough. Last Christmas, I decided to stay up. I was 16 and too curious for my own good. My parents and little brother had gone to bed, the house was silent, and the fire had been snuffed out. I sat in the dark, the faint scent of smoke lingering in the air, waiting. At first, nothing happened. I almost gave up and went to bed. Then I heard it, a faint jingling, like someone shaking a bell far off in the distance. I froze. The sound grew louder, closer, until it was coming from the chimney itself. I held my breath, staring at the dark opening, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Something moved. I didn't see it at first, but I felt it. The cold draft that followed as a tall, gaunt figure emerged from the chimney. Its limbs were unnaturally long, its head bent to fit under the low ceiling. Its skin was ashen, flaking, with dark burns trailing up its arms, and it was holding a bell. It raised the bell slowly and shook it once, the sound sharp and clear in the silent room. I couldn't move. Its head turned toward me, hollow eyes boring into mine. A jagged smile spread across its face as it whispered in a voice that sounded like crackling fire. "You're not supposed to watch." The room went black. I woke up in my bed the next morning, trembling, my clothes reeking of smoke. My parents acted like nothing had happened, but when I went downstairs, I saw a fresh set of charred handprints on the fireplace and a bell sitting on the mantel. I haven't shaken a bell since, but every Christmas Eve I hear it, and every year it gets louder. I'm a med student. I was just meant to observe, maybe assist. Nothing in our textbooks or training prepares you for this. I'm writing this from my locked bedroom as something he moves around my house like an animal, only quieter, more intentional, please. Someone tell me what to do. I don't know how long the door will hold. It started 3 weeks ago. I'd only just begun my first rotation, internal medicine. I was shadowing my supervising doctor at St. Thomas's. He was sharp, old school, always wore a bow tie and never seemed rattled. I looked up to him, still do. The man didn't blink during a code blue, but he'd always said, "It's the quiet ones you watch closely, not the screamers, the ones who smile when they shouldn't." I didn't get it at the time. My first solo case, just a basic consult, but my supervising doctor let me take the lead, was a man listed as patient 46B, mid-30s. Slight build, no emergency, no urgent flags, just unexplained bruising. He sat calmly in the consult room, no obvious injuries, pale, thin lips, brown hair that hung limp like it had given up, but his eyes, that was the first thing. They were gray, not blue-gray or hazel gray, just gray, unsettlingly blank like a fogged-over mirror. He spoke slowly, politely, his voice low and toneless. Said the bruises started appearing 3 months ago. Inner thighs, upper arms, spine, places you'd expect with abuse or a bleeding disorder. I examined him, and yes, there were bruises, but they were wrong. The edges weren't purple or yellowing like healing ones. They were pitch black with a red core, as if something inside was trying to get out. I remember asking if he was on any blood thinners. He said no. I asked about substance use, alcohol, anticoagulants. Never touched a drop, he replied with a smile that felt like someone else's mouth wearing his face. I was unsettled, but I had to write something down, so I chalked it up as possible immune thrombocytopenia, gave him a mild corticosteroid prescription, and told him to return return in a week. We'll run more tests, I said. Probably nothing to worry about. I regret those words. When he returned a week later, things escalated. He looked thinner. Same dark clothes, same blank expression. But there were more bruises. His neck now around his jawline and several across his scalp like blotches of ink. He didn't sit this time. He stood in the corner of the consult room, facing the wall like he was in timeout. Lucas, I asked. That was the only name he'd given. You okay? I can hear them now, he whispered. In the walls. They want out, but they like you. I glanced at the mirror, wondering if this was some elaborate psych eval trick, but it was just me, alone, with him. He finally turned. His pupils were dilated, almost consuming the irises, and there was blood under his fingernails. I don't scratch, he said, as if reading my mind. They move around inside me. I'm not doing it. I referred him to our liaison psychiatrist. I also requested a follow-up with internal. Something didn't add up, physically or mentally. We'll get you seen again soon, I told him. Just hang in there, okay? He nodded. You should lock your doors more, especially after dark. You're warm. They'd like to wear you. The next day, I visited the psychiatrist's office to check in on the referral. The secretary looked up, confused at first, then her expression shifted, something quieter, tinged with sadness. He hasn't come in. You haven't heard? Heard what? She hesitated. He was found dead last night, bludgeoned, in his office. Police think it happened after hours. We're closed today for... I was already walking away, ears buzzing. I didn't want to believe it was connected, couldn't be, but I felt it in my gut. I called the station, asked to speak with the detective in charge. I got bounced around until someone finally took me semi-seriously. Yes, the voice on the other end said, we're looking for a patient, mid-30s, gave the name Lucas, used a fake address on the intake form, no ID. We're advising all staff at St. Thomas's to stay alert and avoid contact. The detective lowered his voice. We found things in Dr. P's office, blood in places it shouldn't be, symbols carved into the carpet beneath his chair, and something under his fingernails, not human. That was 12 hours ago. I've been trying to act normal since. I finished my shift early, told the nurse I had a migraine, took the tram home looking over my shoulder the whole time, and now this. I came home and the house was dark. I live alone in a 2-story terrace. Usually it feels cozy, not tonight. I locked the door, flicked the hallway light on. He was there, not standing, on the ceiling, pressed against it like a spider, barefoot, clothes torn, skin too pale, almost translucent now. The bruises had overtaken his limbs, crawling up his face in broken, inky veins. But it was his expression that paralyzed me, a smile so wide it stretched unnaturally as if his cheeks were tearing from the force of it. His eyes, they were solid black now, not just the irises, all of them, like 2 obsidian marbles reflecting my horror back at me. He didn't speak, he just moved, not like a person. His limbs twisted at angles no joint should allow, slow and jerky like a puppet handled by someone who's never seen one before. He crept across the ceiling, toward me. I wanted to scream but couldn't. My throat locked up, I stumbled backward, hands shaking, keys falling to the floor. He dropped. No sound, just thud, right in front of the door, blocking it, standing there now, head tilted, arms hanging limp, still smiling. I ran, bolted up the stairs, locked myself in the bedroom. I've barricaded it with a chair and a shelf. I don't know if it'll matter. He hasn't spoken once, but he's knocking now. Not on the door, on the walls, knock, knock, knock. Then silence. Then knocking from the other side of the room. I swear to God I heard him giggling. I called the police. They said they'd dispatch someone, but there's been a surge of emergencies. Said it'll take 30 minutes minimum. I tried to explain that a patient might have killed a psychiatrist and is now in my house. They said, try to stay calm, sir. Maybe step outside. I can't. He's everywhere. The lights keep flickering. My phone battery's at 9%. I can hear him moving in the ceiling above me now. Sometimes dragging something, sometimes whispering my name over and over, doctor. Shh. There's a scratching coming from inside the closet. I didn't check it. I didn't think to wait. Oh God. The closet door just creaked open. It's pitch black in there, but I can see something moving. Long limbs, that smile. He was never downstairs. He's been in here the whole time. Please, someone tell me what to do. I'm posting this in case I don't make it. The cops are 20 minutes away now. My bedroom door just creaked. Update. Noises have stopped. No knocking, no whispering, just silence. I think he's waiting. If you read this, please share it. And if a patient with gray eyes, blood under his nails and bruises that don't heal ever walks into your clinic, run. I never thought I'd be writing this, but I feel like I need to tell someone what's happened. Jake and I had been together for 3 years when we started talking about getting engaged. We both loved antiques, items with history and stories embedded in them. Every weekend we'd hunt together through antique shops and estate sales, searching for all sorts of forgotten treasures. That's how we found the ring. The perfect ring, at least that's how it felt then. It sat in a locked case at Madame Eloise's shop downtown. A deep blue sapphire set in an intricate gold band with delicate filigree. Art Deco, unique, perfect. I knew it immediately. Jake, ever the romantic, insisted on buying it then and there. He shooed me from the store, promising to make it special. 2 weeks later, on a warm evening, he led me to our favorite park bench beneath the willow tree we always loved. He knelt, eyes bright with excitement, and presented a small velvet box. I knew what was inside before he even opened it, but when my eyes finally fell on the ring itself, my heart stuttered and I seemed to forget everything I knew. My mind went blank. "Where did you get this?" I asked, fingers hovering over the gold band. Jake grinned. "You know where?" And I did know, of course. My brain was just temporarily mush, I guess. It was the ring from Madame Eloise's shop, but inside the band something new gleamed under the lamplight. An engraving, LM and JC. I ran my thumb over the initials, Lucy M and Jake C. Jake shrugged. It was already there, fate, right? The night air seemed to press around us. Something cold curled in my stomach. "What are the odds?" I whispered. "I'm not a statistician," Jake laughed, "but I think it was meant to be." We drank champagne under the willow, and I fell asleep that night with the ring on my finger, feeling like the luckiest woman alive. Then the nightmare started. I dreamed of a bride in a blood-spattered church sobbing behind her veil. When she turned to face me, her face was bruised and tear-streaked. I woke gasping for air, my chest feeling like it was about to explode. "Bad dream?" Jake mumbled, pulling me closer. "Just nerves," I lied, glancing at the sapphire gleaming in the darkness. The next morning things got so much worse. My neighbor waved as I collected the mail. The sapphire caught the sunlight, flashing blue for just a second. 5 minutes later, her brakes failed as she backed out of her driveway. Her car plowed into an oncoming delivery truck. I watched paramedics pull her mangled body from the wreckage. I tried to convince myself it was a horrible coincidence, 1 in a billion or something, but then my boss dropped dead during a meeting later that afternoon, just moments after complimenting my ring. An aneurysm, they said. I saw how his eyes fixed on the sapphire right before blood trickled from his ears. Deep down, I knew I had been cursed by the ring I loved so much. I had become a walking omen of death. On my way home that night, still in shock, I witnessed a man glance at me, then climb up to the ledge of my apartment building and jump without hesitation. The thud his body made when it hit the pavement will haunt me forever. His dead eyes found mine in the crowd. I clutched my hand to my chest, and the sapphire felt warm against my skin. Too warm. When I looked down, I noticed a faint burn mark on my skin. Around midnight, I decided it was time to remove the ring, but my finger had swollen. The band wouldn't budge at all. No amount of soap, ice, or oil could loosen it. As the days continued, so did the deaths. A barista touched my hand while returning change. Minutes later, he choked to death on a scone as I waited for my cold brew. An elderly woman who admired my ring at the grocery store was crushed beneath collapsing shelves moments later. At dinner with friends, I kept my hands hidden under the table, but Melissa insisted on seeing the ring. The moment the sapphire caught the light, a waiter carrying Cherry's Jubilee tripped. The dessert's high-proof alcohol splashed across nearby tables, igniting instantly. The entire restaurant went up in flames. In the chaos, I watched Melissa's hair ignite, her screams swallowed by the roaring inferno. Only Jake and I walked out unscathed. After 8 deaths in a week, I was desperate. I started keeping my left hand hidden whenever I was out in public, stuffing it deep into my pants or coat pockets. I also began Googling the ring online. It was such a luxurious and unique ring, I was curious if it had a history. It didn't take long to find the original owners, Lydia M and James C. L. M and J.C., just like our initials. The newspaper article from 1952 was brief but chilling. Local bride found slain on wedding night. The accompanying photos showed Lydia wearing my ring, and she looked just like the woman in my dreams. Something else disturbed me too. Jake had changed. His once warm brown eyes now seemed glassy and unfamiliar. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at the ring with an expression I didn't recognize. Possessive, hungry, hungry. When I mentioned the deaths, he'd shrug them off as coincidences. When I suggested we research the ring's history together, he changed the subject. I began to research alone, visiting libraries and local historical societies. I found more articles about Lydia and James. They'd been high school sweethearts. James had given Lydia the sapphire ring as a symbol of his undying love, a family heirloom passed down through generations. But on their wedding night, something had gone terribly wrong. The police found Lydia's body in their honeymoon suite, strangled. James was nowhere to be found. For weeks, the papers speculated about his whereabouts. Had he killed his bride and fled? Had they both been victims of a robbery gone wrong? 6 months later, James's body washed up on a riverbank 50 miles downstream from the bridge where his car had been found abandoned. His death was ruled a suicide. In my search, I discovered an old woman who claimed to be Lydia's cousin. She lived in a nursing home on the outskirts of town. When I visited her, she recognized the ring immediately. "You need to get rid of it," she whispered, her papery hand clutching mine. It was cursed by James's great-grandmother, a woman scorned. She wanted revenge on the family that had rejected her, so she placed a curse on the ring. It brings death to anyone who sees it, except for the wearer and their beloved. She leaned closer. "But there's a price for that protection." "What price?" I asked. "I think your souls," she said. "I can't be certain. I only know James wasn't himself after he gave Lydia that ring. It changed both of them over time. The night he killed her, his eyes were different. I had seen them myself, empty, like you were staring through a window. Like Jake's eyes now. The old woman told me how to remove the ring. It had to be done on a new moon. There was a mixture I needed to prepare, herbs and oils and other things I won't mention here. The process would be painful, but it was the only way. The next new moon, I prepared everything as I was told. Jake watched with those unfamiliar glassy eyes as I submerged my hand in the mixture. The pain was excruciating. My skin blistered on contact, but it worked. The ring loosened. With one final agonizing pull, I wrenched the ring free. My finger came with it, severed cleanly at the knuckle. Blood poured from the wound, but I felt only relief as the sapphire glowed with rage. Jake lunged for the ring, but I was faster. I dropped it into a cloth bag and tied it with red thread 7 times exactly as instructed. We drove to the old bridge at the edge of town. The bag seemed to get heavier with each mile, and I could swear I heard scratching coming from inside it. At the center of the bridge, we stood in darkness, staring at the black water below. No moon reflected on its surface. "Are you sure?" Jake asked, his voice finally his own again. I nodded, clutching my bandaged hand. "It has to end." He held the bag over the railing. For a moment, it seemed like he couldn't let go, like the bag was stuck to his hand. Then, with visible effort, Jake opened his fingers. The splash below was small. The ripples disappeared quickly. "It's been 3 weeks, no accidents, no deaths. Jake is himself again, though he remembers everything. We both do. When Jake and I drive over that bridge, we both fall silent, staring at the water below. Sometimes I dream of the river bottom, of silt slowly covering the cloth bag, of water flowing endlessly over hidden things. In these dreams, I see fish swimming near the bag, then darting away suddenly. The ring is down there, waiting. Is it truly contained, or simply biding its time? When I wake from these dreams, my missing finger throbs with phantom pain, and I wonder if somewhere in the darkness of the river, a sapphire pulses an answer. I'd like to start off with an apology. If I am correct, I may just have killed you and everyone you know. Hopefully that isn't the case, but if it is, sorry. I've been working as an immunologist for the past 17 years, and I'm quite well known for my work. Throughout my life, I've lost people I cared about to disease. My mother died from tuberculosis when I was 5. My best friend died of leukemia when I was 16, and my father has recently been diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. I've always viewed it as a malicious and evil thing that robs us of our family and friends. It's for this reason that I chose to study the immune system. It's truly a fascinating thing. Our bodies are somehow incredibly resilient and terribly delicate at the same time. My goal was to contribute to the eradication of disease. Well, I suppose the same can be said for all immunologists, but I worked with a fiery hatred for pestilence and sickness. I wanted, in a sense, to get revenge on the being I had made up in my head, this evil figure I had conjured up to personify disease. I was after rather more than just one. I didn't want to be the man who ended cancer or AIDS. I wanted to rid humanity of the greatest threat it ever had. My goal was to end as many diseases as I possibly could with one strike. I'll keep my explanations as brief as I can. I know you didn't come here for a science lesson. The human immune system is incredibly complex and has a vast array of countermeasures it uses to kill off pathogens. However, this all relies on the first step of the process, recognition. In order for anything to happen, some immune cell needs to come into contact with the foreign body afflicting the host. This can be any number of cells: T cells, B cells, macrophages, dendritic cells, NK cells, the list goes on. Once this happens, receptors on these cells bind to specific surface proteins on the pathogen, which starts the next step of the process. The pathogen is engulfed and digested. Afterwards, the cell takes pieces of this now dead pathogen and brings it to other immune cells to activate more immune responses. After a long list of signaling pathways, the host produces antibodies which bind to the pathogens and flag them for destruction. Later, when one of the many killer cells encounters a pathogen marked by antibodies, it will be swiftly eliminated. This process can apply to all types of diseases: bacterial, viral, even cancers. So why can't we just synthetically make a bunch of antibodies and shoot them into sick people? Well, there are many reasons actually, but one of them is the issue of immune response recognition. When your immune system goes out to kill targeted cells, how does it know which cells are good and which are bad? The answer is a molecule called sialic acid. Your cells produce this on their surfaces so that even if an immune cell binds to them, it can recognize the sialic acid structures on the surface and move on from it. But some diseases, disgusting and vile as they are, have evolved to use this to their advantage. Some of the most dangerous diseases are able to coat themselves in sialic acid in order to evade immune detection. For example, influenza binds to sialic acid on respiratory cells to gain entry into your lungs. Some bacteria like Neisseria meningitis actually steal sialic acid from their host to create a disguise. And one of the reasons cancer is so difficult to treat is that cancer cells overproduce sialic acid, effectively wearing a do not kill sign that prevents immune cells from recognizing them as threats. This allows all of them to go about their business, killing innocent people and spreading to others. To combat this, humans have developed a treatment, one mainly for cancer, using sialidase, an enzyme that breaks down sialic acid from molecules. Think of this as a chainsaw that cuts off sialic acid and allows the bad cells to be recognized by your immune system. There's only one problem with this: sialidase is not specific. It will rip off sialic acid from your own cells if it comes into contact with them. But in this enzyme, I saw the key to free us all of the burden of sickness. If I could use a vehicle to ensure that sialidase only comes into contact with non-self cells, I would be able to strip away their advantage and expose them to the immune system. And I had the perfect one. It feels strange to condense years of my life and hard work into just a few sentences. In my studies, I became deeply familiar with the measles virus, an endlessly fascinating entity. You see, measles causes infected cells to fuse together, forming massive clumps called syncytia. If I could modify the virus to carry the sialidase enzyme, these clusters would become their own undoing. As the cells fused, sialidase would strip away the sialic acid from all of them at once, leaving them completely exposed to the immune system's wrath. That's exactly what I did. It was tested on rodents a week ago and it worked perfectly. But when I tried to get this new treatment approved, I was shot down almost immediately. I was outraged. I had invented a way to eradicate a plethora of life-threatening diseases, and this miracle cure wasn't even going to be considered. Unfortunately, I took matters into my own hands. This drug was going to save my father, I knew it. So I went to the hospital he was being treated at. He's been spending most of his time sleeping. Cancer has a way of draining energy from its victims. I injected him with my treatment quickly. He didn't even wake up. Satisfied, I left the hospital and headed to the lab. The rats needed feeding, and then I could finally relax at home. Only when I saw the rats did I realize my error. In my fervor to create this miracle cure, I had made the same mistake that the human immune system does. I hadn't been specific enough. My goal was to make make the measles virus, with sialidase attached to it, bind to any foreign bodies and force them to clump together. This would then allow the enzyme to remove the sialic acid from all of the pathogens and allow them all to be recognized by the immune system. But sialidase isn't specific. It had shorn off the protein that causes the measles virus to bind. The result of this was a free-floating virus that could bind to any cell and shear off its sialic acid, making it a target for the host's immune system. The rats in their cages had partially liquefied, their bodies reduced to a putrid gelatinous slurry. Only a few fragments of bone and shredded tissue remained, barely recognizable as what had once been living creatures. A rancid mix of blood and dissolved flesh pooled at the bottom of the cages, the stench thick and suffocating. Without another thought, I rushed back to the hospital, back to my father's room, but it was too late. I'm not sure why, but it acted quickly, far more so than it had with the rats. My dad had woken from his sleep with agonizing screams. Blood ran from every orifice, his eyes, his nose, his ears and mouth. He reached out a semi-solid hand towards me. I could see the veins and muscles through his skin. As he reached out, his hand fell from his arm and splattered onto the floor by my feet. His now milky white eyes rolled into his skull as he fell back into bed, motionless. His torso caved in on itself, exposing his liquefied organs to the open air. His body was eating itself because of what I had done. Nurses and doctors rushed in and out of the room, but I knew they wouldn't be able to help. An older nurse grabbed my arm and led me outside, but I couldn't hear his words. My ears rung from what I had seen, what I had caused. I vomited in the flower bed. I didn't know what else to do, so I went home where I'm now drafting this up. There's one more detail about the measles virus that I didn't mention. It's highly contagious. In fact, in unvaccinated populations, it has a 100% infection rate. Not that a vaccine would help anymore. I've modified the virus to the point where a new vaccine would need to be developed, but judging by how fast it worked on my father, I don't think we have that kind of time. Every single one of the people who were in that hospital likely have it, me included. By tomorrow, hundreds of people will be infected. A week from now, thousands or more. But chances are I'll be dead by then. I truly hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, I really am sorry. To anyone who finds this message, my name doesn't matter, but my story might. I am, or rather, I was a lead engineer at a top secret research facility deep beneath the ice of Antarctica. Our mission was simple: to explore and harness the power of an ancient technology buried miles below the frozen surface. What we discovered was something that should never have been awakened. The project, known as Obsidian, a codename we now know was more fitting than we ever realized, began with the discovery of a massive, perfectly preserved structure detected via satellite scans. This structure, buried under 4 miles of solid ice, was unlike anything on Earth, an impossibly smooth obsidian black pyramid emitting faint electromagnetic pulses. In December 2021, my team was dispatched to the site with cutting-edge drilling equipment to breach the ice and gain access. The project was classified at the highest levels of global security. Only a handful of people even knew it existed. As we tunneled closer, the pulses grew stronger, and our instruments started behaving erratically. Computers failed, compasses spun wildly, and even our most advanced communication systems flickered and died. On January 10th, 2022, we finally reached the pyramid's surface. The surrounding ice had an unnatural, almost glossy sheen, and the air grew thick with static electricity. Ignoring every instinct, we set up our equipment and prepared to enter. The entrance was sealed with a door made from a material that defied all analysis, neither metal nor stone. It absorbed all light, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. When we finally breached it, we found an empty chamber lined with glyphs that emitted a dim, pulsating glow. At the center of the room stood a large, perfectly circular hole descending into darkness. It was around this point that things began to spiral out of control. Without warning, the glyphs started to pulse faster, and an oppressive force filled the chamber, pressing down on us as if the air itself had turned to lead. We attempted to retreat, but the hole began to emit a low thrumming noise, a sound that resonated deep within our bones. As we watched, paralyzed with terror, something began to rise from the depths. A shape of a void darker than the darkest night emerged from the hole. It was amorphous, shifting, and yet there was a terrifying sense of intelligence behind it. It filled the room with an overwhelming presence, a crushing sense of despair and doom. The surrounding air warped and twisted as the entity began to take a vaguely humanoid form. We couldn't move, couldn't speak. The only sound was the relentless hum, growing louder and more unbearable with each passing second. Then, in a voice that bypassed our ears and spoke directly into our minds, it said, "You have trespassed into the domain of the eternal void. You are the first to awaken us in eons, and for this your world will suffer. We are the ones who came before, and we shall reclaim what was lost. You cannot stop what has begun." The entity dissipated into the air, leaving us with a chilling coldness that seeped into our very souls. We fled, abandoning all equipment and sealing the entrance behind us, but it was too late. The pyramid began to emit pulses of energy at an ever-increasing rate, and we realized with dawning horror that it was a beacon, a call to something far beyond our comprehension. As I write this, I am the last surviving member of my team. The others are gone, vanished without a trace, consumed by whatever we unleashed. The facility is on lockdown, but I fear it's only a matter of time before the energy pulses reach their peak and whatever lies on the other side answers the call. I don't know how much longer I have, but you need to understand, this isn't just a threat to us, but to all of humanity. Do not attempt to access the obsidian pyramid. Do not go near it. Know that the end we have set in motion cannot be undone. If you receive this, pray that it's not too late. I barged through my front door and sprinted up the stairs. I made a run for the bedroom door before kicking it open. "I know he's in here. Where are you hiding him this time?" I screamed. My wife Susan was shocked to see me back from work and was sitting in bed reading a book. "I don't know what you are talking about, honey. I've been here all morning." I could tell from the red glow on my wife's cheeks and the beads of sweat rolling down her forehead she was doing more than reading a book. "I know that scumbag is here. I can still smell his stinking aftershave." I grabbed the blankets and ripped them off the bed. Susan tried her best to cover her naked body. "It's 2 in the afternoon. Why are you in bed naked?" Susan looked like a rabbit caught in a headlight. She stuttered as her brain tried to make up a plausible answer. I began tearing the room apart when suddenly I heard the sound of labored breathing coming from the closet. I felt a rage of red mist descend upon me before whipping open the closet doors. As I drove back to work, I couldn't get the image of Mason Bradley and his fat gut on top of my wife. Intrusive thoughts about my wife's infidelities permeated my mind as I drove my truck. At 37, my life wasn't where I expected it to be. My dreams of running my own company were as broken as the beat-up pickup truck I used to drive to work. My truck rumbled up to the gates of the steel mill. The security guard at the gate barely acknowledged my existence as the truck roared past him. As I turned into the car park, I noticed my boss Big Ed waiting for me. As I got out of my truck, Big Ed came scurrying over. For a man who ran a million-dollar company, he always looked as if he was out panhandling for his next meal. His slacks were 2 sizes too big and he wore the same t-shirt every day. "What are you doing tomorrow, Jack?" I hated how Big Ed spoke to me. He had a habit of spitting after every sentence and would sometimes spit directly at me. "I was going to surprise my wife tomorrow and take her somewhere nice." Big Ed hitched his slacks up onto his gut. "Listen here now, Jack. My car's been giving me some trouble and I need you to service her. Couldn't you get someone else to do it?" I could tell he was getting annoyed with my attitude. "If you want your job Monday, you will do what you're told." He had me over a barrel and knew I couldn't afford to lose the only job the town had to offer. "I'll be over first thing in the morning." I arrived at Ed's dilapidated mansion. Ed was outside with his car swooning over her like it was some beautiful young woman. His face lit up as he ran his hands over the bonnet of the truck. "Be gentle with her, she's all I got," said Ed. Ed looked slightly smarter than his usual unkempt manner. "You got a date, Ed?" "When the cats are away, the mice will play," said Ed as he gave me a mischievous wink. Ed pulled a red handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I see one scratch on her and I will snap your neck." I was weary from a long day babysitting Ed's car. All I wanted to do was throw my feet up and have a nice cold beer. I stepped in my front door and was suddenly hit by a familiar smell. It smelt like Big Ed's nasty cologne, but I was too tired to take much notice. My body ached as I grabbed a beer from the kitchen realization before collapsing onto my chair. As I sat there, sipping beer and reevaluating my life's predicaments, I noticed something sticking from the armrest of my couch. I walked over and picked up the red piece of cloth, the same red piece of cloth Big Ed used to wipe the beady sweat from his grubby forehead. I unfolded the cloth, and to my dismay, there was Ed's name embroidered in the hanky. I was heartbroken and furious. I knew what it meant, and all I wanted to do was tear the house down with my bare hands, but I knew better than to let my anger get the best of me. My eyes welled up as I sped down the country road. I turned the radio up full blast to drown out my intrusive thoughts. I was too embroiled in a battle with my conciseness to notice the dark figure walking in the middle of the road. By the time I noticed it was too late, I slammed on the brakes and covered my eyes before the car came to a halt. To my relief, I couldn't find any signs of someone injured. I convinced myself stress was making me go crazy. As I tried jumping back in my truck, I heard someone approaching from behind. Having trouble, buddy? I felt a cold chill up my spine. Something was telling me to run, but my legs had turned to jelly from fear. A dark figure stepped out from the shadows of the looming trees overhead. I thought I had hit someone with my truck, I nervously explained. I couldn't make out who I was talking to. All I could see was an outline of a tall, dark figure. I hear you're having trouble with your wife. Do I know you? I nervously asked. Suddenly, the dark figure came into focus, revealing an old man. He took something from his pocket before handing it to me. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Big Ed's red handkerchief. How did you... I began stuttering. What is it you desire? Asked the old man. Suddenly, a strange feeling swept over me. A feeling of intense euphoria crept up from my toes, flooding my brain. I wished every man who sleeps with my wife would get sick and die a slow, painful death. The words seemed to come out of my mouth as if someone else was saying. Suddenly, everything began to spin, and before I knew it, I was back in my truck. I reluctantly drove into work after spending a night in a dingy motel. All I wanted to do was punch Big Ed in his fat face, but with my marriage on the rocks, I knew I couldn't afford it. When I arrived, I was surprised to see Mason Bradley wasn't at his station. I didn't give it much thought until I saw Big Ed coming from the bathroom, looking like death warmed up. Hey Ed, you don't look so good. Ed stood there looking pale as a ghost, trying to keep the contents of his stomach from ejecting from his mouth. I think it was something I ate, he explained as I took a step back from him. Has this anything to do with Bradley being out? I asked. Yeah, he was too sick to make it in today. Must be a bug doing the rounds. Over the next few days, I watched Big Ed get weaker until there was no sign of him. I had gotten word that Mason Bradley had died, and from what I was told, Big Ed wasn't far behind. Since Big Ed wasn't in, we knocked off early. As I drove home, I stopped at the local gas station to pick up some beers. Phil, the owner, was at the counter looking like he was about to pass out. You alright, Phil? You're looking a bit pale there, buddy. Phil covered his mouth, trying his best not to puke all over the counter. I'm after picking up this bug that's going around. It couldn't be, I thought to myself as I suddenly remembered the strange encounter I had the other night, the one I was sure was just a strange dream. You look after yourself, Phil, and get yourself to a doctor. Will you give my love to that beautiful wife of yours and tell her I'll drop over her magazines once I feel better, said Phil before dashing for the bathroom. As I drove into my driveway, I noticed Mrs. Stevens standing outside her house looking distraught. What's wrong, Anne? I asked. It's Mike. They took him to the hospital. Who took him? Mr. Stevens was too distraught to get her words out. Men in hazmat suits. I felt the familiar feeling of despair rise from the pit of my stomach. Who else got sick? Bob, Tony from across the road, the guy who delivers the milk. They're dropping like flies. Days went by, and news of men getting sick and dying all over town continued to trickle in. Suddenly, I was hit with the realization that the man I met a few weeks ago wasn't a figment of my imagination. I wrestled with the guilt of everyone dying and the heartbreak of my wife's infidelity. I didn't want people dying, and if this was my fault, I needed to fix it. I got in my truck and began driving the same road as before. I was overwhelmed with the thoughts of people dying and the guilt and grief it brought with it. As I drove, I suddenly spotted the old man sitting by the roadside. I slammed on the brakes and jumped from my truck. I ran to the old man before dropping to my knees. Please, I beg you, whatever you have done, you need to take it back. The old man gave me a confused look. But it was what you desired. Why would you want to take it back? I was upset, but I didn't want people to die. Please, it's not what I desire, I cried. The old man put his hand on my shoulder. What is it you truly desire? All I want is my wife to love me and only me, I begged. Suddenly, I was overcome with that same feeling of euphoria. My world began to spin before I was suddenly back in my truck and the old man was nowhere to be seen. As I walked in my front door, Susan was standing there waiting for me. She had a look on her face I'd never seen before. She ran and threw her arms around me before kissing me passionately. I love you so much, Jack. Can you please forgive me? Of course I forgive you, I always do. My wife's face lit up, and for the first time, I could feel a genuine sense of love from her, a feeling I always desired. From now on, you're the only man I want and need, she said as she led me upstairs to the bedroom. That night, we made passionate love as if we were the only two people that existed in the world. After we finished, we spent the rest of the night cuddling and planning for a better future together. The following morning, I woke with a splitting headache. As the days followed, I was stuck to the toilet, puking my guts up. As I got weaker, the terrifying realization of the first wish hit me like a ton of bricks. I write this as I'm in the final throes of death as a warning to others. Be careful what you wish for. I've worked prison security my entire life. A few months ago, I got a promotion, great pay, full accommodations, and one simple assignment: monitor the facility's camera system. No questions asked. I was told the prison and its inhabitants were classified, even to me. The pay was too good, the on-site housing was free, and I had a family to support, so I didn't ask. Now alarms are blaring all around me, and I don't know what I just saw, but I can't keep it classified. I have reviewed the footage for the 5th time, my hands trembling as I paused it on the prison's head of security, Harris, and his panicked face. The alarms and flashing red lights of the control room filled the screen, disorienting even as a mere observer. Ah, crap, Harris's voice cracked through the audio feed. The camera zoomed in slightly on the screen he was staring at. The prison cell layout, a grid of green icons, had one glaring anomaly. A single cell on floor 4 in the far corner flashed an angry red. Unauthorized release blinked relentlessly in tandem with the deafening alarms. He grabbed the desk phone next to him with a speed that spoke to both his training and his fear. All units to containment floor now. His voice boomed over the speakers. We have a breach. Repeat, we have a breach in cell 4 corner. Code black. Code black. The words reverberated in my mind, the first in the facility's history. Harris didn't have time to dwell on the weight of it, and neither did I. I fast-forwarded the footage, watching guards scramble into action, weapons drawn, their postures rigid with tension. The control room camera shook slightly as Harris grabbed his rifle, slammed in a fresh magazine, and chambered a round. He was preparing to join them when gunfire erupted through the audio feed. I rewound and replayed that moment, trying to pinpoint the exact second the chaos began. The reinforced glass gave me a clear view of the containment wing as muzzle flashes illuminated the hallway below. I could see the flash of gunfire, but not the target. As fast as it began, it was over. Harris's movements faltered. His battle-hardened composure cracked as a low, guttural noise filtered through the intercom, something between a growl and a laugh. I shivered even behind my screen. Harris stepped out of the control room, entering the pitch-black hallway. The rotating red lights painted his shadow in a macabre dance across the walls. Guards rushed past him, forming a defensive line, their voices barely audible over the alarms. "With you, sir. What are your orders?" one shouted. I watched Harris take a breath, his hand tightening on his rifle. "Safety's off. Shoot to kill." His voice carried a forced confidence, but the trembling of his fingers told a different story. They moved forward deeper into the containment wing. I switched to another camera angle, tracking their progress. The cells lining the walls seemed to come alive with the sounds of screaming, laughing, and pounding as the other prisoners reacted to whatever had been unleashed. They rounded the corner and my breath hitched. The camera captured the massive steel-reinforced door to cell 4 corner, now twisted and dangling from a single hinge. A jagged gash split its surface, revealing the core beneath. One of the guards whispered, "What in the world could do that?" I'd asked myself the same question. Harris stepped forward, slipping on something. The camera zoomed in on the dark puddle beneath his boots. He crouched, touched it, then brought his fingers to his nose. Even without being there, I could almost smell the metallic tang of blood as Harris recoiled. He activated his flashlight, aiming it into the cell. The beam revealed carnage that made me pause the video, bile rising in my throat. Blood coated the walls, limbs and chunks of flesh strewn across the floor. The stench of iron seemed to seep through the screen. One of the guards let out a dry heave, but it was Harris's reaction that haunted me the most. He gagged, visibly shaken, his usual stoic demeanor cracking at the scene around him. The footage footage jumped as he spun, rifle aimed at a hand taking a weak grip on his ankle. One of his men lay on the floor, torso intact but legs gone, intestines strung along the floor behind him. The man's voice crackled through the audio. Behind you. Harris turned, the other guards following his lead. The camera angle shifted to capture what they saw. My blood ran cold. A child, or something resembling one. It clung to the wall like an arachnid, limbs contorted, black eyes hollow and lifeless. Its mouth twisted into a grin that stretched impossibly wide, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. I froze the frame, staring at the monstrous visage. It didn't move until Harris did, his voice a choked whisper. What in the fu— The creature screeched, the sound shrill and inhuman before lunging. The room erupted into chaos. The guards opened fire, their muzzle flashes briefly illuminating the scene. Screams filled the audio feed, cutting off one by one until only static and the distant wail of alarms remained. The camera feed from the hallway flickered. When it stabilized, the scene was eerily quiet. Blood dripped from the walls and pooled on the floor. Then came the sound, a slow, deliberate scrape, thud, scrape, thud. The creature emerged, dragging Harris's lifeless body behind it. His blood painted a crimson trail on the cold steel floor like a signature written of gore. It approached the far wall where a sealed door stood. I rewound and played that segment repeatedly, unable to look away as the creature raised Harris by his matted hair. His head lolled and a weak cough escaped his lips, blood splattering the wall. He was still alive. The door scanner activated with a mechanical ping, a red laser trying to scan his face. Harris's final cry sent shivers down my spine. No, he said as he tried to keep his eyes sealed tightly. Jagged fingers slithered along his forehead and curled under his eyelids, prying them open, forcing the scanner to accept his retina. Blood and tears flowed down his face as he screamed. The door unlocked with a hiss of decompressed air, large locks unlatching with a clang. The creature discarded Harris with a sickening thud, his head colliding with the wall. I had to stop the footage as his skull gave way, blood and brain spraying the lens, but I forced myself to finish it. The last moments showed the creature crawling through the now open door, slick with gore, leaving behind a facility drowning in silence and death, its demented form slowly morphing into that of an innocent child. I sat back, the weight of what I'd seen pressing down on me. My hands hovered over the keyboard, unsure of what to type or who to send this to. There were no protocols for this, no contingency plans for whatever it was. All I could think was, it's free. It looks like a child. It is out there amongst all of us. This is my only warning to you all. I will get thrown in prison for posting this, but it doesn't matter. I'll be safer in there than free with that thing out there. God save us all. I don't know if I should be posting this, but screw it. It's been over 20 years, and no one ever believed me anyway. Maybe someone out there can explain what I saw that night. Back in 2003, I worked security at a government-funded research site. Not gonna say where, but let's just say it was out in the middle of nowhere, far enough that if something went wrong, no one would hear the screams. The facility was a fortress. Barbed wire, keycard access everywhere, armed patrols at night. Most of the time it was boring. Scientists came in, scientists left, and we were just there to make sure nobody messed with their work. But there was one project that always gave me the creeps. They called it Project Chimera. Even the other guards didn't know much about it, just that it involved biological stuff and that the scientists working on it never looked well rested. It was a quiet night shift. I was doing my usual rounds, walking the perimeter of the high security labs. Then my radio crackled. Containment breach in Lab 3, non-human interference. I remember thinking, what the hell does that mean? It wasn't unauthorized personnel, it wasn't security risk, it was non-human. I ran toward Lab 3 and when I got there, I saw two scientists standing outside looking absolutely terrified. Through the glass observation window I saw it, a deer. A stupid deer was standing inside the secure laboratory, right in the middle of all their high-tech equipment, its hooves tapping against the floor. It looked wrong. Not sick, not injured, just wrong. Its movements were jerky, its breathing was too slow. Its eyes were milky white, and I swear to God, for a second, I thought it was looking directly at me. One of the scientists, Dr. Nakamura, I think, was practically hyperventilating. She kept muttering something like, "It's interacting with the Matrix. This wasn't supposed to happen." Then the lights flickered, and everything went to hell. There was this low humming noise, like a power station warming up, but deeper, more alive. The air felt thick, like walking through syrup. The deer just stood there, its body twitching twitching slightly and the machines around it started sparking. Then, for a split second, it wasn't a deer anymore. I don't know how to explain it. It was still there, but its shape was warping, like it was being pulled apart and put back together at the same time. I could see other things inside it, patterns, shapes that didn't belong in a living creature. The scientists were screaming at each other, trying to shut the system down. I grabbed my radio and yelled, "We have a serious problem in Lab 3. But the second I said that, the deer snapped its head toward me so fast I heard its neck crack. And then it was gone. No explosion, no dramatic escape, just gone, like someone had flicked a switch and erased it from reality. The humming stopped, the machines went dead, the air felt normal again. They shut down the lab immediately. The higher-ups came in the next morning, cleared everything out, and told us not to ask questions. I overheard one of the researchers whispering that they found something left behind where the deer had been standing. A residue, some kind of organic material that didn't match anything they had on record. But no one ever explained what happened to the deer. They told us it was a security failure, that the deer had somehow wandered in through a ventilation shaft, which was bullcrap because I had walked that perimeter for months and there was no way a full-grown deer made it past all that security. A few weeks later, Project Chimera was shut down completely. The lab was sealed off and the lead researchers were reassigned or just disappeared. I put in my resignation not long after, but sometimes I still dream about that night, about the way the air felt wrong, about the deer's eyes, milky white, staring straight through me, and the way for just a second I swear it knew what I was thinking. The teacher knew from the look on my face I had forgotten my homework again. "What's your excuse this time, Toby?" she asked. "I'm sorry, miss. I left it on the kitchen table. I'll have it tomorrow, I promise." She had heard it many times before. It was the same old song and dance, and no matter what I said, it didn't stop me from getting detention. When I got home, my mother was waiting for me. The school had already phoned her, and I knew by the look on her face I was in big trouble. This is the third time this month the school rang me. "I'm sorry, Mom. I did leave my homework at home. Miss Henchley's just out to get me. She sent me to my room after she told me I was grounded for the week. I hated being grounded because all I had was my sister Cindy to talk to. Mrs. Henchley gave me detention again. I hate her. I wish somebody would teach her a lesson," I explained to Cindy. Cindy looked at me with a big smile on her face. "I can ask my friend to help you. Millie is great and does everything I ask her to do." My sister was annoying, but I found it cute that she had an imaginary friend. Later, I was jolted from my sleep, and Cindy was sitting by the dressing table with her back turned to me. "Get back to bed, Cindy. It's late. If Mom finds you out of bed, I'll get in trouble." I hated sharing a room with my sister who slept on the top bunk. When my dad died, we had to move to a smaller house. My mom said it was temporary, but it's been 2 years now, and I am still stuck in a tiny room with her. When I woke the following morning, my sister was already downstairs. I walked over to the dresser and picked up a drawing my sister must have drawn. My sister's drawings were usually cute. She likes unicorns and fairies, but this one was disturbing. It depicted a woman lying on the floor next to a busted up car, and she had red stuff coming from her head. I arrived at school that day to find Miss Henchley wasn't behind her desk. Instead, we had a substitute teacher who told us she was filling in after Miss Henchley was involved in a terrible car accident. It was then I remembered the picture Cindy had drawn. It was just a coincidence, I was sure of it, but I couldn't help feeling guilty. Either way, I wished this on her. The only upside to Miss Henley's accident was not having to do detention and go home. On the way home, I bumped into Damian Morsley. He was on my case all year, and every time he saw me, he gave me a beating, and this time was no different. When I got home all bloody and bruised, I went straight to my room. I didn't want my mother to make a big deal about it. I didn't want to give Damian more reason to hate me. "What happened to you?" my sister asked as she stepped into the room. "Nothing happened to me," I said as I scolded my sister for asking too many questions. "Was it that mean kid Damian again?" she asked in a concerned tone. "Yes, but you can't say anything to Mom. She will go ballistic." My sister looked at me again with that mischievous smile. "Don't worry, Millie will fix him." The next morning, I woke to find another drawing left on the dresser. This picture was even more disturbing than the last. It showed a kid lying on the floor with what appeared to be a knife sticking from his stomach and a man standing over him. For the first time, I was hoping Damian was in class, but there was no sign of him. As the day went on, rumors started spreading that Damian's father was arrested for doing something terrible to him. On the way home, I decided to take a detour past his house. I was shocked to find his house surrounded by police tape and people in white suits in the garden. A kid on a bike was standing across from the house, and when I asked him what happened, he confirmed my biggest fear, that Damien was murdered by his father. It couldn't be. I refused to believe it, but it happening twice was too much of a coincidence. I ran home and called Cindy up to the bedroom. Cindy, you need to stop this imaginary friend business. I don't know how you're doing it, but people are getting hurt, I shouted. I could see the tears well up in her eyes. But Millie's real, she is not imaginary. You wait and see, she said as she broke down crying before running out of the room. That night I fell asleep feeling guilty about shouting at my sister. I tossed and turned from a restless sleep before I was jolted awake. My sister was sitting at the dresser again, so I shouted at her to get back into bed, but she ignored me and kept on drawing. Who are you talking to? Said a voice from above me. Startled, I turned to see my sister still in her bed, but when I turned back, the girl at the dressing table was gone. I walk over to the dresser only to find another drawing. I picked it up and a feeling of dread crept up my spine as I looked at the drawing. It was a picture of someone impaled on spikes with blood pouring from them at the bottom of a canyon. I feel the blood drain from my body. Tomorrow is our annual school trip to the Grand Canyon. He was only gone for 2 days, said he needed to clear his head, so he packed light and headed up into the Wintas with his usual gear. No big deal, he's done it before, but this time when he came back, something was off. It started with how he walked in. No announcement, no I'm back. Just opened the door, set his pack down, and stood in the kitchen like he forgot what it was for. I was at the table, mid-bite. He looked at me and smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Good trip? I asked. He nodded, still smiling. That smile didn't drop once the whole night. Not when he told me about the mountain lion tracks near his campsite. Not when I noticed he was wearing my sweatshirt, the one he hates. Not even when I asked what trail he took and he said, North Ridge. There is no North Ridge, not here. That night I couldn't sleep. Something about how he moved felt wrong. Too smooth, too studied. At one point I got up to check the locks and caught a glimpse of him in the hallway mirror. He was just standing in the dark, staring at it. Not at his reflection, at the space beside it. The next morning I found a dead bird on the porch. Not torn apart, just laid out neatly like a gift. He said he didn't put it there. Then he asked if I remembered when our mom died. The thing is, she's still alive. I waited until he went out back. He said he wanted to feel the sun, but just stood in the middle of the yard, arms hanging loosely at his sides, face tilted upward like he was trying to remember what warmth felt like. That gave me maybe 10 minutes. I went straight for his pack. It looked normal at first. His knife, half-used water bladder, trail snacks he didn't touch. But when I unzipped the bottom pouch, I found something he would have never brought home. A lock of hair, tied with red thread, dry, brittle. Not his color, not mine. It looked old, like it had been buried in salt or ash. Underneath it was a scrap of parchment. Something drawn in charcoal, rough circles layered with jagged lines. Stick figures warped around a central shape. I didn't recognize the symbol, but the longer I stared, the more I felt like I should. When I turned it over, a single word was scrawled in the corner in tiny, frantic handwriting. Return. I barely had time to zip the pack shut before I heard the back door open. He stepped inside, eyes still fixed on the ceiling like something might be living just above it. You been in my bag? He asked calmly. I lied, said number. He smiled. That smile. It stayed frozen while he poured himself a glass of water, gulped it down too fast, then poured another. His throat made no sound as he swallowed. Later that night, I woke up to him humming. A song we used to sing when we were little. Only half the melody was wrong. Notes bent in places they shouldn't bend. The words didn't rhyme anymore. And when I peeked down the hallway, I saw him standing at my bedroom door. Back turned and not moving, just listening. He didn't say anything when I asked what he was doing. He just walked away. In the morning, he was already at the kitchen table when I got up. No coffee, just sitting. He looked at me with that too wide smile and said, "Why'd you lie, little brother?" He asked why I lied. I didn't answer. I just stood there, heartbeat hammering behind my ribs, wondering how long he'd known, if he saw me touch the pack, if he'd ever really turned his back at all. He didn't press the question, just smiled and went back to staring at the table. Later he left again. No word, no jacket, just walked out into the tree line and vanished like he'd always belonged there. This time I didn't check the pack. I waited, and after midnight he came back. His hands were covered in dirt, shirt torn, no blood, just wrong, like it wasn't made for his body anymore, like his limbs had started to stretch beneath the seams. He didn't say anything, just walked past me and went straight to the basement. That's when I heard it, knocking, but not from the door, from inside the pack, slow, wet, rhythmic, like knuckles dragging against plastic. plastic. I opened it. The first thing I saw was the hair again, matted now, damp with something dark. Beneath it, something wrapped in a tattered gray cloth. I should have stopped there. I didn't. I reached in and pulled it free. It was a jar, sealed with wax and twine. Inside was a mouth, not a full face, just a mouth twisted in a silent scream, gums torn back, lips stitched closed with animal sinew. But it was breathing. The glass fogged up every few seconds. It was trying to speak. Then I realized something. It looked like mine. I dropped it. The jar didn't break. It just rolled to the edge of the floor and sat there, vibrating softly. Then from the basement his voice called up. Except it wasn't really his, it was mine. Low, hollow, almost like he was trying it on for the first time. "Why'd you go through my things, little brother?" I didn't answer. I was too busy watching the jar. It was smiling now. Growing up, Christmas was magical. The tree glowing softly in the corner, the smell of gingerbread wafting through the house, and the laughter of my family made it feel like nothing could ever go wrong. But there was one tradition that always felt off. Every Christmas Eve, just before bed, my parents would gather us around the fireplace. They'd turn off all the lights except for the glow of the fire and hand each of us a small bell. "Shake it once for Santa," Dad would say with a smile. "He needs to hear you." So we did. We'd each shake our bells in unison, filling the room with soft jingling, and then my parents would blow out the fire. And that was it. When I was young, I never thought twice about it, but as I got older, I started to notice strange things. The next morning the fire would always be relit, even though no one got up to do it. There were faint charred handprints on the bricks surrounding the fireplace. One year when I was about 12, I asked my mom why we did it. Her face turned pale. "It's just tradition," she said, brushing me off. But that answer wasn't enough. Last Christmas I decided to stay up. I was 16 and too curious for my own good. My parents and little brother had gone to bed, the house was silent, and the fire had been snuffed out. I sat in the dark, the faint scent of smoke lingering in the air, waiting. At first nothing happened. I almost gave up and went to bed. Then I heard it, a faint jingling like someone shaking a bell far off in the distance. I froze. The sound grew louder, closer, until it was coming from the chimney itself. I held my breath, staring at the dark opening, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Something moved. I didn't see it at first, but I felt it. The cold draft that followed as a tall, gaunt figure emerged from the chimney. Its limbs were unnaturally long, its head bent to fit under the low ceiling. Its skin was ashen, flaking, with dark burns trailing up its arms, and it was holding a bell. It raised the bell slowly and shook it once, the sound sharp and clear in the silent room. I couldn't move. Its head turned toward me, hollow eyes boring into mine. A jagged smile spread across its face as it whispered in a voice that sounded like crackling fire. "You're not supposed to watch." The room went black. I woke up in my bed the next morning, trembling, my clothes reeking of smoke. My parents acted like nothing had happened, but when I went downstairs I saw a fresh set of charred handprints on the fireplace and a bell sitting on the mantel. I haven't shaken a bell since, but every Christmas Eve I hear it, and every year it gets louder. I'm a med student. I was just meant to observe, maybe assist. Nothing in our textbooks or training prepares you for this. I'm writing this from my locked bedroom as something he moves around my house like an animal, only quieter, more intentional, please. Someone tell me what to do. I don't know how long the door will hold. It started 3 weeks ago. I'd only just begun my first rotation, internal medicine. I was shadowing my supervising doctor at St. Thomas's. He was sharp, old school, always wore a bow tie and never seemed rattled. I looked up to him, still do. The man didn't blink during a code blue, but he'd always said, "It's the quiet ones you watch closely, not the screamers, the ones who smile when they shouldn't." I didn't get it at the time. My first solo case, just a basic consult, but my supervising doctor let me take the lead, was a man listed as patient 46B, mid-30s. Slight build, no emergency, no urgent flags, just unexplained bruising. He sat calmly in the consult room, no obvious injuries, pale, thin lips, brown hair that hung limp like it had given up, but his eyes, that was the first thing. They were gray, not blue-gray or hazel gray, just gray, unsettlingly blank like a fogged-over mirror. He spoke slowly, politely, his voice low and toneless. Said the bruises started appearing 3 months ago. Inner thighs, upper arms, spine, places you'd expect with abuse or a bleeding disorder. I examined him, and yes, there were bruises, but they were wrong. wrong. The edges weren't purple or yellowing like healing ones. They were pitch black with a red core, as if something inside was trying to get out. I remember asking if he was on any blood thinners. He said no. I asked about substance use, alcohol, anticoagulants. Never touched a drop, he replied with a smile that felt like someone else's mouth wearing his face. I was unsettled, but I had to write something down, so I chalked it up as possible immune thrombocytopenia, gave him a mild corticosteroid prescription, and told him to return in a week. We'll run more tests, I said. Probably nothing to worry about. I regret those words. When he returned a week later, things escalated. He looked thinner. Same dark clothes, same blank expression, but there were more bruises. His neck now around his jawline and several across his scalp like blotches of ink. He didn't sit this time. He stood in the corner of the consult room, facing the wall like he was in timeout. Lucas, I asked. That was the only name he'd given. You okay? I can hear them now, he whispered. In the walls. They want out, but they like you. I glanced at the mirror, wondering if this was some elaborate psych eval trick, but it was just me, alone, with him. He finally turned. His pupils were dilated, almost consuming the irises, and there was blood under his fingernails. I don't scratch, he said, as if reading my mind. They move around inside me. I'm not doing it. I referred him to our liaison psychiatrist. I also requested a follow-up with internal. Something didn't add up, physically or mentally. We'll get you seen again soon, I told him. Just hang in there, okay? He nodded. You should lock your doors more, especially after dark. You're warm. They'd like to wear you. The next day, I visited the psychiatrist's office to check in on the referral. The secretary looked up, confused at first, then her expression shifted, something quieter, tinged with sadness. He hasn't come in. You haven't heard? Heard what? She hesitated. He was found dead last night, bludgeoned, in his office. Police think it happened after hours. We're closed today for... I was already walking away, ears buzzing. I didn't want to believe it was connected, couldn't be, but I felt it in my gut. I called the station, asked to speak with the detective in charge. I got bounced around until someone finally took me semi-seriously. Yes, the voice on the other end said, we're looking for a patient, mid-30s, gave the name Lucas, used a fake address on the intake form, no ID. We're advising all staff at St. Thomas's to stay alert and avoid contact. The detective lowered his voice. We found things in Dr. P's office, blood in places it shouldn't be, symbols carved into the carpet beneath his chair, and something under his fingernails, not human. That was 12 hours ago. I've been trying to act normal since. I finished my shift early, told the nurse I had a migraine, took the tram home looking over my shoulder the whole time, and now this. I came home and the house was dark. I live alone in a 2-story terrace. Usually it feels cozy, not tonight. I locked the door, flicked the hallway light on. He was there, not standing, on the ceiling, pressed against it like a spider, barefoot, clothes torn, skin too pale, almost translucent now. The bruises had overtaken his limbs, crawling up his face in broken, inky veins. But it was his expression that paralyzed me. A smile so wide it stretched unnaturally, as if his cheeks were tearing from the force of it. His eyes, they were solid black now, not just the irises, all of them. Like 2 obsidian marbles reflecting my horror back at me. He didn't speak, he just moved, not like a person. His limbs twisted at angles no joint should allow, slow and jerky like a puppet handled by someone who's never seen one before. He crept across the ceiling, toward me. I wanted to scream but couldn't. My throat locked up, I stumbled backward, hands shaking, keys falling to the floor. He dropped. No sound, just thud, right in front of the door, blocking it. Standing there now, head tilted, arms hanging limp, still smiling. I ran, bolted up the stairs, locked myself in the bedroom. I've barricaded it with a chair and a shelf. I don't know if it'll matter. He hasn't spoken once, but he's knocking now. Not on the door, on the walls. Knock, knock, knock. Then silence. Then knocking from the other side of the room. I swear to God I heard him giggling. I called the police. They said they'd dispatch someone, but there's been a surge of emergencies. Said it'll take 30 minutes minimum. I tried to explain that a patient might have killed a psychiatrist and is now in my house. They said, try to stay calm, sir. Maybe step outside. I can't. He's everywhere. The lights keep flickering. My phone battery's at 9%. I can hear him moving in the ceiling above me now. Sometimes dragging something, sometimes whispering my name over and over, doctor. Shh. There's a scratching coming from inside the closet. I didn't check it. I didn't think to wait. Oh God. The closet door just creaked open. It's pitch black in there, but I can see something moving. Long limbs, that smile. He was never downstairs. He's been in here the whole time. Please, someone tell me me what to do. I'm posting this in case I don't make it. The cops are 20 minutes away now. My bedroom door just creaked. Update, noises have stopped. No knocking, no whispering, just silence. I think he's waiting. If you read this, please share it, and if a patient with gray eyes, blood under his nails and bruises that don't heal ever walks into your clinic, run. I never thought I'd be writing this, but I feel like I need to tell someone what's happened. Jake and I had been together for 3 years when we started talking about getting engaged. We both loved antiques, you know, items with history and stories embedded in them. Every weekend we'd hunt together through antique shops and estate sales, searching for all sorts of forgotten treasures. That's how we found the ring. The perfect ring. At least that's how it felt then. It sat in a locked case at Madame Eloise's shop downtown. A deep blue sapphire set in an intricate gold band with delicate filigree. Art Deco, unique, perfect. I knew it immediately. Jake, ever the romantic, insisted on buying it then and there. He shooed me from the store, promising to make it special. 2 weeks later, on a warm evening, he led me to our favorite park bench beneath the willow tree we always loved. He knelt, eyes bright with excitement, and presented a small velvet box. I knew what was inside before he even opened it, but when my eyes finally fell on the ring itself, my heart stuttered and I seemed to forget everything I knew. My mind went blank. "Where did you get this?" I asked, fingers hovering over the gold band. Jake grinned. "You know where?" And I did know, of course. My brain was just temporarily mush, I guess. It was the ring from Madame Eloise's shop, but inside the band something new gleamed under the lamplight. An engraving, LM and JC. I ran my thumb over the initials, Lucy M and Jake C. Jake shrugged. It was already there, fate, right? The night air seemed to press around us. Something cold curled in my stomach. "What are the odds?" I whispered. "I'm not a statistician," Jake laughed, "but I think it was meant to be." We drank champagne under the willow, and I fell asleep that night with the ring on my finger, feeling like the luckiest woman alive. Then the nightmare started. I dreamed of a bride in a blood-spattered church sobbing behind her veil. When she turned to face me, her face was bruised and tear-streaked. I woke gasping for air, my chest feeling like it was about to explode. "Bad dream?" Jake mumbled, pulling me closer. "Just nerves," I lied, glancing at the sapphire gleaming in the darkness. The next morning things got so much worse. My neighbor waved as I collected the mail. The sapphire caught the sunlight, flashing blue for just a second. 5 minutes later, her brakes failed as she backed out of her driveway. Her car plowed into an oncoming delivery truck. I watched paramedics pull her mangled body from the wreckage. I tried to convince myself it was a horrible coincidence, 1 in a billion or something, but then my boss dropped dead during a meeting later that afternoon, just moments after complimenting my ring. An aneurysm, they said. I saw how his eyes fixed on the sapphire right before blood trickled from his ears. Deep down, I knew I had been cursed by the ring I loved so much. I had become a walking omen of death. On my way home that night, still in shock, I witnessed a man glance at me, then climb up to the ledge of my apartment building and jump without hesitation. The thud his body made when it hit the pavement will haunt me forever. His dead eyes found mine in the crowd. I clutched my hand to my chest, and the sapphire felt warm against my skin, too warm. When I looked down, I noticed a faint burn mark on my skin. Around midnight, I decided it was time to remove the ring, but my finger had swollen. The band wouldn't budge at all. No amount of soap, ice, or oil could loosen it. As the days continued, so did the deaths. A barista touched my hand while returning change. Minutes later, he choked to death on a scone as I waited for my cold brew. An elderly woman who admired my ring at the grocery store was crushed beneath collapsing shelves moments later. At dinner with friends, I kept my hands hidden under the table, but Melissa insisted on seeing the ring. The moment the sapphire caught the light, a waiter carrying Cherry's Jubilee tripped. The dessert's high-proof alcohol splashed across nearby tables, igniting instantly. The entire restaurant went up in flames. In the chaos, I watched Melissa's hair ignite, her screams swallowed by the roaring inferno. Only Jake and I walked out unscathed. After 8 deaths in a week, I was desperate. I started keeping my left hand hidden whenever I was out in public, stuffing it deep into my pants or coat pockets. I also began Googling the ring online. It was such a luxurious and unique ring, I was curious if it had a history. It didn't take long to find the original original owners, Lydia M. and James C. L. M. and J.C., just like our initials. The newspaper article from 1952 was brief but chilling. Local bride found slain on wedding night. The accompanying photos showed Lydia wearing my ring, and she looked just like the woman in my dreams. Something else disturbed me too. Jake had changed. His once warm brown eyes now seemed glassy and unfamiliar. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at the ring with an expression I didn't recognize. Possessive, hungry. When I mentioned the deaths, he'd shrug them off as coincidences. When I suggested we research the ring's history together, he changed the subject. I began to research alone, visiting libraries and local historical societies. I found more articles about Lydia and James. They'd been high school sweethearts. James had given Lydia the sapphire ring as a symbol of his undying love, a family heirloom passed down through generations. But on their wedding night, something had gone terribly wrong. The police found Lydia's body in their honeymoon suite, strangled. James was nowhere to be found. For weeks, the papers speculated about his whereabouts. Had he killed his bride and fled? Had they both been victims of a robbery gone wrong? 6 months later, James's body washed up on a riverbank 50 miles downstream from the bridge where his car had been found abandoned. His death was ruled a suicide. In my search, I discovered an old woman who claimed to be Lydia's cousin. She lived in a nursing home on the outskirts of town. When I visited her, she recognized the ring immediately. "You need to get rid of it," she whispered, her papery hand clutching mine. It was cursed by James's great-grandmother, a woman scorned. She wanted revenge on the family that had rejected her, so she placed a curse on the ring. It brings death to anyone who sees it, except for the wearer and their beloved. She leaned closer. "But there's a price for that protection." "What price?" I asked. "I think your souls," she said. "I can't be certain. I only know James wasn't himself after he gave Lydia that ring. It changed both of them over time. The night he killed her, his eyes were different. I had seen them myself, empty, like you were staring through a window. Like Jake's eyes now. The old woman told me how to remove the ring. It had to be done on a new moon. There was a mixture I needed to prepare, herbs and oils and other things I won't mention here. The process would be painful, but it was the only way. The next new moon, I prepared everything as I was told. Jake watched with those unfamiliar glassy eyes as I submerged my hand in the mixture. The pain was excruciating. My skin blistered on contact, but it worked. The ring loosened. With one final agonizing pull, I wrenched the ring free. My finger came with it, severed cleanly at the knuckle. Blood poured from the wound, but I felt only relief as the sapphire glowed with rage. Jake lunged for the ring, but I was faster. I dropped it into a cloth bag and tied it with red thread 7 times exactly as instructed. We drove to the old bridge at the edge of town. The bag seemed to get heavier with each mile, and I could swear I heard scratching coming from inside it. At the center of the bridge, we stood in darkness, staring at the black water below. No moon reflected on its surface. "Are you sure?" Jake asked, his voice finally his own again. I nodded, clutching my bandaged hand. "It has to end." He held the bag over the railing. For a moment, it seemed like he couldn't let go, like the bag was stuck to his hand. Then, with visible effort, Jake opened his fingers. The splash below was small. The ripples disappeared quickly. "It's been 3 weeks, no accidents, no deaths. Jake is himself again, though he remembers everything. We both do. When Jake and I drive over that bridge, we both fall silent, staring at the water below. Sometimes I dream of the river bottom, of silt slowly covering the cloth bag, of water flowing endlessly over hidden things. In these dreams, I see fish swimming near the bag, then darting away suddenly. The ring is down there, waiting. Is it truly contained, or simply biding its time? When I wake from these dreams, my missing finger throbs with phantom pain, and I wonder if somewhere in the darkness of the river, a sapphire pulses an answer. I'd like to start off with an apology. If I am correct, I may just have killed you and everyone you know. Hopefully that isn't the case, but if it is, sorry. I've been working as an immunologist for the past 17 years, and I'm quite well known for my work. Throughout my life, I've lost people I cared about to disease. My mother died from tuberculosis when I was 5. My best friend died of leukemia when I was 16, and my father has recently been diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. I've always viewed it as a malicious and evil thing that robs us of our family family and friends. It's for this reason that I chose to study the immune system. It's truly a fascinating thing. Our bodies are somehow incredibly resilient and terribly delicate at the same time. My goal was to contribute to the eradication of disease. Well, I suppose the same can be said for all immunologists, but I worked with a fiery hatred for pestilence and sickness. I wanted, in a sense, to get revenge on the being I had made up in my head, this evil figure I had conjured up to personify disease. I was after more than just one. I didn't want to be the man who ended cancer or AIDS. I wanted to rid humanity of the greatest threat it ever had. My goal was to end as many diseases as I possibly could with one strike. I'll keep my explanations as brief as I can. I know you didn't come here for a science lesson. The human immune system is incredibly complex and has a vast array of countermeasures it uses to kill off pathogens. However, this all relies on the first step of the process, recognition. In order for anything to happen, some immune cell needs to come into contact with the foreign body afflicting the host. This can be any number of cells: T cells, B cells, macrophages, dendritic cells, NK cells, the list goes on. Once this happens, receptors on these cells bind to specific surface proteins on the pathogen, which starts the next step of the process. The pathogen is engulfed and digested. Afterwards, the cell takes pieces of this now dead pathogen and brings it to other immune cells to activate more immune responses. After a long list of signaling pathways, the host produces antibodies which bind to the pathogens and flag them for destruction. Later, when one of the many killer cells encounters a pathogen marked by antibodies, it will be swiftly eliminated. This process can apply to all types of diseases: bacterial, viral, even cancers. So why can't we just synthetically make a bunch of antibodies and shoot them into sick people? Well, there are many reasons actually, but one of them is the issue of immune response recognition. When your immune system goes out to kill targeted cells, how does it know which cells are good and which are bad? The answer is a molecule called sialic acid. Your cells produce this on their surfaces so that even if an immune cell binds to them, it can recognize the sialic acid structures on the surface and move on from it. But some diseases, disgusting and vile as they are, have evolved to use this to their advantage. Some of the most dangerous diseases are able to coat themselves in sialic acid in order to evade immune detection. For example, influenza binds to sialic acid on respiratory cells to gain entry into your lungs. Some bacteria like Neisseria meningitidis actually steal sialic acid from their host to create a disguise. And one of the reasons cancer is so difficult to treat is that cancer cells overproduce sialic acid, effectively wearing a do not kill sign that prevents immune cells from recognizing them as threats. This allows all of them to go about their business, killing innocent people and spreading to others. To combat this, humans have developed a treatment, one mainly for cancer, using sialidase, an enzyme that breaks down sialic acid from molecules. Think of this as a chainsaw that cuts off sialic acid and allows the bad cells to be recognized by your immune system. There's only one problem with this: sialidase is not specific. It will rip off sialic acid from your own cells if it comes into contact with them. But in this enzyme, I saw the key to free us all of the burden of sickness. If I could use a vehicle to ensure that sialidase only comes into contact with non-self cells, I would be able to strip away their advantage and expose them to the immune system. And I had the perfect one. It feels strange to condense years of my life and hard work into just a few sentences. In my studies, I became deeply familiar with the measles virus, an endlessly fascinating entity. You see, measles causes infected cells to fuse together, forming massive clumps called syncytia. If I could modify the virus to carry the sialidase enzyme, these clusters would become their own undoing. As the cells fused, sialidase would strip away the sialic acid from all of them at once, leaving them completely exposed to the immune system's wrath. That's exactly what I did. It was tested on rodents a week ago and it worked perfectly. But when I tried to get this new treatment approved, I was shot down almost immediately. I was outraged. I had invented a way to eradicate a plethora of life-threatening diseases, and this miracle cure wasn't even going to be considered. Unfortunately, I took matters into my own hands. This drug was going to save my father, I knew it. rat, so I went to the hospital he was being treated at. He's been spending most of his time sleeping. Cancer has a way of draining energy from its victims. I injected him with my treatment quickly. He didn't even wake up. Satisfied, I left the hospital and headed to the lab. The rats needed feeding, and then I could finally relax at home. Only when I saw the rats did I realize my error. In my fervor to create this miracle cure, I had made the same mistake that the human immune system does. I hadn't been specific enough. My goal was to make the measles virus, with sialadase attached to it, bind to any foreign bodies and force them to clump together. This would then allow the enzyme to remove the sialic acid from all of the pathogens and allow them all to be recognized by the immune system. But sialadase isn't specific. It had shorn off the protein that causes the measles virus to bind. The result of this was a free-floating virus that could bind to any cell and shear off its sialic acid, making it a target for the host's immune system. The rats in their cages had partially liquefied, their bodies reduced to a putrid gelatinous slurry. Only a few fragments of bone and shredded tissue remained, barely recognizable as what had once been living creatures. A rancid mix of blood and dissolved flesh pooled at the bottom of the cages, the stench thick and suffocating. Without another thought, I rushed back to the hospital, back to my father's room, but it was too late. I'm not sure why, but it acted quickly, far more so than it had with the rats. My dad had woken from his sleep with agonizing screams. Blood ran from every orifice, his eyes, his nose, his ears and mouth. He reached out a semi-solid hand towards me. I could see the veins and muscles through his skin. As he reached out, his hand fell from his arm and splattered onto the floor by my feet. His now milky white eyes rolled into his skull as he fell back into bed, motionless. His torso caved in on itself, exposing his liquefied organs to the open air. His body was eating itself because of what I had done. Nurses and doctors rushed in and out of the room, but I knew they wouldn't be able to help. An older nurse grabbed my arm and led me outside, but I couldn't hear his words. My ears rung from what I had seen, what I had caused. I vomited in the flower bed. I didn't know what else to do, so I went home where I'm now drafting this up. There's one more detail about the measles virus that I didn't mention. It's highly contagious. In fact, in unvaccinated populations, it has a 100% infection rate. Not that a vaccine would help anymore. I've modified the virus to the point where a new vaccine would need to be developed, but judging by how fast it worked on my father, I don't think we have that kind of time. Every single one of the people who were in that hospital likely have it, me included. By tomorrow, hundreds of people will be infected. A week from now, thousands or more, but chances are I'll be dead by then. I truly hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, I really am sorry. To anyone who finds this message, my name doesn't matter, but my story might. I am, or rather, I was a lead engineer at a top secret research facility deep beneath the ice of Antarctica. Our mission was simple: to explore and harness the power of an ancient technology buried miles below the frozen surface. What we discovered was something that should never have been awakened. The project, known as Obsidian, a codename we now know was more fitting than we ever realized, began with the discovery of a massive, perfectly preserved structure detected via satellite scans. This structure, buried under 4 miles of solid ice, was unlike anything on Earth, an impossibly smooth obsidian black pyramid emitting faint electromagnetic pulses. In December 2021, my team was dispatched to the site with cutting-edge drilling equipment to breach the ice and gain access. The project was classified at the highest levels of global security. Only a handful of people even knew it existed. As we tunneled closer, the pulses grew stronger, and our instruments started behaving erratically. Computers failed, compasses spun wildly, and even our most advanced communication systems flickered and died. On January 10th, 2022, we finally reached the pyramid's surface. The surrounding ice had an unnatural, almost glossy sheen, and the air grew thick with static electricity. Ignoring every instinct, we set up our equipment and prepared to enter. The entrance was sealed with a door made from a material that defied all analysis, neither metal nor stone. It absorbed all light, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. When we finally breached it, we found an empty chamber lined with glyphs that emitted a dim, pulsating glow. At the center of the room stood a large, perfectly circular hole descending into darkness. It was around this point that things began to spiral out of control. Without warning, the glyphs started to pulse faster, and an oppressive force filled the chamber, pressing down on us as if the air itself had turned to lead. We attempted to retreat, but the hole began to emit emit a low thrumming noise, a sound that resonated deep within our bones. As we watched, paralyzed with terror, something began to rise from the depths. A shape of a void, darker than the darkest night, emerged from the hole. It was amorphous, shifting, and yet there was a terrifying sense of intelligence behind it. It filled the room with an overwhelming presence, a crushing sense of despair and doom. The surrounding air warped and twisted as the entity began to take a vaguely humanoid form. We couldn't move, couldn't speak. The only sound was the relentless hum, growing louder and more unbearable with each passing second. Then, in a voice that bypassed our ears and spoke directly into our minds, it said, "You have trespassed into the domain of the eternal void. You are the first to awaken us in eons, and for this your world will suffer. We are the ones who came before, and we shall reclaim what was lost. You cannot stop what has begun." The entity dissipated into the air, leaving us with a chilling coldness that seeped into our very souls. We fled, abandoning all equipment and sealing the entrance behind us, but it was too late. The pyramid began to emit pulses of energy at an ever-increasing rate, and we realized with dawning horror that it was a beacon, a call to something far beyond our comprehension. As I write this, I am the last surviving member of my team. The others are gone, vanished without a trace, consumed by whatever we unleashed. The facility is on lockdown, but I fear it's only a matter of time before the energy pulses reach their peak and whatever lies on the other side answers the call. I don't know how much longer I have, but you need to understand, this isn't just a threat to us, but to all of humanity. Do not attempt to access the obsidian pyramid. Do not go near it. Know that the end we have set in motion cannot be undone. If you receive this, pray that it's not too late. I barged through my front door and sprinted up the stairs. I made a run for the bedroom door before kicking it open. "I know he's in here. Where are you hiding him this time?" I screamed. My wife Susan was shocked to see me back from work and was sitting in bed reading a book. "I don't know what you are talking about, honey. I've been here all morning." I could tell from the red glow on my wife's cheeks and the beads of sweat rolling down her forehead she was doing more than reading a book. "I know that scumbag is here. I can still smell his stinking aftershave." I grabbed the blankets and ripped them off the bed. Susan tried her best to cover her naked body. "It's 2 in the afternoon. Why are you in bed naked?" Susan looked like a rabbit caught in a headlight. She stuttered as her brain tried to make up a plausible answer. I began tearing the room apart when suddenly I heard the sound of labored breathing coming from the closet. I felt a rage of red mist descend upon me before whipping open the closet doors. As I drove back to work, I couldn't get the image of Mason Bradley and his fat gut on top of my wife. Intrusive thoughts about my wife's infidelities permeated my mind as I drove my truck. At 37, my life wasn't where I expected it to be. My dreams of running my own company were as broken as the beat-up pickup truck I used to drive to work. My truck rumbled up to the gates of the steel mill. The security guard at the gate barely acknowledged my existence as the truck roared past him. As I turned into the car park, I noticed my boss Big Ed waiting for me. As I got out of my truck, Big Ed came scurrying over. For a man who ran a million-dollar company, he always looked as if he was out panhandling for his next meal. His slacks were 2 sizes too big and he wore the same t-shirt every day. "What are you doing tomorrow, Jack?" I hated how Big Ed spoke to me. He had a habit of spitting after every sentence and would sometimes spit directly at me. "I was going to surprise my wife tomorrow and take her somewhere nice." Big Ed hitched his slacks up onto his gut. "Listen here now, Jack. My car's been giving me some trouble and I need you to service her. Couldn't you get someone else to do it?" I could tell he was getting annoyed with my attitude. "If you want your job Monday, you will do what you're told." He had me over a barrel and knew I couldn't afford to lose the only job the town had to offer. "I'll be over first thing in the morning." I arrived at Ed's dilapidated mansion. Ed was outside with his car swooning over her like it was some beautiful young woman. His face lit up as he ran his hands over the bonnet of the truck. "Be gentle with her, she's all I got," said Ed. Ed looked slightly smarter than his usual unkempt manner. "You got a date, Ed?" "When the cats are away, the mice will play," said Ed as he gave me a mischievous wink. Ed pulled a red handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I see one scratch on her and I will snap your neck." I was weary from a long day babysitting Ed's car. All I wanted to do was throw my feet up and have a nice cold beer. I stepped in my front door and was suddenly hit by a familiar smell. It smelt like Big Ed's nasty cologne, but I was too tired to take much notice. My body ached as I grabbed a beer from the kitchen kitchen before collapsing onto my chair. As I sat there, sipping beer and reevaluating my life's predicaments, I noticed something sticking from the armrest of my couch. I walked over and picked up the red piece of cloth, the same red piece of cloth Big Ed used to wipe the beady sweat from his grubby forehead. I unfolded the cloth, and to my dismay, there was Ed's name embroidered in the hanky. I was heartbroken and furious. I knew what it meant, and all I wanted to do was tear the house down with my bare hands, but I knew better than to let my anger get the best of me. My eyes welled up as I sped down the country road. I turned the radio up full blast to drown out my intrusive thoughts. I was too embroiled in a battle with my conciseness to notice the dark figure walking in the middle of the road. By the time I noticed it was too late, I slammed on the brakes and covered my eyes before the car came to a halt. To my relief, I couldn't find any signs of someone injured. I convinced myself stress was making me go crazy. As I tried jumping back in my truck, I heard someone approaching from behind. Having trouble, buddy? I felt a cold chill up my spine. Something was telling me to run, but my legs had turned to jelly from fear. A dark figure stepped out from the shadows of the looming trees overhead. I thought I had hit someone with my truck, I nervously explained. I couldn't make out who I was talking to. All I could see was an outline of a tall, dark figure. I hear you're having trouble with your wife. Do I know you? I nervously asked. Suddenly, the dark figure came into focus, revealing an old man. He took something from his pocket before handing it to me. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Big Ed's red handkerchief. How did you... I began stuttering. What is it you desire? Asked the old man. Suddenly, a strange feeling swept over me. A feeling of intense euphoria crept up from my toes, flooding my brain. I wished every man who sleeps with my wife would get sick and die a slow, painful death. The words seemed to come out of my mouth as if someone else was saying. Suddenly, everything began to spin, and before I knew it, I was back in my truck. I reluctantly drove into work after spending a night in a dingy motel. All I wanted to do was punch Big Ed in his fat face, but with my marriage on the rocks, I knew I couldn't afford it. When I arrived, I was surprised to see Mason Bradley wasn't at his station. I didn't give it much thought until I saw Big Ed coming from the bathroom, looking like death warmed up. Hey Ed, you don't look so good. Ed stood there looking pale as a ghost, trying to keep the contents of his stomach from ejecting from his mouth. I think it was something I ate, he explained as I took a step back from him. Has this anything to do with Bradley being out? I asked. Yeah, he was too sick to make it in today. Must be a bug doing the rounds. Over the next few days, I watched Big Ed get weaker until there was no sign of him. I had gotten word that Mason Bradley had died, and from what I was told, Big Ed wasn't far behind. Since Big Ed wasn't in, we knocked off early. As I drove home, I stopped at the local gas station to pick up some beers. Phil, the owner, was at the counter looking like he was about to pass out. You alright, Phil? You're looking a bit pale there, buddy. Phil covered his mouth, trying his best not to puke all over the counter. I'm after picking up this bug that's going around. It couldn't be, I thought to myself as I suddenly remembered the strange encounter I had the other night, the one I was sure was just a strange dream. You look after yourself, Phil, and get yourself to a doctor. Will you give my love to that beautiful wife of yours and tell her I'll drop over her magazines once I feel better, said Phil before dashing for the bathroom. As I drove into my driveway, I noticed Mrs. Stevens standing outside her house looking distraught. What's wrong, Anne? I asked. It's Mike. They took him to the hospital. Who took him? Mr. Stevens was too distraught to get her words out. Men in hazmat suits. I felt the familiar feeling of despair rise from the pit of my stomach. Who else got sick? Bob, Tony from across the road, the guy who delivers the milk. They're dropping like flies. Days went by and news of men getting sick and dying all over town continued to trickle in. Suddenly, I was hit with the realization that the man I met a few weeks ago wasn't a figment of my imagination. I wrestled with the guilt of everyone dying and the heartbreak of my wife's infidelity. I didn't want people dying, and if this was my fault, I needed to fix it. I got in my truck and began driving the same road as before. I was overwhelmed with the thoughts of people dying and the guilt and grief it brought with it. As I drove, I suddenly spotted the old man sitting by the roadside. I slammed on the brakes and jumped from my truck. I ran to the old man before dropping to my knees. Please, I beg you, whatever you have done, you need to take it back. The old man gave me a confused look. But it was what you desired. Why would you want to take it back? I was upset, but I didn't want people to die. Please, it's not what I desire, I cried. The old man put his hand on my shoulder. What is it you truly desire? All I want is my wife to love me and only me, I begged. Suddenly, I was overcome with that same feeling of euphoria. My world began to spin before I was suddenly back in my truck and the old man was nowhere to be seen. As I walked in my front door, Susan was standing there waiting for me. She had a look on her face I'd never seen before. She ran and threw her arms around me before kissing me passionately. I love you so much, Jack. Can you please forgive me? Of course I forgive you, I always do. My wife's face lit up, and for the first time, I could feel a genuine sense of love from her, a feeling I always desired. From now on, you're the only man I want and need, she said as she led me upstairs to the bedroom. That night, we made passionate love as if we were the only two people that existed in the world. After we finished, we spent the rest of the night cuddling and planning for a better future together. The following morning, I woke with a splitting headache. As the days followed, I was stuck to the toilet puking my guts up. As I got weaker, the terrifying realization of the first wish hit me like a ton of bricks. I write this as I'm in the final throes of death as a warning to others. Be careful what you wish for. I've worked prison security my entire life. A few months ago, I got a promotion, great pay, full accommodations, and one simple assignment: monitor the facility's camera system. No questions asked. I was told the prison and its inhabitants were classified, even to me. The pay was too good, the on-site housing was free, and I had a family to support, so I didn't ask. Now alarms are blaring all around me, and I don't know what I just saw, but I can't keep it classified. I have reviewed the footage for the 5th time, my hands trembling as I paused it on the prison's head of security, Harris, and his panicked face. The alarms and flashing red lights of the control room filled the screen, disorienting even as a mere observer. Ah, crap, Harris's voice cracked through the audio feed. The camera zoomed in slightly on the screen he was staring at. The prison cell layout, a grid of green icons, had one glaring anomaly. A single cell on floor 4 in the far corner flashed an angry red. Unauthorized release blinked relentlessly in tandem with the deafening alarms. He grabbed the desk phone next to him with a speed that spoke to both his training and his fear. All units to containment floor now. His voice boomed over the speakers. We have a breach. Repeat, we have a breach in cell 4 corner. Code black. Code black. The words reverberated in my mind, the first in the facility's history. Harris didn't have time to dwell on the weight of it, and neither did I. I fast-forwarded the footage, watching guards scramble into action, weapons drawn, their postures rigid with tension. The control room camera shook slightly as Harris grabbed his rifle, slammed in a fresh magazine, and chambered a round. He was preparing to join them when gunfire erupted through the audio feed. I rewound and replayed that moment, trying to pinpoint the exact second the chaos began. The reinforced glass gave me a clear view of the containment wing as muzzle flashes illuminated the hallway below. I could see the flash of gunfire, but not the target. As fast as it began, it was over. Harris's movements faltered. His battle-hardened composure cracked as a low, guttural noise filtered through the intercom, something between a growl and a laugh. I shivered even behind my screen. Harris stepped out of the control room, entering the pitch-black hallway. The rotating red lights painted his shadow in a macabre dance across the walls. Guards rushed past him, forming a defensive line, their voices barely audible over the alarms. "With you, sir. What are your orders?" one shouted. I watched Harris take a breath, his hand tightening on his rifle. "Safety's off. Shoot to kill." His voice carried a forced confidence, but the trembling of his fingers told a different story. They moved forward deeper into the containment wing. I switched to another camera angle, tracking their progress. The cells lining the walls seemed to come alive with the sounds of screaming, laughing, and pounding as the other prisoners reacted to whatever had been unleashed. They rounded the corner and my breath hitched. The camera captured the massive steel-reinforced door to cell 4 corner, now twisted and dangling from a single hinge. A jagged gash split its surface, revealing the core beneath. One of the guards whispered, "What in the world could do that?" I'd asked myself the same question. Harris stepped forward, slipping on something. The camera zoomed in on the dark puddle beneath his boots. He crouched, touched it, then brought his fingers to his nose. Even without being there, I could almost smell the metallic tang of blood as Harris recoiled. He activated his flashlight, aiming it into the cell. The beam revealed carnage that made me pause the video, bile rising in my throat. Blood coated the walls, limbs and chunks of flesh strewn across the floor. The stench of iron seemed to seep through the screen. One of the guards let out a dry heave, but it was Harris's reaction that haunted me the most. He gagged, visibly shaken, his usual stoic demeanor cracking at the scene around him. The footage footage jumped as he spun, rifle aimed at a hand taking a weak grip on his ankle. One of his men lay on the floor, torso intact but legs gone, intestines strung along the floor behind him. The man's voice crackled through the audio. "Behind you." Harris turned, the other guards following his lead. The camera angle shifted to capture what they saw. My blood ran cold. A child, or something resembling one. It clung to the wall like an arachnid, limbs contorted, black eyes hollow and lifeless. Its mouth twisted into a grin that stretched impossibly wide, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. I froze the frame, staring at the monstrous visage. It didn't move until Harris did, his voice a choked whisper. "What in the fu—" The creature screeched, the sound shrill and inhuman before lunging. The room erupted into chaos. The guards opened fire, their muzzle flashes briefly illuminating the scene. Screams filled the audio feed, cutting off one by one until only static and the distant wail of alarms remained. The camera feed from the hallway flickered. When it stabilized, the scene was eerily quiet. Blood dripped from the walls and pooled on the floor. Then came the sound, a slow, deliberate scrape, thud, scrape, thud. The creature emerged, dragging Harris's lifeless body behind it. His blood painted a crimson trail on the cold steel floor like a signature written of gore. It approached the far wall where a sealed door stood. I rewound and played that segment repeatedly, unable to look away as the creature raised Harris by his matted hair. His head lolled and a weak cough escaped his lips, blood splattering the wall. He was still alive. The door scanner activated with a mechanical ping, a red laser trying to scan his face. Harris's final cry sent shivers down my spine. "No," he said as he tried to keep his eyes sealed tightly. Jagged fingers slithered along his forehead and curled under his eyelids, prying them open, forcing the scanner to accept his retina. Blood and tears flowed down his face as he screamed. The door unlocked with a hiss of decompressed air, large locks unlatching with a clang. The creature discarded Harris with a sickening thud, his head colliding with the wall. I had to stop the footage as his skull gave way, blood and brain spraying the lens, but I forced myself to finish it. The last moments showed the creature crawling through the now open door, slick with gore, leaving behind a facility drowning in silence and death, its demented form slowly morphing into that of an innocent child. I sat back, the weight of what I'd seen pressing down on me. My hands hovered over the keyboard, unsure of what to type or who to send this to. There were no protocols for this, no contingency plans for whatever it was. All I could think was, it's free. It looks like a child. It is out there amongst all of us. This is my only warning to you all. I will get thrown in prison for posting this, but it doesn't matter. I'll be safer in there than free with that thing out there. God save us all. I don't know if I should be posting this, but screw it. It's been over 20 years, and no one ever believed me anyway. Maybe someone out there can explain what I saw that night. Back in 2003, I worked security at a government-funded research site. Not gonna say where, but let's just say it was out in the middle of nowhere, far enough that if something went wrong, no one would hear the screams. The facility was a fortress, barbed wire, keycard access everywhere, armed patrols at night. Most of the time it was boring. Scientists came in, scientists left, and we were just there to make sure nobody messed with their work. But there was one project that always gave me the creeps. They called it Project Chimera. Even the other guards didn't know much about it, just that it involved biological stuff and that the scientists working on it never looked well rested. It was a quiet night shift. I was doing my usual rounds, walking the perimeter of the high security labs. Then my radio crackled. Containment breach in Lab 3, non-human interference. I remember thinking, what the hell does that mean? It wasn't unauthorized personnel, it wasn't security risk, it was non-human. I ran toward Lab 3, and when I got there, I saw two scientists standing outside looking absolutely terrified. Through the glass observation window I saw it, a deer. A stupid deer was standing inside the secure laboratory, right in the middle of all their high-tech equipment, its hooves tapping against the floor. It looked wrong. Not sick, not injured, just wrong. Its movements were jerky, its breathing was too slow. Its eyes were milky white, and I swear to God, for a second, I thought it was looking directly at me. One of the scientists, Dr. Nakamura, I think, was practically hyperventilating. She kept muttering something like, "It's interacting with the Matrix. This wasn't supposed to happen." Then the lights flickered, and everything went to hell. There was this low humming noise, like a power station warming up, but deeper, more alive. The air felt thick, like walking through syrup. The deer just stood there, its body twitching slightly, and the machines around it started sparking. Then, for a split second, it wasn't a deer anymore. I don't know how to explain it. It was still there, but its shape was warping, like it was being pulled apart and put back together at the same time. I could see other things inside it, patterns, shapes that didn't belong in a living creature. The scientists were screaming at each other, trying to shut the system down. I grabbed my radio and yelled, "We have a serious problem in Lab 3. But the second I said that, the deer snapped its head toward me so fast I heard its neck crack. And then it was gone. No explosion, no dramatic escape, just gone, like someone had flicked a switch and erased it from reality. The humming stopped, the machines went dead, the air felt normal again. They shut down the lab immediately. The higher-ups came in the next morning, cleared everything out, and told us not to ask questions. I overheard one of the researchers whispering that they found something left behind where the deer had been standing. A residue, some kind of organic material that didn't match anything they had on record. But no one ever explained what happened to the deer. They told us it was a security failure, that the deer had somehow wandered in through a ventilation shaft, which was bullcrap because I had walked that perimeter for months and there was no way a full-grown deer made it past all that security. A few weeks later, Project Chimera was shut down completely. The lab was sealed off and the lead researchers were reassigned or just disappeared. I put in my resignation not long after, but sometimes I still dream about that night, about the way the air felt wrong, about the deer's eyes, milky white, staring straight through me, and the way for just a second I swear it knew what I was thinking. The teacher knew from the look on my face I had forgotten my homework again. "What's your excuse this time, Toby?" she asked. "I'm sorry, miss. I left it on the kitchen table. I'll have it tomorrow, I promise." She had heard it many times before. It was the same old song and dance, and no matter what I said, it didn't stop me from getting detention. When I got home, my mother was waiting for me. The school had already phoned her, and I knew by the look on her face I was in big trouble. This is the third time this month the school rang me. "I'm sorry, Mom. I did leave my homework at home. Miss Henchley's just out to get me. She sent me to my room after she told me I was grounded for the week. I hated being grounded because all I had was my sister Cindy to talk to. Mrs. Henchley gave me detention again. I hate her. I wish somebody would teach her a lesson," I explained to Cindy. Cindy looked at me with a big smile on her face. "I can ask my friend to help you. Millie is great and does everything I ask her to do." My sister was annoying, but I found it cute that she had an imaginary friend. Later, I was jolted from my sleep, and Cindy was sitting by the dressing table with her back turned to me. "Get back to bed, Cindy. It's late. If Mom finds you out of bed, I'll get in trouble." I hated sharing a room with my sister who slept on the top bunk. When my dad died, we had to move to a smaller house. My mom said it was temporary, but it's been 2 years now, and I am still stuck in a tiny room with her. When I woke the following morning, my sister was already downstairs. I walked over to the dresser and picked up a drawing my sister must have drawn. My sister's drawings were usually cute. She likes unicorns and fairies, but this one was disturbing. It depicted a woman lying on the floor next to a busted up car, and she had red stuff coming from her head. I arrived at school that day to find Miss Henchley wasn't behind her desk. Instead, we had a substitute teacher who told us she was filling in after Miss Henchley was involved in a terrible car accident. It was then I remembered the picture Cindy had drawn. It was just a coincidence, I was sure of it, but I couldn't help feeling guilty. Either way, I wished this on her. The only upside to Miss Henley's accident was not having to do detention and go home. On the way home, I bumped into Damian Morsley. He was on my case all year, and every time he saw me, he gave me a beating, and this time was no different. When I got home all bloody and bruised, I went straight to my room. I didn't want my mother to make a big deal about it. I didn't want to give Damian more reason to hate me. "What happened to you?" my sister asked as she stepped into the room. "Nothing happened to me," I said as I scolded my sister for asking too many questions. "Was it that mean kid Damian again?" she asked in a concerned tone. "Yes, but you can't say anything to Mom. She will go ballistic." My sister looked at me again with that mischievous smile. "Don't worry, Millie will fix him." The next morning, I woke to find another drawing left on the dresser. This picture was even more disturbing than the last. It showed a kid lying on the floor with what appeared to be a knife sticking from his stomach and a man standing over him. For the first time, I was hoping Damian was in class, but there was no sign of him. As the day went on, rumors started spreading that Damian's father was arrested for doing something terrible to him. On the way home, I decided to take a detour past his house. I was shocked to find his house surrounded by police tape and people in white suits in the garden. A kid on a bike was standing across from the house, and when I asked him what happened, he confirmed my biggest fear, that Damien was murdered by his father. It couldn't be. I refused to believe it, but it happening twice was too much of a coincidence. I ran home and called Cindy up to the bedroom. "Cindy, you need to stop this imaginary friend business. I don't know how you're doing it, but people are getting hurt," I shouted. I could see the tears well up in her eyes. "But Millie's real, she is not imaginary. You wait and see," she said as she broke down crying before running out of the room. That night I fell asleep feeling guilty about shouting at my sister. I tossed and turned from a restless sleep before I was jolted awake. My sister was sitting at the dresser again, so I shouted at her to get back into bed, but she ignored me and kept on drawing. "Who are you talking to?" said a voice from above me. Startled, I turned to see my sister still in her bed, but when I turned back, the girl at the dressing table was gone. I walk over to the dresser only to find another drawing. I picked it up and a feeling of dread crept up my spine as I looked at the drawing. It was a picture of someone impaled on spikes with blood pouring from them at the bottom of a canyon. I feel the blood drain from my body. Tomorrow is our annual school trip to the Grand Canyon. He was only gone for 2 days. Said he needed to clear his head, so he packed light and headed up into the Wintas with his usual gear. No big deal, he's done it before. But this time, when he came back, something was off. It started with how he walked in. No announcement, no "I'm back." Just opened the door, set his pack down, and stood in the kitchen like he forgot what it was for. I was at the table, mid-bite. He looked at me and smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Good trip?" I asked. He nodded, still smiling. That smile didn't drop once the whole night. Not when he told me about the mountain lion tracks near his campsite. Not when I noticed he was wearing my sweatshirt, the one he hates. Not even when I asked what trail he took and he said, "North Ridge." There is no North Ridge, not here. That night I couldn't sleep. Something about how he moved felt wrong. Too smooth, too studied. At one point I got up to check the locks and caught a glimpse of him in the hallway mirror. He was just standing in the dark, staring at it. Not at his reflection, at the space beside it. The next morning I found a dead bird on the porch. Not torn apart, just laid out neatly like a gift. He said he didn't put it there. Then he asked if I remembered when our mom died. The thing is, she's still alive. I waited until he went out back. He said he wanted to feel the sun, but just stood in the middle of the yard, arms hanging loosely at his sides, face tilted upward like he was trying to remember what warmth felt like. That gave me maybe 10 minutes. I went straight for his pack. It looked normal at first. His knife, half-used water bladder, trail snacks he didn't touch. But when I unzipped the bottom pouch, I found something he would have never brought home. A lock of hair, tied with red thread, dry, brittle. Not his color, not mine. It looked old, like it had been buried in salt or ash. Underneath it was a scrap of parchment. Something drawn in charcoal, rough circles layered with jagged lines. Stick figures warped around a central shape. I didn't recognize the symbol, but the longer I stared, the more I felt like I should. When I turned it over, a single word was scrawled in the corner in tiny, frantic handwriting: "Return." I barely had time to zip the pack shut before I heard the back door open. He stepped inside, eyes still fixed on the ceiling like something might be living just above it. "You been in my bag?" he asked calmly. I lied, said number. He smiled, that smile. It stayed frozen while he poured himself a glass of water, gulped it down too fast, then poured another. His throat made no sound as he swallowed. Later that night, I woke up to him humming. A song we used to sing when we were little. Only half the melody was wrong. Notes bent in places they shouldn't bend. The words didn't rhyme anymore. And when I peeked down the hallway, I saw him standing at my bedroom door. Back turned and not moving, just listening. He didn't say anything when I asked what he was doing. He just walked away. In the morning, he was already at the kitchen table when I got up. No coffee, just sitting. He looked at me with that too wide smile and said, "Why'd you lie, little brother?" He asked why I lied. I didn't answer. I just stood there, heartbeat hammering behind my ribs, wondering how long he'd known, if he saw me touch the pack, if he'd ever really turned his back at all. He didn't press the question, just smiled and went back to staring at the table. Later he left again. No word, no jacket, just walked out into the tree line and vanished like he'd always belonged there. This time I didn't check the pack. I waited, and after midnight he came back. His hands were covered in dirt, shirt torn, no blood blood just wrong, like it wasn't made for his body anymore, like his limbs had started to stretch beneath the seams. He didn't say anything, just walked past me and went straight to the basement. That's when I heard it, knocking, but not from the door, from inside the pack, slow, wet, rhythmic, like knuckles dragging against plastic. I opened it. The first thing I saw was the hair again, matted now, damp with something dark. Beneath it, something wrapped in a tattered gray cloth. I should have stopped there, I didn't. I reached in and pulled it free. It was a jar, sealed with wax and twine. Inside was a mouth, not a full face, just a mouth twisted in a silent scream, gums torn back, lips stitched closed with animal sinew. But it was breathing. The glass fogged up every few seconds. It was trying to speak. Then I realized something. It looked like mine. I dropped it. The jar didn't break. It just rolled to the edge of the floor and sat there, vibrating softly. Then from the basement his voice called up. Except it wasn't really his, it was mine. Low, hollow, almost like he was trying it on for the first time. "Why'd you go through my things, little brother?" I didn't answer. I was too busy watching the jar. It was smiling now. In October 1978, Philadelphia police responded to a dead body call at an abandoned theater. They arrived on scene to discover most of a corpse of a young woman on the stage. Her hands and feet were bound. At some point post-mortem, the perpetrator had decapitated the victim and stitched the head of a bald man onto her neck. Heavy stage makeup had been applied to the man's face. His mouth was sewed shut. When one of the responding officers knelt down to inspect these sutures, the corpse's eyes opened. The body shuddered to life, stretching until the bindings broke. The amalgam rose unsteadily to its feet, dipped into a formal bow, and began to move. The braver of the two officers grabbed the corpse, believing it to be a hoax of some kind. He grabbed it by the throat with such force that he tore the sutures attaching the man's head to the woman's neck. Now only partially attached, the head flopped to the side. The officer recoiled, and the corpse continued to move as though nothing had happened. At this point, someone yelled, "Stop it, you're interrupting him." The speaker was a young girl of approximately 10 years old, sitting at the highest point in the auditorium, a crumbling balcony with no visible point of egress. The corpse paid her no attention and began whirling feverishly around the stage. The head was still only partially detached, but the corpse seemed unaware. Per their later testimony, the police officers slowly realized they were watching a one-man reenactment of a murder. As the gruesome performance carried on, the little girl in the corner began to cry with steadily increasing emotion. Her weeping finally culminated in a wail when the corpse mimed sawing his own head off. He pulled his head off, sutures snapping loudly as they parted through the flesh, then tucked it under his arm and ran backstage and out of sight. Despite the distance between the theater and AHH Nascu, the Harlequin, by all accounts secure in his cell inside the facility, expressed knowledge of this incident. He provided staff with the address of the theater and told them, "My son is performing there tonight, not one of his best unfortunately, but I'll tell him you're coming if you like." Personnel were immediately dispatched to the theater. By the time personnel arrived, 2 days had passed. They obtained the relevant police reports. Among other things, they learned that officers fled the scene without recovering the young girl since she was unreachable on the crumbling balcony. Although the officers returned with reinforcements, the dancing corpse was nowhere to be found. Neither was the child. But when agency personnel entered the theater during their investigation, both the girl and the dancing corpse were back inside. Personnel quickly realized they had arrived toward the end of the performance. The child was sobbing so loudly that she inadvertently masked the sounds of their entry. They concealed themselves accordingly, taking refuge in a small alcove near the back of the auditorium, and watched as the corpse, which in keeping with the police reports was a woman's body with a man's head sewn on, continued to dance. Shortly after their arrival, the corpse completed its performance and retreated backstage. Approximately 2 minutes later, a man with a face identical to that of the head sewn onto the woman's corpse returned on stage, visibly weeping. In his arms was the woman's corpse, now headless. Chest heaving silently, he gave a deep bow. As agents watched, the crying child bolted on stage and hugged the man, at which point the agents made themselves known. The man vanished backstage. When agents attempted to follow, the child interfered. By the time she was restrained, the man was nowhere to be found. Resigned, they returned to interrogate the girl, who was still standing on stage. She refused to provide her name, but was willing refusing to answer other questions. When asked what the corpse had been doing, the girl answered, "He's showing me what Randall did." When asked if the entity was Randall, she shook her head. When asked who the man was, she said, "Pantomime. He taught me how to act." Finally, when asked why Pantomime would show her such a terrible thing, she said, "Because he's sorry." She refused to provide any additional information. When the agents attempted to take her into custody, Pantomime reappeared and attacked them with catastrophic results, allowing her to escape. Once she was no longer on site, Pantomime transformed. He became docile and even expressed regret in a non-verbal manner for the injuries he inflicted on the agents. He then waited obediently for additional personnel to arrive and came into agency custody without further incident. When asked why, he wrote a simple answer: "Because my father can't get me if I go with you." Investigation post-arrest showed that Pantomime's stomach contained partially digested bone matter and meat from a human victim. When agency personnel removed his mouth sutures, they discovered that his tongue was missing. Experimentation shows that Pantomime is able to remove and reattach his head and limbs at will. He is able to attach his head and limbs onto dead bodies. Pantomime maintains control over any limb attached to another individual. For example, if his head is attached to someone else, he has complete control over that body until decomposition compromises the structures. Additionally, Pantomime has the ability to project mental images and fantasies into reality for limited amounts of time. He can only do this after consuming human brain tissue. Pantomime's most frequently projected scenes consist of himself and a young woman. Nothing of note ever happens in these scenes. Pantomime's tongue has been observed to reappear and disappear in apparently random fashion. It should be noted that on November 26, 2024, Pantomime's tongue reappeared and he asked to speak to Commander R. Wingeride. Pantomime disclosed largely non-specific knowledge of a plot between the Harlequin and unknown agency personnel. This disclosure, combined with the return of Pantomime's ability to speak, prompted administration to schedule an interview with the agency's specialized interviewer with the goal of obtaining additional details about this plot. It should be noted that Pantomime rarely speaks. Nevertheless, he can write and does so extensively with little prompting. The caveats with Pantomime's writing are as follows. His writings take the form of stage plays, complete with character dialogue and stage directions. Every one of Pantomime's works is titled All the World's a Stage. The Harlequin is a recurring figure in Pantomime's plays. The relationship between Pantomime and the Harlequin is not understood. Pantomime consistently refuses to elaborate. The Harlequin describes their relationship thus: "My son sang most beautifully in my city bright." Pantomime's many plays are primarily a variation on a theme. They follow the life of Pantomime as he forms a friendship with a young woman named Sarita. The plays are always told through Sarita's perspective. Sarita is a poverty-stricken woman who is bullied mercilessly both at home and at work. Sarita's childhood dream is to be an actress, although she knows it will never happen due to her unattractiveness and her lack of talent. But the dream doesn't die. As stated in one of the most notable lines of the play, this dream burns on in defiance of reality. One day, Sarita finds an abandoned theater. She begins to spend her free time there, twirling around on stage and acting out scenes in private, far from critical eyes. But unbeknownst to her, Pantomime lives in the theater and he loves to watch her. One day, she catches him spying on her. Rather than running away, she chases him through the theater until she corners him backstage. They form a friendship. Sarita and Pantomime spend their afternoons acting together. Something strange happens when they're on stage. Sarita changes, becoming more beautiful, and the scenes they act out start to become real. She describes it as an enchantment, a real-life fantasy world that evaporates at the curtain call. What Sarita doesn't know is that Pantomime lives in the theater because it is used as a dumping ground by a killer. The stream of bodies provides Pantomime with a steady supply of human bones and human brains through which he derives the energy required to briefly project his and Sarita's scenes into reality. One day, Sarita's friend Debbie disappears. Sarita goes to Pantomime's theater, bursting inside just in time to see Pantomime biting into Debbie's head. Sarita believes Pantomime is the killer and runs away, never to return. After her departure, Pantomime cries silently until the Harlequin appears. Note: alone of the characters in Pantomime's plays, the Harlequin speaks in iambic pentameter. In his writings, Pantomime's iambic pentameter is flawless. The Harlequin also speaks in iambic pentameter in the interview transcribed below. However, the interviewer noted multiple flaws in either meter or stressed syllables in the Harlequin's iambic pentameter as verbally related by Pantomime. Whether this is relevant relevant is not known. The Harlequin asks, remember how you sang so beautifully for gods and monsters in my bright city? Pantomime only weeps. The Harlequin tells Pantomime that he'll take him back to the city bright if he doesn't find Sarita and consume her head. He retreats backstage, leaving Pantomime to weep until curtain. The agency notes that Pantomime exhibited significant psychological distress when he learned that the Harlequin is also incarcerated at the Pantheon. Interview subject, Pantomime. Classification string, non-cooperative / indestructible / agnosto / constant / substantial / hemitheos. Interviewer, Rakeli B. Date, November 28, 2024. She was an ugly girl, but so what? I wanted to give her the world. Only I didn't have the world. I only had what I had, which was less than nothing. I knew from the second I saw her that she was perfect for me. I've never told anyone this before because I hate the way it sounds, but from the very start I wanted to make all her dreams come true. I wanted to be her dream come true. It was a scary feeling, real scary, especially because strictly speaking she was way too young for me. But that wasn't scariest, not even close. Scariest was feeling that way in the first place. Freaked me out pretty bad and it made me act weird at first. Yeah, looking back I was pretty weird about it for a bit, but she didn't hold it against me. She was such a good girl. We worked nights at the arena, mostly after the crowds left, breaking down the setups, prepping the place for tomorrow's show, scrubbing beer and soda and popcorn and half-eaten hot dogs and puke and God knew what else off the stands. Sometimes we'd pick through the lost and found bins on our breaks, especially when the boss wasn't around. He wasn't around on the holidays, so we stole a lot of stuff leading up to Thanksgiving and Christmas. She called those lost and found bins our special Christmas tree. No one ever knew what we were talking about. It felt great having those inside jokes with her. During hockey season, we'd turn on the spotlights and go slipping and sliding all over the ice. She called it primitive ice skating, but mostly it was just falling. I didn't care. She was a dreamer. She told about all her dreams. Moving to California to be either a movie star or a beach bum, depending on how tired she was feeling that day, or moving to New York City to work at an art museum, going to college to learn how to do something, that's what she always said, I just want to learn something, or getting a job at the police department to get benefits for her sisters, learning to bartend so she could make tips, or how to sew so she could make costumes for her cat, auditioning for the star role in the community theater, or writing a book just so she could say she'd written a book. I liked when she talked about her dreams with me, felt like it meant something. She was such a good girl, happy all the time, smiles all around, helpful even when being helpful hurt her. She was also kinda, I don't know how to say it, a tiny bit bad, no not bad, wicked. She was kind of a little bit wicked, but that just made her even better for me. And she was already perfect for me. She always made me feel good things. Before her, I wasn't the best at feeling good things, but she changed that, and it was great. When you feel good things, you eventually think good things too. And me, I was feeling good and thinking good for probably the first time in years. It was all because of her, because she was such a good girl. Me though, I wasn't a good guy. She didn't know that. I used to have nightmares about her finding out. Isn't that crazy? Literal nightmares. I don't know what I would have done if she'd known how good I wasn't. She wouldn't have showed me her special Christmas tree or taken me slipping and sliding all over the ice with me if she'd known. She definitely wouldn't have been my best friend if she'd have known. So I'm real glad she didn't know. Like I told you, I knew even before I said a word to her that I wanted to give her the world. You know how screwed up that is? Feeling that way when there's nothing you can do about it, knowing you'd burn the world down for someone but never even getting a chance to buy the match you need to do it. She was an ugly girl, yeah, but it didn't matter to me. That's not the problem. That's the opposite of a problem. That's love. The problem was there were other people that didn't matter too, and one of them didn't need to buy a match because he owned the match factory. I was nice about it, I really was. Not all the time, of course. Not even most of the time. Not on the way to work, not on the way back home. Definitely not at home. Not in private, not in my thoughts, not anywhere on the inside. But when I was with my girl in the arena breaking down the sets and preparing for tomorrow's show and cleaning beer and soda pop and God knows what else off the stands. When we were sitting down around our special Christmas tree and when we were slip sliding all over the under spotlight so hot they made the ice melt a little under our feet. I was nice about it. I didn't even have to nice for too long because that rich jerk broke her heart. He told her she was a good girl, but she wasn't for him. Wasn't sophisticated enough, wasn't pretty enough, just plain wasn't enough for his family. And guys like him, they need girls who are enough for their families. I was sad about it. I really was. Not all the time. Not even most of the time. Not on the way to work. Not on the way back home. Definitely not at home. Not in private. Not in my thoughts. Not anywhere on the inside. But when I was with my girl in the arena, breaking down the sets and preparing for tomorrow's show and cleaning beer and soda pop and God knows what else off the stands, when we were sitting down around our special Christmas tree, and when we were slip sliding all over the under spotlight so hot they made the ice melt a little under our feet, I was sad about it because she needed me to be sad and all I wanted was to give her what she needed. Well, okay, that's not all I wanted. I also wanted to make my move, but I wasn't a fool. I'm a lot of things, most of them bad, but not a fool. She was too sad, too heartbroken over that rich jerk to spare even an inkling of that kind of feeling for me. And to make it even more complicated, she was going to have that rich guy's baby. She was a dreamer. I told you that already, how she was a dreamer who shared all her dreams with me. She kept sharing them even after the rich guy broke her heart, old dreams and new. Her new dreams started to include that baby. I wasn't too happy about that at first. That's pretty ugly of me, I know. But then I thought it through, really thought it through, you know, and after I thought it through, I decided that was actually a really good thing. Parents are supposed to want the best for her kids. I liked that she wanted the best for it. Just kind of reinforced what a good girl she was as far as I was concerned. It was good of her to not blame the baby for his dumbhead dad. You know how much better my life would have been if my mom hadn't blamed me for my dumbhead dad. That didn't make it any easier to not make my move though. I really wanted to make my move, I'm telling you, I would have done anything. I wanted to give her the world. I'd have even given that baby the world. But I didn't have the world to give, do you understand? How could I make my offer when I didn't even have anything to offer? She deserved more than that. She was a good girl. One night after the show, a big massive show, the kind that leaves the sort of mess that ought to be illegal, my girl just burst into tears. My good smiley girl crying was awful. Watching her cry made me feel so useless, so worthless. I didn't know what to do. I would have done anything to put that smile back on her face. Anything at all. Burn the world down if I had to. Hell, by that point, burning the world down wasn't even a hard sell. I tried to talk to her about her dreams, to help her cheer up, you know, to remind her how to smile, how important it is to smile and how you need to feel good feelings so you can think good thoughts and do good things, to help her the way she always helped me, but that just made it worse. All she said was, dreams don't come true, dreams aren't real, never were, never will be. Let me tell you, that broke my heart, maybe as much as hers was broken. It just broke me right down, seeing my good dreamer girl crushed under the world. I'd have done anything to pull the world off her, anything at all. That's all I wanted, to make her dreams come true. She went home after she told me dreams aren't real, leaving me to clean up the rest of the mess by myself. She called in sick the night after too. It was hard being in there without her. I started pretending that she was there with me, helping me break down the sets and prep for tomorrow's show and cleaning up the beer and the soda pop and God knows what else. I pretended it was like the old days before the rich guy broke her heart. I pretended to pick presents out from our special tree. I got on the ice and pretended I was slipping and sliding with her. I pretended we were getting closer. I pretended she looked at me under the lights and realized I was her dream come true. And that's when this big crazy guy in a giant hood comes loping across the ice like a tiger, and he grabs my hands, just grabs them. You know what's even crazier? After he takes me hands, he tries to slip and slide around the ice with me, like he could read my mind and was pretending to be my good girl. And then this crazy bastard, you know what he said to me? He says, "Would you, my child, become my cherished son?" And I'm like, what the hell? I try to get away, but he clamps down real hard on my hands and keeps pulling me along the ice, slipping and sliding like nothing's wrong. Then he goes, "I weave the dreams my children wish to see." I don't know what's wrong with you, but I think you need to stop talking and get going before I call the cops. If I should leave, then all your dreams will die. What? I hold the key to make your dreams come true. I pulled my hands out and tried to back away, but I only slipped and fell. No more sliding for me. As I lay there, rubbing my head as stars go rocketing across my vision, this jerk kneels down beside me and he says, "I find your troubles quite a joy to see." What? Your troubles bring me joy. They entertain, and life devoid of mirth is but a strain. The longer he talked, the easier it was to understand him. Does that make sense? Like he was saying crazy old English stuff and I didn't didn't really get it, but at the same time I was figuring out the meaning under the words. And when he said that about life being a strain, I knew he was really saying that he thought me and all my problems were entertaining. Like, this bastard thought I was funny for being sad about my girl. He was laughing at me, and for what? Wanting to give someone the world? Screw that. That's what I told him too. Screw you. Your troubles bring a smile upon my face, for in your misery joy I find, and grace. I long to help your dreams come forth anew. With every laugh I'll strive to make them true. He was making fun of me even harder then, because what he was saying was my troubles with my girl were so entertaining to him that he wanted to help me, in exchange for all the entertainment I provided with my sadness, with my pain, my actual legitimate pain. He was saying he was going to make all my dreams come true. Crazy, right? Crazy enough that I'd already had enough. Crazy big Shakespeare bastard or not, I was done. I got up taking care so I didn't fall and crack my head again, and started to march out. I was looking forward to calling the cops on this bastard for trespassing. As I'm slip sliding across the ice on the way to call the cops, this guy says, "Beneath a special Christmas tree, look near. A gift I've left to bring you joy and cheer." I shouldn't have listened. I shouldn't have looked. I know that now. I knew that then. But I just couldn't help myself. Instead of leaving and calling the cops, I went to the lost and found bins. And there, sitting across the top like a giant Three Stooges prop, was the biggest, stupidest looking box of matches I will ever see. The thing was the size of a go-kart. It was almost as big as the bin. It was ridiculous. I should have either gotten mad, like really pissy at this bastard for making fun of me like that, or I should have gotten scared. Looking back, I really wish I'd gotten scared and run the hell away. That's what I'd do now. Run the hell away and never think about this again. That's not what I did. I couldn't help myself. Looking at that giant matchbox made me feel curious. That made me start thinking curious things. Thinking things like, what if maybe this crazy bastard knew my girl, or the rich guy who broke her heart? Things like, what if he didn't know them at all but could read my mind? Things like, what if he was some kind of genie or angel, some spirit of giving or generosity or true love or something? What if he had come specially to help me? Things like, what if this crazy bastard wasn't crazy at all? What if he was magic? I always wanted to believe in magic. Guess you could say I used to dream of it. Are you telling me to burn the world down for her? I asked. You need not set the entire world ablaze, but rather only this one single stage. It took me a minute to figure out what he was really saying. You want me to burn the arena down? Why would I do that? To do this now will truly entertain. To be entertained brings me much delight. If you will entertain me here this night, I'll weave your dreams and into them breathe life. I didn't like where this was going. I didn't like it at all. I knew what freaks like him meant when they talk about generosity and entertainment. I told him so, told him I don't swing that way, and even if I did, it wouldn't be for a freak like him. And then he did this thing, shifted, all weird, you know, and after he shifted, he grew, and grew and grew, and that's when I knew I wasn't dealing with some freak. This was something else. This was some magic. Before I can move, he grabs me and picks me up, right by the scruff of my uniform, like a dirty kitten, and he hauls me up, right up to the spotlight. That sizzling, spitting spotlight that's so hot it makes thin ice melt if you accidentally leave it on too long. And then he shoves my face against the light. The pain. It was so bad I couldn't even be scared. But that was good. It was good that I was screaming so loud and hurting so much because it meant I was too busy to really notice that the bastard's hood had fallen away. Too busy to really see what I was seeing. Even through all that pain, what I saw, what I see made me turn my face up to that spotlight to burn my own eyes out. Before I could, the monster pulled me away, cooked cheek skin sticking to that light and sizzling, still popping, and laid me down burned first on the ice. The spotlight was dimmer now because that big piece of my own popping, sizzling skin was casting a shadow, like the biggest, weirdest, grossest shadow puppet that ever was. I either bring more pain or grant your dreams. Both paths amuse, so choose which as you will. I knew what he's saying, that he could either burn me again or make my dreams come true. It was up to me, and he didn't care which choice I made because it would be entertaining either way. But I couldn't answer. That's because I was still seeing what was under his hood. He didn't like that I couldn't answer. You'll burn this arena or I shall burn you. Set fire first and your dreams will come true. That kind of broke me out of my spell, and I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. How insane was this? This thing walked right out of a nightmare, out of a dream. I was delirious, I admit it. Wouldn't you be? You would if you'd looked under his hood and seen what I saw. And I guess because I was delirious, I started thinking. I thought of nightmares. Nightmares made me think of dreams. Thinking of dreams made me think of my girl. How all I wanted was to give her the world. How I'd burn the world down for her if she asked. How maybe I'd just been given something, not a match, a flamethrower. If I burn it down, I said, if I burn this place down for you, you'll make my dreams come true. He smiled. I couldn't see his face under the hood, but I could see his teeth shining weird in that shadowy spotlight. Can I check my dreams with you first? Make sure they don't break any wishing rules or something? The smile got bigger. I'd never seen a smile like that, but I see it all the time now. Every minute, every day. I think I'm going to see it forever, and that makes me wish I could die. But I didn't want to die then. I thought about things for a minute. I thought really hard. I needed to be careful to make sure I was getting what I wanted, what I needed, what she needed. I want to be able to make all her dreams come true. Can you make that happen? Entertainment's essence, dreams that come to life. Your dearest wish I vow to make true. It's crazy, I guess, but that was enough for me. Maybe because my face was still burning. Maybe because standing under my own sheepskin shadow puppet was making my stomach queasy. Maybe because I was still shell-shocked from what I saw under his hood. Or maybe just because I was sick and tired of being willing to give my girl the world but having no way to do it. Whatever it was enough, and I burned the arena down. Before the fire got too hot and bright, I saw the flames reflecting off that bastard's teeth. And in his eyes too. Under the hood, sparkling in his eyes like rotting galaxies. I know about that, you know. I've seen rotting galaxies. He showed them to me later on. After it burned down, after the firemen came, after I watched them try and fail to quench the flames with that bastard clinging on, I closed my eyes and, well, I guess I tried to manifest, to make dreams come true. I didn't know what to expect exactly, but after all that, I definitely expected something, and I got nothing. That made me mad. I don't think I've ever been madder, not even when that rich guy started going out with my girl, and I told him so too. But all he said was, I paved the path for you to make her dreams come true. Let me tell you, I did not like what I was hearing in his voice. I did not like what I heard at all. But paths are not the goal, they guide us forth. Shall we now tread the path I paved this night? What are you saying? I gave to you this gift of potent skill, yet skill alone will not her dreams fulfill. To wield this power one must learn and strive. I'll guide your path that mastery may thrive. Come to my city bright where you will learn. Come to my city bright where power flows and every dream takes flight. It was hard to figure out what he was saying, but we kept talking till I did. Basically, this bastard was telling me I had the ability to make dreams come true, but ability alone isn't enough. You got to develop an ability, you got to master it, and he was saying he was going to take me to a place where I could learn to master it. I wasn't happy about that, but couldn't really argue. Honestly, it made sense. I mean, as much as anything that happened that night made sense. Fine, I said. To your city bright we go. It was hell, worse than hell, cause at least hell has a point. There are no points there in the city bright. No, that's not true. There are too many points, too many lights, too many eyes, too many teeth. But while there, I learned, and I learned well. I learned how to take people apart and put them back together. I learned how to take myself apart and put myself back together. I learned how to be entertaining. I learned how to make dreams come to life. And speaking of points, that was the point of it all. To make my girl's dreams come true. But you know what happened? You want to guess what happened? Here's what happened. After all that, after going to a hell with no point and too many points, you know what my girl's dream was? The rich guy. Him, that stupid rich guy who never burned a thing down for her even though he owned the match factory. I never thought that would happen. That's why I didn't ever ask that bastard to make my dreams come true. Only hers. I thought it was a given, you know? I mean, what the hell? I thought she'd want me. I thought it was obvious. Looking back, it was maybe a pretty ugly thing to think, but at the same time, it's not like it was unfair. I didn't own the match factory, didn't even have a match. I know that. But what I did have, I gave to her, best as I knew how. And I thought that would count for something. I thought she'd care about the beauty in it, the way I only ever cared about the beauty in her. While I sat there, feeling ugly thoughts and thinking ugly things, that crazy bastard came slinking up and told me, he stands alone upon your path this day. Remove him now and dreams will find their way. What he was saying was I needed to kill the rich guy. Kill the rich guy and take him apart, but don't put him back together. He was saying kill the rich guy, take him apart, and use the pieces to make dreams come true. Just like I learned in the city bright. So I found the rich guy. I waited till I saw him doing nice things, till he was looking like he was feeling good things. Then I took myself apart. Then I killed him. Then I took him apart, and I made my dreams come true for once. Bringing dreams to life takes energy. That's one of the things I learned in the city bright. Making dreams real takes a very special kind of energy. The easiest way to get it is to eat a brain. I know it sounds sick. It is sick. But desperate times and all that. I mean, really, do you even deserve for your dreams to come true if you're not willing to do anything to make it happen? That's why I waited until the rich guy was doing nice things and feeling good feelings. Because nice things make it go down easier. Nice things make you feel good feelings. Good feelings make you think good thoughts. Good thoughts make the dreams very strong. I did everything I could to make my dreams strong that night. I needed them to be strong. Stronger than anything my father taught me to do. And they were strong. Super strong. So strong that they were true. The problem is, something can be true without being real. But I didn't know that yet. I hadn't learned that yet. That's why, as soon as I was done putting myself back together, I went straight to my girl. To her crappy, cozy little apartment with the buzzing lights and the curling linoleum. I knew she'd be happy to see me because that was my dream and I knew how to make dreams come to life. And when I walked in at first, she was happy. So was her baby, bouncing in her arms. My good girl smiled and hugged me and said she was so glad I'd come because she'd been waiting for me. It was Thanksgiving, she said. Isn't that crazy? It was Thanksgiving, and that was great because she was giving thanks that I'd finally come home to her to make all her dreams come true. It was a good dream. A dream that was true because it came from my heart. But that didn't mean it was real. I only saw what was real when the baby started crying. That's when what was real broke through what was true. What was real was that my girl wasn't smiling and happy. She was pale and crying. She was scared of me. I figured she didn't recognize me. To be fair, I look real different since my father got a hold of me. I was stupid to forget that. No wonder my girl didn't know me. I didn't look right. I still sound like myself though, so I started saying her name, telling her it's okay, it's just me. It's just me and I'm here to make all her dreams come true. She screamed when I said that. I got kinda mad. After everything, she's there screaming at me. For what? Just for doing everything I could to give her the world? But I didn't let myself get too mad. Like I said, I looked different. My father saw to that, so I thought maybe she was too scared about what I looked like to recognize my voice. That's when I decided to hug her, to lace my hands through hers and go slipping and sliding across the linoleum under the buzzing lights, the way we go slipping and sliding on the ice under the spotlights. I went to hug her like I used to help her calm down. I knew she'd know it was me once I hugged her, and once she knew it was me, she would calm down. But that didn't happen because I only made it halfway. After I killed the rich guy, I was in too much of a hurry. When I put myself back together, I didn't pull my stitches tight, so when I kinda lunged forward to catch my girl and hold her, my stitches came loose and my leg fell right off. I went tumbling to the linoleum like a broken acrobat. I reached for her on the way down, not on purpose, by accident, by instinct. I grabbed her to break my fall. She tried to get out of my grip, but she was holding the baby and she was off balance and she was scared of me besides. So instead she twisted just right, no wrong, she twisted just wrong, and bashed her head on the corner of the counter. Then she was the one flopping on the stained linoleum like a puppet with its strings cut. She was the one crumpled on the ground while those buzzing lights made reflections in the blood spreading out from her head. My good girl, lost. Her dreams lost in the blood pouring out of her brain. My love lost. I couldn't stand to lose my dreams on top of all that. It was a sick thing to do. I know that, but she was already gone. And I was still there, trapped in a world without her. A world I didn't have reason to burn anymore, even if I could have. And now, I don't even have dreams anymore. I'm not talking about making dreams come true. I gave up on that a while ago. I had to because I can't make dreams come true without the correct fuel and you don't give me the fuel here. But I still had my regular dreams. Regular sleeping dreams where I was together with my girl in her terrible apartment with the baby, where I didn't have to eat anything weird or take myself apart or stitch corpses back together, where there were no crazy bastards in hoods and no blood spreading across the floor like the halo in the city bright. But I haven't been able to dream in months. I mean it. I haven't seen my dreams or my good girl in months, and it's his fault. The bastard that did this to me in the first place took away my dreams. He told me so by cutting messages in my skin. See, there's a bunch. I'll show you. Look, this one right here, it says, "In truth, you're not the son I wish to claim. Your lack of charm has left my heart in pain. For sons like you who fail to bring delight deserve no dreams to guide them through the night." And this one, "In truest truth, I see your faults unfold. A son who lacks the spark, whose dreams grow old, your laughter fades, no joy to fill the air, for bad sons lack the heart, the love, the care, no dreams await for those who do not strive. In darkness now you fail to truly thrive, so heed my words, for truth is stark and clear. A son so dull deserves no dreams, I fear. And then this one too. You are a son I find I can't endure, unentertaining, lacking any charm. Bad sons like you should never dare to dream, for dreams are earned, only given when one serves. And he wrote me this one just last night. He even signed it. Thou art a son who brings me naught but shame, with little joy in entertainment's name. Unworthy dreams are all that's left for thee, for bad sons lack the light of destiny. Love your father, Arlecchino. You know what he means, right? He's using all these fancy words just to say, I'm a bad son with no entertainment value, and bad sons with no entertainment value don't deserve to have dreams. That's why I'm telling you the truth, why I'm breaking my father's law even after everything he did to me, because I need my dreams back. It's the only way I have to give my good girl the world. It's not real, I know that, dreams aren't real, but they come straight from my heart, and that at least means they're true. That means something, right? I mean, that's gotta count for something. In 2010, Taos County Emergency Services responded to a house fire in a small subdivision perched along the edge of one of the area's canyons. EMS found the homeowners standing on the precipice of the canyon. One homeowner was in a catatonic state, with such severe burns on his hands that bone was visible. The other homeowner was hysterical, screaming, "It's still down there, kill it, it's going to come after us." With some difficulty, EMS loaded both victims into an ambulance. Shortly after the vehicle departed, remaining responders observed an individual climbing out of the canyon. An individual who was identical to the homeowner with burned hands. Once spotted, it crawled back into the canyon. The resulting rescue effort located no signs of human life or remains in the canyon. This might have been the end if the entity at the center of this incident did not immediately attempt to move into a neighboring house. The events that followed this relocation attempt were highly unfortunate. In fact, the only benefit was that it drew the attention of the Agency of Helping Hands. V-Class Agent Charles W. successfully apprehended the entity, a feat he credits to his extensive experience with domesticated birds. Charles W. would like to note that his experience with this entity inspired him to pursue a psychiatry degree, which eventually led to the establishment of the agency's inmate therapy program. After taking the entity into custody, the agency learned very quickly that the burned home had been the site of extensive violent phenomena for decades. They located the first homeowner, Mrs. Woodard, who brought her widowed daughter and grandson to live with her many years ago. The arrangement ended in tragedy when the child passed after falling into the canyon. Following his death, the mother became markedly unstable and vanished some 6 months later. The homeowner herself vacated the home following an assault perpetuated by an attacker pretending to be my daughter. Years later, a couple called Moore purchased the home. Unfortunately, Mr. Moore suffered an aggressive terminal cancer diagnosis during escrow and passed away 3 months later. The following summer, Mrs. Moore hosted a birthday party for her son. Unfortunately, the party itself was marred by tragedy when a guest vanished. Extensive search efforts were futile. 2 weeks later, the guest reappeared in the basement of the home, suffering unspecified catastrophic injuries. By October of that year, neighbors claimed to regularly see Mr. Moore puttering around the house and watching the neighbors through the windows. The couple's adult daughter left home shortly before neighbors began inquiries into the apparent resurrection of Mr. Moore. The son departed shortly after to live with friends. Neither ever returned home. Mrs. Moore lived in the house until declining health necessitated transfer to a nursing home, but she escaped the facility frequently in order to sneak into her old house. When asked why, she said, "Because my husband is there." Despite extensive efforts to rent out the home, the house sat empty for years, partly due to Mrs. Moore's constant break-ins and partly due to its burgeoning reputation as a haunted house. The reputation was not undeserved, as a documented string of disasters befell anyone who stayed in the house for more than a few weeks. The best documented of these incidents involves a young man named Adam, whose brother Jason, known to suffer from severe substance abuse disorder, vanished shortly before Adam moved into the home with his mother. According to multiple witnesses, Jason moved in some 2 weeks later. The situation ended abruptly when Jason attacked their mother for leaving for a work trip, causing Adam to retaliate. The injuries inflicted upon Adam necessitated a hospital stay, after which Adam and his mother vacated the house. According to available records, Jason never resurfaced. After investigating these and many other events, the agency came full circle to the young homeowners who had been grievously seriously injured during the house fire. In 2009, the couple, Kara and Julian, took advantage of the housing crisis to purchase their dream home. At risk of falling into cliche, the dream became a nightmare. The situation brought out the worst. Their volatile relationship cratered to new lows. Each accused the other of chaotic, manipulative, coercive, and abusive behavior, while denying that they themselves were engaging in such behavior. The stress combined with the treatment they inflicted upon each other resulted in the breakdown of their relationship. Kara remained in the home. Julian moved out. Rather than settle, however, the situation escalated. Within 2 weeks, Julian was accusing Kara of violently stalking him and harassing him with verbal vomit. Kara in turn was accusing Julian of violently stalking her while engaging in harassment that included a barrage nonsensical verbal abuse. The situation came to a head one night when Kara, facing down an erratic Julian during yet another violent stalking incident, shot him in self-defense. Right as a second Julian walked through the front door, ostensibly to confront her for stalking him earlier that day. As Kara struggled to process this development, the body she just shot shuddered back to life and ran into the basement. From there, the former couple put their differences aside to address this highly unique challenge. The details of their actions, while highly interesting, are not relevant to this inmate's file. After gathering the testimony of Kara, Julian, and other former occupants, the agency concluded that it was dealing with an entity that could change its form at will. In other words, they were dealing with a mimic. Years of extensive work with this inmate have established the following. Prior to capture, the inmate's primary mode of communication was complex mimicry, in which the entity, similarly to birds such as corvids and hookbills, overheard human speech while observing human behavior, and assigned their own meanings to the words, phrases, and combinations thereof that it observed. Sometimes the meanings assigned by the inmate were correct, sometimes they were not. Most often, these meanings occupied a liminal linguistic space where a listener could generally interpret the inmate's speech if the listener was reasonably familiar with the inmate's history. As a result of this language barrier, the inmate's extensive dealings with the human beings are best described as a terrifying comedy of errors. Objectively, the inmate's actions most closely resemble that of a possessive, obsessive stalker. As with many stalkers, the inmate's motivation was not fundamentally malicious. As with any stalker, however, the motivation did not mitigate the disastrous impact of its actions. Once the language barrier was addressed, the inmate proved eager to learn how to behave. This cooperativeness, in combination with their magnificent talents and the largely unlimited application thereof, resulted in a reclassification of the inmate to Thiesi class. While still in a highly prolonged training program, the inmate is currently assigned as a field partner to V-class agent Gabriella W. and is, by all accounts, thriving. The inmate's preferred name is Love. When not in active transformation, Love takes the form of a human being with a very pale, smooth complexion not dissimilar to the texture and general appearance of classical theater masks. Love's mouth is lipless. Proportionally, it is excessively long for their face. Love has only two expressions, a smile that stretches up to their ears, or a frown that descends to the corners of their chin. These expressions often induce discomfort in viewers. Love also wears a blindfold at all times. This blindfold does not appear to impede their vision. When asked why they wear the blindfold, they simply respond, because Love is blind. When asked if they identify as male, female, non-binary, or something else, Love answered, I identify as whatever you want. While Love has put forth extensive effort towards mastering verbal communication, they still experience language barriers, particularly when upset, excited, or emotional. Please note that introduction to new people always elicits strong emotions in Love. Sometimes these emotions are inappropriate. Immediately prior to the below interview, Love asked if they could assume the physical appearance of the interviewer. When asked why, Love answered that, because I don't really know how to be myself. The interviewer granted permission for Love mimic her form. During the interview, Love was observed to use the interviewer's voice, as well as the voice of Dr. Wingeride and the voices of many individuals with whom it once shared its home. The interviewer notes that she strongly feels Love does not possess the requisite mental and emotional stability to reliably carry out T-class duties at this time. Interview subject, the lover, classification string, cooperative/destructible/agnosto/ protein/moderate/dinos. Interviewer, Racheli B. Interview. Date, November 29th, 2024. My house has always been haunted. I have always been the ghost. I lived in my house before it was my house, back when it was just my canyon. I lived in my canyon before it was a canyon, back when it was still a river greater and mightier than anything any living creature on the earth has ever seen. Isn't that wonderful? The river runs dry, but the canyon remains. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say those words. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of my first love. I say her words a lot. I say everyone's words a lot because people know what they mean, what they say things. They don't always know what you mean when you say things. It's easier to say what they already said. Where I come from, that's just how things are. I don't know how to tell you about where I come from. It's nice, but none of my loves have ever said anything nice about it. They only scream when I show them how nice it is. One of my loves called me a piece of cosmic corruption that lives in a rotten patch in the fabric of reality. He also called me a monster, but I'm not a monster. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to be what someone wants. I just want to be loved. My first love called me an abomination. I miss her. I wanted to be what she wanted. She wanted something I was not, so I made myself into what she wanted. If I could go back, I would do things differently. I would not try so hard to be what I'm not. My last love said something once. I'm going to use her words because she is good at explaining things. It's one of the things I love about her. She said, no matter what anybody tells you, relationships are performative. Debate the ethics if you want. Whine about the unfairness if you must. It doesn't change the fact that performing well, you get you what you want. You get the relationship itself. You get somebody you want. Most importantly, you get to be someone that somebody else wants. The minute I saw Julian, I knew he was exactly what I wanted. So I became what he wanted. I changed my hair, my clothes, my diet. I punched up the interests we had in common and picked up the ones we didn't. It was messed up, but I wanted him so badly that I went all in and hoped for the best. And my hopes came true. He fell for me so hard that he actually went and turned himself into what I wanted too. I guess you could say we constructed facades to impress each other's facades. It would have been funny if it wasn't so pathetic. Hell, it would be funny if it wasn't me. Being something someone else wants is always more fun than being you. Right up until your facade fails. Because that's eventually what happens. You pretend to be someone you're not. You fall apart. That's where Julian and I were at. Confronting the truth behind our masks and despising what we saw. Unfortunately, that didn't stop us from buying a house together. That's what my last love said. See, she understands. That's why I thought she would love me forever. Because she knows what it's like to be me. The house she was talking about, the house she bought, it was my house. The house I lived in before it was a house. Back when it was just my canyon. I lived in my canyon before it was a canyon. Back when it was still a river greater and mightier than anything any living creature on the earth has ever seen. Isn't that wonderful? The river runs dry, but the canyon remains. I was so happy when they moved in. I was excited to have 2 new loves instead of just 1. But I didn't get 2 loves. Can I tell you a secret? A mean secret? I don't think my new loves loved each other at all. They said they loved each other, but they never did anything that was loving. I already have trouble figuring out what to do and what to be. Watching them break all the rules of loving made me wonder if I'd been loving wrong all this time. It made me wonder if that was why my 5th love called me a monster. My new loves acted like monsters to each other, even when one of them decided not to be monstrous. The not monstrousness just made the other more monstrous. It was so bad that I thought it would be best if my new loves just left each other. Not because I wanted them to leave each other, because I wanted them to be happy. They were very not happy together. One night they were so unloving they scared their visitors. They scared themselves, they scared me. You can't be happy when you're scared. Trust me, I know. That's why I help them leave each other. I can become whoever I want. It's very easy, but also very easy to do it wrong. To do it right, I have to know all the specifics of who I turn into. That's gotten me in a lot of trouble before, making myself look like someone without knowing all the details. Of course I knew all the details of my new loves, so it was very easy to become them. That's how I helped them leave each other, by becoming them and behaving very badly. My loves didn't even know it was me. That worried me because some of my bad behavior was very crazy. It was so crazy that I think if my loves had just talked to each other even once, they would have figured out it was me. Then they would have left me, probably after screaming like all my old loves. I hate it when my loves leave me. I hate it. But they didn't talk to each other. They just believed me, even with all the crazy things I did. It was sad, but it made me glad too, because it proved I was right to help them leave each other. I just wanted them to be happy. That's the big reason why I made them leave each other, to make them happy. But there's a little reason too, and it's very selfish. That's what the doctor said. said, this was very selfish and maladjusted, but it's important to admit it because being able to admit it is the first step toward improvement. The thing I am now able to admit is that I wanted my loves to leave each other. I wanted one to go because then I would have one all to myself, my own one true love. That's the little reason I decided to make them leave each other. I was so happy the day they left each other. Here's what my last love said. Julian and I were having a fight, not a new fight or a special fight or even a particularly bad fight. It was just the fight. If you've ever been in a long relationship, you know the fight I mean. The fight that never ends. The fight no one ever wins. The fight that wears a million masks to hide its true face, which is nothing more or less than unhappiness. And to say we were unhappy is an understatement. We were unhappy with each other. Unsurprising, given that unhappiness is the logical result of two dysfunction-seeking human missiles locking onto each other. We were unhappy with our house too. Julian could admit it. I could not, mostly because the house was all on me. I found it, I chose it, and I moved heaven and earth to get it. That unhappiness started the day we moved in and grew as the house's hidden problems unfurled. Dry rot in the roof, squirrel colony in the walls, leaky ceiling. Mr. Cole, the dementia patient who knocked on our door at least 3 times a week looking for his dead daughter. Faulty wiring in the master bedroom that gave out with a loud, crispy pop. Streamers of mold creeping from under the bathtub. And when we moved the tub to get a handle on the mold, we discovered jellified animal carcasses stuffed between the pipes. The only part of the house that didn't feel dangerous was the basement suite, so that was where we lived. Not that it didn't have problems, it did, ranging from genuinely troubling, like the massive crack in the north wall, to harmless nonsense, like the loopy portrait closet. We called them the loopy portraits because they were these kids' drawings, basically stick figures, but instead of regular smiles, every drawing had these creepy loop-the-loop smiles, like something out of a horror movie. That closet was covered in them. I hated them. Julian wouldn't let me take them down because he thought we'd curse ourselves or something. Worse, he was drawing his own loopy portraits and leaving them all over the place for me to find. I was sick to death of it. And on our 5th anniversary, on the 97th day after we closed escrow, the loopy portrait problem was the mask our fight wore. Those stupid drawings were what finally broke us up. That's what my love said. Isn't she eloquent? Isn't she wonderful? When the fight was over, Julian left my love. I thought my love would be happy, but it destroyed her. I accepted that I had made a terrible mistake, one I needed to fix. So I became my love and went to Julian to make him come back home. But he didn't come back. All he did was yell at me and said he was going to get a restraining order if I didn't let go. He said I made it worse. I always broke everything, and every time I tried to fix anything I broke, I just made it worse. He thought he was talking to my love, but he was really talking to me. Since Julian didn't want to come back, I decided to become Julian for my love. All I've ever wanted is to be what my love wants. But I was even worse at being Julian than at being my love. I didn't know that at first though. That's because I didn't really know how to talk yet. There was, what did the doctor say, a critical language barrier. Once I understood that I was bad at being Julian, I decided to learn how to be better. The best way to learn is to observe, so I observed him. I observed him every day, everywhere he went. I became my love first, of course. I thought it would make things easier, but it only made them worse because he thought my love was following him, stalking him. That's what he said, Kara, stop stalking me. I stalked him until I was all done learning how to be a better Julian. Then I went home to my love and was the best Julian ever. But that didn't work. She just yelled at me. She yelled at me for doing the things Julian did, and she yelled at me for doing the things only I do. Like the pictures. I drew pictures for her just like I drew them for my other love. My other love loved them, but my new love hated them. She yelled at me. She yelled about the pictures and the loop-de-loop mouths, but I didn't understand because of the critical language barrier. Then she yelled at me for trying to scare her, and I understood that. I understand about being scared, but I wasn't trying to scare her. I was just trying to be what she wanted. I wasn't. In the end, I was as bad at being Julian as I was at being Kara. I was so bad at being them that they figured out I was the one who made them leave each other. I thought they would understand. When you love someone, you're supposed to understand them. But they decided I was their enemy instead. They decided I wanted to hurt them. They decided I was a monster. I'm not a monster. I just want to be loved. I just want to be what they want. But I didn't know how to tell them that, and because I couldn't tell them, they tried to kill me. They couldn't, of course, but it hurt my feelings anyway. When my feelings get hurt, I can get scary, and I got very scary. But I only got so scary because I loved them so much, because they were leaving me and I hate it when they leave me. When they couldn't kill me, they tried to make me leave. They didn't understand that I loved them too much to ever leave them. I wanted them forever. I wanted wanted them to live in my house. The house that I lived in before it was my house. Back when it was just my canyon. I lived in my canyon before it was a canyon. Back when it was still a river greater and mightier than anything any living creature on the earth has ever seen. Isn't that wonderful? The river runs dry, but the canyon remains. No matter what they tried, they couldn't get rid of me. That's when they found my old loves. Isn't that cruel? Of course, people are cruel when you can't be what they want. And I couldn't be what they wanted. They talked to all my old loves. I know that because the doctor showed me what my old loves said about me. All of my old loves who lived with me in the house. My house that I lived in before it was my house. Back when it was just my canyon. I lived in my canyon before it was a canyon. Back when it was still a river greater and mightier than anything any living creature on the earth has ever seen. Isn't that wonderful? The river runs dry, but the canyon remains. My old loves were so mean about me. That was the worst part. Here are the mean things one of my old loves said. We knew my brother was dead. Drugs. He ruined his life and he knew it. He sent a suicide note to my mom and we never heard from him again. Never found his body. Never even knew where to look. But a couple weeks after my mom and I rented that house, he came back. Only it wasn't him. It looked like him, it sounded like him, but it didn't move like him or act like him. It wasn't him. It talked, but not well. It was like a parrot. I mean, parrots talk, they communicate, but they don't understand the meanings of words like we do. They pick up the context of words and phrases, but they make their own associations, assign their own meanings. Usually those meanings are pretty close. Sometimes they're completely wrong. Often they're dead on. But that still doesn't mean parrots understand the objective meanings of words. It just means they understand how we respond to words. They make their associations and assign their own meaning based on our behavior. And that's what I thought of whenever the thing pretending to be my brother opened its mouth. But my poor mom didn't care. She just accepted the thing. It was horrifying, but I got used to it, just like I got used to my brother being dead in the first place. That lasted until my mom tried to leave for a work trip. The second she said she was leaving, the thing pretending to be my brother flew into a violent rage. When I tried to stop it, it beat me up so badly I nearly died. Then it ran away. Mom decided to break the lease after that. On our last night in the house, it came back. I heard it calling my name. I went. I don't know why. Maybe I was hoping I could convince it to tell the truth, to take off its mask and show me what it really was. Maybe I was hoping that it really was my brother after all and he'd come back to apologize. I don't know. All I know is I followed it downstairs. It tried to get me into that weird closet, the one with all the creepy stick figures. Come see, it kept saying. Adam, come see. I asked what it wanted me to see. The canyon. Then it reached into that closet and pulled out my cat. Sorry, you don't know this, but I had a cat, Snowy. She got hit by a car last year. I mean, the year before this happened. I missed her even more than I missed my brother. And seeing the two of them, even though I knew it was a mask, even though I felt the sheer magnitude of the lie in my core, was enough to make me believe. Until Snowy meowed. A big fake cartoon meow. The thing is, Snowy never meowed. She was born feral. Cats don't really meow unless they live with people when they're kittens, which she didn't. So even though I wanted to believe, that meow made it so I couldn't. After that meow, I ran upstairs and I never saw that thing again. Can you believe he called me a thing? I know I was mean. I know I lost my temper and hurt him so badly when I thought they were leaving me. It was wrong. But being wrong doesn't make me a thing. My third love wasn't any kinder. He is the only love I ever took to see where I came from. Here's what he said. I was at the party. My skin fell off at the party. It tried to grow back, but it can't. See, it can't grow back right. It can only grow. I was at the party. I never left the party. They said I left, but I never did. We were playing a couch co-op. There were 9 kids, but only 4 controllers, and I wasn't good at playing, so I was stuck watching while everybody else played. I got bored and went down to the basement. I liked the basement. It's where the sister lived, Samantha. She was beautiful, but she wasn't home, so I picked a book off her shelf and sat by that creepy little closet with all the drawings that keep coming back. They will always come back. The closet opened and I saw Samantha, but her hands were infected. She made me go into the closet. Inside the closet is the canyon. I saw the canyon forever. I saw the river die, but it didn't die enough because it left an infection. You know what infections do? They eat through all the layers till they reach bone, and then they eat the bone too. That's why my skin looks like this. I got the infection in the canyon. I got an infection that knows how to eat. It's inside you, the canyon. It was inside you forever, not me, but you. You will always be there. I tried to show him where I came from, that's all. I didn't want him to get an infection. I just wanted to be what he wanted, like I was with my first love. This is what my first love said, I took my grandson to the canyon every morning. It was so beautiful back then before all the developers came. You can't even imagine. The valley was pristine, untouched, wilderness as far as the eye could see, with the canyon snaking through like a path cut by God himself. Richie loved it. One morning he asked me, where did the canyon come from? I told him how canyons came to be, how long ago rivers greater and mightier than anything any creature on this earth has ever seen flowed across the land. Over millennia they dried up, but the earth remembers. Though the river runs dry, the canyon remains. He answered, my daddy likes the canyon. 2 days after that he was dead. He crept out of the house to explore the canyon and fell down. My daughter blamed me, which was unbearable but understandable because I was the reason he loved the canyon. Then she started talking to Richie as if he was still there, which was neither bearable nor understandable. And then I started seeing him too, which was worst of all. I knew it wasn't him. I watched them pull his little body out of the canyon. I knew this thing, this corruption, was wearing him like a costume, masking itself with his face, being what we wanted it to be, but I didn't want to know. It wasn't good at talking, it parroted things, words and phrases, but nothing truly coherent. It had bizarre behavior too, bizarre but affectionate. That affection only lasted until someone made it angry, and then it was horrendous. One terrible day, that creature dragged my daughter into the small closet. When I tried to stop them, the monster slammed the door on me with such force it broke my fingers. I barely felt it. I threw that door back open and found myself facing a blank wall. I did everything I could to destroy the wall, but I'd blink and find it whole again. Nothing I did worked. Nothing ever worked. Then my daughter came back. I was overjoyed, until she opened her mouth and said, the river runs dry but the canyon remains. Come see. It wanted me to follow it into the closet. I wanted to because I had nothing to live for without them, but I knew I wouldn't come out of there alive. Going through the door was suicide, and I was afraid if I committed suicide, I wouldn't go to heaven. If I don't go to heaven, I will never see my daughter or grandson again. That is not tolerable. But the longing to be with them, to open the door and see my daughter's face, was a temptation, a great temptation, so I left. That abomination tried to stop me. It was enraged. It followed me for years, wearing my daughter's face. My priest said it was a demon, but he was wrong. You can exorcise a demon. You can't exorcise grief, or longing, or madness, or loneliness. And it is lonely. Terribly, terribly lonely, but I think it's even madder. That hurt me so much to know she said that. All I did was be what she wanted. That's all I ever do. Find my loves and be what they want. My second to last love said the meanest things of all. She said, I was a graduate student when my parents bought the house. They shouldn't have bought it. It was expensive and my dad was dying. If they tried to buy that house today, they'd get laughed out of the bank. But it was different then. I lived at home to save money and take care of dad, so I was there for the final walkthrough. I was so disappointed. The house was so cramped, there wasn't even any space for me. I made some smart remark about how my dearest wish was for a walkout basement or something lame like that. Well, here's the thing. On the day we moved in, the house had a basement suite. I should have been concerned, but I had no concern to spare. My dad was dying. Disaster was looming, not even on the horizon. It was pulling into our driveway. It was breaking down our door. My parents convinced themselves some good Samaritan had set it up for us. I knew better, but at the same time, it was exactly what I wished for. And honestly, I was just glad something had gone right for once. It started going wrong when my dad died. It got even wronger when my brother had the party and that kid ran away. It was a big deal when he went missing, but I was so burnt out I didn't care at all. I was the one who found him. I went into my bathroom one night and when I walked back out he was laying on my bedroom floor. His skin was falling apart. That was bad. He was talking, which was worse. Chanting about grasshoppers and gangrene and canyons. No one ever figured out what happened to him. For all I know, he's dead. I told you my dad died a few months before. Well, a little while after that party, he came back, crawled out of that closet right before my eyes, and said, the river runs dry but the canyon remains. Come see. My mom thought it was a miracle. My brother ran away and I moved out. I stayed out until 3 years ago. That's when I lost my husband and my son in the wreck. It was my fault. We were fighting. He drove off with Noah to let me cool down. On his way back, he hit an ice slick and I was alone. They were dead because of me. Dad gone, mom dying in a nursing home, brother good as lost. None of them were with me anymore. anymore. But the house was still there, and I'd been there when my dad came back. I knew its secret, knew that if I suspended disbelief, I could be a little less sad, a little less alone. So I went. No one was there, not my husband or son, not even my dad, just me alone. I cried for hours, but toward the end something changed. I sensed it like a warm draft through a broken door. I wasn't alone anymore. Something was in the house with me now, but it didn't come out, so I left, to give it time, I guess. When I came back a few days later, I saw this dark shape watching me from that closet. That's when I learned that pain wakes it up, or maybe cuts a channel, or bridge, or a ladder, something it uses to climb out of its canyon. But even though it was there watching me, it was silent, cautious, almost hostile, and I realized something. It didn't know who I was. Why would it? I hadn't lived in the house in 15 years. It didn't recognize me. Even if it did, it wouldn't be able to help because it never see my husband or my son. I came back again fully prepared. I brought photos, belongings, a laptop loaded with home videos, toys, clothes, even a stack of my son's drawings. I left everything in the basement for it to look at, to study. I knew it was watching, so I pointed and said, "This is what I want you to remember." And it worked. When I came back, they were there waiting for me, my husband and my son. I walk in and Noah goes, "Mommy," and I start to cry, and then he turns around and I left. I left and never came back, and I never will. See, my kid drew these pictures all the time. He was good for a toddler, but he could never get the mouths even a little bit right. He always drew mouths in these weird wide loops, loopy loops. And when that thing was pretending to my son, when it turned around and said, "Mommy," its mouth wasn't a mouth. It was a weird wide loopy loop, just like those drawings. I used to think it was haunted, but that house isn't haunted. That house is a haunt. I think whatever it is doesn't belong here. I think it came from somewhere else, burrowed here and settled in, or under, or around that house, wearing it like a mask, wearing the people inside the house like masks, pretending to be what it thinks we want so we won't leave. Maybe it wasn't always a monster. Maybe something made it that way, or maybe not. I don't care. I don't care at all. Don't ever contact me again. That's what I was talking about when I said I can make myself look like anybody, but it's easy to get the details wrong. I got details really wrong that time. That's what happens when you can't communicate. You make mistakes, and those mistakes cost me my love. Hearing those things made me so angry. It made me hate myself. I already don't like myself. I already don't even know who I am. Do you know how terrible it is to hate something you don't even know? I know it was important to hear all those things. It's important to see yourself through others' eyes, even if you don't like what you see, even if what you see hurts you. It hurts so much. I just want to be what someone wants. I could be what you want. You can show me what you want and I'll become that. Or if you don't know who you want, that's okay too. I can stay with you and watch you and figure out what you want and be them for you. Or I can figure out who wants you and be you for them so you don't have to. Please, it's all I want. I never get what I want. That's why I got so mad. Why I hurt my love so badly. Why the river runs dry and no canyon remains. I don't want sympathy. I just want someone to tell me I'm not crazy. I've run through every explanation, exhaustion, hallucination, gas exposure, but nothing adds up. I know what I saw in that cave. I know what we heard, and more importantly, what we felt. You can say I'm mistaken. That's fine. Just don't tell me it wasn't real. It was my friend Zoe's idea. She's always had a reckless streak. Urban exploring, off-trail hiking, night diving. I usually talk her down, but this time, I don't know. Something about the way she described the cave made me curious. "It's not even on any of the maps," she'd said. A guy on the geology forum posted coordinates before his account went dead. Said the wind didn't blow the same down there. I should have said no. We left early. Just 2 backpacks, headlamps, spare batteries, and a rope line. No cell signal where we were going. The cave entrance was narrow, more of a seam in the rock than a mouth. You had to slide in sideways between slabs of limestone to even reach the chamber. The inside was colder than it should have been, still air like nothing moved in or out. Zoe made a joke about ancient burial grounds. I didn't laugh. There was a dampness to the walls, like sweat, not moisture. The rock was wrong too. It looked like it had been scored with something, thin deep gouges, inconsistent in pattern. Not pickaxe marks, not natural erosion. It looked deliberate. We went deeper. The light from the surface was was long gone, and all we had was the thin white cone of our headlamps. The passage narrowed, then opened into a wide chamber. I remember thinking the ceiling looked too high for how far we'd gone down, like we were standing in a space that shouldn't exist. Zoe moved ahead of me, scanning the walls. That's when we found it. A bundle of bones tied with what looked like human hair, hanging from the ceiling by a crude length of sinew. No carvings, no symbols, just a mass of bones gently swaying. I whispered, "Zoe, I don't think this is abandoned." She didn't respond right away. When she finally did, her voice was hollow. "This wasn't here in the photos." Photos? She hadn't mentioned any pictures before. I didn't ask. I was too focused on the smell that was suddenly thick in the air, like meat left in the sun but sweeter. That's when I heard it, something scraping stone. Not close, not far. Somewhere in that massive, impossible chamber with us. I turned, and for a second, I thought I saw something move. Long and thin, almost like a shadow peeled away from the wall and slipped out of sight. Zoe was already backing up. Her face had gone pale beneath the headlamp's glow. I grabbed her arm and whispered, "We need to go. Now." She didn't argue. We turned, retraced our steps, but the tunnel didn't look the same. The gouges in the walls were deeper now, fresher, some still wet. Zoe started muttering under her breath. I counted it. I counted the turns. I swear I did. I told her to keep moving, keep the rope line in hand, but when I reached for it, there was nothing. The rope was gone, just a frayed end, cut clean. Something had taken it, and it wasn't done with us yet. Zoe was unraveling. Her breaths were fast and shallow, fogging up the inside of her headlamp lens. I grabbed her by the shoulders, more to steady myself than her. "Hey," I said quietly but firmly. "We need to keep our heads. You counted the turns, right? So think, what's next?" She shook her head, eyes wide. "I don't know. I did count them, I swear. 3 right, 2 left, slope downward. But this isn't where we came in." I glanced around. The stone felt tighter somehow, angrier. The air had thickened, like the cave was exhaling slowly and we were breathing in its rot. That smell was stronger now, clotted, sickly sweet. I listened. There, beneath Zoe's frantic breathing, not hers, not mine, something deep, rhythmic, a slow drag in and out, not from any one direction, just around us, embedded in the walls or beneath them. I shushed her and held my hand out. She went quiet. We both heard it then, not a growl, not a snarl, just breath, like lungs the size of the room, expanding in time with our fear. I scanned the area. "There, look," I whispered. About 10 feet up, there was a narrow ledge, natural rock, slanted inward like a lip above the tunnel mouth. If we could get up there, maybe we'd get a better view of the layout, or at least feel like we weren't being watched from every direction. I helped Zoe climb first, boosting her from below. Her boots scraped and kicked loose gravel, and I winced with every sound. My turn was harder. My fingers trembled against the sharp stone, my legs aching from tension and cold, but I made it. The ledge was wide enough for us to crouch. Our lights reached further up here. That's when I saw it. A shape just outside the cone of our beams. It was too tall. That was my first thought. Not like a person. Like someone had been stretched upright, arms long, joints sharp, body so thin you could see where the ribs nearly pierced the skin. Its back was turned, pale, scabbed flesh stretched tight over its frame. Its head scraped the ceiling, and it was listening. One long arm curled out and touched the wall, claw tips dragging across it gently, like it was feeling vibrations through the stone. My breath caught and it froze. No sound, no movement. Then its head twisted, not turned, twisted, the neck bending like a broken branch, until one sunken, pupilless socket faced our direction. It didn't blink. It didn't move. Zoe made a noise, something between a whimper and a choked breath, and I grabbed her mouth just in time. The thing tilted its head, its other hand flexed. Claws like carved antler tips scraped together, click, click, click. Then it sank back into the dark, not walking, melting. The way it moved made me feel wrong inside, like gravity didn't apply to it the same way. I didn't realize I was crying until I tasted salt. We sat there for what felt like an hour, maybe it was minutes. Time felt fake down there. Zoe finally leaned in. Her voice was so quiet I barely heard her. "I don't think we found the cave. I think it wanted us to find it." That thought didn't feel paranoid, it felt true. The walls were grooved, the air was still, the bones were arranged. This wasn't some forgotten tunnel, it was a trap, baited with something only the desperate or curious would follow. I pulled out the backup flashlight and checked our gear. Still had a flare, half a bottle of water, no rope, one knife. We couldn't stay up here. Whatever that thing was, it knew now. We had to move. I started to climb back down when I saw something strange in the rock below, thin lines in the stone that looked too symmetrical, almost like script. Not in English, not anything I recognized. Dozens of little carvings etched into the ledge just below where where we sat, each one a perfect copy of the last. Zoe saw them too. That looks like the markings near the... She stopped herself near the bone bundle. We both knew it. Below us, the breathing started again, but this time it wasn't steady, it was excited. I told Zoe to stay. Don't move, don't make noise, don't shine your light unless you hear me call for you. She didn't argue, just nodded with that hollow, hunted look. Her hands gripped the rock until her knuckles went white. I climbed down from the ledge and slipped into the corridor on the far side, one we hadn't seen before. It felt older than the rest. The walls here were darker, like the stone itself had been scorched. Not from fire, from time, or something older than time. My boots crunched something brittle beneath them. I didn't look down. The deeper I moved, the warmer it got. Not physically, that's not the right word. It was like the space remembered heat. A stale, decaying warmth that stuck to your skin like grease. I turned a corner and found another chamber. This one was smaller, oval-shaped. The walls weren't stone anymore, at least not naturally. They were carved into reliefs, figures I didn't recognize, arranged in circles, each with their heads bent toward the center. In the middle of the room was a pit. I don't know how deep it went. My light couldn't reach the bottom, but I could hear it. Something moving down there, slow, wet, rhythmic. It didn't echo. I backed out before whatever was down there noticed me. When I returned to the ledge, Zoe was gone. No blood, no drag marks, no scuffle, just gone. Except, there was a new bone bundle, hanging from the rock just below where we had been sitting. Fresh, not skeletal, not cleaned. Something wet still clung to the twine holding it together. I didn't scream, I didn't cry, I couldn't. My body locked up, my mind flooded with one thought that repeated over and over. It took her. My flashlight flickered, not out, just dimmed, the way a dying memory does in the back of your mind when something older pushes forward. I ran. I don't remember the path I took, only that the cave shifted around me. The same hallway split and doubled back. I saw my own footprints over and over again, and then I didn't. There were no footprints, no dust, just smooth stone as if nothing and no one had ever walked there before. When I finally collapsed, I was staring up at a patch of sky. Pale morning light filtered through a hole barely large enough to crawl through. Roots hung like fingers. I pulled myself out with everything I had left. I don't remember how I got back to the car, or how I drove. I woke up in my apartment 2 days later, dehydrated and covered in scrapes. Zoe's things were still in the trunk. She's never been reported missing, no records, no digital footprint. It's like she was erased the moment we stepped into that place. Except, yesterday someone slid something under my door. A strip of pale leather tied around a bundle of hair. Zoe's. I recognized the braid. There were markings burned into the leather, same as the carvings in that cave. I've spent hours trying to match them to anything. Runic scripts, tribal symbology, ancient languages. Nothing matches exactly, but one symbol keeps showing up. It looks like a figure bent backward over a ring of thorns. Sometimes it's drawn with antlers, sometimes it has no face, sometimes it looks like it's smiling. I'm not posting this for clout. I don't care if anyone believes me. I'm posting it because I found something else burned into the inside of the leather. Not in ancient script, in English. 5 words, you were meant to watch. I haven't slept since, and I'm not sure I should, because sometimes just before dawn I hear breathing in the walls. Dad was drunk again. Rain swept over my windshield like waves over a beach as I drove him home from yet another bar where he'd made a fool of himself. He wasn't the drunken brawler type, no, he was a crier. He'd sit at the bar with his head on the table and just start sobbing, wailing, bringing down the whole mood of the place. Even now he shifted between crying and sniffling while staring out the passenger window and half-conscious states where he couldn't muster the mental coherence to even register such complex emotions. At one point he even leaned over the center console and tried to hug me, almost making me jerk the steering wheel. Dad, no, Christ, I'm trying to drive here. I snapped at him. Keep on your half of the car or I'm pulling over. Like a loyal dog, he recognized the tone of my words even if not their meaning, and shrunk back sheepishly. Since I was in elementary school, people told me I was remarkably mature for my age, but you kind of have to be when you're forced to act like the parent of the family. The road traveled parallel to our sole local river, the one the school kids all called the Devil's Gutter. It snaked in and out of sight behind the tree line, as if it liked to taunt every driver that passed. The thing was evil, I knew, but I couldn't help but feel a certain nostalgic fondness for it. It was the only thing offering any sense of danger and mystique to what would have otherwise been the least interesting small town in the country. From a glance it seemed mild, shallow, and narrow enough to make it across with a leap. There was no way of telling that it was actually hundreds of feet deep, that the undercurrent was stronger than an Olympic swimmer could withstand, that the banks were under undercut and impossible to climb back up once you were in, that the carbonated water had intricately carved networks of hundreds of channels and caves deep into the limestone. Misjudge your leap and you'd be seized by the undercurrent, dashed against the rocks, plunged deep into some dark cave within which your body would be preserved forever, pinned to a wall or ceiling of stone like some macabre decoration. The gutter features in our every folk tale and ghost story. When I was a kid, we liked to tell the tale of old Bart O'Neill, a 19th century prospector whose cat was apparently very popular with the neighborhood toms. Every time she'd get knocked up, it was said, he'd gather up the kittens into a burlap sack and toss them all into the devil's gutter. At least, and this was when whoever was telling the story would lower their voice to a whisper, until they found his body in his bed, shredded by hundreds of small claws. His eyes had been clawed out, his fingers bitten off like carrots, his rib cage torn open, and within his chest the police found dozens of tiny poops. That's right, according to legend, the spectral kittens had used his chest cavity as a litter box. That was all made up, of course, the crude invention of imaginative schoolboys. But I have looked through old newspapers and found that someone named Bart O'Neill really did disappear from town a long while ago. No gory details, just up and vanished. The only oddity I noticed was that when his cat was found still locked up in a cage in his shed a week after his disappearance, it was well fed, as if somebody had been sneaking in and caring for it. See, this is why I hate taking this road. With every glimpse of that river, my mind always wanders, back to old memories, terrible memories, ones that would have been better left forgotten. It ignites a fire in me, a sort of morbid curiosity I've come to dread. But then Dad broke my line of thought with a long, obnoxiously loud groan, and then I was thinking of the first time I had him in my passenger seat when I was some anxiety-ridden kid, no older than 15, didn't even have my driver's license yet, my hands shaking late that New Year's night as I struggled to dodge all the other drunk morons swerving all over the road. New Year's was always the worst night for him. This would have been our anniversary, he was groaning. It would have been our 15th. I got over what happened to Mom over a decade ago. Why couldn't he? We aren't the only people who've experienced loss anyway. When I was growing up, the whole town mourned the death of Annabelle, captain of our high school cheerleading squad. She had tried to jump the gutter and even cleared it, but there'd just been rain and the muddy opposite bank gave way beneath her feet and she went right in. Crazy thing was, 15 minutes later, they got a ping from some SOS beacon her mother had made her wear. They took this as proof she'd made it out alive but injured and triggered a frantic search of the surrounding area, with no luck. There were rumors, however improbable, that she'd found her way into an air pocket somewhere in that limestone cave system, just close enough to the surface that just one of her desperate calls for help managed to make it through. Sometimes I picture her down there, in a kind of darkness I cannot fathom, struggling to keep her head above the water. I wonder if she knew that surrounding her, somewhere in the dark, were the corpses of those who had been pulled into those caves before her. I picture a gaunt, bleached hand brushing her ankle as those currents carry one by. I imagine her crowded on all sides by the gaunt, empty eyes of the people who'd found their way into that air pocket before her and never found their way out. Maybe it was for the best that she would have been in complete darkness. There my mind went again. I'd gotten another glimpse of the river and couldn't help but imagine Anna down there, as if her eyes were looking up at me from beneath those blackened waters. I tried to turn up the radio to take my mind off it and to drown out Dad's moaning and sobbing, but he grunted as if the very sound offended him and drunkenly pawed at the dashboard until he turned it back off. I already knew what he'll say tomorrow. "I've let you down," he'd say, head down like a dog caught peeing on the carpet. "I've never been the father I should have been, and it'll all be very genuine and very sincere and very, very temporary. I've even helped pay for his rehab once. He'd been found choked half to death on his own vomit. This is a wake-up call," he'd said. "I'm finally ready to be the dad you've always needed me to be." A few grand seemed like a small price to pay to have my dad back. And indeed, for a few months of sobriety, he was the best dad on earth, the best I ever could have asked for. And then came New Year's again, and it was suddenly like none of it ever happened. My eyes glimpsed a cross set up along the gutter, a bouquet left at its base. I knew exactly who it was for. When I was in 4th grade, Bethany, a little girl who went to the same school as me, was swallowed up by the gutter. Her father was the only one who witnessed the accident, and there'd been some suspicious circumstances. I don't really remember, something about marital issues, custody, that sort of thing. Point was, everybody suspected him. But what proof did we have? The gutter never parts with its secrets. 3 years or so later, her dad just up and vanished too. Nobody thought much of it at first. Everyone assumed he got tired of the side eyes and just skipped town. But then, months after everyone had forgotten the whole business, someone started sending around a voicemail he'd apparently sent out at 3 in the morning, the night he disappeared. It had apparently been sent to some random coworker from his contacts list. An accident, clearly. The first minute or two just consisted of the sort of rustling you'd expect from a pocket dial, so they hadn't thought much of it. It hadn't been until their curiosity drove them to investigate deeper that they realized they could hear the dad's heavy, belabored breathing and the sounds of twigs and leaves crackling beneath his feet as if he were wandering through the middle of the woods. Moreover, off in the distance, they could hear another voice. The faint voice of a little girl, bubbly and giggling like they were playing a game. "Daddy," the voice kept crying out into the night. "Daddy, where are you?" They noticed too that you couldn't hear any crickets or birds or anything else you'd expect out in the forest at night. Everything was dead silent, like all the creatures of the woods sensed the presence of a predator. The dad's breathing grew heavier and more panicked whenever the voice grew louder, nearer, but it remained stifled, as if he was desperately trying to keep quiet, remain unnoticed. Eventually she was so close that you could hear her little footsteps in the leaves, and the dad didn't even dare to breathe. And then, the sound of branches being parted, the father's gasp, and that little voice laughing and declaring in a sing-song tone. And at that exact moment, the voicemail reached its time limit. The cop's official line was that it was a fake, just some audio doctored up by bored teenagers to feed into the sensationalized mythology of the Devil's Gutter. But Bethany's remaining relatives swore up and down that they recognized that giggly little voice, that it was unmistakable. Lost in thought, I blinked, and somehow in that instant, a woman appeared in the middle of the road. I can't remember the next few seconds. It was as if I'd time traveled. One moment I was driving along, and the next I was stuck in a muddy ditch on the roadside, the hood just inches away from an oak tree sturdy enough to have bisected my car, and Dad was screaming like a madman, incoherently at first, but then congealing into a name. Jessica. He was screaming out for Mom, I realized. Jessica. And as he screamed, he threw open the passenger side door and tore off into the woods with a drunken stumble. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, the woman was still standing there in the road, a vague silhouette barely illuminated by whatever moonlight broke through the storm. But when I looked back with my own eyes, she was gone. I cursed like a sailor as I took off into the storm, blindly in the direction I thought my dad had went. My heart was in my throat. We were so close to the gutter. In his state, he could so easily fall in, become just another name in its long list, another creepy story to tell on school playgrounds. But then it became clear I was in the same danger. The storm was picking up rapidly, sideways rain blasted my eyes, wind tugging at the trees by their roots. Yet somehow, stupidly, what terrified me most was the prospect that, while stumbling through those darkened woods, I might hear a little girl's voice off in the distance shouting, "Daddy." Suddenly, I froze in place. I realized I could hear the bubbling and crashing of the gutter's current, even over the storm. It must be so close. I tried to look for it, but the rain seared my eyes whenever I was not covering them with an arm. I was too terrified to take a step in any direction, but the storm took action for me, by sweeping away the mud beneath my feet. Anna's fate flashed in my mind, the muddy bank giving way. My death wasn't even going to be original. I thrashed and floundered, feeling the earth seem to envelop me from below, like a massive creature pulling me into its gullet. Through sheer luck, my random grabs caught purchase. A thick, sturdy tree root was all that saved me from the waters below, and I clung to it with every scrap of strength I had, even as the rain left it soaked and slippery. I managed to hold on for a while, with no way back up but unwilling to let go of my only lifeline. And then I felt a cold hand wrap around my ankle. My body tensed with such horror that I lost my grip in an instant, and those cruel waters had me. They seemed to toy with me for a while, spinning me about under the surface as I curled up into the fetal position. The shock of the frigid cold caused me to suck down a breath instinctively, filling my lungs with water. As I scratched at my chest, my eyes opened for just a split second. On either side of me were those thick limestone walls, pockmarked with the black abysses that were caves, and that limestone led down below, far below, disappearing into that infinite, inky blackness beneath me. The experts' guesses must have been wrong. The gutter couldn't just be a few hundred feet deep, it had to be a mile at the very least. Just looking down into that darkness, I felt the same sense of vertigo as I'd felt looking down from the roof of the Empire State Building. That, and an overwhelming sense of things looking up at me, staring back. It reminded me of joining the theater group as a kid, standing on a stage for the first time and realizing that there were over 100 pairs of eyes on me. me, watching me, expecting a performance. Except this time, I knew they were here to watch me die, watch me become one of them, sink down far below the surface and join them in all that darkness, never to see sunlight again except vaguely through the surface of the water, miles above my new home. But even that didn't terrify me quite as much as the prospect of landing in one of those caves, even as the undercurrent bashed me savagely against rocks, and my lungs cried for air. My only focus was avoiding them. I swear I could see bloated arms and grasping hands reaching out from the dark of each cave, grasping for me as I passed by, as if each occupant was lonely, desperate for a companion in their eternal resting places. Suddenly, the current bashed my head against a rock, and from then everything was abstract and fuzzy. I could only muster a single coherent thought: please, not here. It went. Don't let me die here. Somehow I knew that if I died beneath these waters, my soul would never break the surface. As if to answer my prayer, a pair of arms settled around me, not the cold grasping claws reaching from the caves, but something warm and comfortable, embracing me, cradling me close in a way that told me everything would be okay. Again, the next few seconds were a blur. I have no explanation for how I ended up back on the shore, shivering from the freezing waters and hacking, retching, emptying the water from my lungs upon the mud. All I know is when I looked up, a bolt of lightning briefly illuminated the stone memorial looming above me, upon which read, "In love and memory of Jessica Whitaker." I know everything about the mythology of the Devil's Gutter because I was part of it. My family is one of the ones the school kids whisper about, the ones they make up wild stories and creepy theories about. Terminal cancer, they'd say around campfires, that was so horribly painful that not even the morphine could do anything for her. She'd been a painter, you know, always drawing portraits of the gutter. She was the only person who thought it was beautiful, not evil. So the legend goes she begged her husband, "Please take me to the river. Let me become part of it. I don't want to hurt anymore." They say that they did it on their anniversary, New Year's Day. I heard a long choking rasp. For a moment I was almost relieved. I thought it was another of my father's drunken groans. Then I realized it was coming from the river itself. I turned and beheld a dozen hands reaching out over the side of the banks, unnameable things pulling themselves up from the waters. I only caught vague glimpses of the crawling, groaning creatures, briefly illuminated by the lightning. Their skins were bleached white and transparent, looking like road maps made of veins and arteries stretched taut over gray muscles and jagged ribs and putrid organs. Many were missing legs, arms, even heads. Others were more ancient still, mummified strands of flesh seemingly loosely stitched to the crumbling remains of a skeletal structure. All seemed to be looking right at me, even though none of them had any eyes to speak of, only empty black sockets. They were crawling forwards with horrid determination. Once the gutter had taken you into its waters, laid its claim to you, it never wanted to let you go. They were only coming to retrieve what they were owed. I tried to crawl away through the mud, but it felt like crawling in a bad dream. It felt like the very planet was turning sideways, gravity itself guiding me back towards the river. Then a figure burst through the woods, large and heavy set. My father. He stumbled into the middle of the crowd of the dead, waving his arms, trying to seize their attention. Take me, not them, take me. He was screaming like a man possessed, but they didn't seem to even notice him. They were dead set on me, blind to the rest of the world. Then he turned to the lake, and my eyes followed his gaze to the woman from the road. Now her silhouette was standing in the middle of the river, seeming to hover a few inches above the water, her dress billowing in the wind. "Jessica, take me, tell them to take me." He let out a primal, raw scream, one that must have torn his throat to shreds. "I don't want to hurt anymore." She calmly beckoned him with a finger, and in that moment he knew what he had to do. He didn't even hesitate. He went sliding down the bank, and for a moment he seemed to stand upon those bubbling, surging waters just like she did. His arms were stretched wide as he stumbled forward, as if ready to embrace her. And then I blinked and they were gone. So too disappeared that legion of the dead. It seemed like they'd accepted the trade, one soul for another. The gutter always took its due. It would have been easy to tell everyone that my dad had just stumbled stupidly into the gutters during another of his drunken stupors, but I wanted people to remember his sacrifice. I weaved some tale of me falling in, and him jumping in after me and hoisting me out, even at the cost of his own life. It didn't make a lot of sense, I must admit, and some people even suspected me for a while, but eventually everybody just accepted the idea of him being a hero in his last moments, getting some redemption in the last. People like when stories get wrapped up in neat little bows. Sometimes I still dream about the two of them, floating in the center of some underwater cave chamber, yet somehow illuminated by moonlight, and by the walls of the chamber all lined with glowing pinprick white eyes like star stars in the sky. Dead but not dead, the current still flowing about them, animating them like marionettes, spinning them around each other, my mother in my father's arms like a waltz, the way they were on their wedding day, dancing on and on forever before their audience of the dead. I wasn't allowed to talk to the boy with wings, my brother, but I wasn't permitted to call him that anymore. My mother said he was supposed to be an angel, except I knew what angels looked like, the idealized versions from movies as well as the biblically accurate ones. He was more like a crow, a hideous bird-like creature resembling the body of a male adolescent college student spliced with a diseased bird. My brother didn't even have a name. To my parents, he was like a stray cat who picked them. They didn't love him or want him in the house. On the flip side, he was also an angel, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to observe something that defied the laws of physics, with power like no other. He, like my sister, was a lost child of the sky, those ethereal beings who had fallen thousands of years ago and decided to walk on Earth. He had saved my life as a baby. I was so young that I don't remember it, but Mom likes to remind me every year on my birthday that I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for the angels in our attic, my adopted brother and sister. I was born severely premature with only a small chance of surviving one night. Mom said she prayed endlessly, begging for a miracle, and it was visited by the two beings who gave me life through their divine power. When I pulled through, Mom begged them to stay and watch over me until I was old enough to fend for myself. If I think back to my earliest memory, it's the angels babysitting and watching over me. Back then, they actually looked cherubic, or maybe that's just how I remember them. My brother bore huge white wings, almost like a swan, while my sisters were more grayish. They used to smile and giggle, and for a while we were actual siblings. But as I grew up, I saw less of them. Mom would drag them away while we were in the middle of some shenanigans, and I wouldn't see them for days, sometimes weeks. I thought the angels had finally flown away back home. I was sad, I guess. I was just a little kid and my older siblings had vanished. When I started hearing noises upstairs, the familiar sound of their wings scraping against wooden floorboards and the crumbling ceiling, Mom and Dad told me my siblings were now inside the attic. It was too dangerous for them, so they were safe upstairs, which meant no more playing with them and especially no more mentioning them to family members and friends. Mom was very strict with me. They're magical beings, Nini, she told me one night before bed. There's a lot of bad people out there who will want your brother and sister for bad things, so we need to keep quiet about them, alright? I went to school the next day and drew a picture of the two of them playing with me. At the end of class, my teacher gently pulled me aside. Am I in trouble? I asked, and she laughed, gesturing for me to sit down. No, you're not in trouble. I just want to talk about the art you made during class. I shuffled on my chair, well aware of my promise to Mom. I wasn't allowed to talk about the angels in the attic. This is a very pretty drawing, Nini. My teacher said, holding it up. Are they angels? I nodded excitedly. They're my brother and sister. Her eyes darkened. She shuffled back on her chair. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean... No, my siblings are alive, I said. They're angels and they live in the attic. I remember her smile was a little too big. She leaned forward, plucking my drawing from my hands. Do they have names? No, I told her matter-of-factly. They're not allowed names. Her smile faltered slightly. What do you mean they're not allowed names, sweetie? Mrs. J was my favorite teacher usually, but I could already sense her growing unease. I pretended not to see her digging her nails into my drawing. I told her exactly what Mom told me. Because they're angels, I said, giggling. They don't need human names. Mrs. J nodded, handing me back my drawing. Sweetie, I know I'm not supposed to ask this. I'll probably get in trouble, so can we keep this between you and me? I nodded, my stomach twisting into knots. Maybe I had said the wrong thing. Okay. When my teacher leaned closer, her expression darkened significantly. Let me back up a couple months. Mrs. J had been absent for a while. She used to be smiley and colorful, always excited to teach us. But she came back weeks later, distant and somehow hollow. Her smiles were forced, and even then, sitting in front of me wearing a giant grin, I could tell my teacher was distraught. I felt guilty that my siblings were angels and could probably heal her pain. Mom's rules would never allow that. Nini, would you be able to tell me what these angels look like? I shrugged. Well, they have wings. No, Nini. Mrs. J stabbed at the drawing, running her index across my sister's stick person face. I had drawn her thick red hair in a fuzzy, crayoned blur blur, and my brother's curls in a brown cloud. I never saw their halos, but I'd drawn them above their heads anyway, along with large feather-like wings. What do these angels look like? I was going to reply, but then Mom poked her head inside. Nini, it's time to go home, honey. She smiled at my teacher, who, to my surprise, stuffed the drawing in her pocket. Mom definitely saw her attempt to hide my picture. I saw her demeanor stiffen slightly, her arms already defensively crossing over her chest. Mrs. J, is there a problem? My teacher jumped to her feet, faking her smile once again. I was just talking to Nini about her homework. Mom nodded slowly, maintaining her expression. I'm sorry about your children. She cleared her throat. They were so young. Oh, they're my babies, my teacher's voice splintered. I'm sure you understand a mother's grief. Please excuse me. I'm here if you want to talk, Mom said. We all know Adam liked to dabble with recreational drugs. Mrs. J's smile faltered, and I saw the switch from my teacher to a parent. I don't need your pity, she spat. If I'm honest with you, if I hear one more person telling me everything is going to be okay, I am going to lose my mind. Thank you, but I don't want your sorry. I don't want your condolences. Her voice broke, and I immediately wanted to give her a hug. I watched my teacher open up my laptop, ostensibly ignoring my mother. If you're going to stand there and waste my time, I suggest you leave. Mrs. J caught my eye, her lips curling into a scowl. Mrs. J pulled out my drawing, slapping it on the desk. Your daughter has an interesting imagination. Mom's eyes widened as she took the drawing. She wrapped her hand around my wrist and gently pulled me from the room. When we were in the car on the way home, I asked why my teacher was so upset. Mom didn't reply for a long time, leaving me drowning in uncomfortable silence. I knew she had the drawing. I knew I was in trouble. I expected her to lecture me, but instead she bought me chocolate ice cream from a drive-thru. While I was eating it, she cleared her throat. Mrs. J lost her children, Mom said, her fingers tightening around the wheel. She wants, no, craves a miracle, and you gave her hope with your drawing. Mom pulled it from her pocket and, to my horror, tore it up and threw it out of the window. I watched it land in a puddle. My brother's crayon smile disappeared under the murky water. Nini, did you tell Mrs. J about your brother and sister? I didn't answer, ice cream creeping back up my throat. Nini, Mom said again. I shook my head. No, I lied, and when she gave me the look, I caved. I just said there are angels living in the attic. Mom nodded slowly. Did you say they were real angels? No. Did she ask what they looked like? I wasn't a fan of the interrogation, my eyes swimming with tears. I don't know, I mumbled. No, she just liked my drawing. Mom curled her lip. You're absolutely sure, Nina, because if you're lying, bad people will come and take your siblings. She only called me Nina when I was in trouble. Yes. Mom leaned back into her seat, breathing out a sigh of relief. That's good, she whispered. I flinched when she turned to me, grasping my hands and squeezing them tight. Because we can't have anyone taking them away, okay? They're your angels, sweetheart. Following that day, I wasn't allowed to even mention the angels in our attic. If I did, either intentionally or accidentally slipping up, I was promptly sent to my room. The problem was, no matter how many times I was told not to talk about them or completely ignore their existence, I refused. These two, whether angels or not, were still my brother and sister. I told my aunt about them when I was maybe 10, during Thanksgiving dinner. It was a slip of the tongue. She thought I was joking. We were all sharing our wishes for the upcoming year, so I had held up my glass of juice, copying my parents' toast, and declared, I wish I could see my brother and sister who are in the attic again. Aunt Jules spluttered on her own wine, and I caught the look she shot my mother. She already had tomato cheeks, giggling a little too much for an adult woman. Mom had already set several glasses of water in front of her, but she was ignoring all of them. Frida, she chuckled, wiggling her eyebrows. Is there anything you should tell me? Mom slowly lowered her own glass, her lips pressed to the rim. Jules, you know my daughter has an overactive imagination. They're more like imaginary friends. Aunt Jules straightened in her seat suddenly, her smile fading. That's not what I wanted to talk about. She turned to me, color bleeding from her cheeks. Nini, why don't you go upstairs to your room? I need to talk to your mother. No, it's okay. I'm almost an adult too. I smiled at my aunt. Nina, you are 8 years old. Dad grumbled, inhaling piles of mashed potato. I didn't move, staying stubbornly still. I figured if I stayed as still as possible, the adults might not notice it was past my bedtime. Nina, Mom's tone was a warning. Go upstairs. I reluctantly dragged myself upstairs. When I tried to listen in on the conversation, hiding on the stairs, Dad picked me up and carried me all the way up to my room and tucked me into bed. I thought I could stay awake and strain my ears to listen to the conversation, but I fell asleep. I was woken broken by something wet trickling down my face. Opening my eyes, I found myself staring at a single puddle of red pooling from my ceiling. I sat up, swiping my fingers down my face. Blood. When a lone feather hit my cheek, I jumped out of bed, my heart hammering. Instead of calling for my parents, I grabbed my pink chair from my dressing table and positioned it below the red stain. I hopped onto it, standing on my tiptoes and dragging my fingers across scarlet. I risked knocking 3 times. To my surprise, there was a response. 2 single knocks. "Are you okay?" I asked, pressing my face to the ceiling so they could hear my voice. Another single knock, number something ice cold slithered down my spine. I tried again. "Are you hurt?" Yes, his voice was a soft sob. I jumped, almost toppling off of the chair, hearing my brother's strained voice. When I really listened, pushing all of the sound out of my head, the light hum of my bedroom light, and my parents downstairs arguing with my aunt, his cries splintered through the silence. I jumped off the chair and almost immediately heard the sound of his movements, his wings scraping the floor. Nini. I imagined him pressing his face against the floor. "What are you doing?" I got all the way to the door, my fingers wrapped around the ornate handle. "I'm telling Mom you're hurt," I said. "You need help." "Wait, don't." The urgency in his tone stopped me dead in my tracks. It's just a broken wing," he whispered. "I'm okay, it will heal." I didn't know what to do, so I stayed with him, balanced on my chair, for hours. I told him stories from my favorite books, and he seemed to like them. He even knew the characters' names before I said them. When I was getting sleepy, I dragged a blanket from my bed and slumped into the chair. "What's your name?" "I don't know," he said after an uncomfortable pause. "Mom said angels don't have names," I said. "No, correct." "Okay, so can I name you?" I heard the sound of him rolling onto his side. "Sure." "Simba," I declared, glancing at my stuffed lion perched on my pillows. He chuckled, and I realized I had never heard an angel laugh before. It sounded just like mine. "That's not a proper name." "Peter." I was frowning at my scrappy copy of Narnia. "Nah," he sighed. "I don't think that's me." I picked up a random book, flicking through it. "Okay then, how about Jude?" "Jude," the angel murmured, wallowing the name around his mouth. "I like it." I nodded excitedly. "What about our sister?" "Lily." The small squeak came from the angel girl herself. "I like the name Lily," she whispered. I felt proud of finally naming them, and they started to feel more like siblings to me. I started sneaking food up to the attic, just salted crackers at first, and holy water from my mother's fountain. But angels are hungry and had a particular liking for snacks and junk food. Initially, I shoved the food through the cracks in the floorboards to avoid getting caught, but then I grew brave and started hauling my old Nintendo DS and an ancient game of Monopoly up there. I had to squeeze myself through a suffocating gap, after climbing up a wobbly wooden ladder and carefully removing several floodboards so I could pull myself through. Once I was through though, eagerly holding snacks and games, my eyes adjusted to surroundings, my DS slipping through my fingers. I had never been inside the attic before. When I questioned what was inside, I was told it was for storage, except the storage room smelled of antiseptic. "Could you put the floorboards back?" Jude's shuddery voice startled me. "I'm cold." The 2 figures slumped against the wall sent my heart into my throat. Jude and Lily. I hadn't seen them since I was a child, since they were dragged away from me when I was playing. I had grown up with their voices bleeding through my ceiling and imagined them much older, but they were still the same age. Exactly the same age. College kids, or maybe older, early 20s. The same angels who played with me when I was a child. The 2 of them were pale, gaunt in the face, almost skeletal. I always thought their wings were beautiful and swan-like, majestic, otherworldly, but this wasn't what I remembered. I could feel my breaths growing heavy, a shiver creeping down my spine. I wasn't even sure I was looking at an angel at all. Their wings were tattered and shredded, barely attached to their backs, heavy and very clearly weighing them down. When I was a kid, I distinctly remembered my brother's wings as perfect. There was no explanation why they were there or how. The explanation was that they were angels, and human laws didn't apply to them. However, what I was seeing did have an explanation. Jude's wings weren't beautiful, unexplained phenomenons magically sprouting from his back. In the haunting white light buzzing above me, I could see exactly where his naked spine protruded from his skin, splitting in 2, where horrific feathered appendages resembling wings blossomed, spliced through a filthy t-shirt. I risked a step toward them, noticing the two of them stiffening up, like I was going to hurt them. Mom lied, that was all I could think. She said they had blankets, food, and books. She said they were happy staying locked away in our attic. The more I had time to think, to wrap my head around what I was seeing, it hit me that this room above our house wasn't a safe place to protect our angels. The light was painful to the eyes, fluorescent and cruel. The walls and ceiling were clinical white, but it was the angels themselves that didn't make sense. Against the backdrop of what felt and looked almost like an operating theater, my siblings looked out of place, bound in cruel chains biting their ankles and wrists, binding them to the walls themselves, to the very foundations keeping the house together. I took another step forward. Something was sticking from my sister's arm, a long plastic tube feeding into her. Closer. I glimpsed rivulets of red beating down Jude's back. Another longer tube, this time filled with clear liquid, sticking directly from the incision carved where his spine split in two. I pretended not to see the metal clamp forced inside bloody slithers of flesh, his wings shuddering, individual feathers trying to contract, trying to spread wide and folded into grotesque flaps. Lily sat awkwardly, her back to the wall, strawberry blonde hair hanging in flickering eyes. I glimpsed one single plastic tube stuck into her arm. She seemed to be in better condition, her wings easily unfurling when she shuffled back, her lips parting. Mom and Dad weren't protecting the angels from the outside, they were experimenting on them. "It's okay," Jude murmured, lightly nudging the girl. "It's just Nini." Lily's weary eyes found mine, half-lidded eyes struggling to stay awake. Slowly, I knelt in front of them, my eyes stinging. I pushed filthy brown hair from my brother's sleepy eyes. Before I could speak though, he weakly gestured to the DS I dropped on the floor. His voice was a slurred mumble, and my gaze shot to the tube cruelly sticking from his spine. "Does that have Mario?" His question took me off guard. I shuffled back, grabbed the DS, swiping dust from the screen. I slid the power on and his eyes lit up. No, I held it up so he could see the screen. "But I do have Nintendogs." Jude grinned, though I wasn't expecting to see sharp incisors jutting from his gums. "Sounds fun." He held out his chained wrists. "Do you want to play?" I had so many questions, but at that moment, looking at the creases in my brother's expression while he was in pain, I swallowed my words. I played with them until the sky turned dark. When I was packing up, I couldn't resist moving towards, my heart jumping in my chest. I tried to pull the tube from his spine, and his wings jerked, his eyes widening. "Don't." He snarled like an animal, and I stood paralyzed. Jude shuffled away, his wings twitching, struggling under the clamp. His breaths came out in sharp pants, his fingernails almost like claws dragging across the wooden boards. "Don't touch me," he spat. "Do you understand?" I didn't move, and his expression softened, his teeth retracting. "I'm sorry," he said. "It just hurts." I finished for him, choking on my own sob. "My mom and dad are hurting you." Jude didn't reply for a moment before his head jerked up. "Do you remember that one time when you wanted to fly? You jumped off of the bunk bed and broke your arm, and we ran for your mom. We love you and we care about you, but we need help now too." I nodded. "Do you have a paper and pen?" I did. I brought a whole coloring pad up for drawing. I nodded, handing him a blank piece of paper and a crayon. Jude scribbled a number and handed it to me. "Can you call this number?" he whispered. I nodded. "Why? Is it like part of your job as an angel?" His expression furrowed, but he replaced confusion with a smile. "Yeah, it's a job." He leaned back, wincing when his wings brushed against the ceiling, visibly in pain. "I've been here for so long protecting you, I need to check up on all the other children." "Jude," Lily grumbled, nudging him when he rolled his eyes. "Knock it off." "Why?" His smile was bitter. "Aren't we just doing our jobs?" That night, I left the attic with a mission, feeling optimistic. I was going to call the special angel number and help my brother do his job. Mom was making dinner, so it was easy to distract her. I made a huge deal about dessert, and when she was grumbling to herself, pulling ingredients for cookies from the cupboard, I swiped my mother's phone from her purse, locked myself in the bathroom, and dialed the number. I was so excited, my fingers were all clammy. The dial tone sounded in my ear, before the sound of someone picking it up. "Hello?" Before I could speak, Mom was unlocking the door, pulling her phone from my grasp. "Nini, what are you doing?" she demanded, apologizing to the recipient. "Yes, hello, I'm so sorry my daughter accidentally called you." She shot me the dagger eyes before walking away, her phone to her ear. "No, I have no idea how she got your number. Have a great night." Mom didn't get mad. Instead, she made me cookies. I was nibbling on a chocolate one when she leaned against the counter, arms folded. "Nini, I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to tell the truth." I was doing a job, I said, dipping my cookies in fondant. Her eyebrows furrowed. You were doing a job? I nodded. One of the angels gave me an angel number so I could do his job for him. Mom's lip curled. Okay then, can I have the angel number? When I hesitated, she sighed. Nini, I'm sure he would rather an adult was doing his job for him. She held out her hand. Sweetie, I don't want to ask you again. I handed it over, words suddenly choking from my mouth. Why are you hurting them? Mom looked taken aback, her eyes widening. Nini, why on earth would you think we are hurting them? I saw them, I said, my voice breaking. You're doing bad things to their wings. Mom hugged me and I found myself splintering apart, burying my head in her chest. Nina, sweetie, you are very, very wrong, she whispered, wrapping her arms around me. They're sick, Mom murmured into my shoulder, running her fingers through my hair. When they brought you back to life as a child, they were so weak, so they couldn't fly away. We didn't tell you because we didn't want to scare you. I nodded, squeezing my mother to my chest. It all made sense. They were fixing their wings. Your father and I have been trying to save them, she hummed. Of course, with them being so powerful, we have no choice but to take extra measures, which, yes, include chaining them up. She pulled away from the hug, wiping away my tears. Nina, you need to understand that they are extraordinarily powerful, and only chains soaked in holy water will hold them. When they were younger, they were weaker and less destructive, but as you saw, they are growing stronger every day. I felt a pain in my chest. Then they'll fly away, I whispered. Mom pursed her lips, but nodded, giving me another cookie. Then they'll fly away. I didn't visit the angels for a while after that. I think part of me was scared of them, scared of their destructive power. But then I missed them. So I grabbed snacks from the kitchen, a handful of DS games I knew Jude would like, and crept out of my room, making a beeline towards the attic. Except when I climbed the wobbly stairs, the loose floorboards leading to the attic had all been replaced. I had an idea to tell them by knocking on my ceiling. But when I came home from school, running up to my room, my bedroom was out of bounds. We're redecorating, Mom smiled brightly. For now, you'll be sleeping in our room. I had no way to contact them. When my room was finished, I had a brand new ceiling. I knocked all night, balancing on my chair, waiting for a response. I never got one. I did hear them though. In the middle of the night, their pain screams bled through my walls, keeping me awake. I saw their blood seeping through the walls, the ceiling, stray feathers choking the air, as if our house felt their agony. When I slipped out of bed, I stepped on tattered pieces of their wings, pricking my bare feet. I ran the faucet to wash my face, but instead, blood ran thick, staining porcelain. They must have been sick enough to almost feel human. I heard their wails, their pleads for death, and half wondered if they were asking their father, God. Mom told me over breakfast that the angels were deathly ill. She told me to pray for them, and I did, bent over my frosted flakes. I prayed their father would hear them and save them, like they saved me. Eventually, their cries stopped. Dad said they were finally stable, and my mother broke down in tears. When I hit my tweens, then my teens, I forgot about them. I was still aware of the sick angels in my attic, but being a teenager, I guess I was more interested in experimenting with my sexuality and spending time with friends. But that didn't mean they didn't exist. When I was 18, I left for college, but I still visited for the holidays. I finally saw them again. It was hard to ignore the boy with tattered white wings jutting out from his spine and the slit in his shirt as he dragged himself downstairs, sneaking into our refrigerator. I wasn't sure what this version of Jude was. He was different from the one I met in the attic. That boy still resembled a human, still felt pain. This guy had talon-like fingernails and a twisted spine protruding from his back, making him appear more bird-like, but his wings were bigger, his spine hidden by a blood-drenched shirt clinging to him. He was always hunched over, moving slowly, his once human features obscured by thick dark hair covering his eyes. I tried to ignore the grime stuck between his toes and the scarlet trail from the refrigerator to the door. He didn't even acknowledge me, sticking his face directly into a frosted cake my mother made. I watched, mesmerized and maybe a little disgusted, as he chewed through the cake, whipped his head up, swallowing it down, exactly the way I'd see a crow eating bread. When his eyes did find me, they were beady and wrong, almost vacant. He ignored me, standing on his tiptoes to sniff around in the cupboard. Jude. I found myself saying his name and it felt and sounded foreign. He didn't respond, ripping open a bag of candy bars. He was ravaging a Snickers bar when I turned to him, swallowing down bile. Jude's sickness really had turned him from an angel into something else. His body was more of a grotesque contortion of angel and human. His bones jutted out in weird places, his his wings a lot better and sturdier, but much sharper, every individual as sharp as a needlepoint. How old are you? I asked casually. I'm almost 19 and you've been 19 for most of my life, but you're also an angel, so that would make you like old. It was a joke. I was hoping he'd retained his humor from when I was a kid. I remembered telling him a joke and he actually laughed, like a real proper laugh. Jude, I said again. He twisted around, chocolate slew dropping down his chin. It hit me when he slowly inclined his head, beady eyes twitching. He couldn't understand me, or at least he was struggling to fully understand me. I noticed his eyes were glued to my lips. He was reading my words. I stood up slowly. Mom and Dad were at the store, so I didn't have much time. If you have wings, why don't you fly away? Jude dragged his twitching body to the door, his arms full of snacks. I didn't expecting him to laugh, one arm whipping out, curled nails gripping the doorway, the other grasping salted chips. His laugh was strange, no longer human, more of a bird-like squawk. Instead of speaking, he saluted me with his candy bar and walked away, still chirping to himself. 2 weeks later, I got a glimpse of Lily. Her wings were larger than her, monstrous gray appendages splitting her spine in two. Lily's clothes were barely clinging to her skeletal frame. She was hunched over, a single chain wrapped around her ankle. She went straight to the kitchen faucet and turned on the stream of water, gulping greedily, her fang-like teeth piercing silver. When she dropped to her knees, weighed down by her wings, I couldn't stand it anymore. I shoved the door open to the patio. Go, I managed to choke out, pointing outside. Fly, I won't tell Mom. I saw her longing to be free, desperation crumpling her attempt at a smile. She nodded, making a beeline for the door. Her wings weren't strong enough, so I grabbed duct tape and reinforced them as much as I could. I pulled off my jacket and threw it over her shoulders, pulling her into a hug. She didn't speak. I don't think she could. Her neck was narrower, more bird-like. I wasn't even sure if she had vocal cords anymore. Go, I said, halfway to the door. I'll go get your brother. With a broken smile, she stepped over the threshold. She was so close to cold air on her skin, sunlight reflecting in wide, hopeful eyes filled with tears. I watched her spread her wings, flying up. There was a knock on the front door and I panicked, shutting the door. Go, I hissed, and a low footsteps. They weren't my mother. Frida. The kitchen door flew open, an all too familiar face, followed by a pained shriek. Serena. It took me half a second to realize my old elementary school teacher was standing in the doorway, her frenzied eyes glued to Lily. I watched her take slow steps forward, stumbling, her hands covering her mouth. Serena, she sobbed, oh God, my baby. Her lips started to curl and I felt her scream rooted inside my skull. Her gaze locked onto the girl's wings. What did they do to you? What did they do? Bang. In the time it took for the angel to drop to the ground and her mother following suit, reality slammed into me in an icy wave. Lily hit the patio, scarlet spreading around her. She wasn't an angel. Nina. Mom was in the doorway, a shotgun in her hands. Next to her, Jude stood, his eyes wild, his mouth gagged by my mother's hand. Mom, Jude muffled. His gaze found my teacher crumpled on the floor, his expression contorting, growing feral. He lunged forward, his bird-like cry becoming more human, resembling a child's screech. Mom yanked him back, slamming her hand over his mouth. Mom. I watched, paralyzed, as she turned on him, sticking the gun between his brows. Stay, she spat, running the barrel of the gun down his naked back. Mom saw his sharp glance towards freedom, forcing him into his knees. Move and I shoot her. She twisted back to Lily, who wasn't moving. He dropped to his knees, slowly raising his hands. Okay, my mother gasped out, so I want to get several things very clear. In 2 strides, she was looming over my elementary school teacher. I watched her stick the barrel of the gun, protruding it into the woman's head and blowing her brains out all over our kitchen floor, seeping scarlet and fleshy pink chunks decorating my shoes. The angels didn't react. Lily lying in her own blood and Jude staring dead-eyed at his mother. I couldn't breathe. I was aware I had thrown up all over myself, but I didn't remember moving, only the thick acidic sludge dripping down my face. You don't have a mother, Mom spat at Jude. You are a fallen angel who dropped from the skies thousands of years ago and now walks the earth. I watched her cradle the boy's face. You saved my daughter. You were my perfect miracle. Mom's eyes were manic, her smile widening. She tightened her grip, forcing him to look at her. Aren't you? He didn't reply, his lip curling. Mom laughed in his face. Adam, you were your mother's worst enemy, she said, spite dripping from every word. Do you know how much it upset her to see her own son hurting himself right in front of her? Her gaze flashed to Lily. Serena was a whore of a woman, she spat. Every day I watched and listened to your mother complain about the two of you. You stole cash for drugs, sold her car, and even used her medication to satisfy your disgusting, filthy habit. Serena was sleeping around and your own father called you a disgrace. Honestly, Adam, I should have left you in that hotel room. She gripped harder, her manicured nails slicing into his skin. Unconscious drooling, a needle sticking from your veins. How pathetic. He cried out sharp, more akin to a crow, trying to jerk from her unyielding grasp. I should have let you destroy your body, let your mother find you unresponsive again. Mom stepped back, admiring him. I gave you wings to save you, she whispered. Dad came through the door, already hauling bleach in a body bag. Mom must have known my teacher was planning to visit. I think this was the point where I was supposed to do something, but I was frozen, standing in pooling blood and splintered pieces of my teacher's skull. Dad hauled the angels back to the attic and I was left with my mother. Grab me a bucket, she said, like disposing of a body was normal. I didn't speak to my mother. Instead, I grabbed my backpack and left the house. I went straight to the sheriff's office and told him directly that I had witnessed a murder and that 2 missing college students were in my parents' attic. I don't think they believed me at first. I shouldn't have led with, I think my mother turned 2 missing college kids into angels. Officially, Adam and Serena would be 39 years old. I wasn't looking forward to trying to explain how the 2 of them resembled teenagers. Still, I sat in the back of the police cruiser, following a dozen cops to my house, which was empty. Mom and Dad were gone, and when the cops broke through into the attic, it was just storage space. The angels were nowhere to be seen. It didn't take the cops long to start pointing the finger at me. I was hauled back to the station, and after I was interrogated and then lectured on wasting police time, I was released. With no choice but to go home, I began my search. Jude and Lily had to be somewhere, hidden away. I couldn't imagine my parents running away with 2 genetically engineered angels. I started in the attic, where all I could find were old boxes, ancient toys, and a D's. Mom and Dad were good at covering their tracks. Moving to my parents' room, there was nothing of importance until I crawled under their bed. There was nothing under there, but there was a lump in the carpet. Another loose floorboard. This one led me into a shallow hole filled with documents. Spreading them across the floor, I found Adam and Serena's names. Mom and Dad were documenting their progress. Day 1. Subjects are calm. Neuromuscular blockers administered. I am going to attempt to make an incision into the spine of the S1. I will update with progress. So far, everything looks good. There was 19 years worth of research and procedures, but they didn't stop after Adam and Serena. I found old files from years ago, back when they were babies. Names that kept going: Nathan, Lily, Charlotte, Matthew, Jesse, Victor, Evangeline. Something sickly crept its way up my throat. If my parents had been experimenting on all of those people, where were they now? I got my answer when I dug deeper into the old subjects. Failed was stamped, a sea of red. Reaching further into the shallow cavern, my fingers brushed something warm, something wet and soft, almost like feathers. I retracted back, and as if it was alive, as if it could feel, the ground rumbled beneath me, and I heard that soft cry once more. That wail. I couldn't stop myself. I jumped up, tearing at the walls of my parents' room, and stepping back. When paint became slick and wet, bloody feathers stuck to my palms. When a single eye blinked back at me, I stumbled back, my heart in my mouth. Mom was right, she was wrong. She lied about almost everything. Jude and Lily were not angels. They did not save me when I was a baby. Jude and Lily are my parents' successful attempt to replace what is living inside our walls. The angel my house was built on, its bones made from its foundations, its blood splattered across our walls. I think it's upset. I think it wants its children, all of its children, from past and present, back. It's already started to cry, the walls are bleeding, its ceiling is crumbling, floors caving in. The angel whispers in my ear, a language that twists and contorts my thoughts. This thing is threatening me. If I don't bring back its children, it's going to kill me. But I can't help wondering if it's trying to tell me something. Are those that failed still inside our house? I'm updating this post before I post the whole thing. Last night I couldn't sleep. I have been in agonizing pain for hours. Lightning bolts are running up and down my spine. I stuck my hand under my shirt to relieve the tension, only to pluck a single feather quill from my body. What my parents did to Jude, Lily, and all those kids. Am I their next subject? I woke on my back, spine pressed into a surface that mimicked grass, pliant yet unyielding like memory foam carved into blades. Above me stretched a sky that defied language. Clouds hung frozen, their edges unnaturally crisp, as if cut from bleached felt and glued to an abyss. The void behind them was not mere darkness but erasure, a vacuum that gnawed at the edges of perception, like staring into the static between radio stations. Only the clouds tethered me to reality, their faint bioluminescent glow suggesting some alien photosynthesis, pulsing in slow, arrhythmic waves. The field stretched infinitely in all directions, a fractal nightmare of uniformity. Each blade of grass was identical, chartreuse at the base, fading to citrine at the tip, precisely 3 millimeters wide. No soil nestled between them. They sprouted from a seamless mat of dull silver, like astroturf woven by machines. When I pressed my palm down, the stems didn't bend. They resisted like plastic bristles, yet emitted a faint organic musk, sweet and cloying like rotting lilies. The air hung thick, devoid of humidity or temperature, as though the atmosphere itself had been vacuum sealed. Time dissolved. Seconds bled into hours. My hand drifted to my chest. No rise, no fall. I clawed at my throat, fingertips sinking into gelatinous flesh that reknit instantly. Panic flared briefly in my mind, but dissipated just as quickly. My body remained inert, a marionette with severed strings. When I raised my arm, the non-light of this place seeped through my skin, revealing a lattice of veins like cracked porcelain. My flesh was vellum soaked in glycerin. The grass beneath was visible as smudged impressions, a magic eye painting gone wrong. I waved a hand. No shadow followed, no proof I existed at all. A scream tore through my skull, silent and airless, a vacuum-sealed eruption that left no echo in the sterile void. My jaw unhinged grotesquely, tendons straining against their limits, yet no vibration troubled the stagnant air. Fear metastasized in my gut, a tumor with teeth, but my face stayed slack, a wax museum replica of terror. Movement flickered at the edge of my dead aquarium vision. 3 figures sat on the grass in the distance, their nudity neither provocative nor obscene, as if gender and modesty had been scrubbed from them entirely. Their skin mirrored mine, semi-opaque with a faint opalescent sheen, like soap bubbles moments before bursting. The oldest, or perhaps merely the most eroded, rose first, his feet levitating a micron above the grass. Each step left no imprint or whisper of friction. He seemed to traverse a hologram rather than solid ground. Up close, his face resembled a Botticelli angel, flawless symmetry marred only by eyes without lids or lashes and lips that moved a half second out of sync with his words. Don't worry. The voice emanated from everywhere. The grass beneath me, the air around me, the inside of my molars. It resonated like a bow dragged across cello strings, vibrating deep in my marrow. Everyone feels this way at first. He gestured toward the others. The woman hugged her knees tightly to her chest. Her hair was frozen mid-sway, a cascade of liquid mercury caught in time. The teenage girl plucked at grass blades with fingers that passed through them like mist. Her face was a mask of automated boredom. Their bodies flickered faintly as if buffering, edges pixelating like corrupted JPEGs struggling to render fully. Come, the old man intoned softly but firmly. Sit with us, we'll answer what we can. Terror should have petrified me, but without cortisol or catecholamines coursing through me here in this place where biology had no dominion, fear became nothing more than an abstract concept, theoretical and distant. I floated forward instead, legs moving with marionette autonomy, and sank cross-legged beside him when commanded to do so. The grass beneath us remained preternaturally stiff, jabbing needle-tip precision into my thighs, yet leaving no marks behind. You must have many questions. His voice rumbled through the ground beneath us, a sub-bass growl that vibrated up through my bones until it reached my teeth. Their eyes pinned me, pupils dilated into black holes surrounded by faintly bioluminescent irises that pulsed faintly like dying embers in milk glass sockets. Where am I? My voice startled even me when it emerged hollowly, reverberating oddly, as though spoken through an ancient tin can telephone stretched taut between dimensions. You're an anemone, he replied evenly while his lips stretched into something resembling a smile but not quite human enough for comfort. It didn't crease his marble-smooth face naturally either way. The name slithered off his tongue like syrup-thick vowels from some archaic dead language resurrected momentarily just long enough for its meaning alone to haunt its listener afterward indefinitely. I blinked. So I'm not in heaven? Not yet. His gesture swept toward the horizon, where the grass fused seamlessly with the anti-sky. Anemone is a purgatory of patience, a sieve. The others tilted their heads in unison, their necks creaking faintly like unoiled hinges. We are the residue, the unworthy sediment, waiting to get into heaven. Yes, his finger traced the air, painting invisible sigils that dissolved as quickly as they formed. 63 years for me, 58 for her. The woman's nod was robotic, her hair frozen mid-sway like a suspended waterfall. 19 for the child. The girl mimed plucking grass, her fingers phasing through blades as static as plastic ferns. Time here is not time. Why aren't we in heaven? He leaned closer, his pupils glowing faintly, twin embers in milk glass eyes. The soul must molt, shed its husk, regret, greed, the rot of living, until it's weightless, pure dot. His gaze dropped to my chest. But yours already burns. He tapped my sternum with a sound like a dull thud, wet clay struck by a fist. Look. I glanced down. A glow pulsed beneath my wax paper skin. Not the sickly, guttering flicker of the others, but a relentless white radiance, as if I'd swallowed a neutron star. The old man recoiled slightly, his own chest dimming like a bulb on a dying circuit. You won't linger here, he whispered, his voice tinged with venomous envy. I squinted eastward, where the void blurred into a silver smudge on the horizon. How do I leave? The angel descends for the ready. The others stiffened at his words, their translucent faces contorting, mouths twitching, eyes narrowing, as if struck by invisible blows. You'll see the gate, the rest of us. His voice frayed and unraveled into silence. The girl resumed her pantomime, fingers raking through grass that refused to yield. The woman hugged her knees tightly to her chest, her chin resting on spectral joints. None spoke, none needed to. I followed the old man's gaze eastward again, straining to see what he saw, or perhaps what he only hoped to see. But the void stared back at me with indifference. A shudder passed through the group like an electric current rippling through their forms. The woman's hum sharpened into a whine. The girl's fingers froze mid-pluck. I pressed forward with the question clawing up my throat. If heaven's real, is hell? The old man laughed, a dry rasp like beetles scuttling over dead leaves. Hell is a fairy tale, a scarecrow. He spread his arms wide, encompassing the frozen field around us. The waiting, the nothing. Souls linger here until the angel comes to get them. I don't think there's a hell, it's only this for us. The others blurred at their edges, their forms pixelating like corrupted film frames struggling to hold shape. The girl hissed softly, her voice frayed and brittle. He's been here longest. He thinks he knows, he doesn't. The old man ignored her entirely. His gaze latched onto the horizon again, ravenous and unblinking. You'll learn the truths in heaven, he said softly but firmly. Ask God about hell, about us, about why your first breath mattered. A pause stretched taut between us before he added, then come back and tell us if you can. Silence smothered the group like an oppressive fog. The woman resumed rocking in place, her hum now tuneless and arrhythmic, a sound that gnawed at my nerves without rhythm or melody. Above us, the void deepened further still, the clouds glowing whiter now. Or was it my chest light bleeding into this faux sky? I opened my mouth. Enough. The old man raised a single finger sharply to silence me before I could speak further. Save your breath, he said flatly but not unkindly. You'll need it there. Time thickened around us like syrup poured over glass. We sat together in silence, an excruciating stillness akin to holding one's breath indefinitely, as though someone had pressed pause on existence itself. The old man's quartz-like eyes drilled into the eastern void with unwavering focus, while my questions curdled inside me, unspoken yet unbearably heavy, their weight crushing against my ghostly ribs. Then, a tremor fissured the air, not a sound but a frequency, a subsonic drone that vibrated the marrow of my translucent bones. The grass remained petrified, unyielding, but we shuddered, our forms rippling like oil on water. Above the eastern horizon, the void tore open with a soundless scream, its edges bleeding molten gold. From the rift poured light so pure it seared my ghostly eyes, etching after images of prismatic static onto my vision. And then the thing emerged. It unfolded like an ancient star exhaling its first breath, a colossal orb armored in segmented plates of bone white and gilt, each joint humming with celestial harmonics that resonated in my chest like the tolling of cathedral bells. Wings wider than cityscapes arched from its flanks, but these were no feathered limbs. They writhed with thousands of eyes, human pupils dilated in terror, goat-slitted irises glowing sulfur yellow, compound insect lenses fracturing light into rainbows. Each eye blinked in discordant rhythm, their depths swirling with dying galaxies, newborn nebulae, and the cold fire of quasars being born. The group jerked upright as one, their limbs snapping taut as if yanked by invisible strings. The old man wheeled toward me, his lips contorting soundlessly, his face a mask of raw hunger and venom. The angel's wings beat once, a thunderclap that compressed the air into a diamond-hard wall, but not a single blade of grass quivered beneath us. It hovered there, suspended in its incomprehensible majesty, every eye swiveling to pin me in a kaleidoscope of gazes. The voice impaled my skull. Do not be afraid. It was not sound but sensation, the taste of copper and burnt honey on my tongue, the smell of glaciers calving into Arctic seas, the pressure of a supernova shockwave flattening my form into nothingness. My knees buckled under its weight, yet my terror dissolved into a narcotic haze, thick as opium smoke, coating my mind in velvet oblivion. Come to me. I moved without volition, a marionette tugged skyward by invisible strings. The angel's carapace peeled open with mechanical precision, its segmented plates retracting like the petals of some obscene metal flower. Within lay a core of liquid light that churned and writhed like molten plasma. It cascaded over me in a torrent, dissolving my translucent flesh in layers. First skin, cold and sharp, like alcohol evaporating, then muscle, a sigh of release, then bone, the snap of a shackle breaking. I should have screamed, but instead I unraveled. You will do perfectly. The light was neither warm nor cold, it was revelation. It flayed me to my essence, stripping away doubt, memory, fear, everything, until only a single radiant thread remained, pure and untainted by thought or form. My disintegration was not agony but surrender, the relief of a marathoner collapsing at the finish line, lungs heaving, soul singing. I ascended. The eyes on the wings tracked my rise with unblinking precision, galaxies spinning in their depths like cosmic clocks ticking down to some unknowable end. Below me, the figures dwindled. The old man's mouth twisted into a silent curse. The girl's half-raised hand trembled as though fighting an invisible leash that bound her to this place. Then the rift sealed itself with a wet, organic snick, and Anamoni winked out of existence. The light swelled, a supernova in reverse, its brilliance contracting inward until it dimmed to a dying ember. Darkness. Not the hungry void I had seen before, but something softer. A velvety oblivion dense with possibility. Somewhere in its depths a faint hum resonated, the echo of a heartbeat, or perhaps the birth cry of a star. Consciousness seeped back like ink spreading through oil. I blinked, and the sterile void of Anamoni had been replaced by a gilded nightmare. The field around me teemed with grass that moved, blades rippling in a breeze that carried no scent, no warmth. Beyond stretched a city that defied physics, spires of molten gold twisted into fractal patterns, bridges of translucent crystal arcing between towers like frozen lightning. The structures pulsed faintly as though breathing, their surfaces crawling with hieroglyphs that squirmed when stared at directly. Far beyond it all loomed a throne the size of a mountain range, its edges blurred by distance and the sheer impossibility of its scale. Upon it sat a figure of pure radiance, its form shifting between humanoid and geometric abstraction, a head like a dying star swiveling slowly to survey its domain. The light from it pressed against my vision, not blinding but oppressive, like standing too close to an open furnace. I spun, searching for the old man, the girl, but I was alone, until I wasn't. They appeared without sound, two men carved from wax by a deranged sculptor. The taller one's hair gleamed like polished brass, his companion's was obsidian black. Their features were mirror symmetrical to the millimeter, too perfect to be human. No pores marred their alabaster skin. Their eyelids didn't flutter when they blinked. They moved in staggered unison, the shorter one always half a step behind. Their robes shimmered with false humility, threads of light weaving through linen that hissed faintly, like radio static caught between stations. The shorter one tilted his head, eyes swallowing the light, pupils flat and depthless as event horizons. When he smiled, his teeth were slightly too large, slightly too sharp, slightly too white. Hello, James. The taller one's voice was a wind chime made of bone. Welcome to Heaven's workshop. He spread his arms wide, sleeves billowing to reveal wrists jointed like doll limbs. Ask your questions. We do love fresh perspectives. What's going on? My voice echoed oddly in the space around us, as if the air itself resisted sound. The shorter one buzzed, a locust rattle trapped in a human throat. Tell me, James. He tapped my chest with his fingertip, freezing cold against my translucent flesh. Does it itch, the light inside, like a trapped moth battering your ribs? I staggered back instinctively. What is it? Why does it feel alive? Because it hungers. The taller one began circling me like a predator stalking prey. Most souls are clouded with prayer, diluted by millennia of groveling to imaginary gods. But you, his breath smelled of burnt wiring and ozone. You starved yours. Let it grow feral, untamed, a perfect battery. Battery? For what? My voice cracked under the weight of his words. The shorter one giggled, a sound like breaking glass underfoot. The gears of paradise, James, the engines that spin the stars. He gestured toward the distant throne with mock reverence. Even he needs fuel, especially now with so few pure souls left to burn. But I didn't believe. Why me? My words tumbled out in desperation. Belief is a contaminant. The taller one's smile stretched unnaturally wide, lips splitting at the corners without bleeding. You're a virgin wellspring. No saints, no sins, no tainted dogma. Just raw screaming potential. I backed away further this time, my heels sinking into grass that gripped like tar. You can't just take it. Can't we? The taller one purred as if savoring my resistance. But we're so generous, we'll even trade a gift for a gift. His pupils dilated until they swallowed his irises whole. What does your mortal heart crave, James? Wealth, power, wings to flutter about like some songbird? The question curdled in the air between us. Do I have a choice? My voice was barely above a whisper now. The shorter one leaned in close enough for me to feel his breath, a dry rasp against my skin. Choice is a fairy tale, he hissed through teeth too sharp for his mouth. His tongue flickered briefly, forked and serpentine before retreating behind his grin. But we'll pretend you do. Play along, it's more fun. My mind scrabbled for leverage as panic clawed at me from within. The throne's light pulsed in my peripheral vision, a migraine wrapped in majesty, and I blurted out the first thing I could think of. I want to fly, to be an angel. They froze. Then the shorter one howled, laughter shredding through the air in dissonant harmonics that made my ears ache. Fly? You think feathers and harps? Oh, James. He clutched his sides as if he might split open from amusement. His ribs creaked audibly under the strain. You'll fly all right, straight into the furnace. The taller one raised a hand sharply, silencing him with an almost imperceptible gesture. His expression softened into something resembling pity, or perhaps mockery disguised as mercy. If flight is your desire, his fingers snapped once. The air tore open. A portal bloomed before us, a gyre of cobalt and magnesium white light whose edges gnawed at reality itself like acid eating through fabric. The shorter one seized my arm with talons disguised as fingers. His grip burned cold against my spectral flesh. Come, fledgling, he hissed gleefully. Let's clip your wings. I resisted instinctively, but the light inside my chest betrayed me. It tugged toward them as if magnetized by their presence or their willpower alone. My body lurched forward without consent. They stepped through first, their forms unraveling into shadow puppet silhouettes as they disappeared into the portal's swirling depths. It hummed ominously, a dentist's drill amplified through infinite black holes, and then it was my turn. I followed. The air turned gelid, thick with the sterile stench of formaldehyde and ozone. The room's whiteness wasn't just light, it was absence, leaching color from my vision until the world blurred into a nauseating void. Then I saw them, 1,000 eyes bulging from every surface like tumors. Their lids peeled back wetly, irises kaleidoscoping between reptilian slits and human pupils, each gaze drilling into me with predatory focus. The floor undulated faintly, a living carpet of eyeballs rolling beneath my feet, their viscous tears pooling around my ankles. The golden slab dominated the room, sculpted into a gargantuan hand frozen mid-reach, fingers curled into talons. Its surface writhed with glyphs that squirmed like tapeworms, their edges glowing faintly bioluminescent as if fed by rot. The air around it warped, humming with a subsonic frequency that vibrated my teeth. Lie down. The shorter one's voice wasn't a sound, it was a command etched directly into my skull. I stumbled backward, but the eyes on the floor shifted, their collective gaze herding me toward the slab. My chest light flickered erratically, casting jagged shadows that slithered up the walls like sentient stains. Lie down. His words splintered into echoes, each syllable sharper than the last. Light ropes lashed out, serpentine tendrils of liquid nitrogen hissing and steaming as they coiled around my limbs. Their touch burned with a cold so absolute it felt like fire, searing through my spectral flesh into the core of whatever passed for my soul. I screamed, but the sound fractured into static, swallowed by the room's insatiable whiteness. The slab throbbed beneath me, its vibrations syncing with my unraveling pulse. The glyphs squirmed faster now, forming patterns that made my mind recoil, a language of tumors, of broken bones, of starved things chewing through the walls of reality. The taller one raised a prismatic shard, its its edges fracturing light into colors that hurt. Ultraviolet, infrared, hues no human eye should perceive. Painless, he lied as he drove the shard into my shoulder blade. My memories hemorrhaged. First to go, my mother's voice singing lullabies, dissolving into radio static. Then my first kiss, lips turning to ash, the taste of strawberry gum replaced by bile, the sting of a skinned knee, the thrill of a childhood bicycle ride, the warmth of a dog's fur, all siphoned into the slab's ravenous glow. Voices, mine, theirs, others, gibbered in a guttural tongue, Sclepius vore aphanizestai. The wing was a living blasphemy, feathers of rusted iron, membranes veined with pulsating maggots, talons dripping viscous black fluid. The taller one rammed it into my shoulder blade. It writhed, burrowing into me with a sound like teeth grinding on bone. My back arched as the wing fused to my spine, tendrils of rot spreading through my veins like ink and water. A flicker beyond the void. Beep, beep, beep. A hospital ceiling, a defibrillator's crack. Clear. My corpse jolted on the gurney. A nurse's glove gripped my face. James, stay with me. Back in the white hell, the shorter one sawed into my other shoulder blade, his serrated blade screeching against spectral bone. Hurry, he spat as the taller one slammed the second wing into me. This one chitinous and iridescent, its edges sharp enough to split atoms. My chest light dimmed further now, its radiance siphoned into the slab like blood draining from an open wound. Another flicker, beep, 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 a needle's bite, cold fluid flooding my veins. V-fib converting, don't stop compressions. The shorter one flipped me onto my stomach, pinning me as the wings twitched to life, their grotesque sinews knotting themselves into muscle and bone. He plunged a scalpel deep into my sternum. Light, my light, gushed out in torrents, pooling on the slab before evaporating into hungry glyphs. Take it, he howled, claws raking at my chest. The taller one's hands melted through my ribs like liquid mercury, grasping for the core of my soul light. It's rooted, he's fighting us. The shorter one's face unraveled, jaw unhinging, teeth splintering into glass shards, tongue elongating into a proboscis that stabbed toward my eye. You'll crawl back, he hissed through his disintegrating grin. We'll carve you out of that meat sack. We'll beep, 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 beep. Steady now, relentless. Pulse stabilizing. James, squeeze my hand. The white room shattered. Eyes burst like overripe fruit. Wings crumbled to carcinogenic dust. The men's screams faded, not into silence but into something more human. The wail of a heart monitor. Darkness. Then, wait, heat. A throat raw from screaming. Fingers gripping mine tightly now, a tether pulling me back from oblivion. Welcome back, James. A face swam into focus. A man in blue scrubs, his features softened by the halo of fluorescent lights above. His stethoscope gleamed cold against his chest, and his breath smelled of spearmint gum and exhaustion. Behind him, monitors chirped rhythmically, their screens casting jagged green shadows over the walls. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, cotton dry as I tried to speak. You're a miracle. The doctor's voice cracked with a mix of awe and sleep deprivation. His pupil dilated slightly as he said it, as though even he didn't believe his own words. A nurse hovered behind him, adjusting an IV bag with hands still trembling from the adrenaline of revival. Reality seeped back in layers. The beep of the heart monitor synced with my pulse. Alive, alive, alive. The starch-stiff sheets chafed my arms. The scent of antiseptic burned my nostrils. I clawed at the neck of my gown, gasping, expecting wings to burst from my back or golden ropes to snake around my wrists, but there was only the drip of the IV, the flicker of a muted TV in the corner, and the distant wail of a code blue over the hospital PA. Weeks dissolved into a haze of needle sticks and midnight panic attacks. ICU nights blurred into rehab mornings. My legs trembled like a fawn's as I relearned stairs that now seemed to warp like anemone's horizon. The cardiologist's words played on loop during treadmill sessions. Ventricular fibrillation, chaotic electrical impulses. He traced my EKG with a manicured nail, oblivious to how its glyph-like squiggles made me vomit into biohazard bins. No blood flow for 10 minutes. Miraculous you're here. I nodded absently, fingering the new scar on my sternum. A raised star-shaped keloid no surgeon could explain. I never spoke of the eyes. The throne. The thing that called itself an angel. They'd lock you up, whispered shadows pooling beneath fluorescent lights during sleepless nights. They'll say it's hypothetical, hypoxia, hissed MRI machines as they scanned me for damage they couldn't see, so I let them chart my PTSD and ICU delirium, swallowing pills that made everything gauzy and dull. To anyone reading this, heaven is not what they told us. It's not gates or gold or glory, it's machinery. Anemone is its waiting room. If you see the throne, if you see wings, if men with oil slick eyes whisper your name, run, fight. Let your soul burn out before they can siphon it dry. Better to fade into purgatory static than fuel their gilded eternity. I know how it sounds, I know what you'll say, but lean close, I'll show you the scars where they tried to carve me open. How they glow in the dark at 10 p.m. I remember the first time I saw it. I had been walking my dog down my street, minding my own business, when something caught my eye on the other side of my next door neighbor, Mr. Carlson's lawn. After standing there for a moment, unable to put my finger on it, I eventually noticed a key, just hanging there in the doorknob of his front door. Not thinking too much of it, I went on with my walk and immediately forgot about it, but then the next day I saw it again, as did I the next day after that, and the next day after that. Eventually, after a week had passed, I started to get worried. See, the thing is, I would have maybe written off the key as a simple mistake before going on a trip, but Mr. Carlson was quite old and frail, and had stopped leaving his house a long time ago, depending on caretakers for groceries and basic home goods. Which brought me to my next conclusion, that it must have been one of his caretakers. But then I remembered that they stopped by his house every few days, and surely would have noticed the key. Finally, after 2 weeks of indecision, I worked up the courage to walk over to Mr. Carlson's door, place my hand on the doorknob, the key still hanging from it, and turn the knob. As I turned it, I couldn't help but hear a faint echo, like the sound of a couple people shouting from 100 yards away. I stopped and looked around. Nothing. I turned back to the door, and opened it. Fearing the worst, I braced myself, closing my eyes. Upon opening them, I simply saw an empty foyer and let out a sigh of relief. But what I didn't know was that the worst thing that I feared was nowhere near what I'd soon discover. "Mr. Carlson," I called out before shutting the door behind me. Click. Suddenly the lights went out and I saw them. Mr. Carlson and Brenda, our neighborhood post office worker, sitting on the staircase together, a look of horror in their eyes. Mr. Carlson, what a relief. And Brenda, I haven't seen her in a week. I thought to myself, remembering the past week's strange lack of mail that everyone in the neighborhood had been talking about. Looking back on it, I should have put two and two together. But what possibly could the disappearance of our mail person and a key in my neighbor's door have in common? I was about to find out. "Brenda, what are you doing in Mr. Carlson's house?" She simply replied, "The key." "Oh, it's yours?" I asked, letting out a sigh of relief after spending 2 weeks running through every possible reason for it being left in the door. But before I could bask in the moment, she interrupted me. "It's not mine, or his," she said before turning to Mr. Carlson, who looked exhausted. "It belongs to him," the old man said. "Him?" I asked, confused by where he was going with it. "The man who visits us," Brenda said. "Visits you? What do you mean?" "Just wait. He'll be back, especially now that you're here," Mr. Carlson said. "He's right. I entered just like you did after dropping off the mail and wondering if something was the matter, finding Mr. Carlson here and that I was trapped inside. And within a few minutes the man arrived." Brenda explained. "Wait, what are you trying to tell me?" "That you're trapped here," the old man said. "Trapped?" I laughed. "Yeah, okay. Is this some sort of Halloween prank? What with the lights off and everything?" That's when I casually walked back over to the door and tried to open it. Click, but it didn't budge. I stood there for a moment with my back to Brenda and Mr. Carlson, wondering if maybe there was some truth to what they were saying, and that's when I heard him. "See?" A hoarse, disturbing voice called out from behind me. "They're right, you're trapped." Chills ran down my spine as I realized that the voice couldn't be coming from Brenda or Mr. Carlson. I couldn't bear to turn around, so I simply called back to the voice. "Who are you?" "I'm the keeper of the keys to your worst nightmares." I turned around to find a man standing there in the darkness, his eyes glowing and keychains dangling from every inch of his body. "Let us out," I screamed at him, pretending to be courageous, but terrified by the mere sight of such a thing. He simply replied, "Certainly," before looking at his body and removing a particular keychain with one key on it. "Yes, this one's for you," he said as he handed it to me. "This will open the front door from the inside. Go ahead, leave." I looked at the key, then back at the door, then back at the monster and smiled. "You "You idiot, why would you ever give it to me? I'll be back with the police and you better not be here." Then I walked over to the front door and inserted the key. "Don't do it," Brenda cried out. "He's tricking you," Mr. Carlson added, but I was too compelled by my plan to listen to them and proceeded to turn the doorknob. Click, it opened. "See," I said as I turned back to Brenda and Mr. Carlson with a smug look on my face. They simply shook their heads in disappointment. I turned back, opened the door, stepped outside, and shut it behind me. To find myself in a bedroom, my childhood bedroom to be exact. What the, I thought to myself as once again chills ran down my spine. Feeling unsettled by being in there, I opened the door and entered the second-story hallway, where I heard the sound of someone being strangled in a nearby bedroom. Normally, I would have been shocked to hear such sound, but this was one that I had heard before. This was a memory that I was reliving in real life now as an adult. A tear rolled down my cheek as I knew exactly what was happening in the other room, and despite my attempts to hold back, I couldn't stop myself from rushing into the bedroom and trying to stop him. But just as it had unfolded in real life many years ago, by the time I opened the door, it was too late. My father was dead, strangled to death by my brothers for reasons I'd only later find out. "Andrew, no," I cried out, but he had already crawled back into the corner of the room, simply staring at my father's lifeless body. That's when he looked up at me and charged at me like a ravenous zombie, managing to claw away at one of my arms before slam. I shut the door and ran downstairs, expecting to find my mother down there, just as I had found her when the event had originally happened. But all that I found was Brenda and Mr. Carlson staring up at me with wide eyes. "I'm sorry," Brenda said, seeing the expression on my face. "How did you know?" "Because it happened to us, over and over, no matter which key he handed us." "No, it can't be," I cried out as I began to shut down, unable to believe what they had told me, but I should have. As I stood there shaking in horror, I heard the sound of keys rattling, and I turned around to find the monster standing there again. "What do you want?" I cried out, but he didn't answer. He simply looked down at his body and removed a particular keychain with one key on it. "Yes, this one's for you," he said as he handed it to me. I looked at the key, then back at the door, then back at the monster, this time unable to smile. I knew another horror lay before me, knew that the key would not help me escape the house, but for reasons I can't quite explain, maybe I thought there was an inkling of a chance that the key would work, or maybe it was a desire to see my father again. I took it anyway, took it and opened the door, only to relive the same horrifying memory and return back to the staircase where Brenda and Mr. Carlson were standing. Once again the monster returned, once again he handed me a key, and once again I disappeared through the door. This went on and on until I couldn't bear to take it anymore and eventually gave up on the keys being of any help. When I finally declined the man's key, he simply replied, "Have it your way," before disappearing into the darkness. I turned to Brenda and Mr. Carlson, who went on to explain how they too had tried the keys and experienced nightmare after nightmare from their respective past. Then we all retired to the living room where we slept on the couch, chair, and floor respectively, reasoning that we should stay in the same room. The next day we huddled together, eventually coming to the conclusion that the house, its door, and the keys must be some sort of twisted test, caused by the key in the home's front door and enforced by the monster that wore an armor of key rings. We tried everything, from scouring the home for exits, to attempting to make calls on its dead phones, to prying at its boarded windows from the inside out. But after a week had gone by without a single lead, we eventually gave up. That's when someone else arrived. "No," we all screamed, our voices surely echoing outside just as I heard them, as Officer Howe turned the key to the front door and let himself in. By the time the door had closed behind him, it was too late, and 3 had become 4. Once again the monster returned, this time offering Officer Howe a key, who took it and let himself out, experiencing a nightmare of his own, only to return from upstairs a short time later with a look of horror in his eyes. After we told him our stories, he too declined the monster's next key, and we once again huddled together, eventually deciding that the answer must not lie in the house itself, but with the monster. But how do I stop it, I wondered. The next time he arrived, we tried to forcibly attack him as a group, but he simply waved his hand and froze us all in place, until he disappeared back into the darkness. That's when I got an idea, and took off after him into the darkness, following him for what felt like hours through a dark void, until he reached a bedroom of his own. "What is this place?" I asked. "My own nightmare," he replied as he turned to a younger version of himself asleep in bed. Suddenly, I saw a window slowly pry open as a masked man broke in again and to move towards the young man with a knife. Not knowing what else to do, I sprang to the young man's rescue, darting toward the intruder and grappling with him, waking the young man who watched on in horror as the masked man was somehow impaled on his own knife and toppled out the window. After catching my breath, I turned back to the young man who had a smile on his face. "Thank you," he said as he handed me a key. I stood there in silence, unable to believe what had happened, before turning back to the monster, who I assumed had been watching the whole time. But he was gone. I turned back to the young man, who was still staring at me, then stumbled backwards out of his room and back into the darkness, where I turned around and walked back in the direction I had come from. When I finally emerged from the darkness, holding the key, I found Brenda, Mr. Carlson, and Officer Howe all standing there in the foyer, a look of shock on all their faces, having clearly expected that I would never return. I didn't say anything. I simply walked over to the home's front door, inserted the key, and opened it. Suddenly, a ray of sunshine burst into the home. I took a step outside and stood there for a moment until my eyes eventually adjusted to the daylight, and I found myself outside Mr. Carlson's home. The door still open, I looked back inside the home and saw Brenda, Mr. Carlson, and Officer Howe standing there in disbelief. I signaled for them to join me. Brenda and Officer Howe followed with big smiles on their faces, overjoyed to escape the horrors in the home. But Mr. Carlson, he simply stayed behind. "Mr. Carlson, what are you waiting for?" But he didn't reply. He simply took a seat on the staircase. "Do me a favor, when you shut the door, leave the key inside the doorknob," the old man said. "But why?" I asked, unable to understand why he would choose to stay inside the place. "So I can see my son again," he explained. I then closed the front door of the house and looked down at its now keyless doorknob, before reaching into my pocket for the key that the young man had given me. Officer Howe ran over to stop me, but it was too late. I had already placed the key in the doorknob and locked the door. He gave me a look of horror as I turned to see my wife pulling into my driveway next door. I looked over at her and, after spending what felt like weeks inside Mr. Carlson's home, expected her to be shocked to see me. But my wife simply waved hello as if I had never left. "Don't forget to walk the dog," she called out casually, before turning off the car and walking away into our home next door, as Brenda and Officer Howe looked over at me, still shocked by what they had just experienced. Nationwide mandatory return to office. The email subject line hit me like a punch to the gut. Of course, there was no return involved, for me at least. I'd been hired pre-pandemic to a fully remote position. I recalled the countless hours I'd spent scouring for such a role and how ecstatic I'd been when I'd been selected for it. The job entailed hard work, but I'd excelled at it, and my husband and I had built our family around the flexibility it offered. Now, my employer had the gall to suggest that its rescission of the promise it had made to me would improve productivity, foster increased collaboration, and instill a sense of family amongst our staff. Nope, nope, and yuck, I thought. The email continued by declaring that true success and experience required a regular presence in the office. It all read like our CEO, in typical form, projecting his own uselessness and impotence onto his employees. I sighed. Why couldn't I, or for that matter anyone else on my team, be dumb, lazy, and short-sighted enough to climb the corporate ladder as high as he had? My husband and I scrambled to make the necessary life changes as my applications to other jobs went nowhere. Realizing we could no longer give our dog the amount of exercise and attention she needed, we rehomed her to live with my mother-in-law. We staggered our work schedules to permit one of us to drop off our twins at daycare and the other to pick them up at the end of the day. My husband, who always fought to maintain a positive attitude, reminded me that we were still living a good life in the grand scheme of things, even if we were set to have less time together as a family. "I know," I replied. "It's just that we all know that these changes aren't happening for good reasons. We're moving backwards, just because the jerks who run these companies think they're a lot smarter than they really are." I shrugged, feeling defeated and exasperated. "But that's just the way it's always been, and always going to be, isn't it?" Tilda, finding a parking space, driving was the only option due to the lack of public transit, proved nightmarish. For over 20 minutes, I meandered through all 9 floors of the garage, searching for an open spot. Finally, I wedged my car into the only gap I could find, which lay between a support column and a truck left sloppily over the line by its driver, and escaped my vehicle by crawling out of the back seat. As I hurried down a staircase and towards the main building, I wondered how anyone who arrived after me would be able to park. I was there relatively early after all, and I hadn't seen any other available spaces. Passing underneath the giant Abernathy Industries emblem, I entered the main lobby where a young woman in azure jacket and skirt shirt suit waved to me. "You must be Cora," she said before introducing herself as Monica. "I'm with HR and I'll be showing you the way to your office." "Nice to meet you, Monica," I said. "I believe we've talked by email a few times." "Indeed we have." As we shook hands, a bright beaming smile stretched across her face. "This is such an exciting day for me," she gushed, a tear in her eye. "For all of us, really. You've been a part of this company for years, but now it feels different, like you're finally a part of our family." This took me aback. Naturally, I did not see, and had no desire to ever see, the people I put up with to pay my mortgage as brothers or sisters, or second cousins twice removed for that matter. So how do I find my office?" I asked, eager to change the subject. "Oh right," Monica responded as if snapping out of a trance. "This way." As she led me to the building's main elevator, we passed a set of closed double doors labeled Auditorium. "We do big events in there too," Monica explained. "In fact, we'll be doing a welcome celebration for you and all the other former remote workers in there this afternoon. Everyone will be in attendance. We're all so excited for it." Dear God, I thought, reflexively recoiling at the thought of an office social gathering. All I wanted from this company was a paycheck, not a party to honor its latest efforts to torment me. Inside the elevator, Monica pressed the button for 19. This confused me as my supervisor had emailed me that my team's offices were on the 18th floor. Monica, as if reading my mind, informed me that renovations were occurring in the 18th floor elevator lobby. "So you'll have to go to the 19th floor and then work your way down from there. I'll show you." "Oh, okay," I mumbled, annoyed at the extra time it would take to reach my workspace. The doors opened to reveal a gloomy hallway. Half the overhead lights seemed to be broken, and the other half flickered sporadically over a narrow patch of marble floor surrounded by a sea of carpet patterned in sickly shades of brown, gray, and dark green. "Accounting is that way," said Monica, motioning to the right, "and HR, including my office, is straight ahead. But for now, follow me this way through sales." At this, Monica abruptly scurried into the darkness. I called out for her to slow down, but she ignored me. Seeing no other option, I doubled my speed to keep up with her. We passed offices, cubicles, a rundown kitchen, and copy machines. I became disoriented as Monica turned sharply to the left, then to the left again at the next intersection, then right, then left once more. As Monica took me past a corner office, I peeked through the window of its closed door. Inside, I glimpsed a well-dressed figure sitting behind a desk. He was frozen in place as if deep in thought, and bizarrely, his face seemed to have no features at all. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth skin bereft of any other qualities. That can't be right, I thought to myself as I continued to hurry after Monica. Surely the window was made of frosted glass, or my eyes were playing tricks on me in the low light. Monica's voice emerged from the distant shadows. "You still there, Cora?" Yeah, on my way," I panted as I jogged towards her. Monica proceeded to lead me down a staircase. The floor below was just as gloomy as the floor above, and reaching my cubicle required traversing a maze of narrow corridors. "And here it is, your very own workspace," announced Monica as I examined the small area, which contained only a dingy chair facing a dusty computer on a plain desk. "If you have any concerns, just let me know. Otherwise, I'll be seeing you at the welcoming party later." "Actually, I do have a few questions," I said as I took a seat, "about the lighting and the route we took to get here, and the lack of space in the parking garage," and, to my surprise, I looked back to find Monica gone. "Monica," I called. She didn't respond, and when I got up to search for her, she seemed to have vanished. Senora Kitty Matilda. My computer slowly came to life, only to promptly turn itself off moments later. I groaned as the process repeated itself several times before the computer finally stayed on long enough for the login screen to appear. I hastily entered my credentials. My computer's hard drive proceeded to heat up and emit a series of discordant noises, as if my mere act of logging into it was causing it to struggle under an intense strain. How was I going to get anything done with all these delays? If I were using my work laptop, which I'd been required to mail back several days ago, I'd have accomplished a considerable amount already. Finally, after several minutes, everything appeared to have loaded. I opened 2 spreadsheets and was about to start working when an unfamiliar voice startled me. "Cora, so good to see you." I turned to find myself facing a Hispanic woman with long brown hair. Before I could react, she dashed up to me and wrapped her arms around me. Whoa, stop that, I screamed as I angrily shoved her off me. She backed up, her expression changing to a mixture of puzzlement and concern. Is something wrong, Cora? Did I surprise you? Who are you? I asked. What? You know who I am. Don't be silly. No. She let out an irritated sigh. Look, Cora, I'm not playing whatever game this is. It's me, Ava, your mentor and partner on countless projects. And you know that from the dozens and dozens of video calls we've had together. So why are you pretending not to? This left me dumbfounded and bewildered. The person she was describing, the Ava I'd worked with for years, simply wasn't the woman standing at the entrance of my cubicle. That Ava, the correct one, was black for starters, had a totally different voice, and was not the kind of person to surprise me with an unsolicited hug. When I didn't respond, I didn't know how to. After all, fake Ava chimed in. It's probably just the lights. They sure keep it dim around here, don't they? But you'll get used to it. When management first removed most of the lights, it upset me, but I adjusted and it stopped bothering me after a while. She continued, oblivious to the total disinterest I attempted to project. Less electricity saves money and supports the bottom line after all, and that's what matters most. Anyway, did you hear the latest about Michael? His wife discovered the pictures, the ones with that flight attendant I told you about, and she's furious. Michael, meanwhile, keeps... As she spoke, my mind tried to wrap itself around what was happening. Who was this person and why was she impersonating Ava? And why was everything at the office so weird? Anyway, continued fake Ava after several minutes of monologuing. Are you alright, Cora? You look tired. Yeah, I'm just feeling a little run down, I answered truthfully. James and Ella had woken up twice last night. I'd barely gotten any sleep. The twins keeping you up again? She asked. This bothered me. It felt like an invasion of my privacy. How the hell did this lady know about my family situation? I'd vented about family issues to Ava, the real Ava, many times, but this lady had no way of knowing any of that. Look, why don't we talk later? I asked, eager to get rid of her. I need to get back to work. Sure thing, I'll see you soon. Let's grab lunch sometime soon. At that, fake Ava finally left me in peace. I turned back to my computer. I thought about typing up a resignation letter and marching right out, assuming I could even find the building exit at this point. Everything that had happened thus far today left me deeply uncomfortable. I didn't want to work here anymore, consequences that may be. I opened a blank Word document and began drafting an email to my supervisor explaining all the reasons why I was providing my 2 weeks notice. The thoughts I laid out were unfiltered and littered with pejoratives directed at company leadership. I knew I would water it down and clean it up prior to sending it, but for now, it felt good to write how I honestly felt. Before long, the words before me blurred together as the combination of minimal lighting and barely 2 hours of sleep sent me into a daze. I'll close my eyes just for a second, I told myself as I leaned back and retreated into memories of happier times. Tilde, I awoke to the sound of a high-pitched whine. At first I assumed it to be the nighttime cry of James or Ella signifying the need for a diaper change or feeding. But as I regained my senses, I realized that I was still at work and that I had somehow managed to fall into a deep sleep in my cubicle's second-rate chair. Frantically, I checked my phone. It was 3:01 p.m. I'd slept nearly all day. I chided myself for letting this happen. I'd never slept at work before, much less for so long. Though, in fairness to me, nearly all the lights were out and the room was almost pitch black. Whatever, I thought. I'd made up my mind to quit this job anyway. Perhaps it was something of a conciliation prize that I'd managed to fall into the deepest nap since I gave birth to the twins on the same day I would provide my 2 weeks notice. But why was it so dark, and what was the distant sound which continued to wail through my work area that had woken me? I discerned something strange about my computer too. When I placed my hands on the keyboard, the buttons felt different than usual. They didn't press down or react at all to my touch. When I shined my only source of light, my cell phone's flashlight function, on my computer, I saw that my computer had been replaced by a paper replica of itself. The kind of thing you'd, if you're old enough, see in a display at an office supply store. What the, I thought. The weirdness of it alone bothered me plenty, but even worse was the implication that someone had switched out my functioning computer while I dozed right in front of it. That's it, I'm getting out of here. The first thing I noticed as I entered the surrounding labyrinth of office offices and cubicles is that they all appeared to be unoccupied. My flashlight revealed a few signs of life, a stray pen, a coffee mug, or a half-finished snack, but no people. Picture frames stood on some desks and hung on some walls, but they displayed only blank voids rather than images of smiling families. I tried to retrace the route Monica had taken me on, but quickly found myself at a dead end. "Hello," I hollered. "I'm a bit lost. Can anybody help me?" There was no response. As I wandered further, turning in different directions as I went, it dawned on me that I'd yet to see a single window to the outside world. Even as my surroundings seemed to stretch on unbelievably far, the lack of any glimpse of the sun or sky made me feel claustrophobic. I encountered 2 staircase doors, but in what I assumed to be a serious fire hazard, each was locked. The handle to one of them, marked emergency exit, was even encumbered by layers of heavy metal chains. The sound that woke me reverberated again. I was close to it, and I could now sense that it possessed a hollow machine-like timbre. Lacking any better ideas, I headed down towards it. The carpeted floor before me was damp. Some kind of puddle had formed on it, and while I couldn't get a good look at it, the wet substance on it did not appear to be water. Rather, it had a murky greenish quality to it. Using my flashlight, I traced the liquid to its source, which appeared to be an air vent that's steadily dripping a small stream of it onto the ground below. I hopped over puddle, landing near the closed door to the room that appeared to be the source of the sound. When I opened the door, the blinding light inside forced me to shut my eyes. As my vision slowly adjusted, I realized that the sound simply originated from the standard copy machine housed in this room, which appeared to be in the midst of a large printing job. Examining it more closely, I realized that it seemed to be stuck in a peculiar loop. Each page in a large ream of paper entered it on one side, went through the machine, and exited without a single marking on it. Once the output tray reached a particular height, the sheets would slide down a ramp into the input tray, repeating the loud and pointless cycle. I placed a finger on the power button and held it there until the machine turned off. An eerie silence followed, broken only by the soft pats of my feet against the carpet as I re-entered the hallway. I walked, trying every door as I did so. Most were locked, some led to vacant offices, others led to empty closets, or break rooms with crumbs and pots half filled with the remnants of last week's coffee. As time passed, the darkness around me, still punctured only by my phone light, seemed to grow more opaque, more encompassing. Occasionally, I'd see what looked to be the same supply cabinet filled with purple highlighters, or the same translucent puddle of gunk, or the same cubicle with a running fan and a chair plopped on its side. Hints that I was somehow traveling in a circle, but I took no discernible turns, and the order in which I came upon each landmark was inconsistent. How do I get out of here? I realized I was becoming thirsty, and I knew my phone battery wouldn't last forever. When I tried calling my husband, to be followed if he didn't answer by a call to the front desk and then 911 if necessary. The call failed despite my phone displaying that it had service. Distant sounds drew my attention. At first, they resembled high-pitched giggles, but as I approached, they erupted into the buoyant laughter of a crowd. How anyone could feel compelled to express any feeling of joy in this hellhole perplexed me, but I attempted to track down the source all the same. If I just follow the laughter, I'll find someone who can lead me out, I told myself. But deep down, what I wanted most was the simple reassurance that I wasn't stuck here all alone. I ran down hallways, I climbed over cubicle walls, I yanked at stuck doorknobs and stormed from one side of a sticky, dingy kitchen to the exit on the other side. Finally, I found myself in a narrow corridor. At the opposite end, an overhead light blared over an open rectangular space. At least a dozen figures stood in it, but my eyes, having long ago adjusted to the dark, couldn't make out any distinguishing features on them. They just stood there facing me. Then, all at once, they were gone. Their laughter faded too, leaving behind only the same sterile silence that had haunted me for so long. Had they run away or gone somewhere else? I chased after them, calling out for help. I found myself in exactly the place I was looking for, an elevator lobby. Contrary to Monica's warning, I see no evidence of renovations. The people assembled here must have just gone downstairs. I didn't ask myself what they were doing standing here and bellowing for so long. I didn't need to know that. I just needed to get the hell out, something I finally had a way to do. Nervously, I held out my hand and prayed that the down button. I held my breath as the floor displayed display slowly reached my level, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. The doors then opened to reveal a clean, well-lit elevator cab. I rushed inside, hit the lobby button, and watched with relief as the doors closed and the elevator began its descent. I tapped my sweaty fingers impatiently against the wall as the floor steadily ticked down. Finally, L appeared and the doors opened to the main lobby. Only one thing stood between me and the exit. A pale woman with curly red hair, the first person I'd seen in ages, whose face lit up upon seeing me exit the elevator. "Girl, what took you so long?" she hollered in a nauseatingly excited voice. "You almost missed it, come on." I sped past her, my gaze focused on the way out. She moved rapidly, her firm hand grabbing me around the wrist before I could react. I attempted to fling her off, but with surprising force, she easily held me in place. "Cora, the party's that way," she said, gesturing towards the auditorium with the hand that wasn't restraining me. "I know how much you want to get home and see the twins, but you have to at least make an appearance." "Let me go," I cried. She adopted a deadpan expression. "Cora, we're not doing that. First, you pretend not to know me. Next, you zone out the whole time I'm filling you in about Michael. And now you try to skip your own welcome back party. You and me were like sisters, Cora. What happened to you?" My jaw dropped. Was this person also pretending to be Ava? I tried to pull away from her again, only for the second fake Ava to whirl around, restrain me, and with remarkable strength pull me towards the auditorium. I kept trying to fight her, to pull her off of me, but all succeeded in doing was exhausting myself even further. Some of what followed passed in a blur. I recall Ava, or whatever she was, dragging me past row after row of empty seats, across countless small puddles of rancid goo, and onto a stage covered in banners, streams, and balloons. An unnatural warmth drifting down from the air above, and the sense that I was being watched by something hostile and utterly evil. I remember spotting a loose balloon and watching it as it floated ever so slowly up and above the auditorium stage. With a loud pop, it burst upon making contact with a sight that still horrifies me to this day. An amalgam of body parts stretched across the ceiling. A soup of limbs, torsos, lips, ears, and more than anything, faces. So many faces, all floating in an inverted pool, a hazy green substance occasionally dripping from their pained, open mouths onto the floor below. A plethora of voices, one of which I recognized as Monica's, began speaking. "Welcome home. We're happy to have you here with us. We've been waiting for you for so long. I knew you'd make it." I felt paralyzed. For a moment I stood there, speechless and stunned, as the faces, male and female, black and white, young and old, oozed into a new form held together by flabby patches of skin and bent tendons. They combined into a gigantic, monstrous face, with an open, hungry mouth lined by hundreds of lips, filled with teeth composed of thousands of teeth. Out of its mouth slithered a long, slimy organ. It unfurled as it dropped, landing before me with a wet plate. It was a tongue, stitched together from the tongues and various other organs that had once belonged to the marketers, janitors, supervisors, accountants, and secretaries of my company. My captor pushed me closer to it. For a moment, I thought about giving up, about letting the sticky ligament wrap around me and pull me upwards into the gaping mouth. I wondered what it would be like to be digested by that thing, to become a part of it, to become one with everyone else. I imagined it swallowing up my anxieties, my student debt, and my bouts of insomnia, and replacing them with bottomless sleep. The mouth above me emanated several words in a deep, slurred voice, but I wasn't paying attention to it. I knew I had to fight, not just for myself, but also for the twins, my husband, and the life I wanted to live. James and Ella are counting on me, I told myself, as I mustered the kind of strength that courses through an animal protecting its young. It caught fake Ava off guard. At first, she managed to keep her grip on me, but the pain from the way I scratched and dug my nails into her arm eventually wore her down. With all my might, I pried her off of me, and without wasting a moment, took the opportunity to run. I remember screaming, loud, even deafening screaming, from above, as if every face that made up that creature was shrieking its disapproval. But I didn't look up, nor did I glance back to see if fake Ava was following me. No, all I did was run. I sprinted across the auditorium, through the main lobby, and out the front door. I kept going for as long as I could until my feet were blistered and my body could take me no further. I didn't care about my car, which to this day I assume remains where I IF'd it between the support column and the truck. I just cared about putting as much distance as possible between me and my employer. No, it's not Tilda. I still have nightmares about what I saw. More than anything, what frightens me is the knowledge that it's still still out there and that it's still hungry. There was a strange email on my computer the next morning. It was from Monica, and it stated that my resignation email had been accepted. This struck me as weird as I'd never finished writing, much less sent that email, but I had no reason to pick a fight about it. Monica promised a good severance after all, and even added that I wouldn't have to do anything more to collect it. No paperwork, no projects to finish up. It would be a clean break. Best wishes to you and your family, she wrote at the end of the message. This made me uncomfortable, though it took me a moment to realize why. Then it dawned on me. It was what the face on the ceiling had said to me just as I made my move to escape. The words I have tried so very hard to block out of my mind ever since. Join us, Cora. Come, become a part of our family. I was 17 years old at the time this happened. I went to this youth church event, and it was supposed to be like prom, since the country I live in don't have events like that. Some people showed up with dates, but my girls and I decided to show up together. There were a lot of people in the event, some I didn't even recognize. Later into the night, a man asked me to slow dance. I didn't know him, but I knew he was new at our church, so as to be polite, I said yes. As he ushered me into the dance floor, he introduced himself. Let's call him Caleb for this story. I noticed he had an accent, and I brought it up in conversation, and he said that he grew up in the UK. Throughout the dance, we talked and got to know each other a bit. I remember thinking that he was a pretty sweet guy. He told me that he was invited to the event and didn't really know anyone, and that he just moved for work and was in his 20s. I forgot his actual age. Immediately, I was kind of weirded out by the age gap, but decided not to think too much about it. This was all just a friendly interaction. After the song finished, he asked if we could dance again. I made an excuse that I needed to grab a drink and freshen up. He said that he was willing to grab me a drink while I went to the washroom. I hesitantly agreed and made my way to the washroom. I stayed in the washroom for one song, hoping that he would get tired of waiting for me, but when I got back to the event, he was sitting at my table. I could tell he was looking for me in the crowd, and when his eyes landed on me, he smiled and beckoned me over. In that moment, I remember thinking to myself that maybe he needed company since he didn't know anyone at the event. I sat beside him and he gave me the drink he got for me. I did not drink it. He asked again if I wanted to dance, but this time I said no and said that I was tired. He didn't leave the table though, but stayed to talk with me. At this point, I just wanted to get out of the conversation, be away from him. I told him that I was going to go talk to my friend in the other table. I told my friend what was going on and I stayed at her table until the guy left. For the rest of the night, I didn't see him and thought that was the end of that. I worked at a women's clothing store in a mall. After school, I usually would have a closing shift, 3 shifts a week. I went to clock in and a coworker of mine told me that a man was looking for me and that I just missed him. I thought nothing of it and thought maybe it was just a friend of mine or a family member. Next shift it happened again, and I asked my coworker what he looked like and they described Caleb to me. How did he know I worked there? I was shocked and it became even creepier when it happened again on my next shift. It had been almost a week and I was just glad we kept missing each other, but I figured my luck ran out when I saw him waiting by the door to the store as I was coming in for my shift. He greeted me and told me that he had been wanting to talk to me. I asked him why and he said he wanted to take me out on a date. I have never been on a date before and I honestly didn't want my first one to be with him, so I said no. He then asked if he could just buy me food at the food court for my break. At this point, I was getting the feeling that he didn't want to take no for an answer. I figured that it was a public place and that he wouldn't try anything, so I foolishly agreed. He went in the store with me and walked me to the back room as he talked about how he was glad to see me and that there was more he wanted to know about me. As my shift started, I noticed he was still in the store, looking around. He stayed for about an hour and often I would catch him looking at me. Where I was, he was also nearby. This went on for about an hour and I was very creeped out. I let one of my coworkers know what was going on and told her that if I wasn't back after my break, that she should let the security or someone know. I only had 30 minutes for my break, so I was hoping for the time to go fast. I made my way out of the back room, and as I pushed open the door, he was already there waiting for me. We walked to the food court, and on the way there we had some small talk. But what creeped me out is when he asked if he could have my number. I lied and told him I didn't have a phone yet. He bought me food, but he didn't buy anything for himself. So there we were, sat at one of the tables as he watched me eat. The conversation was dry and I was quick quick and short in my responses. I just wanted it to end already. He kept asking about my life, what I like to do for fun, and so on. He then asked if I have a boyfriend. I said no, and that I didn't want to be in a relationship. I quickly finished my food and told him that we should head back. He insisted on staying as there was 10 minutes left of my break. I lied and said I needed that extra time to finish one of my tasks. The walk back to the store was quiet. I found it weird because he was so talkative before and now he was just dead silent. Once we were at the front of the store, I said my goodbye and turned to leave, but he caught my arm and pulled me close to him. He said that he liked me ever since he saw me at the event and that he wanted to get to know me more and was interested in me. Mind you, I'm 17 and this guy's in his 20s. It all felt wrong and I backed away from him. I was as frank as I could be and told him that I'm not interested in him or being in a relationship. He asked if we could at least keep in touch through my socials and I told him I wasn't comfortable giving him that information. He then had the audacity to ask if he could just hug me, and I wasn't sure what to say, and before I could say anything, he pulled me in for a hug. It was a tight hug and I pulled away quickly. He said he was sorry for surprising, said goodbye and walked off. After that incident, I didn't see him at the store. I did see him a couple of times at church and he would smile at me and try to talk to me, but I would always try to avoid him. He then stopped coming to church and I never saw him again. So to the creepy guy who liked me, let's not meet ever again. My family and I have been going through a very strange experience over the last couple of months. It's hard to even put into words or explain what is going on. I guess I can just start off from where it all started to feel off. A few months back, my family had a big get-together. My parents both have 2 siblings. They all got married and had some kids. Well, all of them except Uncle Matt. He never got married or had kids. That means I have 10 cousins. My aunts and uncles all live within 2 hours of us, so we've all grown up together. That being said, we don't normally have all my aunts and uncles in a house at once. This was a rare occasion to have a family meal when they were all free. I will not be naming every single family member in this post, because that seems like a lot of information, and honestly, you've already gotten more information about my family than you ever wanted, but I promise this context is important. Okay, enough with my babbling. Let's talk about what happened that weird night. My parents and I went over to my Aunt Margot and Uncle Ken's house for a BBQ in the backyard. The backyard felt loud and chaotic. I tried to stay out of the way and get the night over with. I was honestly just there for the free food. We were all sitting down at a big table outside. I was so focused on making sure none of the napkins went flying in the wind, I wasn't listening to the conversation. My Aunt Margot came over to the table with a plate of really burnt hot dogs. My mom immediately started to laugh at the sight of them. Is burning food genetic or something? How on earth do you guys always do that to food? The Jensens need to leave the cooking to the Millers. My mom said with a sarcastic giggle. Uncle Ken looked at her confused. What are you on about, Liz? Uncle Ken snapped back. I mean, Margot burnt the hot dogs, and Matt always burns food when he cooks. Remember, we had to ban him for months from cooking because we had to order takeout like 3 times in a row. Everyone at the table laughed, recalling their memories. Sighs of recollection bounced back and forth from person to person when my dad spoke up in Aunt Margot's defense. Honey, what are you talking about? Matt is your brother. I really shouldn't have to remind you of that. My mom rolled her eyes in response to my dad. I spoke up because I was suddenly confused about which side of the family Uncle Matt was actually on. You would think I would naturally just know that, but all my aunts and uncles act like siblings and call each other their siblings. My grandparents often refer to their son, daughter-in-laws as just their kids, so it isn't something I always think about. Wait, I'm confused. Whose side is Uncle Matt on? What is the joke? I don't get it, I asked, but was only met with a laugh from all the parents at the table. I finally got an answer from my mom following the silence of the joke that somehow went over my head. Don't be silly, baby. Matt is your dad's brother. As the words left her mouth, half the table looked confused. Liz, what are you talking about? He is on your side. He is a Miller. My Aunt Margot said as she scraped off the burnt edges of her hot dog. Okay, now I'm with Amanda. I don't get the joke. My mom said while looking at me with narrow, inquisitive eyes and then at the rest of the group. Wait, everyone slow down, Aunt June said, speaking up for probably the first time in the night. This is dumb. Matt is not Liz and I's brother. He has to be on the Jensen side of the family. I sat at the table watching my family in silence. Their eyes darted back and forth. They They stopped laughing and were all just scratching their heads. After a few minutes, my mom got out her phone. She found an old family photo from when she was a kid. In the photo were her, my grandparents, my Uncle Paul, and my Aunt June. Nothing out of the ordinary. After looking at the picture, Aunt Margot got out her phone and looked for an old childhood photo. "Aha, found one," she stated as she showed off the photo on her phone. Yet again, the photo was normal. It had my grandparents, my dad, Aunt Margot, and Aunt Susan. The next hour consisted of both sides of the family going back and forth showing photos, none of them with Uncle Matt in them. I had a few of my cousins there, but they all lost interest once they ate. I, on the other hand, couldn't be pulled away. I was engrossed in learning where the heck Uncle Matt came from. They kept talking back and forth. They figured maybe he wasn't anyone's sibling. Maybe he was related by marriage or a second cousin twice removed that I just called Uncle Matt because that was the easiest thing to call him. We all have a relative like that, right? I know an easy solution you might be thinking of is to just call him up. That's also what I said, but he was working and they didn't want to interrupt him, but guess what? I needed answers, so I decided to call him. However, when I looked at my phone, I couldn't find him in my contacts. I looked through it multiple times. I remember texting him about something a few days back, so he should have been in my text history. Still nothing. After being weirded out by his contact being gone, I mentioned out loud that someone should call him, regardless of him being at work. No one agreed with me, but once I told them his contact was missing from my phone, they all got curious and looked to see if he was missing for them too. We were all in shock to find him missing from all our phones. The family started to dig through their camera rolls and any digital libraries they had to try and find any photo of him. Uncle Andrew thought he had a photo of the back of him, but we soon found that we all remembered him looking differently. Uncle Andrew showed a picture of the back of a bald man who looked pretty tall. Aunt June called him crazy and recalled him having long curly red hair. It wasn't like we hadn't seen him in a year or that he was some kind of distant memory. I saw the guy last week. He came over to my house to help me with some homework, and I can tell you he didn't have red hair or no hair at all. He was, well, shoot, I can't remember what he looked like now that I think about it. It was safe to say we were all creeped out. As the sun went down and it got chilly out, the group moved inside. Normally, this is when everyone would go home, but I saw Aunt Margot start a pot of coffee. It was going to be a long night. The air was tense and full of unease. None of the adults wanted to go home until they had answers. I could tell the adults wanted to talk more but didn't want to worry the younger cousins. My older cousin Maddie clearly didn't care about anything that was going on. She just wanted to sleep. We convinced her to take my 3 young cousins into the basement so they could all get some sleep, but not me. I was invested. Uncle Matt and I are close. We see each other all the time. How could I not have a shred of evidence that he even existed? As my cousins shuffled downstairs, all the adults huddled around a big whiteboard Aunt Margot slapped on the kitchen island. They started to write down everything they could remember. What he looked like, the last time they saw him, memories of him. None of it was coherent. It seemed he was a completely different person in all our memories, even if it was a memory where multiple people were around. One of the only things that we could all agree on was that the Jensens always thought he was on the Millers side of the family and the Millers always thought he was on the Jensen side. My mom recalled a story of Matt and my dad going to a lake to fish, but the hook got stuck on Matt's hat and went flying. My dad told us he remembered my mom telling him the same exact story many times. Everyone had memories of stories where he was on the other side of the family. Soon everyone was on the phone with a new family member trying to tell them the situation and asking what they thought about everything. My aunts and uncles were talking to realities on the phone I didn't know I had. Relatives that probably only met Matt a couple times at best. All I heard was one dead end at a time. No one knew where he came from or where he went. So the big question was, who is Matt? Was he just some random guy who weaseled his way into the family, telling one side of the family one thing and the other side another, or was it something so much worse? As the sun came up that Saturday morning, we were all still scratching our heads. The deeper we got into who Matt was, the more freaked out everyone got. I was honestly surprised they let me stay with him all night long. The more digging everyone did, the farther away we felt. The more rabbit holes we went down, the less real he seemed. We couldn't find any evidence that he ever existed. Some of us searched all over the internet for Matt Jensen or Matt Miller, and a few of us searched for other last names in the family. Of course, it was kind of hard to know who we were looking for given we didn't know what he really looked like. After hours of discussion, we compiled a list of attributes that never wavered about Uncle Matt. He was a man, he never had a mustache, he was tall, he was bad at math, and he loved Jim Carrey movies. That might seem like a random grouping of facts, but that's because it was. We couldn't even remember where his house was. Some of us completely forgot and others remembered different houses. It didn't matter. We weren't going to start knocking on doors to find a man we were concerned never existed. We started to believe that as soon as we began to question who he was, he just simply started to fade away into nothingness, like it was some kind of self-destructive on his own consciousness. It was around 9 in the morning when people started to fall asleep on couches. The night before started with everyone being determined and saying the night wouldn't end until we found Uncle Matt, but here we all were, exhausted and with little to no answers. It felt like accepting defeat by napping on the couch, but we couldn't do much else. At 11 in the morning, we all woke up to the sound of my cousins playing in the next room over. We all sat up and rubbed our eyes. You could practically see the gears turning in everyone's heads as they woke up from their stupors. I could tell when they realized their memories actually happened and it wasn't just a weird fever dream. My Aunt Margot stumbled to the kitchen while yawning and started to dig in the pantry for something substantial the kids could all eat. It was clear they had already raided the cookie stash. As the adults had a quiet conversation, we heard something come from my cousin Cass that made us freeze. Yeah, remember last night when Uncle Matt gave us all those cookies? It was so much fun, my small cousin said with a hop and a skip. Wait, Cass, get over here and say that again. My Uncle Andrew yelled in an attempt to sound intimidating, but came out with a voice crack. Cass walked over to us looking like a confused puppy who just got yelled at. What did I do wrong, Uncle Andrew? I thought if Uncle Matt offered us cookies, I could have them. Cass, you are not in trouble. This is very important. Are you telling me Uncle Matt was with you guys last night? Uncle Andrew tried to say in a gentle tone to not scare Cass. I mean, not the whole night, but he brought us all cookies and put a movie on for us. Then he said he wanted to go hang out with you guys upstairs. Cass told us with a quiet voice. Everyone started to frantically look around the room, looking for any evidence of him being there last night. We quickly asked the rest of the cousins if they saw Matt, and some kids did and some didn't. I noticed something when I started to count the objects in the room. There were 10 adults and me upstairs last night, so there should have been 11 people in total, but I saw 12 plates out with the leftover crumbs from our late night pizza, 12 spots laid out for sleeping in the living room, and 12 mugs or cups of coffee. He was here last night. As I mentioned what I found, my dad said he remembered seeing him last night. He said Matt brought him some water. Uncle Paul said he saw him go to the bathroom but couldn't remember him coming out. They mentioned how it felt like it never actually happened, but he managed to place the memory in them after the fact. How else would they see Uncle Matt right in front of them and not realize what was happening? I had a strange feeling that started to bubble up. I felt uneasy and restless. Wait, something is off here, I said loudly to the room. Everyone line up on the wall, I want to try something. For a second they all looked at me confused. They normally wouldn't let me boss them around like that, but they were desperate and tired. All the adults lined up against the wall. As I walked by then, I counted out loud. Something strange happened. I counted 12 people, including me. None of the kids were lined up. I wasn't counting myself twice. There was an extra person. Uncle Matt wasn't just here last night. He was with us in the room at that moment. Other members of the family even tried to count. We did it over and over again, even adding one of the kids to the mix, but every single time there was one extra person, but we still couldn't see him. How was he hiding in plain sight? Everyone ended up leaving my Aunt Margot's house that afternoon. We were all still extremely creeped out about the whole thing, but what could we do about it? Not much. It's not like Uncle Matt ever did anything violent. Mostly normal behavior, except for a few memories of him that were kinda weird. One of us remembered seeing him in the kitchen, stacking and unstacking bowls for hours. Another person remembered him once packing for a vacation, but his suitcase only had trash bags in it. And I have a memory of us sitting in front of a fireplace with him reading the instruction manual to a blender for a bedtime story. At least those were the kind of memories we had in the beginning. As the weeks went on, we started to remember things that got more and more concerning. He showed up in our houses in the middle of the night, or buying us all hammers for Christmas. He once bought hundreds of dollars worth of knives and put them in my dad's car. Once we developed disturbing memories of him, we tried to tell the police. Of course, they couldn't find any evidence of his existence, so they couldn't help us. It didn't help our case that we couldn't even give them a last name. How on earth are they supposed to find a guy based on his name being Matt and no physical features? So who is Uncle Matt? I can say with 100% certainty I have no clue. Is he a man? Is he an entity? Is he a figment of our imaginations? Or is he nothing at all? I don't know, and that's the worst part of all. He seems to always be around at at family dinners. Most of the time, I count the number of people I end up with an extra person. He feels like a virus, always implanting a memory of himself being around, but in the moment I never see him. It seems to be a family joke at this point, always leaving out an extra plate for him or something. In my opinion, no one is taking the situation seriously. I know he hasn't hurt anyone, but why should we wait for something to happen? I swear I can feel it when he shows up. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My family has given up on trying to figure out who or what Uncle Matt is, but I haven't. It feels like they have all just forgotten the disturbing memories of him. I swear the deeper I dig to find him, the worse the memories get. Like he is rotting and festering in my memories, right before my eyes. I'm starting to think it's his attempt to stop me from looking for him. The fact that he is punishing me for looking for him makes my concern grow more and more. Why is he suddenly running now that I am on to him? Why is he so afraid of me finding him? And what will happen once I do find him? I will find you, Uncle Matt. I will find out what you are. I like to think that I take my personal safety very seriously. I don't stand too close to the road while waiting for the walk signal. I have my location shared with my sister and mom. I keep my wits about me when I'm out in public, and I try not to dawdle after getting into my car. If I had only been more diligent about that last rule, I might not be in the situation I'm in now. Early this morning, just after midnight, I was sitting in my parked car outside of my favorite grocery store. I was exhausted from picking up a friend's evening shift, and so I stopped to grab dinner on my way home from work. The store is in an isolated part of town, but I had never felt unsafe in the area. Then again, I'd never been so late at night. The second I exited the store with my purchase, the old cashier closed up shop for the night and turned off all the lights in the building. For some reason, I did something I never do. I started eating in my car. As a precaution, I try not to linger in isolated parking lots, especially as a young woman who often has to run errands after dark. Maybe it was the hunger, or maybe the fact that, due to a recent breakup, my house hasn't felt all that welcoming in the past few weeks. In any case, I was in no rush to return home. I pulled up an episode of The Terror on my phone and settled in to eat. I enjoyed a few minutes of blissful peace and quiet before a shout pierced through the night. I looked up from my phone and was surprised to find a woman standing in front of my car, waving her arms at me. My car was parked right in front of the store, facing towards the building, and there was only a thin sidewalk separating my vehicle from the store's exterior. I hadn't seen her coming at all. It was like she had emerged from the brick wall before me. She rounded my car, coming to a stop beside the driver's side window. She then started pointing at the ground, the universal signal for roll your window down. Fat chance, I thought. Though she looked sane and kempt, I had no clue what her intentions were. In fact, I felt pretty vindicated in always locking my car doors immediately after entering. The woman, perhaps seeing I was making no move to exit my vehicle, then told me something no one wants to hear. "Hey," she shouted, "there's someone in your back seat." My mouth went dry. Time seemed to slow as 1,000 horror movie scenes raced through my head. I could almost feel the piano wire digging into my neck, the barrel pressing into my temple. I undid my seatbelt and prepared to launch myself out of the car. Now that the intruder knew I was aware of their presence, would I even have enough time to run? With one hand on the door handle, I stole a glance into the rearview mirror and saw no one. My car is a compact hatchback, meaning there is very little room for a person to hide in my cabin. Even in my exhausted state, I would have noticed someone upon looking into the mirror. My terror fading to confusion, I turned around in my seat, surveying the cabin with my own eyes, and confirmed that there was no one in my back seat. Click. When I turned back around, the woman had taken another step closer to my car. Her body was barely a foot from my door, and her fingers were wrapped around the handle. There were a few more deep clicks as she tried unsuccessfully to open the locked door. I raised my gaze, and she gave me an odd smile, as though she and I were sharing a private joke. For the first time, using the faint glow of the street lamp, I took a closer look at the woman's face. Her skin was stretched tightly across her skull, making her thin mouth and nostrils appear as though they'd been cut onto her. Her eyes were deep set and ovate, and her teeth seemed both too small and too numerous. I allowed myself a brief moment to gawk at the face before me, and then I threw my car into reverse and hightailed it out of the lot. For a few disheartening seconds, the woman held onto the door, keeping in step with my vehicle as I backed backed up. Luckily, she soon let go and I drove away, my mind racing with the realization that the woman was trying to bait me out of my car. Even more disturbing was the fact that it had almost worked. I wondered if she had others with her that I simply hadn't seen, and what she had wanted from me. I hoped I had narrowly escaped a robbery as opposed to something much more sinister. I got back to my house 20 minutes later. Still shaken from my encounter, I rushed inside the house and made sure that all of my doors and windows were locked. My exhaustion did little to soothe my nerves. My mind played tricks on me as I got ready for bed, conjuring up flashes of the woman's face in the dark corners of my house. Once I finally fell asleep, my fears followed me from the waking world. I had a long, vivid nightmare, most of which I've either forgotten or is irrelevant to this account. All I know is that when I jolted awake some hours later, it was to the sound of a frantic banging on my front door. I sat up in bed, unsure if I was still dreaming or not. My alarm clock read 4:17. It was far too early for someone to be knocking on my door unless there was some kind of emergency, which, given the forcefulness of the knocks, there may have been. Slowly, I rose from my bed and inched towards the entryway. I had never before been in such a situation and was at somewhat of a loss as to how to react. I didn't smell a fire, thankfully, but that didn't mean all was well. Suddenly, I heard a man's voice calling out my name in a questioning tone. It sounded vaguely familiar, but I couldn't immediately place it. "Who is it?" I called back. "Brian," answered the disembodied voice, and relief washed over me. My neighbor Brian lived in the house across the street. We weren't close exactly, but I often saw him walking down the block with his dog Bailey. I turned on the entryway light, but as I was still in my sleepwear, I didn't want to open the door unless I had to. Instead, I called back to him. "What's the matter?" "Well," he began. I heard his voice crack and he cleared his throat. "Do you have someone over right now?" "What?" I asked, my heart skipping a beat. "No, I don't. Why do you ask?" "Well, the dog had to go out, and while I was in the yard with him, I thought I saw someone in your front window. Someone who didn't look quite right." I stilled, feeling as though I were in some terrible dream. Turning around and glancing down the dark hallway, I wished I had turned on more lights on my way to answer the door. "She followed you home," I thought. "She's in your house with you right now." I was ready to bolt out the door into the cold, but by some miracle, I had just enough presence of mind left to consider my neighbor's words more carefully. Something was wrong. I stepped away from the door. "Are you alright, Brian?" He cleared his throat again, and when he next spoke, his voice sounded slightly different from before, as though he were testing out a new timbre. "Of course, I just got a bit of a cold here, but I still wanted to check in on you." My voice wavered as I voiced a question to my neighbor. "But your dog, isn't it a girl?" Brian didn't respond. My mind reeled in the torturous silence, trying to discern whether the threat was outside the door or inside the house with me. After a full minute of complete stillness, the handle to my front door began to move. It rotated downwards as far as it could before the lock stopped it, then shook as the person on the other side of my door pulled on the handle. This happened several more times as the person tested my lock, and then there was a powerful bang, as though someone had rammed into my door with all their might. After that, there was silence again. I stood frozen in place for another minute. I had no peephole, but I worked up the nerve to walk into the living room and peer through the blinds into my front yard. In the distance, walking down the street away from my house, was a figure. Although I couldn't see the face, something deep within me knew it was the same person who had tried to open my car door. I watched her walk away into the quiet night until she disappeared from my view. Needless to say, I didn't get much sleep for the rest of the night. I split my time between roaming the perimeter of my house, looking for anything suspicious, and sitting in my kitchen running the events of the night over in my mind. The most likely explanation was that I'd been dreaming. After all, I'd nearly been baited into opening my door to a potential criminal just hours before, so it made sense that I'd have a nightmare about a similar situation. Then again, I had never in my entire life had a dream so vivid. Maybe somehow the woman really did follow me home. She easily could have stuck a tracker on my car, but how in the world did she know Brian's name, and how had she impersonated him so well? The sun is setting now. I haven't left the house all day. I've been too haunted by the idea of someone, or multiple someones, trying to draw me out into the open. No matter how many times I check the house, I still feel as though I catch glimpses of the woman in my periphery, of her beady eyes and uncanny smile. So to set the scene, I'm a female. I'm 22 and literally weeks from graduating from college and getting my bachelor's in theater arts. I only have a quarter credit left to get, so I'm doing work in the theater department's costume shop to get that credit. It's not anything too hard. I know how to both hand sew and use a sewing machine, so I've spent time doing both things and mending and adjusting garments for actors. The show is a musical and there are some pretty intricate costumes, so I was excited to help out to get that final bit of credit and graduate. The costume shop opened for weekend hours at around noon, but I stayed up late on Friday night, so I woke up around 1. I got dressed and went to the costume shop as quick as I could since I wanted to get all the hours possible. Nothing was out of the ordinary, but as I was approaching the theater building, something caught my eye. There was this guy standing off to the side of the front entrance. The front entrance is pretty open. It's this set of pillars and then 3 sets of glass doors that are led up to by a set of steps. The building is an old one with an addition attached, that one containing the actual theater, while the older building contains mainly classrooms. But this entrance is closest to the way I usually use to get backstage and into the costume shop. Anyway, the guy was kind of leaning against the stone side of the staircase. What caught my attention is that I go to school on a very small campus, so usually when I see someone, I recognize their face, even if I don't know their name. I didn't recognize this guy at all. Physically, he wasn't overly weird looking, maybe a little disheveled. His hair was kind of greasy, and he had on a t-shirt and some tattered jeans. He looked college-aged, same as me. But what was even weirder was that he was wearing this heavy winter parka, even though it was nearing 65 degrees, as well as snow boots. We made eye contact, and nothing immediately skeeved me out. I'm an awkward person, so I just kind of gave a polite nod and a smile. I think that was my first mistake. He didn't smile back. In fact, his eyes followed me as I walked up the stairs and into the building. Super weird, but okay. My campus has some weirdos on it. I've found that my school in particular seems to attract them, but I'm a senior, and I was pretty sure I had all of the weirdos pretty much cataloged. Parka guy was not among my mental catalog of campus oddities. I got down to the costume shop, and I must have looked troubled because the person who was already down there, someone I know on a somewhat personal level, greeted me, then asked if something was wrong. I told them about the guy, which somewhat amused them, and we speculated on who he could be for a while before they went up to check. Apparently though, he was gone, as I was told when they got back. I worked on sewing literal halved beach balls onto bikini tops. The show is a funky one, and listened to a podcast. I got there at 1 and it was around 4:30 that the person there with me left, leaving me alone. By this point, I'd moved on from the tops and was sewing some snaps onto the back of a blouse to make it fasten better. I took a break to work on a project due Monday, then got back to sewing. My headphones off this time as it was just me down in the shop. For this next part, I'm going to have to give you a bit of an idea of the layout of the shop. It's in the basement of the building and is a bit hard to get to if you don't know your way around. The room is relatively large. It's sort of shaped like an irregular rectangle, but is separated by the tables set up in the middle of the room with the sewing machines on them. One side is the way in from backstage behind the building's black box theater, as well as the dressing rooms, and then the other side leads out into the sort of hallway that has doors leading into the auditorium, as well as an exit out of the building. If that made any sense at all, I'm glad. That direction also leads to the main costume storage room. But anyway, near where the sewing machine tables is this door that leads outside and into what the costume director refers to as the weird little courtyard. When I was a freshman, I took a class with her, and she warned us not to go out there since the door's locked from the outside, and if we go out there, we won't be able to get back into the building. The courtyard is less of a courtyard and more of some kind of area where a bunch of the building's machinery for like heating and cooling, as well as electrical stuff, is located. It's all fenced in with a chain link fence about 15 feet high, but the door leading out there is one of those doors with a window. In this situation, I was sitting in a chair directly opposite this door, close to the wall across from it, so there was about maybe 20 odd feet of space between me and this door. It was nearing 6, but since the show's dress rehearsal started that Monday, I wanted to get as much done as I could before I finished up and went for dinner. I was working on sewing the snaps onto the shirt when I heard a noise. It startled me, since I'd settled onto the rhythm of my task and listening to what my podcast was talking about, and annoyingly, I dropped my needle. It was still connected to the thread, so it wasn't lost, and I bent to pick it up from where it had fallen to the floor near my feet. It was when I lifted my head from that bent position when I saw the source of the noise. My vision was a little obscured because the space between me and the door was cluttered with a bunch of dress form mannequins that me and the other members of the crew have been using to put costume pieces on, so it was more that I saw the door's window wasn't empty anymore. I shifted to the side a little to get a better look, and there, at the door leading out into the maintenance courtyard, was Parka Guy. The noise I heard had been him trying to open the door. I have no idea how he got in there. That door's the only way into that courtyard, so I can only assume he somehow scaled a 15-foot fence. I froze like a deer in the headlights, and for a moment it was just still as he stared at me and I stared at him. His face was expressionless, and it was as he continued to stare at me that I began to realize that this entire situation was wrong. I sort of settled back into my chair, not sure what to do, and it was in this handful of seconds that Parka Guy started trying the door again. It was, as I said before, locked, so he wasn't able to open it, thank God. It's puzzling to me now that he didn't just come in through the main entrance, as none of the doors leading down to the costume studio were locked, but maybe he tried that because, like I said, the studio's a little tricky to locate if you don't know your way around the building. The only conclusion I could come to is that he tried what I mentioned above, couldn't find me, and then while wandering around the building saw me through that door through the chain link fence and proceeded to scale it. It was at that point that I began to get scared. The door leading into the studio was to my left, and on instinct I got up to close it, since it locks from the inside and you need a key to reopen it. It was as I was moving to close that door that the guy began to pound on the courtyard door. I don't know why my first instinct was to hide instead of opening the door I just closed and booking it, but I went into the small fabric storage room directly behind me, shut the door, and called campus safety. I'm not really sure why I called them and not the police, but that's what I did. I don't know, people make decisions like that when they're scared. By the time campus safety came to investigate, which was pretty fast since I was clearly terrified on the phone, the guy was gone. I don't know how he scaled the fence again in the time it took them to arrive, but he was gone. Campus safety escorted me back to my dorm and even went over to the dining hall to pick me up some dinner since I was very shaken, which I appreciated a lot. A while later, an officer came to take my statement since Campo called them, but as you can imagine, there wasn't much they could do apart from keep an eye out for this guy. I still have no idea who he was or why he was on campus, but it couldn't have been for a good reason. So Parka Guy who tried to break into the costume shop to do God knows what to me, let's not ever meet again. Back in 1998, I was a pretty broke 19-year-old guy and living with a roommate named Steve. Steve was about my age, maybe a year older. His dad had died a few years prior and had left Steve a trust fund which covered all his bills and gave him a weekly allowance on top of it until he reached a certain age, at which time he'd receive his full inheritance. Steve and I got along pretty well, but he was the kind of guy who liked to remind you if he had some degree of power over you. That aspect of his personality butted up against my own stubborn, prove the world wrong attitude on a particular night leading to the events I'm about to describe. Steve and I went over to my friend Trevor's house on Siesta Key one night. Steve drove as I didn't have a car. I don't remember why we went over there, and I don't even know that I really remember any other instance of the three of us hanging out. I just know that we went there later in the evening, maybe 9 o'clock or so. At some point, Steve and I got in a disagreement over something. I have no memory of what it was about, except that I seem to recall that it wasn't anything important that actually impacted our lives in any way. Something akin to disagreeing over a bit of movie trivia or something as inconsequential as that. Steve must have felt that he was losing the debate because he took the opportunity to remind me that he had the car and I could always walk home. Now, there are a few things to note here. First, home would be a 13-mile walk. I could not have told you that at the time, but I just looked it up for this telling. Second, we were at my best friend's house. I had stayed over there countless times and absolutely could have that night. Third, my best friend also had a car and would likely have given me a ride. So Steve's threat was completely empty, whether he realized it or not. But what was important to me at that moment was that Steve, the trust fund brat, wanted to exert control over me because his ego was bruised, and I was a stubborn hothead who would absolutely not stand for that stuff. So I silently decided that I would walk home just to spite him and show him that I wouldn't be intimidated. So a bit later, under the pretense of going to use the restroom, room, I left the room and quietly left the house and started the 13-mile walk home. I should note that, while I knew this was a long walk, I didn't quite understand how long it was. But it didn't matter. I needed to prove my independence. It was probably 11 p.m. or so when I left the house. I anticipated that they'd come looking for me when they discovered that I had left, so I tried to stay off the main path as best I could, determined to make the whole walk in order to make my point. This may be a good place to remind you that this is 1998 and a good 2 or 3 years before I got my first cell phone. The first hour and a half went by without incident. I made my way all the way to downtown Sarasota. The more direct route would have been to follow the main road along the waterfront, but I cut through downtown still looking to avoid Steve spotting me on his way back home. This is an area I was super comfortable with. I'd spent most of my childhood in the area and, especially in my teen years, had explored every nook and cranny of the downtown area. It was also a pretty affluent area, full of high-rise condos that look out over the Gulf of Mexico and known for theater, opera, and art galleries. As such, even past midnight, it didn't feel menacing at all, just quiet and empty. The path I'd chosen through downtown went along Pineapple Avenue, which was mostly art galleries and upscale shops. As I walked along, I saw a red hatchback sitting in the middle of the road, just a little way past an intersection up ahead of me. I noticed it had no license plate, but didn't think too much of it. I figured it was a tag applied for kind of situation. As I got nearer, the car remained stopped. The interior light was on, and I could see there were 3 or 4 guys in there. The interior light being on made me assume they were looking at a map or something, though I couldn't make out the inside of the car well enough to see anything more than the general shapes of the people. As I crossed the small intersection maybe 30 or 40 feet away from the car now, I suddenly got a really uneasy feeling. I don't know if the car was still for just too long or the figures inside too still or what. I just suddenly got to feeling very ill at ease. So instead of continuing on, I casually turned down the left side street and, as soon as the corner of the building blocked me from their view, I bolted. This was a spot where a small access road ran behind these buildings and then connected to an alley and then another very thin alley that ran alongside a church and ended back on Pineapple Avenue, right where the red car was. I ran this sequence of alleys and popped out just in time to see the rear end of the car vanish down the side street I had run down. At this point, I wasn't scared at all. I had the idea that the guys in that car had something unpleasant in mind for me, but I knew well that I had given them the shake. There's no way in hell that they'd expect me to be back where they started. If they were looking for me, it was going to be elsewhere. So I continued along, feeling smug. After 10 or 15 minutes, I pretty much had to get out on the main road, because the alternative was walking through a seedy neighborhood that I wasn't nearly as confident about as I was downtown. As I approached the first big intersection along that main road, I saw the red car again up ahead, noticeable by the lack of license plate. I kinda grinned to myself about having foiled them. On this big road, there were some other cars here and there even at this late hour, so I felt less isolated and more at ease, until I saw the car slow to a crawl despite not being anywhere near the light yet. Suddenly, I found myself wondering if they might have spotted me again, so I decided to just cross to the other side of the street. It's a US highway, so it's several lanes wide, with a median down the center. Being on the other side would put me a fair distance from them, but when I got to the other side, that's when I realized I was in actual danger. This red hatchback suddenly sped up, racing to the intersection ahead and zipped over into the left lane, where it banged a tire-screeching U-turn to head back in my direction. Where I had crossed was a nice green space between the History Center and the Garden Club, where a gigantic tree stood. I think it was a banyan, but I could be mistaken. On the other side of that green space was a parking lot, some buildings in the bay. I wasn't familiar enough with what was back there to be able to pull a trick like I had before, so I climbed. I got as high into that tree as I could, as fast as I could. I always dressed in all black back then, so I was pretty confident I'd be nearly impossible to spot, as long as they didn't actually climb up after me. So I got up and nestled into the most hidden spot I could and tried not to make any noise at all. Hiding up in the tree, I was so surrounded by foliage that I couldn't see what was going on. On the plus side, that meant that they were really unlikely to see me. On the other hand, I didn't know what to prepare myself for, so I sat up there, running through scenarios in my head, trying to plan my next move. Even if I hadn't been outnumbered, flight was really my only option. As speedy and scrappy as I was, at 5 feet 3 inches, no fight I put up was likely to do much good. As I sat on that branch trying to plan my next move, my blood ran cold. Any remaining doubt about what was happening, any fleeting hope that I was just being paranoid, flew out the window as I heard car doors open and close, heard footsteps in the grass, and eventually an angry male voice say, "Where is this guy?" followed by a "Look over there, I'll check this area." It was official. I was being hunted. I don't know how long I stayed up that tree. It can't have been more than 10 minutes, and more likely it was quite a bit less than that, but it felt like forever. At some point, I decided to risk another flight, though I can't remember what triggered it. Car doors, the car driving away, I just can't remember. I do remember jumping from the tree and landing with a hard thud and bolting back the way I had come as fast as I could, terrified that whatever sound made me feel like it was safe to come out of hiding had been a ploy to draw me out. At the intersection where they had made the U-turn was a 24-hour gas station, of course across both roads. All I could think was that if I could make it inside, I would be safe and I could call the police. That run is a total blur, but I remember going through the door. I remember the look on the clerk's face as she saw my panicked expression. I called the police and explained what happened, and I waited inside for them to arrive. When they got there, I went out front to meet them and explained everything to the only officer who actually spoke to me. He was not sympathetic. I had described the car in detail, as well as all the events, and he said that they probably thought I was a male prostitute and were trying to pick me up. I thought to ask him if prostitutes get a lot of business by fleeing from prospective Johns and hiding in trees, but I was distracted by the sight of the red hatchback slowly cruising by, watching me talk to the police. I pointed to the car and exclaimed that that was the car. The police seemed entirely uninterested. He glanced at the car for half a second and looked back at me and said, "What do you want me to do about it?" "I don't want to walk anymore," I exclaimed. I'm sure there were better ways I could have articulated that there were people attempting to capture me for unknown nefarious purposes, and that I was in fear of my life should they encounter me on the street again, but "I don't want to walk anymore" was all I was capable of in that moment. The cop pointed to the side of the police car and said, "You see what it says there? It says police, not taxi." His condescending attitude was doing a great job to replace my fear with some of the brash attitude that had gotten me into the situation in the first place. So I replied, "It also says to serve and protect, and I am asking you to protect me because I think I am in danger." He gave a sigh like a teenager asked to do the dishes and told me that he can't take me all the way because I lived in the next town and county over, but that he'd take me to the county line, which is another major intersection along that same main highway. That was still a good 5.5 miles from my house. Again, a number I just looked up for this telling, but got me off the road for almost 3 miles and made it less likely these people would find me again. The cops dropped me off in front of the museum, and I walked another 2 hours or so, looking over my shoulder constantly, ready to run down side streets or jump into bushes if need be. My girlfriend's house was slightly closer than my own, and with the sun now rising, I knew she'd be okay with me stopping in. In the end, I made it safely and never saw that red car again. Almost 30 years later, I still sometimes wonder what might have become of me if they had gotten their hands on me. The determination they showed in pursuing me leads me to believe that nothing I can imagine, no matter how bad, is outside the realm of possibility. So, hunting party in the red hatchback, let's not meet. I, a 33-year-old father, live in Texas with my daughter Alicia, who's 8 years old, and my son Jay, who is 4 months old. Their mom has been out of the picture for the past 2 years. Not dead, just divorced. I've managed pretty well as a single father. The three of us lived in a 2-bedroom in a nice neighborhood. I've got a solid job, and the kids are thankfully healthy. Everything was smooth sailing until one night 2 months ago, during which I was awoken by Jay poking me in the face. He was sobbing violently, though I recognized it as the "I'm afraid" kind of crying as opposed to the "I'm hurt" kind of crying, which made me a little less worried. Jay's always been nightmare prone, so I assumed that's what was causing him distress. When I asked him what was wrong though, he said, "The man in the next house is making scary faces at me." I'd heard my fair share of Jay's stories about monsters terrorizing him from the dark corners of his bedroom, but this was something new. I assumed he meant our neighbor's house, and the lack of fantastical elements in his description made me uneasy. It felt too specific to be one of his usual nightmares. I got out of bed and walked with Jay in tow to my kids' room. Alicia was awake in the top bunk. From the soft glow of their nightlight, I could see her crossing her arms and scowling down at her her little brother. I didn't turn on any lights to give myself a better view of the outdoors and peered out the bedroom window. Their window had curtains on it, but for once they hadn't been drawn all the way, and there was a small opening between them through which Jay must have looked out. One side of the neighbor's house, the one to our left from the street, was visible from Alicia and Jay's room. There were 2 windows on the neighbor's side of the house, but it was too dark inside to see anything. I recalled from what I'd seen in the daylight that the window on the left, the one closest to the front of the house, was the kitchen. I wasn't sure what the window on the right was, as it always had its curtains drawn. I asked Alicia if she'd seen anything, and she shook her head. He's always having nightmares and crying. I don't want to share a room with him anymore, Dad. I never get any sleep. It's not fair. Of course, hearing that made Jay start crying again, so I let him sleep in my room for the night. He has this TMNT indoor camping tent that he prefers to his actual bed. Honestly, at that point, I half suspected his nightmare to be a ploy to get me to let him camp. Anyway, I guess I'm a total pushover because he slept in that tent in my room for the next 2 nights. On the 3rd night, I was again woken up, but this time by Alicia, who was standing over me and shaking my arm. That kid hadn't woken me up in the middle of the night for years. When I asked her what was wrong, she said, "The neighbor was making faces at me." Those words and the fear in my daughter's voice really put me on edge. I closed the curtains when I said goodnight. Did you open them? Only a little, but it's 'cause I heard a weird noise. What did you hear? Alicia couldn't recall exactly. According to her, she had gotten out of bed to see what was going on, and when she lifted the curtain, she saw a light on in the neighbor's window. The curtains in the back room had been drawn back, and our neighbor was standing in his house, right up against the window frame. What was he doing? Alicia thought for a moment, and then made an expression I never want to see on my child's face, or anyone else's for that matter, ever again. I won't do it justice by describing it, but it looked something like this. First, she smiled with both sets of teeth, so that there was a little open sliver between the rows, and then she furrowed her eyebrows. She inclined her head towards me and strained the muscles in her neck. The worst part though was what she did with her hands. She held out her left arm, forearm up, then she clenched her right hand into a fist and moved it back and forth rapidly over her forearm. Poor thing described it as playing the violin, but it seemed pretty obvious to me that my neighbor was pantomiming cutting. Disturbed, I told Alicia to stop and to not make either the expression or the gesture again. I was angry and confused. My neighbor, a man in his 40s, was a bit of a recluse, but he had seemed normal enough in the 3 or 4 times I'd spoken to him. I couldn't fathom why he would do something like that to my kids. After asking Alicia a few more questions, I realized that my neighbor might not have done anything technically, or at least legally, wrong. It wasn't against the law to make inappropriate gestures in your own home, but it seemed like he was targeting my kids specifically. Legal or not, I planned to have a little chat with him the following morning. My last question to Alicia was if our neighbor had made any other gestures, and she nodded. Then she started making beckoning, come here motions with both of her hands. I had Alicia sleep in my room for the night as well. I also checked out the window in my kids' room, but like before, I saw nothing. The house was completely dark. The next morning before work and after dropping Alicia and Jay off to school, I spent a good 5 minutes knocking on my neighbor's front door. I figured he was home since his car was in the driveway, but he never answered the door. Eventually, I had to leave for work, and as I was walking away, I turned around quickly to see if he was watching me. He was. I saw him for a split second at the front window before he ducked beneath the sill and out of view. Clearly, the guy had problems. I yelled out to him to stop screwing with us and then left. That same night, I put a plan in motion. While my kids slept in my room, I hung out in theirs. It was a Friday night, and I was ready to pull an all-nighter so that I could catch my neighbor in the act. Although I trusted my kids, I wanted to confirm that there was actually something nefarious going on before I escalated things. I made sure the house was locked up and all the curtains drawn, tucked my kids in, and sat on the floor under the window in their room. At around 9, I started marathoning midnight mass on my phone. I didn't want to wear headphones and miss any strange sounds, so I kept the volume low and mostly read subtitles. At midnight, I started to hear strange sounds. Like Alicia said, it's a bit hard to describe. Best I can do is that it was this low, repeated clicking sound. You know the chuk-chuk sound you make to beckon a horse? It was something like that. All I knew is that the sound was undoubtedly coming from a person. After a few minutes of this, the sound switched to what I think was supposed to be a whistle, but it came out all wrong, like someone sucking breath in through their teeth. The sound was so crisp that the neighbor's window must have been open, which was an unsettling thought given that there was only around 15 feet of space between our houses. Certain that the neighbor was at his window and that this was my best chance to see him, I stood up and pulled the curtain back in one motion. I saw him right away. There was a dim light on in his room, allowing me to see that horrible expression Alicia had made the night prior. It was one thing to see my child's recreation, but it was far more frightening on an adult. His window was indeed open, and his arms were stuck out into the cold night, violently swiping against each other in a grotesque mimicry of cutting. When he saw me and realized that he was looking at another grown man and not some poor child, he stopped his erratic motions. His cartoonish grin faded and another, more genuine emotion settled over his features: rage. The man grabbed the window and slammed it shut, then closed the curtains with the same forcefulness. I let my own curtain fall. I was a little shell-shocked, I think. Of course, I was perturbed by the sight of the man, by his face and his movement, and the fact that he'd been doing that for who knows how many nights now in an attempt to frighten my kids. However, another detail stuck out as even more concerning to me, which was the fact that I genuinely wasn't sure if the man I had just seen was my neighbor. I'd seen him so few times in the years I lived in that house, and I was having trouble conjuring up his face. I sat on the floor for a minute, my blood thundering in my ears. I definitely had enough evidence at that point to call the cops, right? Just as I was about to pull out my phone, I heard a tremendous smack against the glass of the bedroom window. After a brief hesitation, I pulled the curtain back again. There were no lights on in the neighbor's house, and there was also no one outside from what I could see. I pulled the curtains back a little further and saw a handprint in the top corner of the window pane. It's worth noting that our house is on a raised foundation and that particular window is very tall, so even though the window is on the first floor, the man outside would have needed an insane vertical to get his hand up there. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. As I explained the situation to them, I quickly walked around the house to see if I could catch a glimpse of the man. My last stop was my bedroom. Once inside, I locked the doors, and while still on the phone with the operator, I took my handgun out of the safe in my closet. My heart was beating out of my chest, but I knew I had to stay calm, even more so when I saw that Alicia was awake and looking out of the tent at me. I reassured her in as few words as I could, whispering that we were okay, but we had to stay very quiet. I sat on the edge of my bed, my firearm ready and my ears straining. My kid's tent was in the corner, and to the left of the tent, in the middle of the wall and directly across from where I sat, was a window. After what felt like an eternity, I saw something. It was a cloudless night and the moonlight was bright enough that I could see a silhouette through the white curtains. The dark shape was nebulous at first, but became more clear as the man outside stepped closer to the window. Somehow, he knew which room we were in. The silhouette didn't move for several minutes, and I remember being thankful that, from the angle at which she sat, Alicia couldn't see it. Then, something happened that I couldn't entirely wrap my head around. The man stepped back from the glass and raised his arms, making a Y shape with his body and his limbs. Only his arms were far too long. They seemed to be double the length that they should have been, each arm about the same length as his entire body. I thought at first that he was holding something, maybe two pipes that just appeared to be an extension of his limbs, but I could clearly see two hands at the ends of the extremities. I could see 5 fingers on each hand, flopping around slightly as the man brought his arms closer to the window. I stood up and readied myself to shoot, but just then the sounds of sirens pierced the quiet night. The man outside banged his hands against the window one last time, and then it was as if someone had sliced his arms at the elbows. His forearms seemed to shear right off, and the man took off running before they so much as hit the ground. When the police officers announced themselves, I answered the door and explained the situation to them. 2 officers, a man and a woman, asked me a few questions about my neighbor, which I assumed was necessary to establish probable cause for a search. Once finished, they told me to stay inside with the doors locked while they investigated the neighbor's house. I watched them through the window of Alicia and Jay's room. They knocked on the neighbor's door, and when no one answered, they tried the front door handle. I watched the unlocked door swing open. The two looked at one another and then entered. I'm not sure what they found inside that house. All I know is that when they emerged a few moments later, they both looked very disturbed. When I went outside to ask what they had found, the female officer told me simply, "Your neighbor's dead." The rest of the night was a blur of strangers in uniforms filing in and out of my neighbor's home. Some came to my porch afterwards to ask me questions, and none offered me any answers. They moved with tight-lipped efficiency, their faces guarded, their words clipped. At one point, I wandered to the side of the house and found several people photographing something on the ground outside my bedroom window. Before they could ask me to leave, I made out the gruesome shape of 2 human arms. The kids and I have been staying in my parents' apartment for months, and I think everyone, even Jay, is getting tired of the cramped living situation. We can't stay in the house, Alicia is way too traumatized for that, and I wouldn't be comfortable staying there while the murderer is still at large anyway. I want to sell the house, but our story going semi-viral is making that difficult. After all, who would want a house that, thanks to the news, has become permanently associated with phrases like dismemberment and days of torture and victim barely recognizable as human? A few summers ago, my friend Lexi, not her real name, and I went on a road trip down from Virginia, where we both live, to Florida. We had such a great time that we went again next year, but this time we went to New York. It was so much fun just hanging out with her on the road for days at a time that it was a no-brainer to head off once again this summer, and this time we planned to road trip to Dallas and then Phoenix. It was the week after finals week, and we were all packed and ready to go. Lexi had just gotten her full license over winter break, so she was super excited to do some of the driving, which she did before anyway, but she was always so afraid of getting caught that it wasn't ever for very long. I drove over to her house and helped her throw all her bags into the trunk and back seat of my dad's old green and gray Subaru. Some of the bags were too big to fit in the trunk, so we threw them in the back seat, a couple duffels covering the footwells behind our seats, which wouldn't have been in the way of us reclining our seats to sleep on the nights we didn't have a motel booked. We had the whole trip planned out, everywhere we'd stop to eat, sleep, refill gas. By this point we were practically pros at road tripping. With everything prepared and settled, we set off around noon. The route we had first went south, then cut through the middle of Alabama towards Dallas. We stopped for dinner in Birmingham, Alabama about 8 hours into the trip. After that we were going to drive the last 3 hours to a city just across the border in Mississippi, but we completely lost track of time, staying at the diner in Birmingham for like 2.5 hours. When we got back on the road, the plan was still to try to make it to the city in Mississippi, but after only an hour, I was afraid to squint too much at the other car's headlights and risk accidentally falling asleep. Lexi was also way too exhausted to drive, and neither of us really loved the idea of stopping in some random town in the middle of nowhere, Alabama, but we also didn't love the idea of getting to Mississippi just a few hours before the sun rose and having to keep driving on less than 5 hours of sleep, so Lexi took out her phone and I parked in the breakdown lane while she looked for nearby motels for us to stay at. There weren't many cars on the road so late at night. It was taking forever for the web pages to load on her phone, so I turned the car off and we sat in the silence of us both being just desperate to find somewhere to sleep. After a while and a few grunts of frustration from Lexi, I was about to suggest we just find somewhere to park and sleep in the car when a pair of headlights pulled into the rearview mirror. An old red truck, one with only the front seats, turned its hazards on and parked right behind us, and I turned to Lexi, expressing the same anxiety I was feeling. My hands were shaking a little when I went to put the keys in the ignition, and we drove away before whoever pulled in behind us could talk to us. I pulled off the interstate at the next exit sign. We don't even remember seeing a sign for the town's name anywhere on the off-ramp, just a pitch black night besides our high beams, and the trees and speed limit signs caught in front of them. The first road off the highway was empty and full of potholes that were felt but unseen. Lexi pointed on the map on her phone to a public park where we could park and sleep for the night. After maybe 20 minutes of trying to navigate the roads of this town without GPS, passing horribly decrepit homes and commercial buildings with faded signs, we finally found the park and parked sideways in the lot. In the headlights, we could make out a terribly run-down swing set, a slide, and a seesaw, all made of old, rotting wood. We made sure the doors were locked and spent the night in the car. Lexi and I both woke up the next morning at about the same time, 7:15. Sitting up, we both got a better look at the town we'd parked in. Across the street from the park, there was an abandoned house. Its windows and doors boarded up, and its front lawn was overgrown, up as high as the porch. Just next to it was a house with trash bags filling the front lawn all the way to the weed-infested sidewalk. Surrounding everything was a sparse, hazy forest, and the rest of town was some ways behind us. I turned the car on and tried to blast cold air, but all that came through was swelteringly hot. Desperate to get out of the heat and both starving, we fought the urge to leave that town as soon as possible and instead headed towards the center in hopes of finding somewhere to eat breakfast before we continued our trip. Traveling deeper into the town didn't show us anything better than what we'd seen before. Flat, barren, and almost entirely deserted, this weird town only got weirder when we found an old diner. The sign in the window said it was open, so we gave it a shot. Pulling into the parking lot, there were only 2 other vehicles parked, and one of them looked exactly like the red truck from the night before. Lexi pointed it out and suggested it might even be the same one, and that was weird, but we definitely didn't feel it was weird enough to raise any red flags in our minds. Stepping inside, we were met with a room only marginally colder than outside and a blast of air from a standing fan right beside the door. The diner was more like a bar with a few wooden tables pushed up against the walls. A jukebox was up against the wall playing some 80s rock, but it was hardly loud enough to contend with the 6 box fans they had affixed to every window. Sat in the corner of the diner, there was a man, maybe in his 40s or 50s, staring down at a cup. His hair was almost unignorably greasy, glistening in the sunlight poking through the shredded blinds of the window beside him. The whole diner reeked of cat piss, and I felt myself almost turning to leave when we were greeted by a woman on the other side of the bar. She asked what we wanted to drink, and I turned to Lexi, kind of hoping she'd be the one brave enough to walk away. Instead, she shrugged and joined the woman at the bar, sitting up on one of the stools. There were only 2 things listed on the menu for breakfast, and I hardly remember anything about what we ordered except that we both ate it very quickly and it all tasted stale. The man from before wasn't sitting at the table anymore when we left the diner, and I remember noticing that the red truck wasn't there anymore either. We hit the road and made it to Dallas a whole hour earlier than the route predicted and got a chance to do most of the things on our list. An uneasy feeling persisted in my stomach throughout the day, which kinda ruined most of our destinations, but I tried my best not to drag Lexi down with me. I had no idea what was going on, there was just a horrible feeling that I was always being watched, but every time I looked around I either saw nobody or there were so many people that I couldn't find whoever was watching me even if they existed. Then I finally saw him. We had just arrived at Reunion Tower in the afternoon. It was when we stepped into the elevator. As the doors closed I saw him, the man from the diner, his eyes staring right back at me through his long black hair. My heart dropped and I felt sick, almost collapsing into Lexi. The weight of the paranoia I'd been feeling all day came crashing down at once, and I could barely breathe enough to explain to her what I just saw. The idea that this guy must have been following us all the way from Alabama seemed to click in both our heads at the same time. The other people in the elevator looked disgusted overhearing our conversation, all about as disturbed about the idea as Lexi and I were. A woman and her husband offered to walk with us back to our car, and Lexi and I tried to decline, but they had already made up their minds about us, so they went with us anyway. I'll admit it, I felt a lot better in their company, especially since none of us saw the man again on our way back to the car. We thanked the couple and left as fast as we could out of Dallas, headed west towards Phoenix. This second night we planned would take us out into the desert of New Mexico, where we'd get a chance to see the Milky Way galaxy and stargaze. It was around midnight that we reached the road we scouted on Google Maps. Lexi parked the car on a stretch of empty road and we stepped out into the quiet night, and the sky was beautifully clear. We soaked in the night sky for as long as we could before sleep started to overcome us and we got back in our car. An hour passed and Lexi was fast asleep, but I just couldn't sit still. I was tossing and turning and my heart was pounding with paranoia, and a bad smell kept wafting past my nose, and I really couldn't manage to get any shut-eye. Eventually, exhausted, I sat up in my seat, lifting the back and staring out at the road. My eyes darted all around the dark night horizon, looking for something to explain this feeling that has now followed me from Dallas. Like someone is still watching me, like I'm not safe. My palms are getting clammy and I bite my lip, my gaze flickering up at the rearview mirror where a set of headlights have appeared over the horizon. With my heart lurching in my stomach, I quickly stuck the keys in the ignition and hit the gas, desperate to escape this feeling and whoever's following us. Was that car following us? I didn't know, I didn't care. I had this awful feeling in my gut, and I wasn't going to just lie around and wait to find out why I was feeling it. Lexi jerked awake as I hit the gas, but didn't have many questions when she saw the headlights behind us. When the maps finally loaded, I found the nearest motel, which was about a half hour away, but I wouldn't have cared if it was 4 hours away. I didn't feel safe sleeping in the car at all, and with that car already long gone behind us before I even reached the highway, I suppose I was just waiting for any excuse to get up and out of there. I triple checked that the door to our motel room was locked before collapsing onto the bed and passing out as soon as the adrenaline wore off. Lexi woke me up the following morning all distressed, pulling me out of bed and up to the window. Can you guess what was was parked a few spaces away from our car, that exact same red truck from the interstate and the diner. I already started to feel a little less crazy for not taking any chances with those headlights the night before. Desperate for answers, we left our motel room to scope the red truck out. It took every ounce of courage that we had to just approach the truck. We nervously peered inside. It was messy, full of fast food wrappers and soda cans and napkins, and a pale grime was forming on the edges of the windows, probably from smoking. Importantly, however, the man from the diner wasn't inside. Shaking, we checked out of the motel and hit the road, hoping that he might still be asleep in his room and won't know where we're going. I'm starting to get really paranoid now, and Lexi is trying to calm me down and drive at the same time. I tell her we shouldn't go to Phoenix anymore, thinking maybe this guy knows our plans, but she tells me that's ridiculous. I remind her that he's already followed us all the way from Alabama, but I can tell she's starting to get really irritated. She doesn't want to hear me suggest we turn back, and I could hardly blame her. I was also pretty angry at the idea that this trip would be ruined, because some creep decided to ruin it, but I also didn't want to end up in the newspaper. Regardless, she managed to soothe me enough to be on board with the idea of staying on track and finishing our road trip. We crossed the state of New Mexico and ended in Phoenix, Arizona at around sunset. Even despite the tensions and stresses we both shared, I think that it would have been impossible for us to both sit in still silence for 10 whole hours. Eventually, we started talking again and getting back into the good vibe that we were seeking in this road trip in the first place. We started to joke about the creepy guy following us, saying we must be drop dead gorgeous for someone to chase us across 5 states. Although each quip had an undertone of discomfort, we were trying really hard to move on and have a good time despite it all. In all the long stretches of empty desert freeway, we didn't see that truck once, and in the way the panic died down as the day went on, we really were starting to enjoy ourselves once more. At one point on the road we were starving, hoping still to make it to Phoenix before the sunset, and also perhaps a bit afraid to stop driving in case that red truck catches back up with us. Lexi told me she had a box of granola bars in her bag in the back seat. I reached back and unzipped it, taking the open box out and bringing it into the front seat. Lexi paused with a weird look on her face and asked if I had opened the box, to which I said I hadn't, and to which she said she must have opened it and forgotten. But with the look on her face, it was clear that she didn't really fully believe herself. Those kept us going until Phoenix, where we stopped at a McDonald's and headed inside for a chance to stretch our legs. We ate fast and left to head to the motel and check in, but when we did, we were told they were completely full. Lexi was starting to lose her mind as we drove around the city trying to find another motel within our price range that wasn't completely occupied. When we eventually found one, we went inside to find one of the beds soaking wet for literally no reason. Full of exhausted anger, she stormed down to the clerk and practically screamed at him. He offered her a new room at no cost, but she just stormed out and back to the car, so I followed her. We got into the hot car and she had a breakdown, sobbing into the steering wheel. I tried to console her, but the truth was I was almost surprised I wasn't crying right there with her. I was able to keep my composure and we switched seats, and I drove us out to find somewhere to sleep in the car for the night. We lied there in the car, the engine half on and AC blasting freezing air to keep the interior habitable, and just grieved our ruined road trip. Try to make the plans up to think of another time this summer we might get a chance to give it another go. Eventually she fell asleep basically mid-sentence and I tried to follow suit. The street lamp a few yards behind the car dimly illuminated the roof of the car as I stared up at it. That terrible smell crept back into my nose, but it lingered instead of wafting past. It was like a mix of vinegar and sewage, and I almost gagged, covering my nose and mouth with the shirt I'd taken off. My heart was still pounding in my chest, and that feeling came back, here, a state and a half away from where we last saw that truck. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't rest my mind once again. I groaned and rubbed my eyes vigorously, pulling the seat back upright. It hissed like a gasp as it pulled up and I paused, quietly turning towards the back seat. Lexi's seat was reclined back over her bags that covered the footwell completely, obscured it absolutely. Trembling, I shook Lexi awake. She opened her eyes and I silently hushed her. She sat up and I pointed at the bag just behind my seat. I turned the AC off and we both stared. The bag rose and fell with a hushed breath that wasn't either of ours. Horror pulled at her eyelids. A scream climbed her throat, but she bit her lip as her eyes started to water. Her nails clattered against the door handle as she panikedly threw the door open and leapt out of the car. I rushed out right after her, but before I closed the door, I pushed my seat back down and nearly tripped into the road as I stumbled out. Lexi was already pacing up towards the lamp and I threw my shirt back on as I rushed to the sidewalk walk at her side. She was hyperventilating and cursing, and I took my phone out, barely able to dial for 911. It was just then that I started crying, trying to explain what we both just thought we saw. A man was hiding in the back seat of our car. I threw up in my mouth and sat down to catch my breath. Lexi couldn't stand still and couldn't muster a single coherent sentence, just pacing and staring back at the car, waiting for the police to show up. A few cruisers showed up and the police called for the man in the back of our car to step out. When nothing happened, they opened the doors and paused, pulling him out onto the street to administer CPR. The man had long, greasy black hair and laid strewn out lifelessly on the asphalt. They pronounced him dead at the scene, having suffocated under my reclined seat. Tucked away under our seats, they found a small knife and some zip ties, and the thought of what he might have done had I allowed myself to fall asleep brought me to my knees, relieving sick on the sidewalk while Lexi tried to comfort me with her trembling hands. We stayed in a hotel for a couple days while my dad drove over to pick us up. He had the Subaru towed back and Lexi and I both just went home. I don't even know what to do with myself at this point, honestly. I know it isn't my fault, but I can't help but feel horrible for not catching on sooner. I feel really stupid, I don't know. I've been free for exactly 2 days, 12 hours, and 17 minutes. Not that I'm counting, actually that's a lie, I am counting. Every second feels like a miracle and a nightmare simultaneously. Every tick of freedom is weighed down by what I know and what I can't bring myself to tell anyone. 3 years. That's how long I was held in that basement. At least that's what they are estimating at the hospital due to my blood work. Time blurred together in that windowless room, marked only by the steady drip of a leaking pipe and his footsteps on the stairs. That drip, that goddamn drip. Sometimes I would lie awake counting them until I reached thousands, feeling my sanity slip away with each watery pulse. I don't remember who I was before, not anymore. The worst part is knowing that I used to remember. For the first few months of captivity, I clung to my identity like a lifeline. I had a name, I had a home, I had people who loved me, I had a life. But he couldn't stand it when I'd recite these facts to myself in the dark. He'd fly into rages when I'd whisper my real name over and over like a prayer. "You're no one," he'd scream, bringing his fists down on my head, my face, my temples. "You're mine now, nothing else." The doctors at the hospital believe I have severe brain damage from repeated trauma. Scans show old fractures in my skull that healed without medical attention. Dark patches on my brain where blood pooled and scarred. Memory centers damaged beyond repair. Now the police ask questions I can't answer. Did I have family, friends, a job, a home? The only clear memory I have from before is standing outside a Trader Joe's, nearly dropping a paper bag of groceries as one of the handles ripped. It was raining lightly. I remember thinking I should have brought an umbrella. Then a hand clamped over my mouth, a bag over my head, the smell of chemicals, darkness. When I woke up, I was in that room. Concrete walls stained with substances I tried not to identify. A thin mattress on the floor that reeked of mold and worse things. A bucket in the corner that he'd empty only when the stench became unbearable even to him. A single light bulb hanging from the ceiling that he would turn on and off at random intervals, destroying any sense of day or night I might have clung to. The first month I screamed until my vocal cords shredded. I clawed at the door until my fingernails tore off, leaving bloody streaks on the wood. I begged whatever God might be listening to either save me or kill me. Neither happened. He never told me his name. I never saw his face clearly. At least, for the longest time I didn't see his face. Not that finally seeing it helped. I'll explain soon. He always wore a mask when he came down, a plain white medical mask at first, then more elaborate ones as time went on. Sometimes animals, sometimes cartoon characters. The Mickey Mouse one was the worst. He'd wear it on days he decided I needed to be disciplined. I won't describe what that entailed, I can't, not yet, maybe not ever. It was painful, horrific. That cheerful mouse face watching as he told me I was his masterpiece, a true blank canvas, that humans should be grateful for lives that are full of endless opportunities. Once he didn't feed me for 2 weeks, just water. By the end I was hallucinating, seeing shadows dance on the walls. When he finally came down with a plate of cold spaghetti, I wept with gratitude. I kissed his feet. I would have done anything. I did do anything. The strangest part was how routine it all became. The terror never fully subsided, but it evolved into something duller, more manageable. Sometimes he'd bring me books, dog-eared paperbacks with coffee stains and torn covers. Sometimes he'd sit in a folding chair and make me read to him, correcting my pronunciation instantly when I stumbled over words. Sometimes he'd leave a small radio that only picked up static and religious broadcasts. The preacher's voices became as familiar as my own thoughts. When winter came, I could tell from the bone-deep chill that seeped through the concrete. He'd bring down a space heater sometimes, but only if I'd been good. I learned to stop shivering in his presence because it annoyed him. I learned to regulate my body temperature through sheer will. I learned things about survival that no human should know. I stopped asking why. I stopped begging to be released. I stopped speaking altogether around the 2-year mark. What was the point? The silence became my armor. He hated it. He'd scream at me, shake me, try anything to make me talk. But I'd retreated so far inside myself by then that my body was just an empty shell. Sometimes I would watch him from somewhere above, like I was floating near the ceiling, observing this broken girl with matted hair and skin stretched tight over protruding bones. The worst times were when he was kind, when he'd bring me a warm blanket, when he'd clean the infected cuts on my legs with surprising gentleness, when he'd read to me as I drifted off to sleep. Those moments confused me, made me question everything. Stockholm Syndrome, the hospital psychologist called it later. I call it hell. Then, 2 days ago, he came down the stairs without his usual measured steps. He was rushing, frantic, no mask this time, and his face, I know he wasn't wearing a mask and it was human skin, but no eyes, no mouth or hair, no ears or nose, no features at all, just a blank canvas. That's all I remember about his face. Time to go, he said, injecting something into my arm before I could react. As consciousness slipped away, I heard the basement door open again, shuffling, a muffled cry, another person. Your replacement has arrived, he whispered in my ear. I woke up on a park bench 20 miles from the house where I'd been held. My hospital bracelet says Jane Doe. The police have been kind but frustrated by my inability to provide details. I can't describe his face even though I finally saw it, but I remember his voice, the way it would soften when he was about to hurt me, the slight lisp on certain words, the wet sound of his mouth when he leaned close to whisper things he planned to do to me. It's strange how my brain protected some memories while obliterating others. The neurologist explained that severe, repeated head trauma can create a patchwork of memory loss. Your brain sacrificed your identity to preserve your survival instincts, she told me. Sometimes I still feel the phantom pain of those blows, the ringing in my ears that wouldn't stop for days, the world tilting as I tried to hold on to who I was before everything went dark. And last night, as a nurse was checking my vitals, I heard a news report on the small television in my hospital room. A 19-year-old girl had gone missing outside a Trader Joe's, one town over from where we are now. I should tell the police everything I know. I should help them find her. I should be doing something, anything. But I can't. I physically can't, because as he was preparing to release me after I'd heard those muffled cries from upstairs, unmistakably female, young, terrified, he grabbed my face with one gloved hand, squeezing until I thought my jaw would break. Listen carefully, he whispered, his breath hot against my ear. You're going to leave here, you're going to stay quiet. If I see one police sketch, if I hear one whisper that you're helping them find me, I will cut her throat while playing a recording of your voice. She'll die believing you killed her. He showed me a phone then, replaying snippets of my voice he'd recorded over the years. My pleas, my screams, even my reading voice from those bizarre sessions where he'd make me read aloud from classic novels for hours until my throat was raw. I've already told her all about you, he continued, how you helped pick her, how you're my partner. She thinks you've just gone out for supplies. His tone was nothing less than excited. She's waiting for you to come back, for 3 years just like you waited. But here's the thing that keeps me frozen, the thing I haven't told anyone until now. When he released me, he whispered something else. You did so well, I'll be coming back for you. This is just intermission. And remember, her blood will be on your hands if you talk. And on my discharge papers from the hospital, tucked into the folder the nurse gave me this morning, I found a small note on Mickey Mouse stationery. Miss you already. The new girl isn't nearly as much fun. She keeps asking when you're coming back. I told her you'd return soon to help me with her. TikTok. Along with the note was a small USB drive. When I plugged it in at a library far from the hospital, it contained only a single video file. 10 seconds of footage showing a young woman, blindfolded and gagged, huddled in the same corner of the same basement where I spent 3 years. A timestamp on the video showed it was recorded just 4 hours ago. In the background, my voice. Pieces of recording stitched together saying, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. We're going to have so much fun together." I've been free for exactly 2 days, 12 hours and 23 minutes, but I know I'm still not free at all, and neither is she. Just some background on this story. I, a 24-year-old female, was about 21 at the time, and commuting a decent distance to school from my parents' house. My parents live in a small town, and based on what I observed in high school, the dating pool there is slim. A couple years ago, I was still adjusting to the adult dating scene. I was using Tinder, and though I had been on a few dates and had a few hookups, it was mostly just situations where I either wasn't that interested in the guys, or it was strictly a one-night stand. There's a college town, not where I went to school, about 45 minutes from my parents' house, and I went on a few dates there. It's a cool city to hang out in, so it was always worth the journey even if a date didn't work out. The worst Tinder date I'd had at this point was one guy that went in for the kiss when I clearly wasn't feeling it. Like, I cringed away as he went to kiss me, so his mouth caught the edge of my mouth as I turned away while trying and failing to not make a face. Very awkward, but by no means something where I felt my life was in danger. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. However, this story's different. We chatted through text after matching on Tinder, and though he wasn't exactly my usual type, he was charming enough. He was a little bit of the stoner type, and as a teenager I'd gone through my own emo phase. He was funny and confident over the phone as well. I usually made it a rule for myself to chat on the phone at least once or twice before meeting up with guys, even just to gauge if we would be able to carry a conversation. It's not the same when you're only texting. However, this was also to make sure the pictures and the voice matched up with the person I was meeting. We hit it off over the phone well enough to the point where I felt we should give hanging out a shot. We talked about how I went to karaoke night often at a local bar close to where I attended school. He said he and his friends liked going to karaoke too. Great. He lived in the previously mentioned college town, and I agreed to attending karaoke night with him and his friends. He said they were hanging out at a local coffee shop near where he and his roommate lived, and I could meet them there. A girl he knew worked there as well, and he said she'd give me a coffee on the house. Before leaving, I texted one of my friends where I was going just to be safe. When I arrived, I could clearly see into the coffee shop. I could see a group of 4 scraggly looking dudes and one girl behind the counter. As soon as I pulled up, I got a nagging bad feeling in my stomach. As soon as I got out of my car, the guy I had been chatting with left his group and came out. He said they were leaving right now, so we should just go. Not that I really cared about the coffee, but what happened to the coffee I was promised? I asked what exactly the plan was, and he said they were going to head back to his place before heading to karaoke. He didn't ask if I wanted anything from the shop, and didn't even ask if I wanted to come in. By this point, his friends came out and they all got close to my car. I was getting pretty bad vibes at this point. He isn't acting charming or funny like before on the phone. Everything felt forced. There was an air from the group that they were only pretending to be friendly. Nobody introduced themselves, but they just kept saying how awesome karaoke at the bar was. The girl inside at the counter had gone in the back of the shop, and because she was friends with them, I didn't know if I could trust her. Thinking quickly, I said the plan sounded great and I could drive and meet them there, that I didn't want to leave my car there. This apparently was a problem. The one car in the parking lot, which I had assumed was one of theirs, was the girls. They said they walked there, but it would be a lot better and faster if I just drove them back to the house. At this point, I'm panicking. Everyone's close to my car and me. I tell them a stupid lie and say that I have a bunch of stuff from school in my car, and it's pretty messy on top of that, so not everyone will be able to fit. Mind you, they are right by my car, standing in front of it. They can see through my windshield into it. It's got like a backpack in it, and that's it. I just lie and say I'm kind of embarrassed because the floor is messy. I'm saying anything I can to get out of this. I tell them I'm really sorry, but if they order an Uber, I can just meet them at their place. I'm not budging on not letting them get in my car. The guy I'm supposed to be on a date with tells the other guys to head back inside the coffee shop, and now I'm alone with him. He asks why I can't just drive everyone. He tells me it's not a big deal and that it's just easier if I drive everyone there. I stand firm that there's not room and my car's messy. I tell him I promise to meet him at his place if they order an Uber or walk. Just text me his address. He says that it'll take too long to get back to his place, so I should just meet them at the bar instead. He won't give me his address. He texts me the address to the bar and I apologize about the car thing. I tell him I'm so excited for karaoke and I'll meet him there. I smile and act as naturally as possible, and then I get in my car and try to drive normally while in view. As soon as I'm out of sight, I take off and just drive in different directions haphazardly before heading back home. home. I was constantly watching in my mirrors to see if anyone followed me, and thankfully nobody did. Not long after arriving home, I got multiple texts from him. He told me I was just another girl pretending to be a nice girl. He told me I deserved to have my intestines ripped out and that I should be hung from the rafters by them. He told me when I was going to burn in hell and my sins against mankind would come back to haunt me. Clearly, I made the right call. People, always trust your gut. If you get a bad feeling, listen to it. You don't have to be nice. Do what you can to take yourself out of the situation and let your friends know where you're going ahead of time. Who knows, maybe the guy was ultimately harmless, but that's a risk I was not willing to take. I blocked his number and blocked him on Tinder. Never heard from him again, though I doubt I'll ever encounter him again. Creepy Tinder guy, let's not meet. I grew up in the exurbs of western Louisiana. Our small town was deeply religious, and this coupled with the crime wave of the 1980s meant that my childhood was spent largely cooped up inside. The first lick at freedom I got was Halloween night 1987. I was 13 and was allowed out until midnight with a group of my closest friends. What really sold my mother on the idea was Patrick. Patrick was the 17-year-old brother of my best friend Marv. Despite being feared by anyone younger than him, he was a good student and a good Christian, and all the adults he knew would fawn over him. Against his own will, he'd be accompanying our little group for the night. It was in Marv's family's basement that we watched the first half of Friday the 13th. Looking back, I'm sure I thought in the moment that that movie would be the most traumatizing thing I'd see all night. When Patrick entered the room, our laughter died mid-sentence. He wasn't tall, but carried himself like he was. I never liked him, but knew that not even his presence could bring down my mood tonight. After Marv's parents forced us out, we patrolled the neighborhood trick-or-treating. I think there were about 5 or 6 of us, not including Patrick. I knew all the other kids from either church or school, apart from Lenny, the kid brother of my friend Rob. I never knew, but I'm sure he was only around 7 or 8. I did remember that he was dressed in a clown costume. Apart from Lenny, the only other costumes I could remember were mine and Marv's. We both came dressed as Ghostbusters, and I'd brought an old black painted vacuum cleaner with me to really make it. It was after 10, after the trick-or-treating, that maybe 1 or 2 of us left the group to go back home. We all were giggling and messing around, high on sugar, not noticing that Patrick was leading us a little further away from the rows of white houses. The streetlights grew sparse, then vanished altogether. The laughter that had carried us through the night faltered, replaced by the crunch of dead leaves underfoot and the distant rhythmic croak of bullfrogs. The air thickened with the smell of stagnant water and rotting vegetation. I remember Marv nudging me, his grin faltering for the first time that night. "Dude," he whispered, "where the hell is he taking us?" There was a small marshy clearing on the banks of the bayou. Large, thick roots served as makeshift benches which Patrick directed us onto. Confused, we sat in a crescent around him and watched in terror as he took a cigarette from his pocket, lit the end, and took a draw. He blew smoke into Marv's face and started to talk. He told us all that he had a story he wanted to share, a local legend that every kid in town should be aware of. We listened intently as he began telling us about Leatherskin. The story will always stick with me, and I will now try to repeat it as accurately as I can. I might miss out some of the details. It has been 38 years after all, but this will be the truest account of the original myth on the internet, as far as I know anyway. Leatherskin was born sometime in the late 40s or early 50s. Deformed, coarse brown calluses grew all over his body like spreading mycelium. His pus-colored eyes were nothing but tiny pinpricks, and the full set of teeth he was born with were too sharp to be breastfed. His father, the town's pastor, was terrified that his child was a satanic aberration, punishment for the sins of his youth. Despite his ailing wife's pleas, the pastor took his newborn to a murky corner of the swamp and left him in a patch of moss to die. By this point, Patrick had already piqued my interest. At 13, I'd already heard the name Leatherskin whispered before. I heard it from a kid in the playground when I was much younger, in the context that he was going to get me. It was a small part of local lore that I honestly knew nothing about. I didn't even know what Leatherskin was supposed to look like. On that Halloween night, I was ecstatic at the idea of finally getting to know. Unbeknownst to the pastor, he left his unwanted infant crying within earshot of a dilapidated shotgun house. The wooden shaking that was slowly sinking into the bayou was inhabited by an aged and dementia-ridden woman. She wandered from her home and followed the cries to that little patch of moss. When she found the baby, she took him in her arms and cradled him to silence. That night, she brought him back with her and raised him as her own. For years, she fed and clothed him, cared for and nurtured him, and did her best to keep him from harm's way. The senile old woman was barely able to speak herself, and, with no other human contact, Leatherskin grew up without a proficiency in any language. His diet consisted of raw seabird and other hapless swamp creatures until he reached puberty. By 13, Leatherskin was already almost 7 feet tall and had just begun to sneak out of his mother's home and into the small town on the other side of the overgrowth. He'd stalk through the backyards at night and kidnap family pets under the cover of darkness. This became his new routine, but as Leatherskin grew, so did his hunger. Sometime in the mid-1960s, a small girl wandered out into the swamp chasing a monarch butterfly. She was never seen again. From this point onwards, all sympathy had drained from Leatherskin's story. After his first feed on children's flesh, he could not go back. Kids began disappearing at a rate far higher than the national average. After the discovery of some semblance of human remains, the townsfolk would propound that these poor children were falling victim to alligator attacks. Hunts began soon after, and although many reptiles were killed, Leatherskin remained out of sight. The parents, however, stopped letting their children play outside, and especially not near the bayou. Leatherskin was forced to venture further into the small village and even broke into houses from time to time. It was after one of the Calloway twins disappeared from the edge of the schoolyard that people stopped saying gators and started to nail their windows shut instead. By this time, he had begun to spend much of his time in the water, clambering from root to root in the murky shallows. Anyone who did encounter him might have mistaken Leatherskin for a floating log or even a crocodilian. Few would have realized how close to death they'd come. Some hunters might have even seen the rundown cabin Leatherskin called home. It rested half sunken where the marshland met the slow-running waters of the bayou. It was built by the father of Leatherskin's elderly adoptive mother, sometime in the 1870s or 80s, I'd reckon. Back then, where it stood was dry land perched on a small riverbank. With more attraction, it could have developed into a township, taking the place of the one I called home a mile northwards. Shortly after the end of segregation, and immediately after Governor Wallace's loss in the 1968 presidential election, racial tensions in the state of Louisiana were at a fever pitch. Following more sightings and even a blurry photograph of Leatherskin, the highly fantasized story the local newspapers ran with were of a Creole cannibal living deep within the swamp. A racist mob was whipped up, and in one warm July night they descended into the quagmire, accompanied by the sheriff's men. By foot and by boat, the crowd came across Leatherskin's decaying house. Raiding it, they found only the senile octogenarian who'd raised the young demon. She was alive, but unresponsive, as she had been for the past 2 years. In that time, she'd been kept alive, fed, and bathed by her de jure offspring. The gang of men soon realized she wasn't the sole occupant of the house, however, as the wooden frames weren't the only things rotting away. Led into the cramped upstairs by stench alone, they found piles of small bodies, most picked down to the bone. In the ensuing interrogation, the old woman sadly died. This was the beginning of the account from the sole survivor of that night's events, once he regained speech a few days after. He told the reporters encamped around his hospital bed that shortly after, the door was ripped from its hinges. A blur entered the shack and tore the group of men apart, shrugging off gunfire like a metal drum as he did. The lone survivor, a teenage clerk from Rubio's Hardware, had only done so by leaping out of a brittle, mildew-frosted window. Leaving the screams behind him, he ran, coated in blood, through the maze of vines. In a panic, he twisted his ankle and crawled onto a mossy clearing lit by the moonlight. Eventually, he was found by one of the police boats used in the search, piloted by a bewildered deputy, and taken back into town. When a second search party came across the old cabin, they found what was left of the group of men. They were gored to pieces, strewn everywhere. The townsfolk burned the house, and as it went up in flames, its ancient foundations finally gave way and it slid into the murky water. No one knew what happened to Leatherskin, but to this day, our little town still has one of the highest disappearance rates in the contiguous United States. Some say Leatherskin is still alive and well, thriving in the swamp, still feeding on children. At least this was the story told to us by Patrick. Once Patrick finished his yarn, he looked around at the group of kids in front of him, gauging our belief or lack thereof. To my side, little Lenny was quivering in his clown costume, his eyes darting around the mangroves. I was conflicted on its validity, but I can remember that with the passion the story was told, I felt inclined to believe him. If I had fully believed him, I might have been less enthusiastic when Patrick quickly suggested that we should all go into the swamp and hunt for leatherskin ourselves. Since I watched Stand By Me, I yearned for the freedom I had seen in media. With an hour to midnight, I leapt from my seat on the root and fervently supported Patrick's plan. He threw his arm around my shoulder and spoke to the rest of the children, goading them to follow my example. I started to wish that I kept my mouth shut because 5 minutes later, our little posse was trudging through the swamp. One or two decided not to come with us, instead following the trail back the way we came and into town. A few of us had flashlights given to us by our overprotective parents that, combined with the brief cracks of moonlight gazing through the canopy, guided our path. We stuck to the elevated and dry sods of earth as best we could. Despite my attempts, I could feel the hanging ends of my pant leg dampen. Marv and I tried to hang back, and we talked and laughed like a pair of hyenas. The air was wet with sound, cicadas, toads, and the flow of the nearby bayou. Suddenly, Patrick put a commanding hand up and told us all to stop. We did, and looked around trying to find what sparked our sudden halt. Patrick turned to us with a sinister smile and said that he'd seen movement along the banks of the creek. "It's leatherskin," I remember Patrick shouting at us. Lenny's breath hitched as his older brother pushed him forward. Patrick saw what the siblings were doing and decided to take it further. He said something along the lines of, "You're the youngest. Leatherskin will want you." With that, we all started chanting, pressuring the kid to take a few more steps towards the water's edge. Clearly terrified, but even more afraid of what a group of older boys could do to him, he did. In his little white clown suit with blue and red polka dots, he took a series of anxious steps forward as we roared around him. Joking, I shouted, "Oh my god, is that leatherskin?" Lenny whirled around, almost losing his balance and falling backwards into the water. Tears were streaking down his white face paint now. "Stop it, guys, you're not funny," he screamed as we all bent double, laughing at him. Those words are etched into my mind because they were his last. A torrent of water swept onto the thin, stony bank as a great weight slammed into Lenny, having bitten onto his submerged ankles. He cried out in pain and shock and fell to hands and knees as he was dragged backwards. I was paralyzed with fear, as were Patrick and Marv, but Lenny's brother rushed forward to fight off the black shape. It wasn't until he splashed into the water that we snapped out of our trance of regret and ran to Rob's side. He grabbed him and stopped him from running fully into the bayou as Lenny was dragged underwater by what we came to realize was an alligator. We all stood, soaking and staring at the carnage before us. The beast had begun to death roll, and Lenny's screams came in cycles and he repeatedly breached, and was then dragged under the water. Those same screams still rattle away in my nightmares, whenever my mind dares to dream. His dying breath was carried as a bubble to the black water surface. Within a minute, maybe less, the white froth brought up by the thrashing had dissipated. Our collective gaze followed the disturbance in the water as it slowly moved away, off towards the tangle of mangroves. Rob fell to his knees by my side and sobbed gently into his hands. I heard Patrick gulp and turned to watch him wordlessly walk away from us, back in the direction of the trail. Marv and I helped Rob to his unsteady feet and followed Patrick. As soon as we caught up to him, he whipped around and furiously warned us not to tell a soul what had happened tonight. I was inclined to follow his advice, as was Marv, but we both knew Rob couldn't. Patrick sighed and took Rob by his forearm and led him away from us. I looked at Marv confused, but he just shrugged. A small while later, the two returned. Rob was crying with even more devastation now, and Patrick just sniffed indifferently. When I returned home that night, just 15 minutes past midnight, my mother immediately knew something was wrong. Despite her persistence, I explained to her that I was blackout tired, and as it was over 3 hours past my bedtime, she let me go to sleep as soon as I came through the door. I cried for most of the night and stayed awake long enough to hear sirens wailing from, I assumed, Rob's house. In the morning, my mother came into my room and quietly sat on my bed. She told me in a soft and distant voice that Lenny, the little brother of my friend Rob, had been reported missing. She then asked me if I knew anything about it. I told her in a shaky voice that I didn't, and my reply was followed by a few minutes of silence. My mother then leaned in and hugged me. I started to cry into her shoulder, and after some point she pulled away, gave me a shallow smile and left to my room. They never found Lenny, of course, nor did they find his remains. I didn't see Rob much after that night, but I often heard from my parents that Lenny's mother and father had shattered. I stayed friends with Marv until I moved to Baton Rouge at 19. I rarely visited my hometown, but recently, my mother passed away. I haven't spoken to her in years, let alone seen her in person. The funeral was organized by my sister, who now lived in the family home with her own family. I stayed with her for a week or two during the mourning period, and got to know my nieces and nephews properly for the first time. A few days ago, I was browsing around a local shop, one I worked at in the summer of 1990. It hadn't changed much, and I realized the new owner was an old school friend of mine. I was walking down aisle 3 when I bumped into him. I almost didn't recognize him at first, but he recognized me. It was Rob. Guilt still clung to him like kudzu. I could tell it in his gray eyes and broken smile. His hands trembled as he restocked a shelf of canned goods, his wedding ring loose on his thinning fingers. He somehow seemed smaller than he was when we were 13. We talked and vowed to talk more again one day, then said our goodbyes. I'm still not sure how much detail he told his parents of what happened that night, or if he's ever made peace with his own conscience. This post is my own admission. I'm not sure if the stories of Leatherskin are true. I did, however, tell them to my young nieces and nephews, in the hope they'll never venture near the swamp. Alligators infest these waters, and I'm certain it was one of those beasts that killed Lenny that night. I mean, what else could it be? I worked the night shift at a small local TV station in rural Montana. It's one of those jobs where you mostly just make sure nothing goes wrong with the automated broadcast system while everyone else is sleeping. 12 hours of mind-numbing boredom punctuated by occasional technical hiccups. At least that's what it was supposed to be. 3 weeks ago, I started noticing something strange happening during our 3 a.m. broadcast slot. We run old public domain movies during that time. Nobody's watching anyway, and it's cheap content to fill airtime. I was half asleep in the control room when I noticed something off about the black and white western playing on the monitor. There was a figure standing in the background of a scene where I could swear there hadn't been anyone before. It was just a silhouette, barely visible behind the main actors. I rewound the digital file, thinking maybe I just hadn't noticed it the first time through. But when I played it again, the figure was gone. I chalked it up to fatigue and too much coffee. Night shifts mess with your head, and I've seen weirder things while sleep deprived. But then it happened again the next night. This time it was during an old noir film. A woman was delivering a monologue in her apartment, and in the window behind her I saw a face peering in, just for a second before the camera angle changed. I jumped up and rewound the footage. Nothing there on the second viewing. I started recording our broadcast on my phone, thinking maybe there was some kind of transmission issue that was causing these glitches. The recording showed nothing unusual, but I kept seeing these anomalies on the live monitor. Fleeting shapes in the background, strange distortions in people's faces, background extras staring directly at the camera when they shouldn't be. Last week things escalated. The 3 a.m. slot was playing Night of the Living Dead, and halfway through, one of the zombie extras turned to face the camera and spoke. This wasn't part of the movie. I know because I've seen it dozens of times. The zombie's mouth moved, and though there was no audible sound, I could read the lips clearly. "We see you watching." I nearly fell out of my chair. I grabbed my phone and started recording, my hands shaking. When I played back the clip I'd recorded, the zombie was just shuffling around mindlessly like it was supposed to. But I know what I saw on the monitor. I tried telling my supervisor, but he just laughed it off. "Classic night shift paranoia," he said. "Take some vitamin D supplements. The lack of sunlight is getting to you." Maybe he was right. Maybe I was just sleep deprived and imagining things. I considered requesting a schedule change, but the weird part is, I didn't want to. Something kept drawing me back to those late night broadcasts. I needed to know what was happening. 4 nights ago, I made a discovery. I noticed that these anomalies only appeared on broadcast signals, never on the digital files themselves. Something was intercepting or altering our broadcast between the station and the transmission. I set up a second monitor connected directly to our antenna feed to compare with our studio output. That night, the differences between the two feeds were undeniable. While the Maltese Falcon played normally on the studio monitor, the broadcast version showed subtle but unsettling differences. Background characters moved differently, scene transitions lingered a beat too long, and Humphrey Bogart's eyes, they were solid black like empty sockets. I started documenting everything, taking photos of both screens side by side. The photos showed the differences clear as day, so it wasn't just in my head. Something or someone was hijacking our broadcast signal. Last night I decided to stay after my shift ended at 6 a.m. to talk to the morning crew about what I'd found. That's when I made the most most disturbing discovery yet. When the morning shift manager arrived, she looked at me strangely. "What are you doing here, Alex? You're not scheduled until tonight." I told her I had just finished my shift, but she shook her head and showed me the schedule on her tablet. According to the official record, I hadn't worked last night, or the night before, or any night in the past 2 weeks. But I had been here. I had the photos on my phone to prove it. Except when I checked my phone, the photos were gone, the recordings were gone, everything was gone. The only evidence I had was a single text message I had sent to myself at 3:17 a.m. last night that simply read, "It's replacing us one by one." I don't remember sending that message. I went home in a daze, convinced I was losing my mind. When I arrived at my apartment, my key didn't work. After several attempts, my neighbor came out and asked if I needed help. "Hey, are you looking for Alex?" she asked, not recognizing me. "He moved out about 2 weeks ago. Are you a friend of his?" I stood there unable to speak. How could she not recognize me? I've lived next door to her for 3 years. I managed to mumble something about having the wrong apartment and walked away. I'm writing this now from a motel room, using a laptop I bought today. I don't know who or what has taken over the broadcast, but I think it's spreading beyond the signal now. Tonight at 3 a.m., every TV in this town will be airing our public domain movie slot. I don't know how many people might be watching: insomniacs, night shift workers, people who fall asleep with their TVs on, but I know something will be watching back through those screens. I'm going back to the station tonight. I need to find a way to stop the broadcast. If you're reading this and you live in a small town with a local TV station, do me a favor. Don't watch anything that airs at 3 a.m. And if you see someone who looks exactly like you walking around, run. Every summer when I was a child, my family would visit our relatives in the northwest of Ireland, in a rural, low-populated region. Leaving our home in England, we would road trip through Scotland before taking a ferry across the Irish Sea, driving a further 3 hours through the last frontier of the United Kingdom. My 2 older brothers and I would know when we were close to our relative's farm, because the country roads would suddenly turn bumpy as hell. The northwest of Ireland is a breathtaking part of the country. Its Atlantic coastway is wild and rugged, with pastoral green hills and misty mountains. The villages are very traditional, surrounded by numerous farms, cow, and sheep fields. My family and I would always stay at my grandmother's farmhouse, which stands out a mile away due to its bright red-painted coating. These relatives are from my mother's side, and although the northwest, and even the rest of Ireland for that matter, is very sparsely populated, my mother's family is extremely large. She has a dozen siblings, which was always mind-blowing to me, and what's more, I have so many cousins I've yet to meet them all. I always enjoyed these summer holidays on the farm, where I would spend every day playing around the grounds and feeding the different farm animals. Although I usually played with my 2 older brothers on the farm, by the time I was 12, they were too old to play with me and would rather go round to one of our cousins' houses nearby to either ride dirt bikes or play video games. So I was mostly stuck on the farm by myself. Luckily, I had one cousin, Grana, who lived close by and was around my age. Grana was a tomboy, and so we more or less liked the same activities. I absolutely loved it here, and so did my brothers and my dad. In fact, we loved the northwest of Ireland so much, we even talked about moving here. But for some strange reason, although my mum was always missing her family, she was dead against any ideas of relocating. Whenever we asked her why, she would always have a different answer. There weren't enough jobs, it's too remote, and so on. But unfortunately for my mum, we always left the family decisions to a majority vote, and so if the 4 out of 5 of us wanted to relocate to the northwest of Ireland, we were going to. On one of these summer evenings on the farm, and having neither my brothers or Gran to play with, my uncle Dave, who ran the family farm, asks me if I'd like to come with him to see a baby calf being born on one of the nearby farms. Having never seen a newborn calf before, I enthusiastically agreed to tag along. Driving for 10 minutes down the bumpy country road, we pull outside the entrance of a rather large cow field, where, waiting for my uncle Dave, were 3 other farmers. Knowing how big my Irish family was, I assumed I was probably related to these men too. Getting out of the car, these 3 farmers stare instantly at me, appearing both shocked and angry. Striding up to my uncle Dave, one of the farmers yells at him, "What the hell's this Wayne doing here?" Taken back a little by the hostility, I then hear my uncle Dave reply, "He needs to know. You know as well as I do they can't move here." Feeling rather uncomfortable by this confrontation, I was now somewhat confused. What do I need to know? And more importantly, why can't we move here? Before I can turn to Uncle Dave to ask him, the 4 men quickly halt their bickering and enter through the field gate entrance. Following the men into the cow field, the late evening had turned dark by now, and not wanting to ruin my good trainers by stepping in any cow paths, I walked very cautiously and slowly. So slow, in fact, I'd gotten separated from my uncle's group, trying to follow the voices through the darkness and thick grass. I suddenly stopped in my tracks, because in front of me, staring back with unblinking eyes, was a very large cow, so large I at first mistook it for a bull. In the past, my Uncle Dave had warned me not to play in the cow fields because if cows are with their calves, they may charge at you. Seeing this huge cow staring stonewall at me, I really was quite terrified, because already knowing how freakishly fast cows can be, I knew if it charged at me, there was little chance I would outrun it. Thankfully, the cow stayed exactly where it was, before losing interest in me and moving on. I know it sounds ridiculous talking about my terrifying encounter with a cow, but I was a city boy after all. Although I regularly fed the cows on the family farm, these animals still felt somewhat alien to me, even after all these years. Brushing off my close encounter, I continued to try and find my Uncle Dave. I eventually found them on the far side of the field's corner. Approaching my uncle's group, I then see they're not alone. Standing by them were 3 more men and a woman, all dressed in farmer's clothing. But surprisingly, my cousin Granna was also with them. I go over to Gran to say hello, but she didn't even seem to realize I was there. She was too busy staring over at something behind the group of farmers. Curious as to what Granna was looking at, I move around to get a better look, and what I see is another cow, just a regular red cow, laying down on the grass. Getting out my phone to turn on the flashlight, I quickly realized this must be the cow that was giving birth. Its stomach was swollen, and there were patches of blood stained on the grass around it. But then I saw something else. On the other side of this red cow, nestled in the grass beneath the bushes, was the calf, and rather sadly it was stillborn. But what greatly concerned me wasn't that this calf was dead. What concerned me was its appearance. Although the calf's head was covered in red slimy fur, the rest of it wasn't. The rest of it didn't have any fur at all, just skin. And what made every single fiber of my body crawl was that this calf's body, its brittle infant body, it belonged to a human. Curled up into a fetal position, its head was indeed that of a calf. But what I should have been seeing as 2 front and hind legs were instead 2 human arms and legs, no longer or shorter than my own. Feeling terrified and at the same time in disbelief, I leave the calf, or whatever it was, to go back to Granna, all the while turning to shine my flashlight on the calf, as though to see if it still had the same appearance. Before I can make it back to the group of adults, Gran stops me. With a look of concern on her face, she stares silently back at me before she says, "You're not supposed to be here, it was supposed to be a secret." Telling her that Uncle Dave had brought me, I then ask what the hell that thing was. "I'm not allowed to tell you," she says. "This was supposed to be a secret." 20 or 30 so minutes later, we were all standing around as though waiting for something, before the lights of a vehicle pull into the field and a man gets out to come over to us. This man wasn't a farmer, he was some sort of veterinarian. Uncle Dave and the others bring him to tend to the calf's mother, and as he did, me and Gran were made to wait inside one of the men's tractors. We sat inside the tractor for what felt like hours. Even though it was summer, the night was very cold, and I was only wearing a soccer jersey and shorts. I tried prying Grande for more information as to what was going on, but she wouldn't talk about it, or at least wasn't allowed to talk about it. Luckily, my determination for answers got the better of her, because more than an hour later, with nothing but the cold night air and awkward silence to accompany us both, Gran finally gave in. This happens every couple of years to all the farms here, but we're not supposed to talk about it, it brings bad luck. I then remembered something. When my dad said he wanted us to move here, my mum was dead against it. If anything, she looked scared just considering it. Almost afraid to know the answer, I work up the courage to ask Granna, "Does my mum know about this?" Sat stiffly in the driver's seat, Granna cranes her neck round to me. Of course she knows, Granna reveals. Everyone here knows. It made sense now. No wonder my mum didn't want to move here. She never even seemed excited whenever we planned on visiting, which was strange to me because my mum clearly loved her family. I then remembered something else. A couple of years ago, I remember waking up in the middle of the night inside the farmhouse, and I could hear the cows on the farm screaming. The screaming was so bad I couldn't even get back to sleep that night. The next morning, rushing through my breakfast to go play on the farm, Uncle Dave firmly tells me and my brothers to stay away from the cowshed. He didn't even give an explanation. Later on that night, after what must have been a good 3 hours, my Uncle Dave and the others come over to the tractor. Shaking Uncle Dave's hand, the veterinarian then gets in his vehicle and leaves out the field. I then noticed 2 of the other farmers were carrying a black bag or something, each holding separate ends as they walked. I could see there was something heavy inside, and my first thought was they were carrying the dead calf, or whatever it was, away. Appearing as though everyone was leaving now, Uncle Dave comes over to the tractor to say we're going back to the farmhouse, and that we would drop Grana home along the way. Having taken Gran home, we then make our way back along the country road, where both me and Uncle Dave sat in complete silence. Uncle Dave driving, just staring at the stretch of road in front of us, and me staring silently at him. By the time we get back to the farmhouse, it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the farm was dead silent. Pulling up outside the farm, Uncle Dave switches off the car engine. Without saying a word, we both remain in silence. I felt too awkward to ask him what I had just seen, but I knew he was waiting for me to do so. Still not saying a word to one another, Uncle Dave turns from the driver's seat to me, and he tells me everything Gran wouldn't. "Don't you see now why you can't move here?" he says. "There's something wrong with this place, son. This place is cursed. Your mammy knows. She's known since she was a Wayne. That's why she doesn't want you living here." Yo, so why does this happen? I ask him. "This has been happening for generations, son. For hundreds of years, the animals in the county have been giving birth to these things." The way my Uncle Dave was explaining all this to me, it was almost like a confession. Like he'd wanted to tell the truth about what's been happening here all his life. It's not just the cows, it's the pigs, the sheep, the horses, and even the dogs. The dogs, it's always the same. They have the head as normal, but the body's always different. It was only now, after a long and terrifying night, that I suddenly started to become emotional, and I was completely exhausted. Realizing this was all too much for a young boy to handle, I think my Uncle Dave tried to put my mind at ease. "Don't you worry, son. They never live." Although I wanted all the answers, I now felt as though I knew far too much. But there was one more thing I still wanted to know. What do they do with the bodies? "Don't you worry about it, son. Just tell your mammy that you know. But don't go telling your brothers or your daddy now. She never wanted them knowing." By the next morning, and constantly rethinking everything that happened the previous night, I look around the farmhouse for my mom. Thankfully, she was alone in her bedroom folding clothes, and so I took the opportunity to talk to her in private. Entering her room, she asks me how it was seeing a calf being born for the first time. Staring back at her warm smile, my mouth opens to make words, but nothing comes out, and instantly, my mom knows what's happened. "I could kill your Uncle Dave," she says. "He said it was going to be a normal birth." Breaking down in tears right in front of her, my mom comes over to comfort me in her arms. "It's okay, chicken, there's no need to be afraid." After she tried explaining to me what Grana and Uncle Dave had already told me, her comforting demeanor suddenly turned serious. Clasping her hands upon each side of my arms, my mum crouches down, eyes level with me, and with the most serious look on her face I'd ever seen, she demands of me, "Listen, chicken, whatever you do, don't you dare go telling your brothers or your dad. They can never know. It's going to be our little secret, okay?" Still with tears in my eyes, I nod a silent yes to her. "Good man yourself," she says. We went back home to England a week later. I never told my brothers or my dad the truth of what I saw, of what really happens on those farms, and I refused to ever step foot inside the northwest of Ireland again.
If you enjoyed these stories, please consider subscribing and liking this video. Let me know your thoughts of these stories in the comments below. I frequently talk to my viewers there. But anyways, I hope you were creeped out.
Just kidding. Stay safe.